Hello everyone, I'm Top Romance here. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will motivate me to create even more quality videos. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees that the world's most extraordinary woman, Huininde, elegant and pure, clever and wise, cunning and strategic, humble, cautious, talented, fortunate, with exceptional vision, caring for all people, compassionate to all beings. The eunuch holding the decree stands before the mansion gate and reads aloud. Never in my life have I been moved, but now I grant amnesty to all and declare to the entire nation, I will grow old with her and never part, faithful and never betraying. At this point, he coughed lightly a few times. His aged face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and continued reading. Huin Tian Doa, from this day forward, you are now my only wife. The vast empire, all the wealth of the nation, I bestow upon you. Everyone around turned pale with shock, mouths agape, unable to believe what they just heard. Seeing the eunuch standing outside the mansion, subjected to scrutinizing and suspicious gazes. He tried to ignore it all. His voice echoed throughout the mansion. Don't you like money? This fortune of mine is yours for this lifetime. Even in your next life, you won't be able to spend it all. Are you happy? If so, come out and meet me. His voice echoed inside. Inside the mansion, a girl with silky white hair, her face full of despair and helplessness, held her head. Her lips trembled as she spoke weakly. I'm happy my ass. Around her, gold and silver were piled up. Gold and silver ingots were stacked in front of her. Her eyes seemed to shatter, crying without tears. How on earth did things turn out like this? Why? Huin Tian Doa threw her head back and wailed miserably. Why? Why can't I even spend all this money? Things had turned out this way. The piles of money and jewelry before her were like thorns in her eyes. It all started with that damn transmigration. Yes, it was an ordinary, bland transmigration. While crossing the street, she was busy looking at her phone and didn't notice a large truck speeding towards her. By the time she realized, it was too late. With a loud crash, as a fan of web novels, I had seen countless scenes like this. So at that moment of transmigration, I wasn't panicked at all. At that time, she even let out a sigh of relief. Her expression showed a bit of anticipation, waiting for the transmigration, right? I'm familiar with this. Isn't it about replacing the original owner to seek revenge, showing off to the world? I know all the steps by heart. It's absolutely not a problem. But I never expected the person I transmigrated into wasn't the main character, but a background female villain. This was an unfinished female protagonist novel. I had read a few chapters before. My body's name is Huin Tian Doa, is the real older sister of the female lead Huin Na. Although they have the same father but different mothers, Huin Na is actually the illegitimate child. So after being brought home by their father, Huin Tian Doa always felt unhappy. So she deliberately sabotaged the female lead in various ways, using tactics to oppress her. But that's not all. Importantly, Huin Na happened to meet outside and had some ambiguous interactions with the current 8th prince. And that 8th prince is the final boss, extremely perverted and evil. At that time, he was short on money. He happened to pass by the Huin mansion. Knowing Huin Na was being bullied, he flew into a rage. He directly sent people to pretend to be bandits. They infiltrated the mansion at midnight, robbed all the money and trade goods of the Huin family. Not only did they rob, but they also killed people and set fires. They even burned Huin Tian Doa to death. That night, Huin Na was tricked away by him. When she returned and saw the fire, he pretended to help put out the fire. As a result, he gained Huin Na's goodwill. Afterwards, Huin Na ran away with him. The poor Huin family never knew until their death that their family's misfortune was all because of that 8th prince. He was short on money. The word poor was written all over him. Thinking of her own miserable end, Huin Tian Doa pointed to the sky and angrily shouted, "What kind of ridiculous reason is this? The author of this novel, come out here and let's talk. What on earth were you thinking, Annie? No wonder you couldn't continue writing afterwards and had to abandon it." After scolding, she put her hands on her hips and panted angrily. No, this is not the main point. She quickly calmed down and analyzed her current situation. The key is that now she has become Huin Tian Doa. If she doesn't quickly save herself, she might be burned to death soon. If she wants to live, she must accomplish these 2 things. 1. Befriend Huin Na. the female lead of this book. 2. It's too late to tell father now not to reveal their wealth in front of others. It's already too late. Everyone in this city knows our family has money, so now we can only spend all the money. After all, the male lead is too perverted. In the original story, he hid the female lead and did countless bad things. Even if I, the supporting character, don't oppress the female lead, sooner or later he will confiscate the entire Huynh family's property due to lack of money. His moral standards cannot be judged by common sense. He's also the invincible final boss, the author's favorite child. If we can avoid him, we should. The Transmigrator's Handbook, Rule Number 1. Never confront heaven's favorite child. After analyzing everything, Huynh Tiandoa pushed open the door and stepped out. Suddenly, she saw Huynh Na carrying a bag passing by. It's Huynh Na perfect. She smiled inwardly. The opportunity to improve their relationship came so quickly. Thinking of this, Huynh Tiandoa joyfully raised her hand and called out loudly, "Huynh Na, let me help you carry that." Suddenly, a loud warning sounded in her head. The host must not act contrary to the original character's image. Otherwise, they will immediately face a book with unimaginable consequences. The entire Qiandao suddenly turned to stone. Her face was full of confusion, unable to process this surprise. The system cannot predict image behavior. A system panel suddenly appeared in front of her. This is on the system panel information related to the host appeared host, Qiandao. World, husband with improper morals. Character, female supporting role, image points 50, rank C. Wealth points, for million tails risk level, 7, medium high. Survival rate, 20%, extremely low. This is the system. At this moment, Qiandao finally reacted. Her face was full of panic, pointing at the system. She stammered, "Wait, forget about the image points. What's with these wealth points? How is the risk level assessed? Survival rate, surely. This isn't the survival rate I'm thinking of, right? Only 20%. What the hell?" The system then answered her questions. According to the original novel's settings, the wealthier the host's family, the more likely they are to be destroyed by the male lead. Image points indicate the level of success when the host plays a character in the novel world. Once the image points decrease, the novel world is more likely to be destroyed. Wealth points represent all of the Xian family's assets currently. The higher the wealth points, the more dangerous it is. The host must follow the image of the original novel. Otherwise, the logic of the novel world will be hard to maintain. It will be directly destroyed, and the host will explode along with this shattered world. In the end, their soul will scatter. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Qiandao's face was full of despair. Now the wealth points are too high, and my image points are too low. No wonder the risk is so high, and the survival rate is only 20%. So this survival rate is a combined statistic between wealth points and image points. But now to maintain the image, I can't directly befriend the female lead Xianya. She collapsed weakly, watching Xianya's back getting further away. Her heart ached, tears falling. I'm so miserable. After some time, Qiandao sadly sat down on the ground, her face filled with melancholy. Is spending money the only way to survive? She clenched her fists, her face serious, her eyes full of determination. Then I must spend all 4 million taels. Qiandao made up her mind to spend all 4 million taels to save her life. In a Xian mansion. "Master, you've been looking at the accounts all day. Have some water." Xian Fanji, with his plump round figure, took the cup of water and grunted. Mrs. Zhu looked at him with concern. "Master, business matters are important, of course, but you can't harm your health. Today is Doer's birthday. I've invited a theater troupe. Let's go there early." Huynh Fanchi took only a sip of water with an indifferent expression on his face and coldly replied, "Let her go." Chu Ti's face briefly showed disappointment. She tried to suppress the sadness in her heart and attempted to persuade him a little more. "Master, all the children want to gather with you." Huynh Fanchi impatiently interrupted Chu Ti. "Bring dinner to the study. Do not disturb me." Seeing this, Chu Ti softly replied yes, and the door closed. Now there was no one left in the study. Huynh Fanchi immediately relaxed. He stretched out his arms and legs, sighed deeply, and lay face down on the desk, crying without tears. So tired, so miserable. Being the head of the family is such bad luck. He helplessly rolled back and forth on the desk, lamenting, "It's all because my father didn't try hard enough. He only had one child, me. Otherwise, I would have been living carefree long ago." Huan Fanchi lay face down on the desk thinking about his tragic fate and sobbing. It's a pity that none of my 3 children have business talent, especially my only son, Huan Dao. He doesn't even know how to use his nature. If we're talking about a slightly brighter mind, it's only my eldest daughter, Tian Doa. Too bad her ambitions lie elsewhere. After all, daughters will all have to marry out. Boo-hoo, I can't bear it at all. After a while, Huan Fanchi cheered up, his face full of determination. Father has no talent, can only support a sky for the children. Father will earn more money for the children to spend. Yes, earn more money. Huan Fanchi looked down at the pile of ledgers on the desk. He sighed heavily again, his face full of melancholy. But lately, doing business is indeed getting more and more difficult. Oh. Suddenly, Huan Tiandoe's voice rang out, startling Huan Fanchi. Father, why are you sighing and groaning? Seeing the beautiful and cold Huan Tiandoe standing motionless at the door, Huan Fanchi was startled. He coughed a few times to hide the awkwardness on his face, then turned to look at her with furrowed brows and sternly asked, Tian Doa, how disrespectful. Why did you enter father's study without announcing yourself? Huan Tiandoe looked at him calmly and replied, the servants are all busy organizing the birthday party for the 3 younger siblings. I knocked on the door for a long time with no answer, so I came in to check. Please don't blame me. Seeing her say this, Huan Fanchi felt guilty inside. His cheeks turned red with embarrassment as he nodded, what did you come to see father about? Huan Tiandoe walked to the side of the desk and said coldly, Father, please wait a moment. Your daughter wants to look at you carefully. Huan Fanchi looked at her in confusion, not understanding. Look at me. Huan Tiandoe coldly replied, yes. Please give your daughter half a cup of tea's time. Huan Fanchi looked at her with a blank face and asked, just to look at me like this. Why? Huan Tiandoe stared at him intently, her voice devoid of emotion. Please agree with me, father. Your daughter will just sit here quietly. I absolutely won't disturb you. After half a cup of tea, I will leave immediately. Huan Fanchi frowned and thought to himself, it won't take longer than half a cup of tea. What does this girl want to do? Could it be that I haven't talked to her much this year, so she misses me a lot? He patted his chest and laughed smugly. Oh, that must be it. To maintain the dignity of the head of the family, and even more so for the children to live better, father has to suppress the desire to be with the children to focus on work seriously. Surely my daughter can understand this. There's a saying that daughters are their father's favorite. It's true. Look how considerate our Tiandoa is. Huan Fanchi was moved to tears, but outwardly he still pretended to be stern and said, you must leave after half a cup of tea. Huan Tiandoa obediently replied yes. Huan Fanchi sat down and continued working. Huan Tiandoa sat beside him, watching him intently. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth lifted in a sinister smile. I don't know about other workaholic old men, but my easygoing old man is one of the characters that appeared in the first few chapters. So what his image is like, I know like the back of my hand. Don't think he's all work and no play, cold and unfeeling. In fact, he's a father who dotes on his children. Bringing him down is actually too simple. Just throw myself into his arms and act coy now, and 4 million taels will immediately be in hand, at least half of it. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, her face full of serious thought for a moment. But the problem is that this doesn't fit my image. The image of Huan Tiandoa is quiet and reserved, like a mountain shadow, emotionless. Every move, like fine snow gently falling. Huan Tiandoa frustratedly ruffled her hair. Don't ask me why. That's how the principle is written. In the original, because the real female lead is more outstanding than her, this proud and cold female character develops a huge psychological gap. In the end, she gradually goes down the wrong path. After all, it's using the collapse of the perfect image to highlight the female lead's halo. The author always likes to use tricks like that. She snorted in annoyance and then looked up, closely observing Huan Fanchi in front of her. But we can't let our image collapse. If we do, we'll be eliminated by the system. We can only go step by step gradually. First, we need to outsmart the easygoing old man, then figure out what to do next. A moment later, Huan Fanchi looked up from the pile of books, glanced at Huan Tiandoa, who was still staring at him intently, and reminded her, time's up for half a cup of tea, child. Go now. He sighed inwardly, thinking, being stared at by my daughter like this, although it's very pleasant, it's not very comfortable. After all, I've maintained a cold and serious image in front of everyone for too long, so suddenly having someone stare at me like this makes me feel a bit unnatural and uncomfortable. Hearing Huyen Fanchi's reminder, Huyen Tiandoa stood up and said coldly, "Before I leave, I want to say a few more words to Father." Huyen Fanchi frowned, his voice impatient. "So easily like that. Father wants to teach you a lesson now." But deep inside, he was overjoyed, smiling so much he couldn't close his mouth. Huyen Tiandoa, ignoring his stern tone, calmly replied, "Even if I get scolded, I have to say," she looked straight into Huyen Fanchi's eyes with a very serious gaze. "Father, you need to see a doctor." The smile on Huyen Fanchi's face froze in confusion as he looked at her blankly. "What?" Huyen Tiandoa looked at him with a very serious expression. "Father, did you think I wouldn't notice? From bending over work for so long, don't your shoulders and neck ache constantly? Aren't your legs swollen and numb? You don't need to hide it. You've been massaging your shoulders and legs several times already." Her eyes were like laser beams scanning Huyen Fanchi's entire body. "The tea you drink is honeysuckle and chrysanthemum. Are you suffering from constipation and hemorrhoids? Most importantly, the dark circles under your eyes are black and your eyes are cloudy. It's clearly from overworking. Plus, you're getting fatter by the day. This will lead to even more health issues, making you lose your appetite and unable to sleep well. In short, you need to see a doctor." Huyen Fanchi looked at her in disbelief. Seeing Huyen Tiandoa grown up so beautiful and understanding, Huyen Fanchi was so touched that his eyes welled up with tears, thinking to himself, "Little Tiandoa is so observant. She cares about me so much. I'm so moved." However, outwardly, he still pretended to be cold and stern, snorting loudly and scolding her. "You little brat, what would you know? I know my limits. Why would I need to see a doctor? Besides, I just spent a bit too long bending over the desk. It's nothing to worry about with so many ledgers. Our Huyen family has so much business to handle. I'm the head of the family. If I don't take care of it, who will? Don't just stand there like that." Huyen Tiandoa immediately interrupted him coldly. "I'm worried about the gossip in the city. Have you heard? The Huyen family is in turmoil. It was officially announced at the third young master's birthday party. For some reason, the Huyen family patriarch suddenly handed over half of the assets to his eldest daughter to manage. The third young master lost his temper, flipped the table, and ran away on the spot. It's understandable. After all, the third young master always thought he was the sole heir to the family fortune. Who would have expected this turn of events? Moreover, isn't Huyen Tiandoa known for being cold and arrogant? Can she manage the business affairs well now? The happiest people must be the Huyen family's competitors. They're all waiting to see the joke. What was the Huyen patriarch thinking? In the Huyen family's silk shop, Huyen Fanchi looked at Huyen Tiandoa and said coldly, "Tiandoa, this is the last shop. You remember everything, right? From now on, it's all entrusted to you." Huyen Tiandoa obediently nodded and replied yes. Everyone in the fabric shop was shocked, their mouths agape, unable to believe the scene before their eyes. After the handover was complete, Huyen Fanchi immediately walked out without hesitation. With light footsteps, Trung Tuk saw that Huyen Fanchi didn't pay attention and was about to leave, his face full of panic. "Master, are you leaving?" "Oh, Master. Master, when like this?" Huyen Tiandoa held a notebook in front of him, blocking his way. "Your Uncle Trung, right? Hello, no more talk. This is the next business plan for the Huyen family's fabric shop chain. We ask you to follow it." Uncle Trung took the notebook, opened it, and looked. "Huh. Young miss, is this plan from the master?" His face turned ashen, his voice trembling. "Our shop has never raised prices for years. We've always sold quality goods. We have many regular customers. You've just arrived and want to double the prices. Moreover, you want to import new goods from Japan, using up all our working capital. This is too dangerous." Huyen Tiandoa looked at him with cold eyes. "Uncle Trung, are you used to my father's words? This shop is now under my management. Please just follow the orders." Uncle Trung looked at her, stammering for a while. Huyen Tiandoa looked at him and continued. "Besides importing goods and changing prices, all staff in the shop, including delivery drivers, couriers, and stable hands, will be counted. Everyone will get a pay raise. The rate is 15% of the initial salary." Uncle Trung was shocked, his mouth agape. But Huyen Tiandoa paid no attention to him and continued instructing. "Additionally, gather everyone at the Huyen mansion this afternoon. I have something to say." If there's no problem, I'll leave first. The shop staff didn't know whether to be happy or sad, standing dazed and confused as they watched her leave, their voices stiff as they bid farewell to the young Mississippi. After Huyen Tin DOA left, someone couldn't help but look at Uncle Trung and ask Uncle Trung, "Tell us, has the young miss gone mad?" Uncle Trung waved his hand anxiously. Go, go, go. Go to the side. Yuan, go inform everyone. Gather this afternoon and dress properly for me. The young miss has just taken office and is eager to prove herself. We must serve her carefully. As for price adjustments and spending money on imports, he frowned deeply and sighed, saying, "If Master Huyen isn't worried, why should I worry? If there's a loss, someone above will bear it." The jewelry shop, Huyen's Jewelry. The young miss walks slowly. We'll arrive on time this afternoon. Huyen's cosmetics shop bids farewell to the young Mississippi. We will follow your new plan. The wine shop, Huyen's Wine. Yeah, no one is allowed to go. A wine cup fell heavily to the ground, shattering into pieces. The wine shop manager looked at the young man in front of him and quickly said, "Third young master. Everyone knows you've been involved in managing this wine shop for several years now. These past years, the wine shop has been able to continue business. It's all thanks to you, often bringing friends to support us and such." Huyen Dao angrily turned his head, pointing at him and furiously venting. Yeah, clearly father knows, and even entrusted this shop to his eldest daughter. Favoritism. Listen carefully, all of you. No one is allowed to leave. Whoever leaves will face the wrath of the Hang Tan young master. That's me, Huyen Dao. The servant beside him leaned in and whispered a reminder. Third young master. Huyen Dao irritably followed the servant's gaze. His eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the three beauties before him. Huyen Dao cleared his throat a few times, then put on the air of a proper young master and sighed, saying, Huyen Dao, aman aprig gentleman, with outstanding literary talent. This cup of water is already too much of a loss. Hearing him say this, the three beauties burst into laughter behind their hands. Seeing the three beauties leave, the servant quickly looked at Huyen Dao and said, "Young master, they're gone." Hearing this, Huyen Dao hurriedly stuck his head out the window to look outside, his face full of infatuation. "Those ladies just came out of the Fucking Tri-Society. They're truly beautiful," he said dejectedly with a long sigh. "I, as the only male heir of the Huyen family, should have so many admirers. I should be surrounded by beauties, with butterflies and bees constantly buzzing around. It's a pity that nowadays the ladies all prefer flowery literature and fancy talented scholars. I've become just a rich playboy in their eyes." Huyen Dao cried miserably. "Now even the family fortune has been half given to my elder sister by father. Why am I so unlucky?" The servant standing beside him chuckled and looked at him, consoling the young master. "It's not given away, just entrusted to the eldest miss to manage. After the eldest miss gets married, won't the fortune still be yours?" Huyen Dao angrily kicked him. "What do you understand?" The servant, caught in the crossfire for no reason, suddenly being hit, cried out in pain. Huyen Dao glared at him angrily and said, "Don't I know my own sister? From childhood, she's always had that cold face, never even wanting to say a few more words to others. I've never even seen her smile at me. She stays cooped up in her room all day, let alone going out. How could someone like that do good business?" The servant lying on the ground forced a smile and replied, "Oh, young master, but the eldest miss is naturally beautiful. There's a saying that beauty attracts customers. The eldest miss just needs to stand at the door, and money will roll in on its own." "No." Before he could finish speaking, Huyen Dao angrily kicked him again. The servant, not understanding what was going on, cried out in pain. Huyen Dao's eyes turned cold as he looked at him warningly. "Don't look at my sister with those kinds of eyes. Be careful, or I'll gouge your eyes out." The servant, frightened, quickly replied, "Yes." Huyen Dao stood up straight and snorted coldly. "Although my elder sister is beautiful, business requires cunning. Speak human language to humans and ghost language to ghosts. If you don't please the buyers who will come to buy, there's still restocking to do, displaying goods, socializing with officials. Which of these doesn't require tact?" The foolish servant stood up quickly and flattered him. "Yes. Just as you said, sir." Xian Do sighed helplessly. With Big Sister's personality, it would be strange if the shop could continue to operate. "I'm afraid by the time I receive the inheritance, she will have run it all into losses." The tavern manager smiled ingratiatingly at Xian Do. "In the future, we'll still follow you to work on those new plans or whatever. We'll just pretend we don't know about the three young masters. We'll do as you say. Not going this afternoon. Xian Do rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said triumphantly, "No, we still have to go. Moreover, I want to go personally. Let me directly defeat Big Sister in front of everyone. This way, Father's side will also know about my business acumen." Thinking of this, he excitedly ran off, humming, "Now I'm going to write a speech draft. When this touching debate is broadcast outside, many girls will know how talented in literature Xian Do is and how far-sighted I am. By then, I can embrace beauties left and right." Xian Do grinned from ear to ear with joy. The beautiful and graceful Xian Duo walked to the temple. Behind her were several maids and servants. People around who saw her beauty couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. At the temple entrance, Xian Duo looked at the group behind her and instructed, "All of you wait here. I'm going in to burn incense. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter." A servant looked at her worriedly and quickly said, "Young miss, this place is crowded and complicated. You're going in alone. If something happens, I can't bear the responsibility." A maid standing nearby also looked at her and hurriedly advised, "Let us go in with you, young miss, for peace of mind." Xian Duo's face turned stern. Her voice was cold. "I don't want to repeat myself a second time. So, what if you clumsily bump into the Bodhisattva?" Seeing her cold gaze, the servant trembled in fear, shaking all over. Xian Duo turned her back and said coldly, the same words I don't want to repeat a second time. The maids and servants hurriedly responded, "Yes." Xian Duo entered the temple and saw it was quite crowded inside. Her brows furrowed slightly. "How inconvenient. Everyone in the mansion knows me. I always have to be careful and cautious. I can't let my image collapse." She turned around and went to the back, quietly opening the door. "Now I don't even have anyone on my side to watch the car." The door creaked open. Xian Duo hid in a secluded corner, quickly disguised herself, and then jumped over the wall. Hoda, finally it's now. All the hard and tiring work, I have to do it myself. System, what have I done to offend you? She couldn't keep her balance and fell to the ground. "Ouch!" Xian Duo cried without tears, rubbing her bottom. "Almost split my butt into two pieces." But her eyes lit up. She happily stood up and ran merrily through the streets. Now no one knows me. Disguising like this doesn't count as Huan Tian. Won't lose image points for knowing yourself and others. 100 battles, 100 victories. Looks like they're handing over some shops to me. Who knows if there's anyone inside who's not willing to cooperate? What if they don't accept our proposals to plant goods? Can't afford big losses in a short time. Our whole family will be ruined. Huan Tian clenched her fist, her face full of ferocity. "Whoever dares to make money behind my back, they'll face me." Huan Ti Silk Shop. Huan Tian hid in a corner, quietly observing and investigating. She stood outside, secretly eavesdropping, then crawled under the table, her eyes like lightning observing the crowd. Sometimes hugging a potted plant, watching people work and talk, eavesdropping all day. Huan Tian smiled wickedly, took out a notebook to write. So that's how it is. Now the list of treasurers who intend to oppose me has been recorded completely. Wait until the afternoon to deal with them. Don't blame this young lady for being cruel. It's time to head back now. If I stay too long, people might come to the temple looking for me. She tucked the notebook in her clothes, preparing to leave. Suddenly, loud dog barks erupted. Huan Tian looked to the side in surprise. Some dogs were barking loudly at a figure lying on a pile of straw. On the straw pile, a young man with a pale face and closed eyes lay there. The fierce dogs bared their teeth, ready to attack. Seeing this, Huan Tian panicked and shouted, "Be careful." Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, looking at the fierce dogs with a murderous gaze. He waved his hand, instantly taking down the vicious dogs. The injured dogs cautiously retreated. The man clutched his arm and collapsed. His breathing became rapid. Another dog seized the opportunity to sneak an attack on him. Huan Tian quickly grabbed a broom from the corner and shooed it away. "Mad dog. Still want to bite people. Get out of here." She stood firmly in front of the man, holding the broom to chase the dogs away. The dogs howled in fear and ran away with their tails between their legs. After all the dogs had fled, Huan Tian leaned on the broom and sighed in relief. "Phew. Now you know to be afraid." Dust from the broom flew into her eyes and nose. Huan Tian sneezed several times and rubbed her eyes. Shoo, what the hell? She took off her face mask. The more she rubbed, the dirtier her hands got. So dirty. Huan Tian, with a dirty face, looked at the man and asked with concern, "Hey, are you all right?" The man remained silent for a moment, staring intently at her. His eyes became heavy, and then he fainted. Huentian quickly caught him. Hey. In an old room, the young man lay unconscious on the bed. After some time, he opened his eyes and sat up abruptly, cautiously looking around. Footsteps sounded from outside. The man's eyes narrowed. One hand carefully gripped the small knife on his person, then drew it out when footsteps stopped at the door. The young man immediately lay back down on the bed, hand tightly gripping the small knife, his whole body filled with vigilance. Voices from outside could be heard. Hey, young lady, I'm not saying this to you, but I don't treat just anyone here. You suddenly burst in asking this old man to transfer someone for you. I'm already this old. I nearly died of exhaustion. Xinchan Duo looked at him coldly and said, Doctor, thank you. I'll bring the medicine over right away. Oh, doctor, you're a good person, always saving lives and treating injuries. Another day, I'll make a commendation flag to hang in front of your door. The man in the room opened his eyes, listening to the conversation outside. Outside, the doctor curiously asked what a commendation flag was. Xinchan Duo smiled and replied, Oh, I'm in a horizontal scroll. It will say, skillful hands, benevolent heart. What do you think? Also, please accept this silver. The doctor exclaimed in surprise, Oh heavens, this is too much. Xinchan Duo smiled and said, It's appropriate, it's appropriate. The man lying in the room slightly furrowed his brow. Outside, the doctor looked at Xinchan Duo and sighed, saying, But young lady, this old man really dares not accept this money, because I haven't completely cured this young man yet. Xinchan Duo, holding the medicine bowl, frowned and asked, What do you mean you haven't cured him? The doctor nodded and replied, That's right. Xinchan Duo looked at him blankly, confused. The doctor slightly frowned, his face full of regret. Perhaps this young man has severe internal injuries. I don't know why, but all the meridians in his body are reversed. His blood and qi are flowing backward. In no more than 7 to 749 days, he will surely die. I've practiced medicine for many years, but I've never seen this kind of illness. Xinchan Duo anxiously asked, Is there any way to prolong his life? The doctor looked at her hesitantly and replied, There is a way to prolong his life, but it's extremely expensive. He sighed heavily. Hearing extremely expensive, Xinchan Duo's eyes lit up brightly. Oh my, isn't that just perfect? The doctor thought he had misheard, looked up at her in surprise. Xinchan Duo laughed happily and quickly said, It's nothing. Nothing. I mean, no matter how expensive, we must save the life of the most important person in my heart right now. She couldn't stop smiling. To limit her extravagant behavior, the system would score each money-spending situation. Intentional, unreasonable spending would be prohibited. This kind of situation where she could reasonably spend money was exactly what she dreamed of and longed for. The doctor sighed regretfully. In short, it requires many rare and precious herbs. All are worth a fortune. I don't have these medicines here. They need to be purchased at great expense. The patient needs to take medicine every 7 days to prolong the illness. But at most, it can only extend the patient's life by 2 to 3 years. The more the doctor spoke, the brighter Xinchan Duo's eyes became. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the doctor and asked him, Just tell me straight, how much money do you need in total? The doctor looked at her and answered softly, 1 dose of medicine costs 1,000 taels of silver. Over 3 years, it would be at least 150,000 taels of silver. Xinchan Duo lowered her face. 150,000. Seeing her like that, the doctor sighed and said, I know it's too much. Just do what you can afford. We'll figure it out gradually. Xinchan Duo's smile couldn't be contained. Is that all? How disappointing. She stuffed a stack of banknotes into the doctor's hand and said cheerfully, Here's an extra 50,000 taels for you. Consider it a fee for your trouble. Looking at the stack of banknotes in his hand, the doctor was startled and jumped up in shock. Xinchan Duo smiled and said, No need to be polite with me. I respect doctors the most. This is what you deserve. Everything depends on you. The doctor stammered, All right then. He stroked his beard and sighed in admiration. Young people these days, they truly are passionate and selfless for love. He hugged the stack of banknotes to his chest and smiled, blessing them. I wish you both a happy and perfect life. I'll do my best to cure your husband. Hearing this, Xinchan Duo was torn between laughing and crying and explained, No, you misunderstood. Oh well. The more she explained, the more confusing it got. She gave up. She entered the room, and closed the door. Zhu Chanduo put the bowl of medicine on the table, then looked at the man lying on the bed and softly called, "Young man, wake up and take your medicine." The man lying on the bed, hearing her say that, stopped pretending and opened his eyes to look at her, asking, "How did you know I was awake?" Zhu Chanduo smiled smugly and replied, "We talked outside for so long. You're not deaf, and the noise would have woken you up anyway. You heard the entire conversation just now, didn't you? Your life is in danger. I paid for your treatment. No need to thank me. I am Lei Fong Song." The man on the bed darkened his face and could only remain silent. Zhu Chanduo pointed at the bowl of medicine and urged him, "Drink the medicine. Then remember to come back every 7 days to continue taking the medicine. If you don't want to continue treatment halfway through, find the doctor to get the remaining money and spend it however you like. I'm in a hurry. I'll go first. See you next time. Bye-bye." After saying that, she turned around, waved, and left. After she left, the man immediately sat up and picked up the bowl of medicine, drinking it all. After drinking, he analyzed the ingredients in the medicine. Tiama, Baiji, 3-7 fulling, completely wrong for the illness. That quack. He didn't even realize that my blood flow reversed because I used a technique to change my voice, and he couldn't recognize it. She's so gullible, spending money like water for a stranger who has nothing to do with her. Such an interesting person. She's piqued this prince's interest. In the Xuanfu, all the department heads were present, seated in the courtyard. Huan Fanqi and Chu Ti quietly observed from afar the managers were whispering, their faces calm. Chu Ti looked at Huan Fanqi and asked softly, "Master, did you really divide the business for Tian Doa to manage? Isn't it a bit risky? Although Doa is smart, she has no business experience. If she follows your rules, the business might run smoothly. But she's already caused such a big disturbance from the start. Do you think we should remind her?" Huan Fanqi coldly replied, "No need. Tian Doa is my daughter. Of course I trust her. Let's go. Let her handle it herself." Chu Ti worriedly glanced at the managers in the distance and sighed yes. Huan Fanqi's lips couldn't help but curl up. He couldn't suppress a joyful laugh in his heart. Of course I trust her. My precious, obedient daughter. Little Doa knows how to care for her old, hard-working father. She took the initiative to share the burden without a word. Most importantly, she's truly a business prodigy, worthy of being my own flesh and blood, so intelligent. That night, she created a matrix model for me called a database. It's marvelous. Huan Tian Doa stood on the podium analyzing all the data for me to hear. According to this estimate, the Huan family will definitely reach new heights. Huan Fanqi's eyes couldn't hide his pride and joy. Soon, when I quickly shed the current burden, I can drink tea and fish every day, enjoying life. How wonderful. The two maids standing behind exchanged puzzled glances. The master looks very serious. Perhaps he's also very dissatisfied with the young Miss's actions. I wonder what the young Miss will say to the managers who have been summoned. Suddenly, she glanced and saw a figure quickly moving across the rooftop. Oh, did I see wrong? I think there was something on the roof. The maid beside her hurriedly urged, "Hong Nok, hurry up." Hong Nok quickly replied, "Oh yes." On the rooftop, a young man in red clothes lay stretched out, his lips curled up slightly, his face full of interest. So it's the Huan family's young Miss arriving. A graceful figure stepped in. Everyone looked out in surprise. Huan Tian Doa, beautiful and proud, cold and elegant, walked in from outside. Seeing her, the young man couldn't hide his astonishment. Looking at Huan Tian Doa's cold face now, he dared not associate her with the person who had saved him. The same person. The young man's face froze, his forehead covered in sweat. Huan Tian Doa coldly walked to the central seat. "Thank you all for coming. Please be seated." The managers looked at her, stammering, "Oh, let's all sit down. This young miss is really strange." It feels like the temperature dropped as soon as she arrived. Huan Tian Doa picked up her teacup and said coldly, "All of you managers have worked at the Huan family for many years. You can be called capable assistants. Today, we'll have tea instead of wine. Please have a cup." In these turbulent and deceitful times in the business world, everyone has been working hard. The managers picked up their teacups and glanced at each other. Shuyan Theandoa ignored their confused expressions and continued speaking. However, the Shuyan family is finally about to decline. A manager couldn't help but look at her and ask, "Why do you say that, young miss?" With someone taking the lead, everyone began to speak up, trying to persuade Shuyan Theandoa. The Shuyan family is the #1 clan in this town. With vast assets and abundant savings, how could it decline? That's right. Young miss, you shouldn't speak carelessly. Shuyan Theandoa coldly interrupted the group. Currently, the amount of silver in the Shuyan family's books is only 3 million. Profits are decreasing, while expenses are increasing. If we don't find a new solution, the Shuyan family's working capital will only last for 2 years. After 2 years, she narrowed her eyes with a serious expression. The Shuyan family will surely go bankrupt. Shuyan Theandoa sat in the middle of the room, looking at the managers with a very serious expression. The Shuyan family is about to go bankrupt. If we want to save ourselves, we can only change. Moreover, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Crisis is also a business opportunity. I have carefully planned with my father. The subsequent responsive measures still need the full support of you managers. Therefore, salary increase is just the first step. Besides increasing the salary for everyone in the shop by 15%, as I mentioned this morning, we will add the following benefits. First, establish an end-of-year bonus system. 10% of the shop's year-end profit will be used as bonuses. Everyone around was shocked, mouths agape, as they looked at her. Shuyan Theandoa coldly continued speaking. The managers couldn't help but be stunned. Second, establish a paid leave system. Managers have never had such leave, which is inhumane. Therefore, from today, besides weekends off, everyone will have additional wedding leave, personal leave, and sick leave, totaling 50 days a year. The managers were shocked and couldn't believe it, stammering, 50 days. This is too much, isn't it? Third, all employees will live in collective housing. No need to rent houses anymore. Moreover, their children will all receive educational subsidies from the Shuyan family. Those who have elderly at home will receive an additional monthly elderly care allowance. Fourth, improve the insurance system. The Shuyan family only has labor contracts with you, but doesn't buy insurance for you. Once you fall ill or get injured, you have to pay for it yourselves. This is not what the Shuyan family should do. So from now on, we will buy insurance for everyone. 5 types of insurance and 1 housing fund, so you don't have to worry about the future. The managers and employees hearing this couldn't help but tremble. This is too much. Shuyan Theandoa looked at everyone and smiled slightly. You are all people of the Shuyan family. The Shuyan family should also take responsibility. In the past, our Shuyan family didn't care enough about you all. Now let's join hands together. Let's overcome this difficult challenge together, shall we? The managers were moved to tears, emotionally excited, and shouted her name loudly. Young Mississippi, we feel ashamed to accept. Don't worry, young Mississippi. The affairs of the Shuyan family are our affairs. We will share the same fate as the Shuyan family. That's right, we'll share the same fate. The young miss is wise. We all listen to the young Mississippi. With the young miss leading the Shuyan family, we will definitely be able to overcome this crisis. Shuyan Do pressed her lips tightly. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up, unable to hide her smugness. She stood up, looked at everyone gratefully, and said, "Shindo thanks you all." Suddenly, the door was kicked open from the outside. Shindo walked in and laughed loudly. "Ha ha. Dear managers, there's no need to worry. I'm here now. My sister is an outsider after all. She doesn't understand business. Indeed, the Shuyan family still has to rely on me. Don't you all agree?" Seeing the unfriendly looks from the crowd, Shuyan Do's face froze. Why isn't this going as planned? Shuyan Do looked at the managers and instructed, "Well, that's all for today. I'll prepare a more detailed plan later. Everyone just follow the plan, all right?" The managers respectfully replied, "Don't worry, young Mississippi. We won't let you down." Shuyan Do couldn't believe it. He sat down on the floor, looking at her in shock. Seeing Shuyan Do confident and beautiful standing among the crowd, a man in red clothes sitting on the roof silently watched her intently. After finishing her business, Shuyan Do returned to her quarters. She couldn't help but laugh until she shook She completely dropped her image and danced her way into the room. Seeing this scene. That young man couldn't believe what he was seeing. Watching Shuyan Do dance and laugh loudly as she ran into the room. As the door slammed shut, that man's face froze in disbelief. He couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes several times. Am I seeing things? He then jumped a few times towards the roof of Shuyan Do's room, removed a tile, and peeked down. A girl dressed provocatively with heavy makeup stood in the room, excitedly dancing around. The man, terrified, turned pale and fell back. After a while, he began to calm down and carefully crawled back to the removed tile. What was that just now? Let me look again. He saw Qian-Do sitting at the desk, pen in hand, starting to write. Seeing this, he patted his chest and sighed in relief. I really was seeing things. Seeing Qian-Do writing Qian-Do's secret sabotage plan, he was shocked and gaped again, His hand slipped and the tile fell down. No. The tile fell straight down and hit Qian-Do's head. Below, the female protagonist Qian-Do died from a brick falling from the sky, hitting him on the head. Oh, how sad if things develop like that. The author would surely be beaten to death, right? That man quickly jumped from outside the window and curiously looked at Qian-Do lying unconscious on the table. Not beaten to death for real. Still breathing. Suddenly his whole body stiffened. An inkstone silently appeared behind his neck. The man's eyebrows slightly furrowed, his expression becoming a bit gloomy. So it was pretending to faint to lure me out, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Such a sharp mind. Qian-Do then slammed the inkstone hard on his head. The man let out a cry and fell to the ground, pretending to faint. Qian-Do stood up, her face full of anger, as she looked at the ringleader lying on the ground. I told you. How could there be a stone falling from the sky? I was almost beaten to death. It hurt so much. There really is someone with dark intentions. She went to lift the man's shoulder. Who is so bold? Seeing the familiar face in front of her, Qian-Do was shocked. Oh, it's him. Qian-Do was surprised looking at the unconscious man lying on the ground. Isn't this the frail young man who was chased by dogs earlier? Why did he fall from the roof? He was following me. Although Qian-Do was arrogant, she had never made enemies with anyone. She wouldn't be assassinated or anything, right? This guy following me, could it be to repay the favor? She imagined him looking at her shyly and saying, "Benefactor, you saved my life. I must repay you many times over. This little one has no wealth or virtue. I can only offer myself in return." Thinking of this, she laughed loudly and happily said, "Oh, so that's it? This young man is really adorable. If you want to repay me, just say it freely. Being shy and following me around, peeking like this. If others didn't know, they'd think you were in love with me." The man lying on the ground, pretending to be unconscious, had his forehead covered in sweat, his face full of embarrassment. Qian-Do sat down and gently poked him. "Anyway, let's wake him up first." Suddenly, from outside came the voice of Madame Zhou Qian-Do. "Are you in there, child?" Qian-Do's face changed color. She held her head, her face full of panic. "Oh no, why is mother coming at a time like this? If discovered, we'll surely be seen as thieves and taken to the magistrate's office. But I also can't explain that I saved him. That would ruin my image. What to do? What to do? What to do?" Madame Zhou stood outside calling her. Qian-Do. After a while with no response, she turned to the maid beside her and asked, "Where is the young miss?" The maid quickly replied, "The young miss went into her room. Perhaps she was tired from the meeting earlier and is resting." Hearing this, Madame Zhou nodded and said, "Indeed, Qian-Do has worked hard today. I hope she's not falling ill. Quickly, let's go check on her." The door to the room was quickly pushed open. Qian-Do lay on the bed with a blanket covering her. She smiled and looked at Chu-Ti, asking, "Mother, why did you come here?" Chu-Ti looked at her worriedly and asked, "Are you really sick, child?" Qian-Do looked at her and replied softly, "I was very tired today, so I'm resting for a bit. My health is not a cause for concern. Please don't worry, mother." The actual situation. Qian-Do was supporting a man, laying him flat on the bed. She lay on top of him and covered both of them with a thin blanket. The man's face darkened with anger. "This damn woman, over here." Qian-Do was terrified, covered in cold sweat. "If we don't do this, it won't work. The blanket is too thin. If we lie side by side, she'll discover there's another person in the bed if she comes closer." "Young man, I'm not intentionally molesting you." Suddenly, her face changed expression as she saw a leg about to be exposed. "Oh no, the leg is too long, it's about to show." Suddenly, Chu-Ti came over and carefully tucked the blanket around her. She looked at her worriedly and asked, "Qian-Do, are you really all right?" Qian-Do looked at her with a smile and replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, mother." Seeing that she was all right, Chu-Ti smiled slightly in relief. "Oh, that's good then." She looked at her and said softly, "These past few days, you've been working very hard managing your father's business. But I have a few words I must say to you." Huindin Doa looked at her coldly and said, "What does mother want to say?" Chuti sighed and said, "Tin Doa, you've done wrong in this matter." Huindin Doa was startled. "I've done wrong, mother. I hope to hear more details." Chuti looked at her seriously and said, "Since ancient times, there's never been a case of women doing business. You are a young lady from a noble family, moreover, the eldest daughter of the Huin family. How can you appear in public like this, walking about in the streets? From childhood, we've taught you music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, only hoping you'd find a good match. But at this time, you're doing such outrageous things." Suddenly, the system sounded a warning. Image points deducted by 20. Huintian Doa was shocked, her mouth agape. Her face darkened as she thought, "Oh, it's been reduced already." Fortunately, it's not reduced by much. I understand now, these image points, they're different in everyone's eyes. For example, in mother's eyes, her daughter should be a good girl. These things aren't written into the system. They belong to the hidden image. I must salvage this. Her eyes narrowed, when suddenly Chu Ti's voice rang out, interrupting her train of thought. "Tan Doa, are you listening to me?" Huin Doa looked at her seriously and said, "Mother, I understand my mistake." Chu Ti was surprised. Tien Doa. Huin Doa looked at her and continued, "How could I never have thought about living a peaceful life, finding a reliable person to marry, just like you, mother? It's just unfortunate that father is old and brother is stubborn. The Huin family is on the brink of crisis." Her tears flowed freely, with a pitiful expression to steer our family. "I had to endure the pain and bitterness, endure the gossip, throughout my appearance, doing things I'm not good at and don't want to do." The man lying under the blanket, his face emotionless, as if hardened, silently watching her act. Chu Ti's heart ached seeing her like that. "Mother understands you're in a difficult situation, so I've thought of a way." Tan Doa carefully looked at her and asked what way. Chu Ti excitedly showed her 3 photos. "I've already chosen candidates for marriage. Here are 3 handsome young men. Their family background and character are top-notch. Just marry one of them. Of course, when family's problems will also be solved. Then you won't have to work so hard anymore. It's better for women to manage household affairs. Leave money-making to the men." Huindin Doa's cold voice interrupted her, cutting her off, then watched them swallow Huin whole. Chu Ti was shocked. Huindin Doa looked at her with a serious face. "Mother, they're all from noble families too. Why would they want to marry into our family? Our business is neither here nor there. Once they take over the Huin family, how will we continue to exist? Even if they are sincere, how can we guarantee they'll always be that way? Relying on ourselves is better than relying on others. Just wanting to depend on others. In the end, we'll have nothing." Chu Ti lowered her eyes, looking sad. "Tien Doa, after saying so much, you still don't want to get married." Seeing her like that, Huin Tien Doa could only smile bitterly. "Mother, how come after time traveling, I'm still being pressured to marry?" She sighed helplessly and said, "Mother, it's not that I don't want to get married. Of course I want to get married. That's what you think. But look at your daughter here. Beautiful as a flower, smarter than others, gentle and kind, with a noble aura, can cook and manage the household. Most importantly, I'm well-read in classics and wealthy. Such a perfect person must be married to someone worthy of me." Chu Ti looked at her in surprise and asked, "Worthy? What does it take to be considered worthy?" Huintin Doa lowered her eyes and replied in a low voice, "This person must be unique, the best in the world." After Chu Ti left, Huintin Doa let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally she's gone. Remembering her mother's helpless and disappointed look, no wonder daughters don't get married. Seeing that expression, she must be very worried. "I'm out of options. Hope she won't be too angry." Huintin Doa sat up troubled. "Oh my, it's so hot. I need to get up quickly." Suddenly her ankle was grabbed tightly. Huintin Doa was surprised, looking at the hand, gripping her ankle tightly. "Hey, this guy is awake. What do you want to do? Your grip is too strong." Suddenly, that hand started tickling the sole of her foot. Huintin Doa was tickled until she couldn't stop laughing. Don't tickle me. It's too much. Ha ha ha. Help me. Cough cough. What on earth are you doing? Let go. Ha ha ha." That man pretended to be sound asleep, but his hands were still tightly gripping her feet, tickling frantically. His mouth kept muttering, "Great Emperor. Who told you to tickle me?" Huintin Doa was dizzy all over. He's sleepwalking. Ha ha ha, cough cough. She tremblingly grabbed the pillow next to her. "I can't take it anymore." Then she hit hard on that man's body. "Wake up." Seeing he was still not awake, Huintin Doa hit him hard on the head once more. Seeing he was awake, she angrily huffed. That man sat up, rubbed his eyes, looked at her bewilderedly, and asked, "Huh, what's wrong?" Huyen Tin Deo gritted her teeth in anger. "What's wrong?" Her face darkened. "Young man, you're digging your own grave." The man was stunned for a moment, then hugged her neck tightly and laughed loudly. "Ah, benefactor, it's you. I've been looking for you all over the city. Now I've finally found you." His eyes drooped, his face full of dejection. "That day you saved me from the jaws of fierce dogs. You were also kind enough to treat my illness. I must find you to thank you in person. No one has ever been so kind to me. I'm truly moved. Benefactor, no, heroine. You are my reborn parents. I must repay you." Huyen Tin Deo only now reacted, hurriedly pushing him away. "You move away first." Then she quickly went to the window and carefully looked outside for a bit. "Lower your voice. Don't let others hear any noise. My mother hasn't gone far yet." The man obediently responded with an mm. His cold eyes looked at her back with interest. "At first I thought she was just a rich, foolish, kind-hearted girl. Didn't expect her to have some business acumen. But then she changed her style again. You've successfully piqued my curiosity." Huyen Tin Deo turned around and patted the chair in the room. "Come here and sit down." The man heard this and happily ran over. Huyen Tin Deo looked at him and began to greet him, saying, "What's your name? What do you do?" The man heard this and immediately teared up, his face full of pitiful suffering. "Little sister, my name is Li Xiaohe. I have no parents. I'm all alone." Huyen Tin Deo's face remained expressionless, her eyes cold as she nodded. Pretty good." The man heard this and his mouth corners twitched. "Pretty good." Huyen Tin Deo frowned and asked, "How did you find me now? You know I'm the young miss of the Huyen family. What are you thinking?" The man forced a smile, rubbed his head, and answered, "Well, I don't know anything about the Huyen family. I just came here to greet the young miss." Huyen Tin Deo looked at him with a serious expression and continued, "I want to break you. Do you have any objections?" The man looked at her and stammered, "If the young miss wants to destroy, then go ahead and destroy." Hearing a satisfactory answer, Xian Duo immediately stood up and said, "I understand. You sit and rest for a while. I'll go think about it." She rubbed her chin and smiled excitedly. Indeed, the image points haven't changed. This kid is a character that has never appeared before. So in principle, he also has a fixed impression of me. This means that I can do anything in front of him. I'm stuck with this damn image. Many things are indeed inconvenient to deal with openly. Although this kid is weak, he's quick and honest and grateful to me. Let's do it this way. Xian Duo gently lifted his chin and asked with a subtle smile, "Li Xiaohe, do you want to be my little bodyguard attendant?" Li Xiaohe was stunned for a moment. His eyes suddenly lit up, looking at her in surprise and asking, "Is that really possible, young Mississippi?" "Of course I'm willing." Xian Duo looked at him with satisfaction and said, "From now on, you'll follow me." Xiaohe is very good, so let's decide on this. Li Xiaohe grasped her hand tightly and obediently replied, "Yes, young Mississippi." Their eyes met, each with their own intentions. "I'm so smart." Xian Duo looked at him with a smile and said, "Hand over the winning ticket." Li Xiaohe stared blankly at her smile and said, "Yes, young miss. I am Xian Duo." Somehow, I transmigrated into a cliché romance novel with a ridiculous plot. I became an unlucky female background character. In the original story, the Xian family was so rich that they caught the eye of the perverted male lead, the 8th prince. At midnight, their assets were secretly plundered. Then the background character, me, was buried in a sea of flames. This time, with the premise of not reducing image points, I must successfully save myself, avoiding the fate of being roasted alive. Thinking of this, Xian Duo laughed triumphantly. "Unexpected, isn't it, you bastard? Before you appeared, I had already squandered all of Xian's family fortune." "Huh?" Li Xiaohe brought a cup of tea. Seeing her laugh so happily, he asked, "Young miss, what are you laughing about?" Xian Duo took the cup of tea and cheerfully replied, "Nothing. I just thought about the shocked face of an enemy I've never met before, and it made me smile like a flower." Li Xiaohe frowned, his face full of anger. "So that's it. Daring to confront the young miss, I will definitely not let him off." Hearing this, Xian Duo was even more pleased with Li Xiaohe. "Right, we should beat him into a pig's head." Li Xiaohe also excitedly chimed in, the kind that even his mother wouldn't recognize. Xian Duo, hands on her hips, threw her head back and laughed loudly. "Xiaohe, you have great potential and awareness. I value you highly. Li Xiaohei smiled shyly, rubbing his head and replying, "Being able to follow the young miss is our blessing." Huan Tian Doa nodded and turned to leave. Lai Chu Hak curiously followed her, wondering where she was going. Huan Tian Doa excitedly replied, "Of course, the great king told me to patrol the mountain." The two of them went together to patrol the Silk District. Huan Tian Doa visited the other shops in the district. Seeing the two of them, everyone happily greeted the young Mississippi. "Hello, young Mississippi. You've come to the shop in person. Young Mississippi, we've ordered a large quantity as you instructed. Although there's not much money left in the books, we trust you." Huan Tian Doa nodded with satisfaction and praised Mem. "Very good." She looked at everyone and offered a few words of comfort. "Everyone, don't worry. Once we get through this period, business will surely improve. Everyone will be able to relax. After bankruptcy, everyone can be free from the burden of work. That's also a kind of relaxation, isn't it?" After inspecting all the shops, looking at the small inn in front of her, she looked at Lai Chu Hak and the servants beside her and said, "Everyone must be tired. Let's go in and rest for a while." The servants and maids beside her quickly replied, "Yes." Young Mississippi Huan Tian Doa glanced at those two and instructed further, "You two can rest here. Chu Hak, come and serve me." Lai Chu Hak just made a sound and followed her upstairs. Below, the other servant and maid were angry, their eyes full of murderous intent as they looked at him. In the private room, Huan Tian Doa sat down in a chair and let out a sigh. Phew. Finally, I can rest. Being watched by others, I'm afraid of losing face. I didn't even dare to bend my back a little. She massaged her shoulders a bit, then ordered Tu Hak behind her. "Tu Hak, come and massage my shoulders." Lai Chu Hak approached with a smile and replied yes. He narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent, staring at her. "This woman dares to ask me, the king, to massage her shoulders. If I wasn't a bit curious about her, she would have long been massaged to death." Huan Tian Doa suddenly remembered and looked at Lai Chu Hak with concern, asking, "That's right, Tu Hak, have you taken your medicine today? Remember, the doctor said you must take it daily." Lai Chu Hak was slightly stunned for a moment, then cheerfully replied, I'll take it when I get back, that's fine." Huan Tian Doa closed her eyes and said faintly, "You must take care of your health, so that I haven't spent so much money in vain." Lai Chu Hak behind her smiled and said, "The young miss has a kind heart." Suddenly, the air was filled with the smell of food. Huan Tian Doa's eyes lit up. The corners of her mouth were drooling. "It's here stinky tofu. This place actually has stinky tofu." Tu Hak, when the waiter brings the food later, order a few more portions of stinky tofu. Understand? Lai Chu Hak's mouth twitched as he looked at her and replied. A moment later, the waiter brought up a cup of tea and looked at the two of them awkwardly, saying, "The smell of stinky tofu is quite normal. Young ladies from noble families don't like this young lady's taste." She, Xian Duo, coughed lightly twice, then glanced at Li Xiaohei beside her. There's no other way. Who told Xiaohei to like stinky tofu the most? This young man just recovered from a serious illness. He previously had a brush with death. The only thing he missed was your stinky tofu. Of course, I have to fulfill this small wish. Hearing this, the waiter smiled happily and opened the jar of stinky tofu. "So that's it. The customer likes stinky tofu. Our restaurant will add a few more pieces for you. We guarantee you'll be stinky to the core after eating." He picked up a piece of stinky tofu and stuffed it into Li Xiaohei's mouth. "Try this. It's stinky tofu with pickled vegetable flavor. It's my latest creation. It's very stinky." Li Xiaohei's face turned ashen. Xian Duo, sitting beside, smiled and said, "It is quite stinky, isn't it? Since it's the waiter's goodwill, you should try it first." Hearing this, Li Xiaohei's face wrinkled. He gritted his teeth, bit into the stinky tofu, and swallowed it. His whole body shuddered, trying to suppress the urge to vomit. He gave a thumbs up to the waiter. Seeing this, the waiter's eyes lit up. Li Xiaohei was covered in cold sweat. He clenched his jaw tightly and angrily thought to himself, "I'll burn down this tea house tonight." The waiter, seeing someone like this stinky tofu dish, smiled happily, waved at the two enthusiastically, saying, "It's good that you like it. Well then, I'll take my leave now." After the waiter left, Xian Duo sat at the table eagerly enjoying the stinky tofu. "Delicious, it's really delicious." Li Xiaohei, beside her, kept retching. "I'd rather be reborn. This is killing me." After Xian Duo ate her fill, her eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she happily rubbed her belly. "I'm full and satisfied. If only I had a bottle of Coca-Cola, it would be perfect." Her words weren't just simple joy but pure, untroubled happiness. Xianhao stood to the side. His eyes darkened as he looked at her, gritting his teeth in anger, inwardly cursing this hateful woman. She doesn't know restraint at all, only knows how to enjoy without a care in the world. However, his irritation couldn't be contained when Qian Duo suddenly grabbed his hand, pulling him along excitedly and enthusiastically. "We've eaten our fill, let's go. Let's go." Her sudden action made Xianhao pause. His face flushed red as he was lost in thought. He was suddenly startled when Qian Duo abruptly stopped. He almost bumped into her from behind. An eye-catching scene made both of them stop in their tracks. A middle-aged man was arguing fiercely with the restaurant's waiter. "Time's up. Your shabby shop isn't doing well at all. According to the contract, our master must take it back." The waiter, furious with a flushed face, argued back with a voice as cold as a knife. "You're nothing but robbers, behaving outrageously." The old man smirked coldly, his eyes filled with contempt and mockery. "Robbers? Oh, young man, don't make false accusations. My master only signed the contract years ago out of pity for your seriously ill father. If you want to default on the debt, prepare to face court. Wait until the prefect intervenes and see how you'll be punished." The waiter trembled, angry but speechless. He could only stammer, You. The old man, pleased with himself, continued gravely. His mouth never stopped mocking, each word seeming to pierce the air. "In 3 days, we'll come to take over. Remember to clean up thoroughly and pack your bags." After saying this, he turned and left, walking away while grimacing and covering his nose. His mouth never stopped cursing. "It stinks. This dilapidated place is no different from a demon's lair. What a waste of this golden location to rent it to useless people like you." The waiter was furious. His eyes reddened, both resentful and heartbroken. He lowered his face, clutching his hat, not knowing what to do. Just then, from behind, came a gentle yet dignified voice of Xinshan Duo. "How much is still owed?" The waiter was bewildered. Before he could understand what she meant, Xuanhao stepped forward. He calmly explained, "Our young miss is asking how much money is needed to resolve this issue." The waiter was still surprised. He looked up at them and cautiously asked, "Young miss is?" Xuanhao immediately pointed towards Xinshan Duo. "This is our eldest young miss, Xinshan Duo. She always stands on the side of the weak and never ignores anyone in difficulty. If you're short on money, the young miss is willing to help immediately." Xinshan Duo maintained a serious expression, but inside, she was secretly excited, silently cheering. Another chance to spend money. "Ha ha ha! How delightful!" The waiter, upon hearing this, was extremely grateful. He quickly bowed with clasped hands. "So you're the eldest young miss of the Xian family. This humble one thanks you for your kindness, young miss." But he hesitated, his face clearly worried. "This matter, it's not something that can be solved just with money." The waiter's words made both Xinshan Duo and Xuanhao stunned. They exclaimed in unison, "Huh!" Xinshan Duo listened attentively to Zhao Shaoer's story. Her eyes couldn't hide a hint of curiosity as he began to speak with a voice full of pain and disappointment. "Years ago, when my father was still healthy, we struggled hard to save some money. From north to south, we did small trades. Then we decided to rent this shop at a very low price. At that time, the situation in the city was very difficult. People were living in hardship, customers were scarce, and it was in an inconvenient location. Yet we still had to accept renting. Although business was slow, at least we could earn enough to eat. But everything changed 10 years later, when the new prefect took office and began to develop the economy, transforming the entire city. Everything became more prosperous. The location of our shop suddenly became prime real estate. Land values skyrocketed. My father saw that things were improving, so he decided to help the landlord by increasing the annual rent as a gesture of gratitude. Who knew that because of this kindness, Old Man Siyu began to grow greedy. He wanted to take back the shop to rent it to others at a higher price. He used every trick in the book to force us to leave." Xu Yanhao frowned and asked what tricks. Zhao Shaoer took a deep breath and continued with anger in his voice. "Our family originally sold noodles, but they opened several noodle shops right next door. Prices were so cheap, it was like giving them away to steal customers. But even worse, at midnight someone pretended to be a ghost wailing around the shop. No one dared to come by anymore. Then Old Man Siyu spread rumors that this place was haunted, making our shop even more deserted. My father, due to excessive anger, fell seriously ill and became bedridden. He couldn't move anymore. Once when I went out to invite a doctor, they took advantage of the opportunity to come and insult my father, forcing him to sign an unreasonable agreement. Old man Siu even came to the sickbed, pretending to be righteous and showing concern, saying, "Brother, we've been friends for so many years, I can help you. If you can earn 10,000 taels of silver in a month, I'll let you continue renting this shop. But if you can't, I'll have to transfer it to someone else. This location is very valuable now. You know that. Earning 10,000 taels is easy. If you can afford the rent, then I'll be at ease letting you continue your business." His face full of disappointment and embarrassment. My father could only firmly say that the contract was clear and the rent couldn't be increased. But old man Siu just smiled sinisterly and advised, "Rivers have bends. People have ups and downs. Brother, you must take care of your health. Don't be too stressed. Let me help you this time. Just sign the agreement, and everything will be fine." Hearing this, all the customers in the shop showed their indignation. They couldn't help but feel outraged. A girl couldn't hold back and spoke up, "Old man Siu is really despicable, using such vile tactics while pretending to be virtuous. He's truly shameless." Shuyentian Doa just smiled calmly and replied, "It's just business. There's nothing new about this. This is a game of the strong. The strong do as they please. The weak can only suffer." Zhao Shower said sadly, "Actually, with the current business situation, many noodle shops are competing. We really can't earn 10,000 taels of silver, so I had to try selling stinky tofu to see how it goes." The girl from earlier continued with a skeptical look and frowned. "Stinky tofu. That thing smells so bad. Who could eat it?" As Zhao Shower was about to explain, Xianhao quickly covered his mouth. With a serious expression, he said, "It's not that we can't earn 10,000 taels of silver. The issue is how to keep the shop standing, to truly win the customers' hearts. Don't just think about quantity. You must think about quality." Zhao Shower, with his mouth covered, could only make muffled, unintelligible sounds. Xian Duo then stepped forward and gently asked, "What's your name?" Zhao Shower bowed his head and replied, "This humble one is Zhao Shower." Xian Duo nodded slightly. Then she took out a stack of bank notes from her bag and handed them to him. She said softly, "This is 80,000 taels. I'm buying your stinky tofu recipe for Xiaohei." Zhao Shower was stunned and exclaimed in disbelief, "The stinky tofu recipe for Xiaohei?" The entire shop was shocked. No one expected her to do this. Xianhao stood beside her, his face flushed red. He was so embarrassed he didn't know where to hide. He could only stand there silently. Xian Duo was extremely generous. With a determined expression, she took the money bag and poured a pile of shiny gold ingots into Zhao Shower's hat, creating a resounding noise. She calmly said, but her words concealed strong confidence, "I value this shop highly, and I also have great faith in your abilities. Do your best this month. You can definitely make something happen." Her eyes sparkled with hope and expectation also. "Here's 100,000 taels as my share capital. If there's any loss, it will be counted against our Xian family." Xian Duo spent money while feeling extremely delighted and excited to the point where she couldn't hide her joy. It's best if it all goes to waste. She thought to herself, "You'll all have some extra money for yourselves, and then you can run away. That old Master Chu, I could tell at a glance he's not a good person, and he's close with the prefect. We don't want to get involved with such people. 180,000 taels is enough for you two to start over. If you have any sense, you should run quickly. You can do anything with it." In Zhao Shower's heart, as he held the pile of gold ingots that Xian Duo had just given him, he felt dizzy and couldn't believe his eyes. So much. He mumbled as if he couldn't understand it all. Xian Duo turned around, still maintaining a calm demeanor. She said problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. In her heart, joy and excitement were surging. The system not giving a warning was also a sign that this expenditure was completely reasonable and successful. Very good, she thought to herself. True Chuni, though still confused, felt a miraculous strength from Huin Tian Doa's actions. Worriedly, he said, "Miss Huin, investing in shares is a big deal." He tried hard to suppress his anxiety. "Do you really trust me?" Huin Tian Doa turned away and replied without looking back, "About that later. If you're free, find Little Black. I am Busi. Goodbye." Then she and Huin Hao left. True Chuni stood still, moved to the point of choking up. His heart felt torn apart. When he got home, True Chuni was feeding porridge to his father. But seeing his son's teary-eyed, about-to-cry expression, he worriedly asked, "Chuni, what's wrong?" True Chuni whimpered, tears welling up. "Father, I've met a female bodhisattva. With a bodhisattva guiding the way, I will definitely not give up." True Chuni's father, not understanding what he was saying, gently asked, "What female bodhisattva?" True Chuni, still lost in thought, held his head worriedly. In his mind, he only thought about the special dish he had to create. That's right, today the young miss specially ordered a lot of stinky tofu. She even bought the recipe. It shows that the young miss values this dish greatly. But unfortunately, I don't have money to promote it to the common people who don't know about this miraculous dish yet. He sighed and recalled what the young miss had said. The young miss also said our noodles are very delicious. True Chuni suddenly had an idea. How to combine noodles and stinky tofu. The biggest characteristic of stinky tofu is its strong odor. So I must create a bowl of noodles that's both stinky and fragrant. Smells bad, but tastes extremely good. He thought about the recipe and began to search for new ingredients. Things that no one had thought of. A bowl of noodles that smells bad, but tastes as wonderful as a dish of the gods. He embarked on a journey to find the perfect ingredients. He even went into the forest, standing in the rain. Determined not to give up, he shouted with a voice full of confidence. True Chuni, completely understand now. Thank you, young miss. He looked up, tears streaming down, feeling as if a miraculous power was guiding him. He couldn't stop. Then he ran hurriedly into the forest, standing in the pouring rain, with a heart full of determination, screaming as if to tear the sky apart. It was because the young miss had written these words before, making him believe even more in his abilities. That he could do it. The young miss had given him such a large sum of money, not even asking for a promissory note. He clearly felt that this was the trust the young miss placed in him. I can't let down the young miss's trust. He told himself, I must figure it out. I must succeed. Suddenly, as he bent down, his eyes accidentally caught sight of snails scattered on the ground. A light flashed in his mind, and then everything suddenly became clear. So that's it. True Chuni hurriedly gathered up the snails. His hands trembled, unable to contain his excitement. He hugged them to his chest as if he had found a treasure. This is exactly what the young miss wanted to hint at. He thought to himself, tears streaming down his face. The dish smells foul, but tastes delicious when eaten. Combined with the stinky tofu recipe, he felt excited and confident. True Chuni couldn't contain the joy in his heart and shouted, True Chuni, have completely understood. Thank you, young miss. He panted. He felt an invisible strength from the words of the young miss's teachings, from everything she had done for him. Suddenly, it started pouring with thunder and lightning echoing like a great omen from the other side. When Tien Doa, sitting inside, suddenly sneezed. She wondered if someone was cursing her. At this moment, Huen Hao gently brought her a bowl of ginger soup. The ginger soup's spicy aroma warmed her up. Huen Tien Doa nodded slightly in thanks. Her eyes sparkled with meaning. Thank you, Xiaohei. Huen Hao knelt on one knee. He placed the soup bowl on the table and spoke in a deep, warm voice. I am the young Mrs. Personal Servant. Serving you is my duty. No need to thank me. Huen Tien Doa suddenly looked at him with a slight smile. I don't see you as a servant at all. Huen Hao was surprised to hear this. He involuntarily let out a huh. Huen Tien Doa sat firmly on the long chair. Her eyes were calm. She gently raised her finger, slowly lifting Huen Hao's chin. She replied with gentleness, You're my little brother. Huen Hao blushed and quickly turned away. He didn't dare look at her directly, silently wondering why. Huen Tien Doa closed her eyes in deep thought, as if questioning herself. Being this mask, but in front of you, I can return to being myself. She sighed and gently reminded Huen how to go to bed early. After Huen Hao closed her door, he thought to himself, wearing a mask. I'm the same, wearing the mask of the 8th prince. Only in front of her can I return to being myself. It seemed there was a strange connection between them, an invisible bond that both could feel. Huen Hao pondered deeply, looking at Huen Tien Doa differently. Indeed, she was a very interesting woman. She could make him change his mind. He even felt he could spare her life. But just as he was about to leave, suddenly a knock broke his train of thought. Huen Tien Doa's sweet voice came from the room. Xiaohei, bring me a basin of hot water to wash my feet, please. Huen Hao was about to change his decision, no longer wanting to kill her. But then he heard that request. Anger suddenly rose in his heart. He clenched his fist, gritting his teeth and thinking, I should still kill her after all. Irritated, he went to get hot water, to wash her feet. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared on the rooftop. It was Huyen Du. He stood there with a contemptuous smirk. Huyen Hao, the noble royal descendant of the Fa Tian continent, Prince Huyen Hao, is now carrying water to wash a woman's feet. If this gets out to the emperor and the people of the world, you'll be the biggest laughingstock for thousands of years. Ha ha ha. Huyen Hao glanced at him, his face darkening as he coldly said, "Seventh brother, you're not dead yet." Huyen Du proudly patted his chest, boasting, "Of course, I have the fate of a true dragon entering the world. Did you think after I was severely injured and fell off the cliff, I couldn't survive? Too naive." Huyen Hao clenched his fist, his eyes sharp. He said in a deep voice, "So that's how it is. You've broken the rules. We 9 people compete only using our own strength. Absolutely no outsiders allowed. Have you forgotten?" Hearing this, Huyen Du's face suddenly changed, becoming panicked. Huyen Hao coldly continued, "Where's the Grand Eunuch Hao Tuk Bao, who's following you? For a shameless thing like you, coming up from the gutter and healing must have taken quite some effort, huh? I commend you for being so cunning. Or are you just stupid?" Huyen Du was struck right in his weak spot, not knowing how to respond. After a long while, he finally smirked, feigning calmness. "Umph. So what if Tuk Bao intervened? You're dead anyway. No one will know the truth." Huyen Hao glanced at him and sneered contemptuously. "Just relying on you lot to hold me back. No chance. Huyen Du elaf de sinisterly. That's why I prepared in advance." At that moment, Huyen Hao suddenly heard a noise. He immediately turned around to see Tuk Bao holding Huyen Tian Doa captive. She had fainted. Huyen Hao hurriedly called out, "Huyen Tian Doa," but she had passed out and didn't respond. Huyen Du jumped down from the roof, standing in front of Huyen Hao with a contemptuous look. "After observing for a few days, you've developed feelings for this woman. I can't believe you'd go as far as serving her, carrying water to wash her feet. Our cold-hearted 8th brother has actually blossomed. I, your 7th brother, am deeply moved. So I wonder if you'd be willing to break one of your own legs for this woman. Or should I break her leg while you take the chance to escape?" Huyen Hao couldn't believe what he just heard. He never thought Huyen Du could be so despicable and vile. Anger rose within him, making him grit his teeth and say in a low voice, "I never thought you'd be so despicable." Huyen Du calmly replied, his tone as if nothing had happened, "8th brother, you're being modest. When it comes to cruelty and vileness, who could be your match? 3rd brother was forced by you to become a monk. 5th brother crippled his own martial arts and lost all his wealth just to keep his life. Then you have no right to speak about me, do you?" Suddenly, Huyen Hao looked straight at Huyen Hu and asked a question that made him slightly stunned. "Then why do you still want to come here?" This question hit Huyen Hu's weak spot. He immediately became a bit shaken, hesitating, not answering right away. Tuk Bao stood behind, eyes vigilant, not moving a step, monitoring every action of Huyen Hao. The tension in the air became heavier than ever. Huyen Hao now seemed to be truly angry. He gritted his teeth, his voice cold as a sharp knife. "You know well my cruel methods. I kill without blinking an eye. Yet you dare to run to my territory in the middle of the night. Should I say you're naive or what?" Huyen Hu felt a bit scared, but he still tried to maintain his composure. Pointing at the motionless Huyen Tian Doa, he said, "Aren't you afraid I'll harm this woman?" Huyen Hao just shrugged, his face unchanged. He replied coldly, "I also don't understand how a cold-hearted person like me, why you would have such a misunderstanding about me. Thigh or calf, it doesn't matter. A knife to the neck would be even better. They're all just tools to be used. If she dies, the Huyen family's assets still can't escape my grasp. On the contrary, you still haven't realized yet." A sudden killing intent emanated from Huyen Hao, making the space seem to freeze. Huyen Hu and Tuk Bao immediately became alert. A faint scent wafted over, making them frown. This smell was strange, a subtle medicinal scent. Huyen Hao calmly spoke. "These past days I've been diligently watering and sweeping. Also took the chance to plant some rare flowers and herbs. Usually, I put antidotes in the drinking water. That's why everyone in the mansion is safe and sound." Huyen Hu and Tuk Bao immediately covered their noses, realizing the situation wasn't good. Huyen Hao continued in a mocking tone, "And you've been standing here talking to me for nearly 10 minutes now, right? The drug is about to take effect." Then Huyen Hao smirked coldly. "Dear 7th brother, do you remember? 10 years ago at the Imperial Academy, you stole my wooden horse and got me punished with 10 palm strikes by the Grand Tutor. Today I'll only cut you 100 times as payback." Hearing this, Huyen Hu's face changed in panic, looking at Huyen Hao approaching him. He instinctively shouted, You stop right there. Tuk Bao, retreat quickly." Tuk Bao immediately threw Huyen Tian Doa towards Huyen Hao, then grabbed Huyen Hu's hand and hurriedly fled. Huan Hao caught Huan Tiandoa. She was still unconscious, but he didn't have time to think much, only worried about getting her to safety after the two had fled. Huan Hao sighed in relief, but suddenly the sound of approaching footsteps made him turn back alertly. He saw Huan Na standing behind, not knowing how much she had heard. Huan Hao turned his head, his sharp eyes not leaving her. He slightly frowned. She is Huan Na, the illegitimate child that the Huan family had only recently taken in. Even so, Huan Hao still felt somewhat surprised. She and Huan Tiandoa had no interaction whatsoever, no close relationship of any kind. Yet today she appeared right here. A sense of caution suddenly arose in Huan Hao's heart, an inexplicable worry. He wondered if she might have some ulterior motive behind this sudden appearance, or should he just silence her for good? Before he could gather his thoughts, Huan Na suddenly broke the silence with a sharp statement. "You're lying." Her words were like a hard slap to Huan Hao's face, making him flinch, his eyes widening in shock. Huan Hao asked hesitantly, unable to understand what was happening. But Huan Na didn't hesitate. She continued with a sharp tone. "You didn't put any antidote in the mansion's drinking water, because these plants are completely non-toxic." Her words left Huan Hao dumbfounded. He coldly asked back, "How can you be so sure?" Huan Na replied decisively, without hesitation of course, "Because I grew all these herbs." This statement hit Huan Hao like a direct blow to his heart. He thought to himself, "I just randomly picked something to scare them. Didn't expect to run into the actual owner." Nevertheless, Huan Hao bent down holding the unconscious Huan Tiandoa in his arms, about to explain, but before he could say anything, Huan Na interrupted. "No need to explain. I know everything." Her words felt like a punch to his back, making Huan Hao feel a chill down his spine. He felt as if his entire body was breaking out in a cold sweat. A wave of extreme confusion suddenly rose in his heart. "What do you know?" Huan Na, not at all flustered, looked at him with confident eyes, then answered seriously, "Actually, to take care of the herbs at night, I often come here secretly. I know a bit about what's been happening." Her words made Huan Hao feel extremely uneasy. An inexplicable worry arose in his heart. He thought to himself, "Wait, why in the middle of the night is she running back and forth planting flowers without me noticing any movement at all?" He wondered if it was because he was injured or felt too safe in the mansion that he let his guard down. Not stopping there, at this moment Huan Na changed her attitude again. She suddenly seemed to reveal deep emotion, her eyes welling up, her voice full of feeling. "You and Big Sister are truly a pair of star-crossed lovers. It's touching." Huan Hao suddenly felt pushed into an awkward situation. He pointed at himself and Huan Tiandoa, completely unable to understand what she was saying. "No need to explain. I understand everything. Nothing escapes my observation. Since I entered the mansion, I've seen that Big Sister has always been cold and arrogant towards any matter. She seemed not to care about anything. She was like a celestial maiden from heaven, without desire or emotion, not caring about anyone or anything. Many times I wanted to approach her, trying to talk to her, but she always avoided me." Her words were full of admiration. Her eyes shone with adoration, making Huan Hao feel surprised. She continued, "But only you are different. Since you appeared by Big Sister's side." She gradually smiled more, started to change, even learn about business, started to step out of the mansion, interacting with worldly things that she never wanted before. When she's with you, her steps become lighter. The air around her is no longer ice cold. She paused for a moment, then looked at Tiandoa with admiring eyes. Continued, "Even she allowed you to fetch water to wash her feet. Finally, I understood that all those changes were because of you. Big Sister could only change like that." Xuanya's words made Huan Hao feel a bit confused. He didn't know how to react, thinking to himself, "Because of me? Why is she saying this?" Xuanya continued to push the boat with a touched expression. "Have you ever thought about why Big Sister is like this? Is it that everything happened after you appeared in her life?" These words made Huan Hao pause to think. He held Tiandoa tightly in his arms. Listening to Xuanya's words, he felt they made sense. He suddenly remembered the first time he met Tiandoa. When investigating the case, she was indeed as described. But after interacting, Tiandoa was completely different. From their first meeting in the alley, she helped him chase away the fierce dog, a noble young lady from a wealthy family. Cold yet clumsily swinging a broom, making everything dusty, she even thought he would be in danger. Just to help him recover, she took him in, always by his side, taking care of him, Xuanhao looked at Zuan Tianduo lying in his arms. His heart pounding, he suddenly wondered, could she really feel this way about me? Xuanya seemed deeply invested in the situation. Pushing the boat with tears in her eyes, she said, "That's right, she treats you it's so touching. That's why tonight's events happened. Your family wanted to take you away, despite threatening Big Sister to end your relationship. But you'd rather die than go with them. Despite that, you must be from some noble official's family. Perhaps you were already betrothed long ago. But you love Big Sister. You only love her, right? If not her, you won't marry anyone else. For her, you left your home, in hiding, voluntarily becoming a servant just to be by her side. Oh, this love truly makes one's heart ache endlessly. More captivating than novel stories. It makes one want to cry." After Huan Na finished speaking, her hand kept gently patting her handkerchief, as if she was deeply moved. She continued walking towards Huan Hao and took his hand, speaking with a voice full of sincerity. "Don't worry. I will definitely support you too. Please continue your love. As long as you two are together, you will surely overcome all difficulties. Be happy forever." Huan Hao looked at Huan Na's infatuated appearance. He couldn't help but think to himself, is there something wrong with this woman's mind? After the conversation, Huan Hao carried Huan Tian Doa into the room. He kept thinking about Huan Na's words from earlier. She had clearly said she wouldn't reveal the secret, but Huan Hao still felt worried and uneasy. He thought to himself, stay strong. Finally, that Anna's left. Damn it. But then, he remembered Huan Na's infatuated look from earlier. Her bright eyes staring intently at him, as if she wanted to devour him whole. It made him shudder. So scary in old 7-2. It's really troublesome, Huan Hao thought. He looked at Huan Tian Doa lying on the bed. The idea of killing her crossed his mind again. If it weren't for this woman, how could old 7 find a weakness? Just kill her, he told himself. But in his heart, he felt a strong urge to leave this place, recover from his injuries, and then kill those hateful people. At that moment, Huan Tian Doa suddenly talked in her sleep. She swung her hand and slapped Huan Hao's face hard. She irritably shouted, "Mosquito." Then she raised her hand and hit randomly everywhere. "Kill you all, you dead dogs. Don't scratch me." Huan Hao immediately dodged, angry inside. Didn't this woman faint? She fainted but still isn't behaving. "You believe I won't." He was about to approach her, but Huan Tian Doa suddenly raised her leg and kicked him. Huan Hao was furious, his heart full of anger. Damn it, if I don't kill her today, I don't deserve the name Blood Azura. He angrily pressed himself on top of Huan Tian Doa, determined to finish this matter. But when he looked down at her beautiful face, suddenly his heart started pounding. Huan Hao suddenly felt embarrassed. Her red lips seemed to be inviting him, making him unable to control himself. Unconsciously, he moved closer. Their lips almost touched. At that moment, Huan Hao suddenly came to his senses and pulled back in panic. He covered his mouth and said to himself, "What am I doing? I can't believe myself." He quickly backed away, feeling that he couldn't control himself. Then he remembered Huan Na's words, reminding him that Huan Tian Doa had feelings for him. Thinking carefully, he realized she wasn't wrong. From the very beginning, Huan Tian Doa's treatment of him was completely different compared to others. She often said things that outsiders couldn't hear, cold and arrogant to everyone else. But with him it was different, always showing her true nature, always letting him take care of her, never leaving her side. Even her former attendants, she sent them away. As long as he was by her side, everything seemed to clearly indicate that. She had fallen for him. Huan Hao looked at Huan Tian Doa lying in bed, holding her hand tightly and thinking to himself that she loves him. Then he moved closer and gently pinched her cheek, as if to confirm his feelings. But his heart couldn't stop pounding. However, Huan Hao still couldn't escape the thoughts and obsessions in his mind. He told himself, even though I'm the 8th prince of the current royal family, the one who was destined to become emperor, a heartless emperor, how could I be moved by someone like her? For him, feelings were just a luxury that others could seek. But he had long decided that in this life, he would not let his heart be led astray. In the end, it's just her who voluntarily loves one-sidedly. But there's no hope. Huan Hao, I've already decided. I can't let my heart be moved by anyone. He thought to himself, but then he pinched Huan Tian Doa's cheek again, with a look of contempt. Poor woman, you have no hope. Anyway, because of your foolish infatuation, I can spare your life. Later, I might accept you as a maid. It's not impossible. Suddenly, Huan Hao felt he was so generous and kind he chuckled to himself. Then he looked at Huan Tian Doa for a long time. A thought came to his mind. He realized that over the past few days, She had been acting contrary to everyone's expectations. It seemed like she was deliberately spending money, and he couldn't understand the reason for this waste. What benefit could it bring her? But a part of him still felt that something wasn't right, as if she was looking for a way out. After all, she is someone who will become his maid in the future, so she certainly can't be an ordinary person. He smiled slightly, amused, and helped her up, then gently caressed her face. This prince will stay here to see what exactly you're planning. By the way, I'll give you more chances to approach this prince, to be by this prince's side, so that when the time comes, you can cry your heart out from heartbreak. It really makes me feel intrigued, Huyen Hao thought to himself, then decided to create opportunities for Huyen Tiandoa to get closer to him. The Huyen family's assets are vast. Tomorrow he will find a reason to increase the security to protect the safety of the young miss. Just say it's necessary to protect you. Afraid that old Seven will come again. My wound is almost healed. By then I'll pretend to be weak. That's exactly a trap. Old Seven's death won't be difficult either. He happily pinched Huyen Tiandoa's ear once, then leaned in to whisper in her ear, if you like this prince, then this prince will be greatly merciful. Give you more chances to be close to this prince, just like raising a spoiled pet. But remember clearly, you're just a pet. Huyen Hao cupped Huyen Tiandoa's face, gently kissed her lips, then silently determined in his heart. No matter what, he absolutely won't love her. The next day, Huyen Tiandoa woke up in a state of confusion and bewilderment. She couldn't understand why she slept so soundly yesterday. Didn't dream of anything special. She quietly patted her shoulder, suddenly felt pain running through her body, making her squint her eyes and wonder if Huyen Hao had done something to her last night. Before she could understand, the door suddenly opened. Huyen Hao entered carrying a tray full of food. He looked at her and asked in a deep, warm voice, "Awake already?" Huyen Tiandoa saw the table full of delicious dishes. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh, so much." Huyen Hao smiled gently and replied, "This is from the kitchen, just cooked. Don't know what you like to eat, so I took everything." She looked at the pile of food on the table and said softly, "Thank you very much. Xiaohei, this is too much for me to finish. You should sit down and eat with me." Huyen Hao hesitated a bit, but finally didn't refuse and said, "All right." In his heart, he happily thought this little girl isn't bad. She wants to be alone with me. This prince will reluctantly give her this chance then. Huyen Tiandoa happily picked up food, feeling relaxed. In her heart, she told herself, no need to have breakfast with parents or little brother like this, don't have to lose too much image. She smiled smugly and said, "Xiaohei, from now on just bring breakfast to my room. We'll eat together." Huyen Hao, hearing this, misunderstood again and also happily replied, "As you wish, young Mississippi." Suddenly, Huyen Tiandoa looked at him, her eyes flickering with doubt. "Ah, Xiaohei, didn't you sleep well last night? Your eye bags are all dark. Are you all right? Or are you sick? Do you want to see a doctor?" Huyen Hao stroked his hair and replied, "I'm fine. Just a bit homesick, so I slept late." Huyen Tiandoa nodded and asked further, "Homesick? Xiaohei, where exactly is your hometown? What's your name? I've never asked." Huyen Hao scratched his head and lied, My hometown is in a very far place. It's called Liang Village. It's a small village with only elderly people living alone and orphans. Very poor and miserable. My childhood wish was to leave the village, to go see the outside world. So I tried hard to practice martial arts. Finally made it to the town. He sighed and clapped his hands to change the subject. "Oh, no need to talk about those things anymore. Now that I've met the young lady, I've finally found happiness." Hearing this, Swanky Induo happily patted his head and said gently, "All right, I understand. Be good, little one. From now on, just follow me and I'll protect you." Xuan Hao smiled happily and obediently replied, "Yes, of course." Suddenly, Swanky Anduo frowned. Her face became serious. "But you've made a big mistake." Xuan Hao was startled. His heart panicked. He worried to himself, could it be that she has discovered something? Has she been investigating me for a long time? Are we exposed? He hurriedly tried to calm himself down. Swanky Anduo looked at him. Her eyes lit up, sparkling. Then she suddenly spoke. "The elderly living alone, the poor orphanage village. Oh, is that so? I must go and donate. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You're treating me like an outsider." Xuan Hao looked at her determined expression, not yet able to process it. He could only stare blankly for a moment. "Donate?" Swanky Inuo happily said, "That's right. Actually, I've wanted to establish a charity fund for a long time to help those in need throughout the world." She thought to herself, anyway, the system doesn't allow reckless spending. Donating money to those who really need help is also a righteous thing to do. However, she still couldn't find suitable people to help. After all, always staying in the Lee mansion. She didn't know where to go to do good deeds. And in this feudal society, there were no welfare organizations like in modern times. Wanting to find people qualified for donations was truly difficult. In her heart, a wave of indignation rose. She silently cursed this garbage system. Only now did she truly understand the feeling of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. This feeling was unbelievable. Clearly having money, but unable to spend it. As she was pondering, Xuan Hao suddenly stood up. His eyes lit up with excitement as he said, "Now let's go to your hometown to give money to everyone." Swankianduo was surprised. Before she could react, Xuan Hao had already grabbed her hand and said anxiously, wait. He was a bit flustered, fumbling, not knowing how to explain. He finally just said, "Young lady, it's a long journey that needs long-term preparation. Ahem, let's do this. I'll send a letter home first to tell them to prepare." Swankianduo happily nodded and replied, "That's right, don't scare them too much." She smiled and continued, "Then wait until you've made contact, and I'll go back to your hometown with you." When he heard the phrase, "go back home with me," Xuan Hao suddenly felt embarrassed inside. He inadvertently imagined, could Swankianduo going back home with him be a sign that she wanted to marry him? Bowing at the wedding ceremony, the more Xuan Hao thought, the more unbelievable it seemed. He clutched his chest, full of worry. "Isn't it too fast?" Huan Tian Doa spoke while eating. "Hurry up. It's not fast enough at all. I still think it's too slow. We'll leave next month at the latest. Go back to your hometown. Just decide that." Huan Hao knew he couldn't persuade her. He could only respond, "All right then." In his mind, he started thinking that he should tell the people on the other side to prepare a bit. Luongthon really exists. Huan Hao thought to himself, it's just orphans and lonely elderly people. But it's not a poor area at all. It's where the secret guards are. Loyal subjects that I, the prince, have carefully nurtured. A large group of assassins and soldiers. If this girl wants to spend money, it's just the right time. I have to support many people. Of course, I need military funds. And there's also father's suppression order. If it weren't for her liking me, I would have robbed and destroyed the Huan mansion in one fell swoop. Seized all their assets already. Huan Hao thought to himself. But now, there's no need to rush. After all, she's my pet. What's hers is also mine. Helping me support my soldiers is only natural. Once I finish this matter, taking her out for fun wouldn't be a problem. He imagined himself and Huan Tiandoe happily strolling together, chatting about everything under the sun, joyful and harmonious. Traveling, sightseeing, laughing, and talking happily. Oh, I'm really kind-hearted, Huan Hao thought to himself. An owner willing to think for his pet. The more he thought, the more proud he felt. Huan Tiandoe sat on the table, eating while handing a bun to Huan Hao, saying, "Little Black, I don't like red bean buns, you can have it." Huan Hao, like a pet receiving food from its master, happily accepted it, feeling warmth in his heart. It was raining heavily today. Heavy raindrops fell, creating long streaks of water on the ground. The prince led Huan Tiandoe on a mountain patrol. When they arrived and saw Uncle Trung waiting, they immediately became flustered. Seeing her, Uncle Trung quickly knelt down, bowing his head respectfully to greet the young miss. Huan Tiandoe coldly asked, "How's the prophet situation lately?" Uncle Trung felt his heart pounding, flustered, and not knowing how to answer. He hurriedly explained, "I dare not hide from the young miss. Due to the rising price of copper, revenue has somewhat decreased. Plus, in recent months, we've had to increase wages and provide benefits to employees, causing the total expenses to increase. The situation is a bit tight. Moreover, importing goods has also become difficult." Huan Tiandoe, upon hearing this, interrupted with a wave of her hand. "It's all right. New goods have arrived. Consumption will naturally increase. And now, investments are all for long-term stability." Uncle Trung broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, he added, "But with new designs and new trends, we don't know if customers will like them or not. If they don't accept them, we've already imported such a large batch of goods. Don't know what to do." Huan Tiandoe replied very calmly, "Trends will change. Thinking it needs guidance. You'll soon understand." After saying that, she turned towards Huan Hao. "Let's go to hack." Huan Hao held an umbrella to shield her from the rain. He quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, young miss." Huan Tiandoe hugged herself, shivering in the rain. Feeling chilled to the bone, she thought to herself, "That damn 8th prince. He feels like he's right beside me, ready to kill me at any moment. It's terrifying. I need to speed up my spending. Last time buying that stinky tofu recipe was reasonable, but it had no effect. She needs to find more reasons to spend money. Otherwise, it will be truly unbearable." While thinking, Suddenly many people rushed by in a hurry, not knowing what they were doing. Someone accidentally bumped into Huyen Tiandoa, almost causing her to fall. But Huyen Hao quickly caught her and worriedly spoke up. "Careful, are you all right?" Young Mississippi Huyen Tiandoa smiled and replied, "I'm fine. Thank you, Tuhac." However, Huyen Hao's heart was burning with anger. He thought to himself, "That bastard dared to touch my pet. Must kill them all." Huyen Tiandoa looked at the crowd ahead and curiously asked, "Strange, what's happening over there? Why is there such a large gathering?" She turned to Huyen Hao, raising an eyebrow, and asked further, "Tuhac, do you smell anything strange?" After hearing that, both of them paid attention, listening and focusing on smelling. After a while, Huyen Hao suddenly felt this scent was very familiar. The stench he had encountered before. Huyen Tiandoa sniffed for a moment, then pondered, "Not quite. It's not like that one. This smell is richer, sourer, and more refreshing." Suddenly, Huyen Hao startled, realizing and breaking into a cold sweat. Could it be the Tuni snail noodle shop over there? Tuni at that snail noodle shop was very excited, loudly advertising. Combined with stinky tofu, it's even richer. Around the shop, countless customers were lining up, waiting for their turn to eat. Huyen Tiandoa heard this and felt like she was struck by lightning, not believing her eyes. "What? Snail noodles? Are you kidding me, you bastard? How could you make such a snail noodle dish? Most importantly, isn't this guy True Tuni? A few days ago, wasn't he still sad, about to go bankrupt? Now why does he look like a completely different person?" She looked around. Seeing the crowded snail noodle shop, she felt extremely panicked. There are too many customers. It's still raining. How can they come to eat in the shop? The shop doesn't even have seats. They have to queue like this. At the same time, a very generous customer cheerfully called out loudly, "True Tuni. True Tuni. From Huyen's shop. We want one more bowl of stinky tofu snail noodles delivered." Huyen Tiandoa suddenly realized the person in front of her was Huyen Dao, a name she couldn't forget. Isn't this name Huyen Dao? Why is he here? She wondered to herself as True Tuni smiled brightly. Unaware of what she was thinking, he cheerfully replied, "Ha, young Master Huyen, it's all thanks to your tavern's promotion that made people know about our snail noodles. In the past, you even provided discounts on wine purchases and gave out coupons for snail noodles. Otherwise, how could we have such a scene like this?" Huyen Dao stood beside him. Very pleased, he grunted and then continued, "Your shop can be considered as having Huyen Zeta invest in Huyen Zeta like this. Of course, the entire shop helped with promotion. If you go bankrupt, then it means my sister's judgment was off." Hearing this, Huyen Tiandoa suddenly felt a bit uneasy inside, but she maintained a calm appearance and replied, "How could my sister's judgment be off? That's absolutely impossible. So I also helped a little bit. The taste of your dish is truly special. At first, everyone didn't accept it, but after trying it, they can't say it's not addictive. So isn't that why it's become like this?" True Tuni, being praised, shyly scratched his head and laughed. Huyen Dao happily continued to recount, "At first, I opposed my sister's business, but now I've also become a loyal fan of snail noodles." True Tuni laughed happily and replied, "Young master, not just you. Even I myself had wanted to give up, but it's all thanks to the young Mrs. Guidance. She encouraged me, and I realized I could achieve this much. The young miss is truly a business genius. I, True Tuni, must learn from the young Mississippi. I'll manage the shop well, try to open more branches, contribute a small effort to Huyen Ra, continue to build its glory." True Tuni's words made Huyen Tiandoa feel even more worried as she listened. It felt like a big wave was surging in her heart. She couldn't let this glory deflate. The feeling of unease was like an undercurrent. She quickly spoke up, "True Tuni, stop. Don't do that." True Tuni saw Huyen Tiandoa arrive. He hurriedly welcomed her, his mouth beaming with a smile. "Young miss, you've arrived." Huyen Tiandoa couldn't hold back and waved her hand. "True Tuni, don't be so short-sighted. Listen to me. You can't sell too many snail noodles." In her heart, she thought, "Otherwise, aren't you about to make a lot of money?" True Tuni, not understanding, asked puzzled, "Can't sell too many. Young miss, what do you mean?" Huyen Tiandoa didn't know what to say and just stammered. At that moment, True Tuni suddenly exclaimed, "I understand. I completely understand." Then he shouted loudly as he ran towards the customers eating snail noodles. He announced, "Dear customers, from today on, our shop snail noodles are limited to 200 bowls per day." Everyone who was eating was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. True Tuni replied with a very determined look. Yes, to have more time to research new dishes, take care of my elderly father, and improve myself for long-term development. Our snail noodles will only be sold 200 bowls per day. Each bowl's price will increase by 2 coins, and we'll stop selling when 200 bowls are gone, first come, first served. The people in line, hearing the announcement of the 200 bowl limit, immediately became noisy. The sound of arguments echoed throughout the shop. The limit won't work. This makes me even more curious. I must try it, someone in the crowd shouted. Curiosity clearly made everyone more enthusiastic. Initially, they only planned to use discount coupons to try it. Unexpectedly, selling only 200 bowls created such a chaotic scene. Why only 200 bowls? Sell it to me. Some people in the crowd started to push and shove. They kept shouting and jostling each other. Don't push. I'm addicted to these snail noodles already. How can we bear with only 200 bowls? Another person enthusiastically called out, True Tuni, when will you research new dishes? Last time you mentioned a durian dish. Is it really good? Huyen Tian, DOA, stood watching the chaotic scene before her and felt extremely withered. She couldn't believe the situation had developed in this direction. In her heart, she could only curse silently. Oh my God. Huyen Dao stood watching the crowd pushing and shoving, couldn't help but stroke his chin and smile, thinking, so that's how it is. This is a marketing strategy. Starving to the limit is the most effective. Not having something makes people want it even more. Always creating a commotion. After all, snail noodles are a strange dish. Trying something new will quickly make customers curious and quickly bored. He looked satisfyingly towards his elder sister, proud of the strategy she came up with. But before his joy could subside, he saw Huyen Dao standing beside him with a pensive look, as if she didn't agree with this quantity limitation. Look, the snail noodles have been upgraded in status, Huyen Dao said in a self-satisfied tone. Those who initially just wanted to try it now have to line up, pushing and sweating for fear of running out of bowls. Really, the harder it is to get snail noodles, the more people appreciate them. Look at those eating the snail noodles. Everyone is praising how delicious it is. Some even slurp up all the broth. Huyen Dao became more confident in his sister's strategy, believing it to be a business masterstroke. What's hard to get is more cherished, and when eaten, it tastes even better, he thought to himself, eyes shining brightly. Big sister is truly a business genius. And then Huyen Dao happily whispered into Huyen Tian Dao's ear, Sister, I just asked. True Tuni has successfully earned the silver as agreed. This shop can be considered saved now. Our family's investment won't be lost. Sister, accept your little brother's bow. He happily clasped his hands, his voice full of reverence. Sister, you're so amazing. Impressive, impressive. Huyen Dao thought he had succeeded in finding profits for the family. But when he saw Huyen Tian Dao standing there, suddenly collapsing, he was startled and panicked. Big sister. Huyen Dao called out loudly. Huyen Hao was also shocked to see her fall. Both of them immediately rushed to help her up, their eyes filled with indescribable worry. Huyen Tian Dao at this moment felt as if she couldn't breathe. It felt like she was about to die. Her body had no strength left. Huyen Dao quickly ran to support Huyen Tian Dao. Panicking, he asked, Big sister, are you all right? But as soon as Huyen Hao saw this scene, he said nothing and immediately kicked Huyen Dao away, not letting him cause more chaos. He quickly embraced Huyen Tian Dao and lifted her up. In his mind, there was only one thought. He must take her to the infirmary immediately. However, before he could do anything, Huyen Tian Dao suddenly reached out and touched his chest. This made Huyen Hao momentarily embarrassed. His heart raced to the point where he could hear it beating in his chest. Then Huyen Tian Dao gradually opened her eyes. Her face showed a hint of sadness. But then she stood up, forced a smile, and looked towards True Tuni, saying, True Tuni, follow me in here. True Tuni worriedly approached and asked, Yes, young Mississippi. Are you all right? Huyen Tian Dao replied, It's nothing. Just an old illness that flares up occasionally. Come on. Hearing this, True Tuni couldn't help but feel heartbroken. So that's how it is, True Tuni thought to himself. It's from years of hard work and dedication to the Huyen family. Then he immediately replied, Yes, I must try harder. I can't always rely on the young miss. I must share the worries with the young Mississippi. I can't always depend on the Huyen family. Otherwise, how can I repay them? At the same time, Tru Chuni handed over the expense ledger for Huyen Tian Doa to see. Worriedly, he said, "Young miss, this is the expense ledger of the shop. Please take a look. If we continue at this rate, we can recover our capital by next year." Huyen Tian Doa quickly glanced through the ledger. She immediately said, "Too slow." Tru Chuni heard this and was confused. Huyen Tian Doa sat up straight and said seriously, "By next year, the novelty of snail noodles will have long passed. By then, sales will decline, and we won't make any profit." Tru Chuni heard this and looked worried. He asked, "What does the young miss mean?" But before he could finish, Huyen Tian Doa suddenly took out a stack of banknotes from her pocket. She tossed them to Tru Chuni. Then she continued to throw many gold ingots. All of them fell into his hands. She said very generously, "Here are 200,000 taels in banknotes. Take them. First, buy this shop." Tru Chuni couldn't believe what he had just heard. He stammered, "Buy it back. But that greedy landlord knows our business is doing well. He will surely try to squeeze us for all we're worth. I'm afraid the price will increase several times. Why doesn't the young miss buy another shop? It might be a bit out of the way, but it'll be cheaper." No, we'll buy this place. It's already known to customers. Changing to another location would require a lot of effort to rebuild from scratch. Let's continue developing this place. Tru Chuni clasped his hands and obediently listened. "Yes, but this amount is too much. Buying a shop doesn't require that much." Huyen Doa looked at him determinedly and said, "The remaining money, I want you to use it within a month to open 3 more branches in this city. Within 3 months, including the surrounding towns and villages, there must be at least 10 branches. This money is your startup capital." Hearing this, Tru Chuni felt like he couldn't believe his ears. He stammered, "Open so many shops." Then Tru Chuni immediately knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Young miss, this humble one's abilities are limited. Opening one shop is fine, but so many. I'm afraid." Huyen Tian Doa immediately pulled him up by the shoulder and shouted, "Tru Chuni, you can do it." Her words were like a powerful encouragement, making Tru Chuni feel as if he had been given extra strength. He looked at her, tears welling up in his eyes, and choked out, "Young miss, this humble one will definitely try his best." Huyen Tian Doa didn't stop there, but continued to remind him, "Moreover, before the task I've given you is completed, this place must absolutely not use the power of the Shuyan family or Shuyan Dao. He has never really done business. If you just follow his words, this will fail. People focus on results. You must complete everything by yourself. Regardless of advice or objections from anyone, just have faith in yourself. Focus on spending money and doing a good job. Understand?" The support from Huyen Tian Doa made Tru Chuni feel empowered. He clenched his fists and nodded with determination. "Yes, young miss. This humble one understands." Then he looked at the stack of banknotes and gold bars that Huyen Tian Doa had just given him. His hands trembled as he took them, tears rolling down his cheeks. He thought to himself, "The young miss trusts me so much. Entrusting all this money to someone who has no relation to her. How can I not be moved? This is not just an investment. It's a great challenge. Such a large sum of money. She just casually hands it to me. It shows her absolute faith in my abilities. So then I must try my best not to disappoint the young miss's expectations." Tru Chuni told himself, "The young miss has requested that within 3 months, I must open 10 branch shops. But why stop at just 10 shops? It's best to open 20 new shops to live up to that trust. By then, the young mistress will surely praise me." He hugged the gold and banknotes tightly, constantly reminding himself to try harder. After assigning the task, Huyen Tian Doa stepped out of the room and let out a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I intervened in time." She thought if not, his snail noodles would have become famous. It would have been impossible to resolve. She continued to calculate, feeling very satisfied with her decision. Now, giving him more money to open more shops. The more stores, the better. Such a young man having to manage so many shops by himself. Without the help of the Huyen family, how could he succeed? Even if he loses money, let him lose it all by himself. She chuckled, her heart full of joy, confident in her plan. He will fail. Sometimes you have to let others experience difficulties themselves. But in the end, his determination will succeed. My encouragement will be the key to help him overcome everything on this side. Tru Chuni was full of determination, his hand clenched tight, his eyes shining bright. Nothing in this world is difficult, only fear that people lack the will. I must succeed. Today the weather is wonderful. The sky is clear, with gentle sunlight shining down. Huyen Tian Doa sat comfortably on a chair in the garden, enjoying every peaceful moment of a beautiful day. This feeling is so comfortable, as she was surrounded by the romantic atmosphere of fresh flowers and grass. Huinhao sat beside her, gently moving the chair higher and feeding ripe grapes to Huin Tian Doa. She smiled, savoring every peaceful moment. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out, and right after that was Cam Ni's panicked voice. The maid of young Mistress Huin Tian Doa. It's not good. Huin Tian Doa was enjoying the grapes. Hearing Cam Ni's voice, she startled, causing a grape to fly out. She coughed a little and then immediately asked, "What's the matter? Why are you so panicked?" Cam Ni, with a worried face, panting, replied, "Young mistress, something happened with Treasurer Chow." Huin Doe let out a surprised gasp, but still tried to maintain a calm appearance. She immediately stood up, walking quickly to Treasurer Chow's place to assess the situation. When she arrived, Treasurer Chow was gloomy, his eyes dimmed with worry. As soon as he saw her, he hurriedly bowed his head. With a trembling voice, "Young mistress, the current business situation is suffering heavy losses. This old servant is truly frightened. This situation affects your health." Hearing this, Huin Tian Doa tried to maintain a calm exterior, but inside, there was an undisguisable joy. Finally, her sister has lost money. Huin Tian Doa patted Treasurer Chow's shoulder, making him startle, afraid she would get angry. However, she spoke in a gentle voice. "It's all right, Chief Treasurer Chow. First, don't worry. Take your time and explain." Although Chief Treasurer Chow was still worried, he nodded and began to explain the situation in detail. "It's like this," Chief Treasurer Chow said. "According to the young Mrs. strategy, we decided to raise the price of fabric and import a large quantity of new fabric. However, this new type of fabric can only be transported by water from the capital. We bought it from Rui's shop. They required full payment in advance, and since this was our first purchase from them, they didn't sell us much." Hearing this, Xian Shinduo felt a bit surprised. "Is that so? This fabric is so precious, yet they won't sell it." Chief Treasurer Chow continued to explain. "The young miss might not know, but Rui's shop only uses the highest quality dyes. The materials and components are extremely rare. They only sell to regular customers. It was very difficult to buy even one batch of fabric. However, on the way back, our ship unfortunately sank. All the fabric fell into the water. Although we retrieved it, the quality has been severely affected." Upon hearing this, Chief Treasurer Chow trembled and knelt down to apologize. "Young miss, this time we've suffered a heavy loss, a serious capital loss. It's this old servant's fault." Xian Shinduo listened calmly and asked, "So where is the fabric now?" Chief Treasurer Chow pointed to the wrinkled rolls of fabric over there, miss. Janie hurriedly went to inspect those rolls of fabric, then returned to report to young Miss Xian Shinduo. Although the fabric has been soaked, the colors of the patterns are still very vibrant. A person from the shop also nodded and said, "Although we can't sell it at the original price, if we reduce the price by about 30%, at least we won't lose too much." Xian Shinduo immediately interrupted, "No. All of this fabric must be given away for free to all customers who buy fabric." Everyone in the shop was very surprised to hear this. They couldn't understand her intention. Xian Shinduo insisted, ordering them to do as she said immediately. "Chief Treasurer Chow, this is not your fault. This month's bonus will still be paid as usual. Don't worry." Chief Treasurer Chow, though slightly anxious, replied, "Yes, young miss. But this time we've lost money and raised prices. Customers are decreasing. We only have a little money left." Xian Shinduo confidently and firmly replied, "Money is not important. First, withdraw a few 10,000 taels from my account to get through this difficult time. Taking a loss during this period is the foundation for earning it back multiple times later. You must trust me." Chief Treasurer Chow, moved to confusion, stammered, "Yes, young miss." Xian Shinduo added further instructions. "Also, during this period, you absolutely must not make any decisions on your own. Before making any decision, you must ask me first, understand?" She thought to herself, "Be careful to prevent him from acting on his own to make money in an improper way." Although Chow, the treasurer, felt confused, he still showed respect. "Yes, young miss, don't worry." After giving instructions, Huin Tian Doa stood up and ordered, "Very good. Then I'll go first." The people in the shop immediately saw her off. They said in unison, Young Miss, have a safe journey. After learning about the loss, Huyen Tiandoe couldn't hide her joy. She smiled to herself, feeling a strange happiness rising in her heart. Heaven finally hasn't let down those with good intentions. At last, there's a shop about to go bankrupt and collapse. Collapse, lose, lose. Keep losing until the Huyen family is completely ruined. Just spend all the money, the future will be a smooth road. The more she thought, the more delighted she felt. She couldn't help but smirk, laughing to herself, thinking of that damned prince. This time, I won't be burned to death by you. At the Huyen family's silk shop, the atmosphere in the shop became tense. The employees looked at each other worriedly, confused. One person carefully asked Chow the treasurer, "Treasurer, do we really have to give away all this fabric? But such a large amount, how can we give it all away?" Chow the treasurer, after thinking for a moment, replied gently, "Just do as the young miss instructed. Cut and sew according to the length of the fabric. We can give a short cloak to each customer who enters the shop. The young miss wants to give them for free. Isn't it to demonstrate the credibility and quality of Huyen? This move is truly clever." The shop employees, hearing this, still seem not to understand. A big question mark arose in their minds. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, which 3 birds? Chow the treasurer, noticing their confusion, explained first, the shop's business is slow due to rising prices. If we give away a few items for free, we can attract customers back. Second, giving away free goods shows that the Huyen family doesn't sell inferior products, but always conducts business honestly, demonstrating credibility. Although the prices may be higher, customers will trust us and be willing to spend money. And the third bird, he paused, smiled slightly, then continued. The third bird is at New Wai Manor. New Wai Manor in the capital. They will see the Huyen family being generous and giving away things for free like this. In contrast, it will make them feel ashamed. They will think our Huyen family is not petty. And next time when partners need fabric, they will prioritize coming to us without delay. An employee in the shop whispered, "It's really unfortunate. Has that ship completely sunk?" Another person immediately spoke up, "Our fabric has already been ordered early. We could sell that batch of fabric to New Wai Manor if the treasurer could put in a word. If they don't seize this opportunity, it would be a shame." Chow the treasurer calmly listened and just smirked. "It's a pity if they come to buy fabric again tomorrow. How should I respond? Those who can't even protect their own goods have no right to become partners with Ru Yizhuang." The employee immediately replied, "Yes, I understand." Only then did Chow Zhuangge breathe a sigh of relief. But he couldn't stop thinking about this story. He calmly asked again, "What about the story behind their fabric sinking into the river?" The employee replied, "All the fabric has been given away to customers for free." Upon hearing this, Chow Zhuangge couldn't help but be startled. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. After careful consideration, he instructed, "The Xian family must be this generous. Otherwise, it would make Ru Yizhuang seem petty. Next time if they come, we must prioritize receiving them. We can't be late." On this side, Xian Qinduo, after hearing that she had lost money, felt that today was truly an unusually happy day. Although the situation wasn't very bright, joy naturally welled up in her heart. She walked along the familiar road, humming and singing happily. "The sun smiles at me, flowers bloom beautifully, baby birds say good morning. Today I'm happy too." These lyrics were like a cool breeze, dispelling all worries. She waved her arms, releasing money notes into the air, not caring about anything else. Xian Hao, walking behind, saw this scene and couldn't help but feel his mood being infected. Her joy and happiness made him unable to resist smiling. He spoke up and asked, "The young miss is in a very good mood today, isn't she?" Xian Qinhua's eyes sparkled brightly. She smiled like a flower, showing her teeth as she replied, "That's right, I've been feeling gloomy lately, but now it seems I've returned to normal." She thought to herself, the fabric shop has started losing money. How can I not be happy about this? If this isn't happiness, what is? Such natural words made her even more joyful. She thought that her goal was no longer far away. Just a little more and she could complete everything. Right after that, she called up the system, and the system's notification screen immediately appeared. Host, main character's world, my husband has twisted morals character. Xinya, background character level, 65, grade 5 money points. 1.2 million taels, risk level, medium survival rate, 45%. She read through her attributes, feeling extremely excited. Although her money points had decreased slightly, her survival rate had increased significantly. This made her feel more confident than ever. Moreover, her level had also advanced quite a bit. Everything was trending in a good direction. She thought to herself, as long as I keep working hard, I'll overcome all difficulties, then increase my capital and be able to rest. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. She turned to look at Xian Hao, her eyes lighting up. That's right, little Hay. I said before that I wanted to go back home with you. Today we're free and have nothing to do. Why don't we buy some gifts for the folks back home? Hearing this, Xian Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Xian Duo stepped closer and said with a smile, yeah, it's been so long since our relatives have had new clothes. I can't stand it anymore. I'll go with you. Let's buy a lot. This can be considered as employee welfare. She thought to herself, addressing the system, don't say this is reckless spending, okay? Xian Hao was still hesitant. Finally, he stammered that. Young Mississippi Xian Duo waved her hand, cutting him off. When it's just the two of us, you can call me Xiao Duo. She thought to herself, my original name is still Xiao Duo, not Xian Duo. I always remember my original name, never forgetting my initial intention. Then Xian Hao, blushing with embarrassment, called her Xiao Duo. Xian Duo smiled happily and nodded. She thought, is he addicted? He mispronounced it due to his accent, but it's okay. The accent here is quite strong. Xian Hao, slightly embarrassed, pointed at his face and said, Xiao Duo, you don't need to be so nice to me. I don't need those things. Seeing him hesitate like this, Xian Duo felt a new joy rising in her heart. She gently pulled his hand and said, actually, I want to buy everything for you. You're a shy boy who's never enjoyed life. Big sister will take you to explore this prosperous world. Xian Hao felt extremely embarrassed by her actions, but Xian Duo didn't mind at all. She happily pulled his hand and walked. Happiness filled every step they took together. They entered a clothing store together to try on clothes, choosing new and unique outfits. Afterwards, they didn't forget to get haircuts to change their appearance a bit. Next, they went together to buy essential items for daily life. Each item seemed to gain more meaning when they were together. Then the two of them enjoyed a long day full of joy. From eating to exciting horseback riding sessions, everything went smoothly and sweetly. Every moment together made Xian Duo's heart happier, filled with happiness. From a high rooftop, Xinya watched every step of the two. Unable to contain her emotions, these scenes brought tears to her eyes. This was true love, sincere and selfless. Boo-hoo, she sobbed to herself. Today I'm also in a frenzy. I must record all these beautiful things to share with everyone. I'll write it into my story, the cold young lady and her loyal guard dog. However, she didn't expect that. Right on the rooftop, Xian Rui stood there watching angrily. It's so infuriating, he thought. That bastard is so comfortable. Last time he threatened me with poisonous flowers. I thought I was poisoned and had to drink antidote for 3 days and nights. As a result, diarrhea was waiting for me. I will definitely find a chance to make you die miserably. Shu Bao, standing next to Xian Hui, advised him. He persuaded him. Prince, His Majesty only wants to choose one person among the 8 princes to become the crown prince. You don't need to worry too much about the others. The emperor just wants during this time everyone to do well in governing and bring benefits to the people. But Xian Hui couldn't stay calm. He angrily turned and said, of course I know what father means. But you also know that 8th brother, he acts cruelly. He's always waiting for a chance to attack and sabotage me. I'm the one in his eyes. It doesn't matter what father thinks. As long as he kills all of us, forces us to withdraw, then he'll win. Anger rising, Xian Hui thought about past events. Last time he was knocked off a cliff. If no one had saved him, he would have died. That night he was harmed again. He had to endure a bout of diarrhea. And now, he discovered Xian Hao infiltrating the Xian family, controlling the eldest daughter. Isn't he trying to seize Xian's assets? He roared, father can think whatever he wants, but I can't let him take everything from me. Shu Bao, standing beside, seeing the resentment in Xian Hui's eyes, softly asked, Your Highness, what do you want to do? Xian Hui smirked wickedly. Do you need to ask? Of course, we'll obstruct Xian Hao's manipulation of Xian Duo. We'll just make it impossible for him. make Xian lose money until he goes bankrupt and disappears completely. That way, how can he speak up in front of father? And we'll take the opportunity to develop and make money. Won't we beat him then? After saying this, he waved his hand, throwing Shu Bao a pile of banknotes and gold ingots. This is the New Year's money I've saved for over a decade, and my mother's secret fund. I'm betting it all. The more Xian Hui thought about his moves, the happier he felt. He never thought that he would have to compete in a business battle with Xian Hao. But today, the day has finally come. I'm extremely intelligent, wiser than others, but I still need to be careful. He clenched his fist and said determinedly, "This battle, we can only win, not lose." Shu Bao, standing behind, immediately clasped his hands and replied, "I obey." However, at that moment, Xian Hui's stomach growled, making him blush with embarrassment. Xian Hui raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and decided to say, "Then for lunch, we'll just eat baked buns. Save money for the big task." Shu Bao, standing beside, hearing this, quickly spoke up, "I still have some savings I've gathered. How about we have a bowl of noodles as well? No need to be too extravagant." Hearing Shu Bao's modest suggestion, Huan Du was so moved that she couldn't hold back. She immediately threw herself into Tuk Bao's arms, thinking to herself, "Tuk Bao is truly the best, always caring for me like this." Neither of them realized that at this moment, Huan Hao, who was originally downstairs, had noticed the commotion on the rooftop. Huan Tiandoa was trying on clothes for Chu Huan, not paying attention to what was happening. But Huan Hao was curious and looked up, then asked, "Tu Hack, what are you looking at?" Huan Hao smiled and shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. It seems like some insect flew by." Huan Tiandoa heard this and turned to him with a smile, saying, "Don't worry about those things now, Tu Hack. You should change it to your new outfit. It's truly breathtakingly beautiful." After Huan Hao changed, indeed, this outfit suited him perfectly. Huan Tiandoa saw this. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she looked at him and even pretended to hold a camera, as if taking pictures. "It's really close to the WY8 style," she said. She couldn't hide her joy and excitement. "I can also experience the joy of those around me. The feeling of having a young man nearby is wonderful." Her eyes kept admiring him as she thought to herself, "It's truly pleasing to the eye and very comfortable." However, the joy was short-lived. Suddenly, Huan Tiandoa noticed on the other side a crowd gathering and whispering among themselves. Curious, she walked towards it, not understanding what was happening. When she arrived, she discovered that a man named Duong Ho was mocking Huan Dao, and the story seemed quite ridiculous. Unexpectedly, the great young master of our Huan family, young Master Huan Dao, can't even respond to a single couplet. Just like that, and he still wants to participate in the Fucking Nguyen Tri-Society. It's laughable, really. Hearing these mocking words, Huan Tiandoa realized her younger brother was standing there. She felt curious and wondered what Huan Dao was doing here. Duong Ho kept laughing mockingly, his eyes full of derision as he pointed at Huan Dao. His voice rang out incessantly, like sharp needles piercing through one's heart. "Ha ha, Huan Dao. Oh, Huan Dao, don't try too hard and fall into a pathetic situation. A gathering place for refined scholars, cultured people with profound thoughts like the Fucking Nguyen Tri-Society. How could it be a place for you?" The young ladies standing around couldn't help but laugh, their eyes full of contempt. Some even secretly played with words, making Huan Dao even more embarrassed and flustered. A young lady standing nearby couldn't help but whisper softly to her friend, "It's truly an insult to those with traditional culture. How can they allow someone like that to appear here?" The words were like a knife stabbing straight into Huan Dao's heart, making his face even redder. He didn't dare to lift his head. Huan Tiandoa couldn't bear it any longer. Anger welled up inside her. She turned to look at Duong Ho, her eyes unable to hide her displeasure. "Duong Ho, don't be so arrogant. You think you're so great." Duong Ho just smirked, then looked at the girls around with a sneer, his eyes full of contempt in the face of Huan Tiandoa's anger. He continued, "Arrogant? I'm not being arrogant at all. I'm just not the type to endure humiliation and stay silent all the time. On the contrary, if we're talking about arrogance, it's Huan Dao who is truly arrogant and conceited." Duong Ho's words were like a sharp knife cutting into Huan Dao's heart, making him unable to control his emotions. His eyes welled up with tears. He was just short of bursting into tears on the spot. Huan Hao, standing nearby, saw this scene. He couldn't hold back anymore. He turned to ask Huan Tiandoa with a worried look, "Young miss, do you want to help?" Huan Tiandoa's eyes lit up at this moment. Her face flashed a hint of mockery. She tilted her head and asked back with a questioning look, "Help? Why? Isn't what he said reasonable?" In Huyen Tiandoa's heart at this moment, anger towards Huyen Dao had long been building up. This guy, besides secretly collaborating with Tru Chu Ni behind her back, almost causing her to lose money, he only cared about flirting with girls every day. He had no notable talents. She thought to herself, why not take this chance to teach him a lesson? If she let him live like this, he would forever be just a spoiled young master. Nothing to be proud of. She thought further, spoiled young master, that's right. If he becomes a true spoiled young master, he can only cause destruction, spending money like water. The wealth of 3 generations of our family wouldn't be enough for him to squander. Huyen Tiandoa smirked slightly. She thought to herself, my foolish little brother. Now, your sister will help you become a true young master. Help you become an effective tool in the destruction of our family. With the plan in her mind, she quickly walked towards Huyen Dao. Seeing his embarrassed and awkward expression, she smiled. But her eyes were full of coldness and calculation. Sister, why? Why are you here? However, she no longer paid attention to him. Instead, she turned to greet Duong Ho with a very polite attitude. Hello, young Master Duong. Duong Ho immediately stood up straight, his eyes respectful, but no less cold. He clasped his hands and bowed. Ah, is this the eldest young miss of the Huyen family? Miss Tiandoa. I, Duong Ho, greet you. Huyen Dao couldn't bear it anymore at this point. He moved closer, intending to grab Huyen Tiandoa's hand to pull her away, saying softly, sister, let's go home. But Huyen Tiandoa waved her hand. She was in no hurry to leave. She turned to ask Duong Ho with a serious look. Young master, didn't you say that my little brother wanted to participate in the Fucongwen exam? Why can't he? Duong Ho clasped his hands, his eyes serious, his expression unchanged. He replied in an even tone. The young lady doesn't know. The Fucongwen Poetry Gathering is a meeting place for scholars. It only recruits truly talented people. They never turn away those from thousands of miles away, but they also have very clear standards. Young Master Huyen Dao couldn't match the couplet I proposed. It's a pity. Hearing this, Huyen Tiandoa couldn't help but frown. She silently cursed Tao Mai for going too far. Just now he was mocking Huyen Dao. Now he's pretending to be so polite and refined. What a disgusting bastard. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might have been fooled by him. She glanced at her younger brother, who was now awkward and embarrassed. Her heart grew even more irritated, silently cursing her foolish brother. Just wait, sister will help you. Help you become a true young master. Become a powerful support in my quest to ruin our family. Huyen Tiandoa couldn't help but laugh to herself. Then she turned to young Master Duong Ho. I wonder what your couplet is. Duong Ho fanned himself with his fan, putting on an elegant air. Then he smiled lightly and replied, you want to know? Of course I'll tell you. This is a small couplet that I happened to come across. Please feel free to criticize it right away. Duong Ho closed his fan with a crisp sound, as if he was weaving soft, warm silk threads, as gentle as the mortal world itself. Then he gave a slight wink, making the girls around him exclaim in admiration, praising, oh my, young Master Duong is so talented and handsome. The young ladies looked at each other, feeling they couldn't stop praising his talent. Duong Ho deliberately put on a modest act. He smiled gently and said, you're too kind, too kind. This riddle is just ordinary. Ladies, if you just think calmly for a few days, you'll surely be able to solve it. Hearing this, Huyen Tiandoa immediately changed her tone, saying bluntly without any courtesy, this couplet isn't that difficult. With a bit of cleverness, one can match it. She smirked confidently and added another riddle. Wolf gives fur, fur makes brush, writes literature. Brocade spreads across the land. Duong Ho's face immediately stiffened upon hearing this. His expression froze. He didn't expect her to match it so skillfully. It caught him off guard, unable to react. Huyen Tiandoa smiled lightly, her eyes shining brightly as she continued speaking. Indeed, it's not difficult to match. Do you have another one? Young Master Duong. Duong Ho pretended to be calm, but he was already worried inside. Trying to maintain a composed face, he said, indeed, the young lady is talented. Your poetry is excellent. If that's the case, I'll give you another one to test your skills. He fanned himself gently and said softly, the character for love consists of 3 sun characters. Some days you think, some days you don't. Day after day, 100 years is 36,000 days. He thought to himself, this one will surely be difficult for her to match, no matter how talented she is. But just as Duong Ho hadn't yet retracted his self-satisfied smile, Huyen Tiandoa immediately responded sharply. Her tone was calm, but full of sharpness. A mouth should always be open to speak. Mouth, 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 mouth. Mouth advised one to drink one more cup. As soon as the couplet left her lips, everything suddenly became strangely quiet. Only the rustling of the wind and the gentle sound of Duong Ho's fan could be heard in the space. Duong Ho was instantly stunned. His face turned pale. His heart felt like it had been thrown against a cold stone wall. He never expected Huyen Tiandoa to be able to respond in such a skillful and calculated manner. He couldn't respond at all. A feeling of shame and confusion crept into his mind, making him feel paralyzed, unable to utter a word. Huyen Tiandoa, however, showed no sign of haste. She just smiled calmly, then turned to Duong Ho and spoke in a very polite manner. Young Master Duong, if you're in the mood, I came across a couple the other day while walking. Please enlighten me. Duong Ho's face had now turned pale. His heart was full of anxiety and confusion. Finally, he hesitantly replied, "This one invites you." With a confident smile, Huyen Tiandoa didn't flinch at all. She immediately presented a new couplet. Her voice was gentle, but full of authority. 500 miles of madness appear within sight. Vast and open the soul echoes with joy. Lost in the vastness, look east for divine horses, west for phoenixes, north for divine dragons, south for snow-white rivers. Great men and wandering guests care not, seeking immortal realms to solve. Pearl powder adorns pink cheeks, cloud-like hair glides, adding more purple duckweed. River surface reads like white clouds, touched with red. Evening, brushing teeth, wings no, but remember, for seas of fragrant rice, 10,000 miles. Golden sand removes summer lotus, late spring willows. The couplet was as long as a poem, full of imagery and metaphors. Each word was like a stroke of color, painting a vivid picture of nature and life. Upon hearing this, Duong Ho immediately choked up. His mouth gaped open, unable to utter a word. He completely didn't think she could come up with such a difficult couplet. It left him flustered, unable to react in time. Huyen Tiandoa didn't stop there. She calmly stepped towards Duong Ho. Her eyes gleamed with triumph as she smiled at him. This made Duong Ho feel as if 1,000 knives were cutting into his heart. He wondered why he had encountered such a formidable opponent. His heart was screaming inwardly, but outwardly he had to maintain a calm appearance, revealing nothing. Huyen Dao, standing nearby, heard this and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Oh my. I can't even remember this riddle just by hearing it. Is Big Sister really that impressive?" Huyen Hao, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh inwardly. His eyes were full of admiration and amusement. This little pet still has such skills. This prince is even more interested now. Huyen Tiandoa now looked towards Duong Ho. Her eyes were full of triumph. A gentle smile, but not without a hint of arrogance, appeared on his lips. Young Master Tang, Downey cannot match this couplet. You, Mr. Tang, are the top talent of the Fucongwen Tri-Society. So can you respond to it? She thought proudly to herself. Young Master Tang has represented literature for 6 consecutive years. How could he possibly lose? Tang Ho, after the devastating blow from Huyen Tiandoa, was immediately dumbfounded and speechless. Everything around became strangely quiet. A wave of astonishment swept over the entire crowd. Admiring and respectful gazes kept turning towards Huyen Tiandoa. Huyen Dao, standing nearby, couldn't hide the admiration overflowing in his heart. His eyes looked at his elder sister with awe, thinking, "Sister, I didn't know you were this impressive. I really had no idea." Huyen Tiandoa just smiled softly. Her bright eyes swept across the crowd. She humbly replied, "It's just a bit of learning, that's all. Literature is just a way to make friends. It's not for joking or bullying others." The girls around nodded in agreement. One softly said, "That's right, the young lady is correct. Try is for making friends in an elegant way, not for showing off or bullying anyone." Those words were like a gentle wave, carrying everyone's agreement. All couldn't help but feel admiration and respect. Huyen Tiandoa saw the admiration in everyone's eyes and couldn't help feeling proud inside. But she maintained her calm demeanor. She turned to Huyen Dao, her eyes gentle as she said, "Young Master Huyen Dao, we were wrong to tease you casually before, but we should persist in guiding you. We can't discriminate. From now on, you should come to the Poetry Society as a guest often. Everyone will support you too." Hearing this, Huyen Dao immediately broke into a cold sweat. He didn't know what to do in the face of his sister's warmth and sincerity. Although he felt extremely touched in his heart, he didn't know how to express it. "Why are you so kind to me?" he thought. Huyen Doa just smiled gently and replied, "You're my little brother. If I'm not good to you, then who would I be good to? Besides, you're the one who will inherit the family fortune. Currently, my efforts are just paving the way for you. You're the real heir. I'm just the one going ahead." She patted Huyen Dao's shoulder with confidence. "As the master of the Huyen family, of course I want to help you achieve everything. If you want to join the Poetry Society, I will definitely help you get in. If you want to wear certain clothes, I will find a way to help you. If you just want to do whatever you want, no matter what it is, as long as it's not illegal, I will support you." Huyen Dao was moved to the point of choking up. A warm feeling welled up inside him that he had never experienced before. He kept thanking his sister, but didn't know how to express it fully. This feeling made it hard for him to speak. Seeing this, Huyen Doa smiled and said, "So you can rest assured. Sister will take care of everything." These words made Huyen Dao feel protected. The unconditional support his sister gave him. The crowd around witnessing this scene couldn't help but be moved. Their eyes looked at the two siblings with admiration. Many thought to themselves, "This is true family love, so rare to see." A heartwarming scene, so genuine that it made people reconsider family bonds. About relationships without calculation. Without self-interest, Huyen Doa looked at Huyen Dao with gentle eyes. "Little Dao, just go to the exam and participate. I will help you." Hearing this, Huyen Dao's eyes lit up. A new ray of hope flickered in his heart. However, right after that, he bowed his head hesitantly. "Actually, I don't want to enter the exam at all. Do I want to study those dry subjects? I just want to explore things in real life, like finding girls to secretly admire." Huyen Doa was stunned hearing this, but then she smiled gently. Huyen Dao continued sincerely, "But you just said earlier, no matter what I want to do, you will support and help me. That's why I'm now speaking my true feelings. I want to live true to myself. I don't want to pretend or pursue things others want me to do, sister. I won't follow the gaze of society. I want to live the way I feel is right." Huyen Dao really can't stand this world full of superficial appearances, where people only care about polishing every word they say, studying, reading books just to become flowery and eloquent people. Those who can't write poetry, don't understand literature, will be looked down upon, not allowed to join the elite groups of society. Even the girls in the world only like pale-skinned young men with smooth faces who like wordplay, like to say flowery sentences but completely lack substance. So Huyen Dao decided he couldn't continue following this trend anymore. He smirked, then suddenly tore off the robe he was wearing. "Now I understand. I don't want to be a weak scholar anymore. Those stereotypes are meaningless. They can't compare to real strength. A muscular body daring to punch a lecher, riding a horse as fast as the wind, blood-bathed on the battlefield. That's what makes people respect you." He called out loudly to the nearby butcher, then pointed at the knife. The butcher immediately understood and threw the knife to him. Huyen Dao swung the knife, threw it hard on the ground with a majestic gesture. "From now on, I'm no longer a pampered young master. I live for the Huyen family, for the king. I will train in martial arts, train my mind, and ignore thousands of trends. I will walk my own path." His words echoed like powerful sounds, as if challenging the whole world. The girls standing around saw Huyen Dao's muscular and masculine physique. Those who previously only worshipped weak, pretty boys, now suddenly were captivated by the appearance of young Master Huyen Dao. Today we finally know what a real man is. We swear we will never look at those pale-skinned pretty boys with smooth faces again. A truly handsome and strong man is like you. They couldn't stop cheering and supporting, making Huyen Dao even more proud. 8-pack abs, a majestic and domineering body is truly too handsome. This is the standard for men. The girls kept praising endlessly, constantly expressing their admiration. Gradually, they collectively declared the establishment of a Huyen Dao fan club. "Starting from today, we will always support you. You just need to be true to yourself. We will always be by your side and never leave." Huyen Dao saw the excitement and passion from those around him. He felt like he was standing at the pinnacle of glory. He smiled, thanked everyone, and said, "Thank you all. I will strive together with everyone. Will be myself, live according to what I believe in." However, while everyone was rejoicing, Huyen Doa couldn't help but be surprised. She couldn't believe things would turn out this way. From a pampered young master she wanted to create, Huyen Huan Dao had become a strong man, confident and completely not following the trend she had planned. The emotions in her heart were like ashes. A sense of disappointment arose. She immediately turned and left, gently saying to Xiaohei, "Let's go." Huan Hao saw the sudden change in her. Confused, he asked, "Where are we going?" Young Mississippi Huintin Doa lowered her head, her eyes empty. "Anywhere," she said in a sad voice. "Just somewhere no one will bother me. I want peace." Huintian Doa's mood was now fading, while the sky outside was still bright with sunlight, vibrant and full of life. But her inner self was as if covered by a layer of hazy fog. Everything around became meaningless. The dream she had worked so hard to build suddenly collapsed like a crumbling sand castle. If not for the system prohibiting all unreasonable spending behaviors, perhaps she would have thrown all her money into the water. Indeed, all the effort and time invested, in the end, couldn't get even a bit of satisfaction. Suddenly, as she aimlessly walked on the busy street, her eyes inadvertently stopped at a casino on the street. The dim light emanating from the windows gave her a bold idea. She then approached. She entered with a confident demeanor, but the system didn't let it slide. Immediately, a notification appeared prohibiting improper entertainment activities. She frowned. Indeed, it was so. Nothing is easy, but her determination hasn't diminished at all. She turned around and called Huan Hao Chuhak over. Huan Hao asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" Tu Doa. Without hesitation, Huintin Doa looked straight into his eyes and said, "From now on, you'll be my palace manager. Your annual salary will be doubled. There will be many other benefits too. More importantly, you'll be part of a plan I've set up to cultivate talented investors." After saying this, she didn't forget to slip a bank note into Huan Hao's hand. He was stunned, not yet understanding the young mistress. "What does that mean?" "You don't need to understand. Take this money. It's just 10,000 taels of silver. This is your startup capital. I want you to spend it all within the time an incense stick burns. Don't worry. It's just an initial venture investment experiment. There might be risks, but you could also win big. Ha ha ha. This challenge is for you, Tuhak. Do you understand?" Huan Hao, although feeling worried and a bit uncertain in his heart, he couldn't hide his curiosity. He began to feel interested in this challenge. "All right, young mistress, I'll do it right away." Huintian Doa was very pleased to see this. She nodded in approval. She didn't feel worried at all. The system didn't forbid this behavior, which meant everything was allowed. She smiled slightly, feeling satisfied in her heart as things started to progress as she wished. Indeed, I didn't misjudge him. Huan Hao was pleased. To increase the money tenfold within the time an incense stick burns, the only way is this place, the casino. But he couldn't help worrying about where he had to go. He hesitated. "This place is a mix of gold and brass, and I'm afraid it might affect your status. Why don't you wait for me here?" Huintin Doa glanced at him, her face determined. "No, I want to go in with you," she said firmly, her eyes unwavering. "It's rare to find such an interesting place. How could I miss this opportunity?" Hearing this, Huan Hao felt even more convinced of her strength and determination. No matter how he tried to dissuade her, she was adamant about not changing her mind. He had no other choice but to smile and agree. "Tu Doa indeed isn't at ease about me." He felt a bit touched. Huintian Doa quickly put on a face-covering scarf. "Let's go like this, we can't stop now." They entered amidst whispers and murmurs, sounds of admiration. Applause echoed in the lively atmosphere. The scene before her eyes made her widen them in surprise. Astonished, people around were playing all kinds of gambling games. Some were laughing and joking. Others were staring intently at the cards being dealt. Wow, it's so crowded. These scenes reminded her of the happy days at the game center before. Moments full of excitement, but also full of challenges. Now she didn't know when she could return to that peaceful haven again. Her heart couldn't help but fill with endless sadness. Behind her, unfriendly glances appeared. Seeing Huintian Doa looking a bit insecure, Huan Hao immediately put his arm around her shoulder, comforting her not to be afraid. "I'm here. These people won't dare come near you." Huintian Doa looked at him, surprised and touched. She quickly said thank you. Unexpectedly, Xiaohei had such gallantry. She turned to Huan Hao with eyes full of excitement. "Xiaohei, do you want to play? Or where do you want to start making money?" Xiaohei then said, "I also want to try coming in here once. It's my first time. How about starting with the simplest games?" People in the casino excitedly exclaimed, "Where did these two chickens come from? come into the casino to make money. Isn't the casino a place to make money? Come on, miss and young master. Place your bets. It's very simple. Just choose whether the next round will open as big or small. Huan Tian Doa excitedly urged her brother. Xiaohei, you choose freely. Huan Hao thought for a moment, then nodded confidently. All right, I choose small. He immediately placed a silver note on the betting table with the word small. The other two couldn't hide their glee, thinking to themselves, one move, and it's 100 taels. The result opens as big. Huan Hao laughed loudly. Xiao Doa, we lost. He didn't feel sad at all. On the contrary, he was very cheerful. Huan Doa looked at him, giggling, and said, it's okay. Keep playing. There's nothing to worry about. The guys playing cards nearby saw this scene. They couldn't help but be amused. They started whispering to each other, endlessly mocking, they must be fat sheep. The guys in the casino glanced at each other. Their eyes exchanged full of implications, clearly thinking that these two were fat sheep. Super fat sheep, easy to fleece. They started sneering. Then one of them stepped forward with a cunning smile. He provoked, come on, continue. Huan Hao didn't hesitate and immediately placed a few more silver notes on the table. This time it's 500 taels, betting on big. He cautiously turned to ask Huan Tian Doa, Xiao Doa, is this okay? Huan Tian Doa saw him ask like that and happily replied, this is your money. Whatever you do, I approve. Huan Hao heard this and felt happy in his heart. He smiled. At the same time, he looked at the dice being shaken on the table. When the shaking finished, the result opened as small. Huan Hao looked not at all surprised. The guys around became even more excited. They started encouraging Huan Hao, young master, don't worry. Next time you'll definitely win. Place your bet. Another one clapped and said, keep going. This time you'll definitely win. Huan Hao laughed cheerfully. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll bet it all. He didn't hesitate to place a large check on big for 10,000 taels. The entire casino looked at him with surprised eyes. Impressive, young master. Why bet on big? What if it comes up small this time? Huan Hao shrugged and smiled. His confidence was uncontrollable. No reason. I just like big. The others in the casino secretly cursed in their minds. Damn it, we thought this kid would bet on small this time. We rolled big so he could guess wrong. He's really lucky. But this time he'll lose badly. He started moving the tray, as if intentionally changing the direction of the dice. Huan Hao immediately noticed this trick. He spoke up, well, I'm opening it now. Huan Hao laughed back. He said, all right, but consider, are you sure you want to open it like this? The other side looked at him, their expressions changing, breaking into a cold sweat. What does he mean? Could he have noticed something? Impossible. Everyone around started to feel uneasy. That guy asked curiously. This humble one doesn't understand what the young master means. If not like this, then how should it be opened? Huan Hao just smiled lightly and replied, oh, it's nothing. Go ahead and open it. That guy felt a bit uneasy, but finally decided to open it. When the dice were revealed, it showed a 3 and a 1. Too bad, young master. You've lost again. Someone in the crowd called out, keep playing. You can win it back. You can definitely recover your losses. Huan Hao just smiled lightly, not seeming to care. It's fine. I'm still happy. It's gambling after all. I've lost everything. We have to go now. Let's go to DOA. Huan Tian Doa smiled and said in agreement. The three men in the casino excitedly said to each other, losing so much and still happy. Must have plenty of wealth. Their eyes were full of malice as they looked at each other. Two naive kids who don't know the ways of the world. Easy to trap and lose money. We can see now that no one's watching them. It's a good opportunity to grab them as hostages. Outside the casino, she smiled and took a piece of candied gourd, eating it sweetly. You spent all the money in no time. Huan Hao walked behind her, feeling guilty. Tu Doa told me to make money, but I spent it all. She patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's okay. Winning and losing are normal. Failure is the mother of success. If not this time, we'll try again next time, and besides, didn't you treat me to candied gourd? That balances things out. In fact, you should be commended. Huan Hao frowned and replied, the candied gourd only costs 3 won. How can it compare to 10,000 taels of silver? Then she gently moved the skewer of candied gourd she was eating towards Huan Hao. But the candied gourd you gave me is so wonderfully sweet. How can those trivial checks compare? Her words made him feel an unusual happiness. Then he bent down, looking at her with gentle eyes, and said, Tudoa, I want to have a bite too. She raised the skewer of candied gourd close to his mouth, gently letting him savor the sweet flavor. Surprisingly, there's such a delicious dish. The sweet sensation spreads throughout the mouth. It's really sweet. Behind them, two of the three men from the casino secretly followed. Then the two happily went out together, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Hao quickly noticed the men from the casino were secretly following them. He immediately became alert. Turning to Tian Doa, he said, Little Doa rarely goes out. Why don't we go to the lakeside for a walk? It's less crowded there. Very peaceful. Hearing this, Tian Doa immediately replied enthusiastically, That's great. We can run and jump freely. Immerse ourselves in nature a bit. Forget about all the constraints. The casino men, overhearing their plan, smirked, revealing their cruel intentions, thinking to themselves that this secluded place was a good opportunity to strike. This is asking for death. Even the king of hell can't save them now. So the two walked along the lakeside, looking for a quiet space to relax. Tian Doa lay on the blanket, enjoying the beautiful scenery around her, feeling so relaxed that she could fall into a deep sleep. While immersed in her dream, her stomach suddenly made gurgling sounds, startling her awake. Hao had already prepared food at some point. He immediately handed her a plate of fruits and pastries. Seeing this, Tian Doa clapped her hands and exclaimed, Oh, that's great. She ate the pastries feeling extremely satisfied. Hao even cheerfully massaged her back and shoulders, gently asking, Little Doa, are you tired these days? Let me massage you. Tian Doa sat eating pastries, occasionally closing her eyes, feeling wonderful. She smiled softly and said, Little Hack is so thoughtful. It's so comfortable. Then, because she was so relaxed, Tian Doa started to feel sleepy. She quietly leaned into Hao's lap and dozed off. In the distance, two men with knives silently observed them both. Hao gently laid her down on the blanket and whispered, Sleep for a while. I'll go take care of something and be right back. He turned and walked towards the forest, where the casino men were hiding. The fat one in the group immediately signaled his accomplices to prepare for attack. Hao slowly approached. The three men swung their knives at him. Quick as lightning, he dodged. Hao had already leapt behind them. They panicked and exclaimed, You. He coldly laughed and said, This secluded place is indeed ideal for making a move. Seeing this, the other two immediately knelt down. Trembling, they begged, Young master, spare our lives. We are just blind fools. Without hesitation, Hao kicked one hard in the face, causing him to fall to the ground with a bloody mouth. He whispered, signaling them, Keep it down. Don't disturb my little Doa's sleep. All three men cried in fear, tears streaming. Sounds of punches and kicks echoed. After being beaten to a pulp and stripped of their clothes, they lay trembling pitifully. Hao wiped his hands clean with a handkerchief and calmly said, And you didn't even bring any banknotes. Still need me to go get it myself in the evening. 1 minute will have to be charged partially. This check is mine. She expects me to make money as a man. How can I refuse? Just a mere 10,000 taels of silver, a stick of incense. Enough to make 10 times the profit. Then I returned to Tian Duo's side, gently lifting her chin. Although the little one wants to waste money, it's just a pet's whim. Of course, the master must find a way to solve it. At least the money she gives me is my slush fund. How can it be spent without reason? He sits down next to her, gently poking her mouth, such a small pet who spends money recklessly like you. Only I can afford to keep. I'll have to work harder to earn more money. On the other side, Xian Fanji, along with the governor and an old man, are leisurely fishing by the stream, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere and the tranquility of nature. The governor keeps praising Xian Fanji's fishing technique. Brother Xian, your fishing skills are becoming more and more refined, truly unmatched. Xian Fanji just smiles indifferently in response. Actually, it's just luck. If I maintain a calm mind, focus, and composure, the fish will naturally come. The old man sitting beside chuckles, looking at Xian Fanji and saying, In the past, Brother Xian only fished occasionally. I thought you wouldn't come back anymore. Who knew it would become a habit now? coming here every day. Xian Fanji replies at a measured pace. Busy with family matters, rarely had free time. Recently, the children have taken over the business. I also have some more leisure time. The governor laughs upon hearing this, his voice full of humor. Well, now you just need to enjoy life. Perhaps happiness is smiling upon you. The old man also agrees, smiling further. That's right, just enjoy life. Xian Fanji nods slightly, thinking to himself, actually at first I wasn't very confident. I just quietly observed for a while. After all, they're young people. What if they mess things up? After a period of observing Xian Duo, he gradually realized that the thinking of young people is truly different. They have ways of thinking that he could never understand, but the results are always unexpectedly favorable. Unexpectedly, the current business of the Xian family can be said to be smooth sailing. My daughter is truly capable, not only elegant, pure, but also beautiful and captivating. I wonder who she should marry to not be at a disadvantage. Xian Fanji sighs again, his heart full of worry about his daughter's marriage. Xian Duo, with her noble and cold personality and dislike for getting close to others. Her marriage is currently what worries me the most. Suddenly, he hears a sound from the other side. Immediately turned back to look and discovered Huan Tian Doa taking a walk. Huan Fanchi was extremely surprised and hurriedly called out loudly. Tian only saw Huan Hao holding Huan Tian Doa's hand. He gave her a grape and fed it to her. This scene made Huan Fanchi stop in his tracks. His eyes widened, and he almost tripped. Oh my! The old man was startled and frightened. The servants quickly ran to support the old master. Master Huan Fanchi was now trembling all over. His face flushed red, and he stammered. Quick, go over there and see, the confused servant asked. What, sir? Huan Fanchi Angeli Saute? Don't waste words. Quickly go see who that young man next to her is. The servants immediately obeyed and ran off. Meanwhile, the governor hurriedly supported Huan Fanchi, comforting him. Don't be too hasty, younger brother. Your health is more important. Your daughter is grown up now. You can't keep her at home forever. Let her go on dates. It's a normal thing after all. Don't get so worked up. If someone didn't know, they might think you want to beat the young man to death. Immediately, Huan Fanchi stood still, his whole body trembling, but his heart was filled with immense joy. Finally, his daughter had fallen in love. His daughter was in love. He felt a weight lifted from his heart. A sense of pride welled up inside him. Who would have thought that his daughter would truly make her father so happy that he'd shed tears? His anxious heart finally relaxed. He had thought his daughter might be frigid. He wondered which family's young master the suitor might be. He must immediately invite him home to entertain. He must ask for clear details. At this moment, the servant who had chased after Huan Tian Doa found no one when he went in that direction. Strange, where did the young miss go? Suddenly, a strong wind blew, making him unable to see anything. Meanwhile, Huan Hao and Huan Tian Doa embraced each other, covering their mouths, breaking out in cold sweat, hiding in the shadows, avoiding attention to prevent being discovered. The servant was still calling out loudly for the young miss, his voice echoing throughout the space. Young miss, where are you? The two on the other side heard that call. They immediately signaled each other to be quiet. Huan Tian Doa and Huan Hao both held their breath, just waiting for the servant's footsteps to gradually fade away. When that sound finally disappeared, the two sighed in relief. Huan Tian Doa was extremely panicked inside. She never expected her old father to be fishing here. Fortunately, she had keen eyes. If he had discovered them in their rolling around state, it would certainly have completely ruined her image. But when she thought about how her image could have plummeted uncontrollably, she felt extremely worried. Huan Hao's heart was also full of fear. Old Master Huan was nearby. If he caught them dating, it wouldn't be good at all. His current identity required him to keep a low profile. The more secretive, the better. The two caught each other's eyes, immediately signaled to each other, understanding the need for absolute caution and discretion. Upon returning home, Huan Hao was preparing to bring a cake for Huan Tian Doa to eat, but suddenly he detected someone behind him. He turned around immediately, only to see a household servant greeting him. Brother Xiaohe. Huan Hao looked at him blankly. The man spoke up. Brother, I have something I want to discuss with you. I want to inquire about something. You must know, lately, the young miss seems close to some noble young master. Right. You must know when they usually meet. Huinhao scratched his head. How about that? The man interjected. No need to hide it from me. Actually, I've already investigated. Huinhao was stunned and asked in surprise. Investigated. Investigated what? The man's eyes lit up as he laughed. That's right. A few hours ago, I went to the lake and saw the young miss on a date with a young man. Their affection was obvious. They looked very intimate. One look, and you could tell the young miss has given her heart to him. Huinhao thought to himself, that's not wrong. The man said angrily, unfortunately, I arrived late. I couldn't see clearly who that young master was. Otherwise, I would have known for sure. He continued speculating based on what he knew. Actually, I've suspected you for a long time. After all, you're the only young man close to the young miss. But then I thought again, how could that be possible? With the young miss's looks and figure, how could she like a little boy like you? It's almost insulting to the young miss to even suggest it. Hearing this, Huinhao felt a surge of intense anger. But he could only endure it, telling himself, I must endure. I must endure. The servant turned to ask Huinhao, his voice full of smugness. So I've changed my approach. Even if I didn't see who that young man was, there's still another way to verify. Huinhao, still angry about the man's earlier comment, tried to stay calm and asked what way. The servant happily raised his head, answering, it's very simple. We just need to check who was at the lake when the young miss appeared. Are there any talented and handsome men in our town? Anyone in the mansion whose whereabouts are unclear will know right away. Those who no one saw going anywhere, they're very likely to be the one she's meeting. Our future depends on this. This town doesn't have many talented and handsome men to begin with. I know people, and my voice is very pleasant. Gathering information. Huinhao replied indifferently, brother, you are indeed talented. The servant laughed smugly. His voice rang out with pride. Ha ha ha, of course. Otherwise, how could I serve by the master's side? Xiaohei learned from me. My given name is Li Yuan Fong. Huinhao, hearing this, continued to ask, so, have you found anyone yet? Li Yuan Fong immediately held up 2 fingers. Lu Xiaocai from Chengnan. He paints beautifully, writes eloquently, and is unparalleled in talent. His future is limitless. There's also Mo Rongting, the eldest son of a family with 3 generations of officials. His father is our prefecture magistrate. If these two were to be called a perfect match, they would truly be a match made in heaven. However, when the incident occurred, his whereabouts were unclear. He was supposed to attend the family's ancestral hall ceremony, but suddenly disappeared. Li Yuan Fong seriously continued. Which of these two it actually is, I still need to investigate further. I'm sure we'll have results soon. But the master has made it clear, no matter who it is, we must not tell the young miss directly. A daughter's embarrassment, if caught in such a situation by others, would indeed be very inappropriate. The master said he wants to visit the young man's family directly to inquire. If all goes well, he will straightforwardly ask them to come and propose marriage. Hearing this, Xianhao immediately froze in place, petrified. Li Yuan Fong continued with a helpless expression. Actually, in my opinion, regardless of who it is, they are both very suitable to become our family's son-in-law. As they say, a perfect match, a talented man, and a beautiful woman, made for each other. They will surely live happily. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Xianhao was so angry, he felt like he was about to explode. Unable to hold back any longer, he immediately raised his hand and punched Li Yuan Fong, knocking him unconscious. Instantly, Xianhao's whole body trembled with resentment, but then he laughed coldly, pretending as if nothing had happened. Then he said, "Wake up, Yuan Fong. Go find him." Li Yuan Fong held his head, crying out in pain. What happened to me? Xianhao smiled faintly, feigning concern, and said, "You must be too tired. Just now you suddenly staggered and fell down. You should take care of your health." Then Xianhao suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait, I have important news. I want to tell you about the young Mrs. Suitor. I know who that person is. It's just that the young miss doesn't want me to say. But if the master is so concerned, and you, Brother Yuan Fong, are trying so hard, I should still report it secretly. After all, everyone wants the best for the young miss." Li Yuan Fong heard this and nodded excitedly. Right. You're not wrong, little He. Hurry and tell me, young master, who is our future son-in-law. Xianhao smiled, his eyes sharp. That person is... Xianhao stepped closer. Xian Duo bowed her head and asked to leave. He quickly nodded and said, seriously, right? I have an appointment with the divine doctor for a follow-up today. I also have some personal matters to attend to. Hearing this, Xian Duo's brows furrowed slightly. She asked worriedly, Little Hay, is your health better now? You're not having a follow-up because your condition has relapsed, are you? Xian Hao smiled gently, waving his hand. Little Duo, don't worry. I'm very healthy. It's just a routine checkup. But seeing the concern in her eyes, he quickly added, there's no need. Have you forgotten? Today a painter is coming to paint portraits of you and the two young misses. Xianduo immediately remembered. She nodded and thought to herself, this is something I can't forget, that's right. Before the coming-of-age ceremony, unmarried daughters all need to have their portraits painted. Today, father intentionally spent quite a bit of money to invite a painter. Moreover, mother will also be present, so it seems I can't back out of this. She unconsciously thought of Xuanya and couldn't help but wonder, how should I treat her properly? But then Xianduo suddenly realized, this is the girl from this book. I must flatter her to survive. She smiled, determined to treat her father well. Seeing her so determined, Xuanhao waved his hand and said, then I'll go ahead. Xianduo also smiled. Xiaohei, don't worry. No matter what, this place will always be your safe haven. Xuanhao nodded slightly. He grunted softly and immediately turned to leave. I understand, Xiao Dao. As soon as he left, he transformed like a wild wolf, changing into a powerful eighth prince. The atmosphere around him instantly changed. All the subordinates bowed their heads respectfully. Xuanhao looked at them, his face cold and emotionless, and asked coldly, is everything arranged? The subordinate hastily replied, yes, at your command, master. The entire Yingliang Ciyuan team is already lying in ambush in the city. The trap is so dense that even the top reconnaissance team of the palace couldn't escape this inescapable net. Xuanhao nodded in satisfaction. Very good. I've been secretly training them for many years. Today is their first performance, demonstrating their strength in front of everyone. Are you ready? The subordinates immediately gripped their swords tightly. The Yingxi group awaits the master's command. We are willing to assist the master. As long as the master gives the order, even if the entire army is destroyed, we will ensure those who come here die without a place to be buried. We will kill all enemies without regret. Suddenly, from outside, a knock on the door sounded. Knock, knock. Xuanhao smiled coldly, thinking silently, the target has arrived. Prepare to receive the enemy. The subordinates immediately shouted, advance. The leader licked his lips and smiled sinisterly, saying, the prey, you cannot escape. When he opened the door, unexpectedly, it was Xian Laoyi and Li Yuanfang. Li Yuanfang entered with a beaming smile and asked, may I ask if this is the residence of young Master Yi? The servant standing beside immediately changed his attitude, transforming into a proper and formal butler. Full of etiquette, he clasped his hands respectfully and said, I am the butler of young Master Yi. Everyone calls me Uncle Ing. He turned to Xian Laoyi and bowed, giving a smile and greeting to Xian Laoyi. Xian Fan Tri looked at him seriously, asking, you know me? Uncle Ing immediately replied, Xian Laoyi, how could I not know? The relationship between our young master and the young lady. How could this humble servant not be aware? He smiled and continued speaking. Our young master has been waiting for hours. Please come in. Huin Fan Ti En Dui. He solemnly greeted, welcome, Master Huin. Your presence honors us. Huin Hao felt tense inside, thinking, meeting this early, it's not to face an enemy. But the little pet has asked to be the master. Of course, I must agree. Remembering Huin Tian Doa, he smiled slightly. Ung Tuk led the way, cheerfully inviting Master Huin in. Master Huin, this way, please. Lai Vien Fuang followed behind, feeling somewhat strange inside. He looked at everyone in the mansion, thinking it odd. Why does the atmosphere here make me feel so uneasy? He glanced around, then accidentally caught the eyes of the servants. They looked at him intently, as if observing his every move. It wasn't like normal enthusiasm, but carried a strange hint of killing intent. Lai Vien Fuang felt something was off. A vague sense of fear rose in his heart. The more he looked, the stranger it felt. He couldn't help but think to himself, why do their faces seem so unusual? It's not just simple respect, but there's a hint of killing intent. This feeling grew stronger, making him shudder. Huin Fanchi noticed Lai Vien Fuang's unease and looked straight at him, asking, is something wrong? Lai Vien Fuang dared not hide it. He quickly spoke up, Master, don't you feel something strange? The servants here keep staring at us. It's as if something's not right. But as he thought about it, he grew more suspicious and recalled the strange stories the old man at the tea house told about unsolved cases. Huyen Fanchi interrupted, not letting Lai Vien Phuong continue his thoughts. Vien Phuong, ever since you went to the tea house and heard the master tell those detective stories, you've started to become suspicious. What god would have time for such things? Don't forget why we're here today. Lai Vien Phuong startled, quickly bowing his head, yes, master. I understand now. Meanwhile, Ung Tuk led Huyen Fanchi to Huyen Hao's quarters. His face was stern, but full of respect. Huyen Fanchi couldn't help but feel annoyed, rising in his heart. He thought, I can't believe I have to go in here. He can invite me in without personally coming to greet me. It's completely disrespectful. I'm his future father-in-law. How can he be so impolite? The more he thought, the angrier he became, muttering to himself, he really doesn't know his place. I thought he was a sensible person, yet he acts like this. It's not impressive at all. I want to see just what kind of divine being he is. He forcefully pushed the door open. The room was lavishly decorated. Countless rare porcelain vases and treasures left him stunned. Huyen Hao was twirling 2 jade pieces in his hand. Huyen Fanchi was startled when he saw him. Huyen Hao, upon hearing their footsteps, didn't rush to stand up as they approached. He just gently raised his head to look towards the entrance. A cold smile appeared on his face. Then he calmly said, Elder Huyen has arrived. He stood up, walked towards Huyen Fanchi, and bowed his head. His voice was clear and determined. Huyen Hao, pay my respects to Elder Huyen. Huyen Fanchi was startled, his face turning slightly pale. He immediately broke into a cold sweat and nodded awkwardly. This old man has been discourteous. Huyen Hao smiled cheerfully and replied gently, This humble one has boldly invited Elder Huyen for tea. Please don't blame me. Then, he slightly waved his hand, signaling Ung Tuk to prepare tea. Although Huyen Fanchi was displeased, he couldn't refuse. He had to nod and invite him to sit. At this moment, he glanced at his subordinate and saw that Ung Tuk understood. He stepped forward to pour tea for Huyen Fanchi. Elder Huyen, please enjoy the tea. After pouring the tea, he smiled and introduced, This is Phoenix tea from Quan Mountain. The tea is mild, sweet, and cool like the spring sunshine. It's truly rare. Fortunately, our master has managed to collect a small amount. Today, Elder Huyen has come at the right time. Please try some. Huyen Fanchi nodded slightly, took the cup of tea, and said, indeed a fine tea. But in his heart, he couldn't help but think, this is not just good tea, but a rare and extremely valuable type of tea. This cup of tea, if not from royal lineage, who could possess it? Who exactly is this person? Huyen Hao, seeing the puzzled look in Huyen Fanchi's eyes, couldn't help but smile inwardly. The plan to win over his father-in-law had begun to succeed. He knew that with money, everything could be resolved. Huyen Hao was extremely pleased at this moment. He chuckled silently. Haha, it seems the first step has been completed smoothly. He had made everything develop according to the script. Next would be showing off his wealth. And then the second step would be an overwhelming victory, defeating all opponents immediately. Huyen Hao secretly calculated that everything was on track. Now he just had to wait for the right moment to take over. Huyen Fanchi at this time, with a serious expression, asked directly, young master, I still haven't learned your esteemed name and where you're from. How did you come to know my daughter? Huyen Hao inwardly laughed coldly. He had prepared for this question since last night. He had even memorized the answers to potential questions. Huyen Hao immediately spoke. Elder Huyen, please don't be so formal. I am from the capital. I have a hobby of exploring local customs and people in different places. Not long ago, I came to this place. During the autumn, when the mountains were misty and waters clear, I met Miss Tien Hoa. Since then, we have admired each other. A young man admiring a young lady, feelings blossoming in the mountains. But we have maintained proper etiquette. That's all. Do you understand, Elder Huyen? Huyen Fanchi, after hearing a series of stories from Huyen Hao, took a sip of tea and replied, I see. But he felt a bit uneasy inside. He thought to himself, hearing such stories, isn't he being enchanted by our precious daughter? Huyen Hao continued speaking. Miss Tien Hoa may seem arrogant on the outside, but actually has a lot in common with me. We have already committed to each other for life. Hearing this, Huyen Fanchi couldn't help but be startled, even spitting out his tea. He felt extremely panicked inside, wondering if committing for life was too fast. Isn't it too quick? Huyen Hao, seeing his reaction, felt a bit angry inside, thinking to himself, you also want to directly come to propose marriage. Isn't this even more nonsensical? After a moment of hesitation, he coughed lightly and continued, Anyway, that day after sightseeing with Thin Doi, I heard from Tu Hack that you wanted to see me. I thought it was time to talk to you. Huan Fanchi immediately asked, "After all this small talk, you still haven't clearly stated your name and surname or which world you come from." Huan Hao now, without any trace of joking, began to answer seriously, "I've been careless. However, my identity is special. I ask Elder Huan to swear not to reveal my identity." Huan Fanchi's eyes showed doubt upon hearing this. He then asked, "Is it that serious? Could it be you come from royal or noble families in the capital?" He grew increasingly confused inside, feeling something wasn't right. Huan Hao smiled without speaking, thinking to himself, "I can't casually reveal my identity. If exposed, it would endanger my life. But actually, I'm not afraid of anything, because who am I?" Huan Hao felt extremely proud inside, thinking, "Step 2, conquering the father-in-law, is complete. I rely on my status to suppress others. No one can oppose me, to the extent that TNDOA will belong to me." In his mind, words like Elder Huan echoed, "If you're a bit smarter, you should drive away those delusional suitors. With your business acumen, you'll understand that this is a sure investment with huge profits." Next, according to the script he had planned, Huan Hao thought to himself, "He will put down his teacup, rush forward to grab my hand, and shout, 'Excellent.' Then everything will be fine." But unexpectedly, just as Huan Hao was preparing to receive that reaction, Huan Fanchi slammed his teacup down, turned away, waved his sleeve, and coldly said, "Let's pretend I never came to Chaotu today." Huan Hao stood frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. Everything he had calculated and prepared for didn't go according to plan at all. Feelings of anger and disappointment filled his heart. He couldn't believe he had received such a reaction. Huan Hao saw Elder Huan leaving like that, so he hurriedly ran outside, calling out to Elder Huan, "Elder Huan, please stop." Huan Hao couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "How did things turn out like this? There was no plan for this beforehand." Huan Hao ran up and held on to Elder Huan. He turned and said to Huan Hao, "Young master, please stop. I'm just a merchant. I'm truly not worthy of associating with royal nobility. In the future, I hope you won't meet my daughter again." After saying this, Elder Huan turned around. However, he was immediately surrounded by servants from Huan Hao's mansion. Huan Hao asked Elder Huan, "Do you really not want to discuss this further? What's the reason? TNDOA and I are sincere." Elder Huan coldly replied, "You don't need my young, inexperienced daughter. She lacks understanding. It's just a momentary infatuation. I'll go back and explain to her. She'll find another good match." When Huan Hao heard Elder Huan's words, he was thunderstruck and froze in place. Elder Huan ordered his servant, Li Yuanfang, go open the door. Huan Hao saw that he had no intention of blessing his union with Huan Tiandoa, so he immediately felt murderous intent and ordered to stop them. Huan Hao's servants immediately drew their knives, surrounding Elder Huan and his servant inside. Li Yuanfang saw their aggressive stance and became frightened. "You really aren't a good person." Huan Hao saw that talking wasn't working, so he began to threaten Elder Huan. "Don't test my patience." Elder Huan calmly asked him, "Young master, is your surname Hong Fu?" Li Yuanfang asked in surprise, "Hong Fu, isn't that the surname of the prince?" Huan Hao smiled and asked, "If you've already guessed, why does Elder Huan still want to leave? You should know the consequences of going against my wishes." His servants also showed murderous intent, echoing their master's words. "Why do you want to leave?" Elder Huan asked. "Isn't the current scene proving exactly why I want to leave?" Huan Hao was shocked when he heard this. Elder Huan continued, "Royal relatives hold high positions and great power, but it's also dangerous, full of deception and trickery. The empire today appears peaceful and prosperous on the surface. In reality, undercurrents are surging. The current emperor has 9 princes, yet again hasn't named a crown prince. Sooner or later, there will be a storm. Our Huan family is small. We just want to live peacefully. Why should we push our daughter into this muddy water? This is a great calamity. One wrong move, and our family could be wiped out. Today, young master Hong Fu bullies people with his power. How will he treat our TNDOA in the future?" Huan Hao froze when he heard this questioning. Elder Huan continued his analysis. "If someday someone asks you, young master, between the empire and your wedded wife, which weighs more heavily, how will you answer? If one day you, young master, sit on the high throne, and all the people of the country bow their heads and listen to your orders. Thousands of women fall for you, vying for your favor. Important ministers want to form marriage alliances with you to balance power. How will you choose? How will you handle 3,000 beautiful concubines, proud and cold? What will you do? This is still the best outcome. Once my daughter marries you, the most likely scenario is that sooner or later, Tunak will leave in disappointment. Old Master Huin cares deeply for this daughter of his, so he worries about every aspect of her life. Then he bowed and said to Huin Hao, "Young master, if you truly like Tiandoe, please let her go. Return her to her peaceful life." When Huin Hao heard these words, he was stunned as if struck by lightning. He stood dazed, thinking to himself, "Old Master Huin is right. Tiandoe will surely face many difficulties by my side under imperial power. Even the emperor himself walks on a tightrope, cautious with every step. And now, in the battle for the crown prince position, it's even more dangerous. I'm not sure if I can win, so what then? Can I guarantee that Tiandoe will be happy by my side? Perhaps it's better to give up early and return her to her peaceful life. Let her live a stable and prosperous life." Huin Hao muttered, "Give up, give up." When Old Master Huin heard Huin Hao say this, he thought that he had understood his concerns. Thinking he would give up this love, he happily said, "Young master, if you understand, that's wonderful. I will then." Unexpectedly, Huin Hao changed his expression and said, "I can't give up." This left Old Master Huin stunned. Huin Hao said, "I cannot give up." Old Master Huin hurriedly said, "But Tiandoe's safety." Huin Hao gave a cold smile and said, "Old Master Huin, you almost led me astray. What safety? What uncertain future? It's all nonsense. Everything you said is based on hypothetical situations. All that you've said is built on assumptions. Assuming I don't ascend to the high throne. Assuming I no longer love Tiandoe alone. And even more, assuming Tiandoe will face danger in the future." Old Master Huin fell silent upon hearing this. Huin Hao continued, "Assumptions are things that have never happened to me. They are absolutely impossible." Huin Hao thought to himself, "That supreme position, I absolutely cannot fail to attain it. My feelings for Tiandoe also absolutely cannot change, not even a little. Tiandoe herself absolutely cannot suffer any harm. She cannot endure any grievances." Huin Hao continued, "Only by my side will she have the happiest future." Old Master Huin heard this and asked, stunned, "Young master, are you that confident?" Huin Hao replied, "This is not confidence, but understanding of myself. All my plans and actions today are only for absolute freedom. Freedom to do whatever I want. That's why I'm determined to sit on that high throne. Only then will no one be able to restrict me. On the other hand, if I'm already the supreme ruler but still have to do things against my will to balance power, and can't even protect the one I love, then everything I'm doing now is nothing but a joke." Elder Xian advised, "Since ancient times, a wise ruler must." Xian Hao interrupted and asked, "Wise ruler?" Elder Xian still doesn't understand. "Do I look like that type of person?" Elder Xian broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Xian Hao gave an evil smile and said, "Selfish, cold-blooded, ruthless, tyrannical, unreasonable, killing everywhere. I am a tyrant." Elder Xian was startled and exclaimed, "You?" Xian Hao continued, "A tyrant who favors only one person. Once I've made up my mind, it's hard to change. Not just you, even if there were 100,000 troops before me, it would just be a matter of riding out and slaughtering them all." Elder Xian, have I made myself clear enough now? You may leave. I was just paying you a courtesy greeting." With that, Xian Hao turned and left. He silently determined in his heart, Xian Duo has been mine for a long time. In this life and the next, she will always be mine. This is a fact that no one can change. Elder Xian and Li Yuan Fong were released. On the way back, Elder Xian worriedly thought to himself, "Qian Duo, my child, has fallen for a madman. Is this good or bad? The path ahead is like a fog. I can't see it clearly." Inside the Xian residence, Qian Duo's voice could be heard. "So that's how it is. Although initially it seems like a huge investment, the subsequent profits are very promising. Though the risk is high, if we succeed this time, the Xian family can." Qian Duo was explaining her next bankruptcy plan to Elder Xian. To convince Elder Xian to follow her strategy, she even carefully drew a plan chart to explain it to Elder Xian. The chart's main structure was project management and operation. It included project implementation plans, progress control, operation promotion, handling of key issues, and daily project management. As Xian Qianduo was explaining enthusiastically, Elder Xian, before she could finish, raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "That's enough. No need to say more, Qianduo. You can make all the decisions yourself." Hearing that Elder Xian easily agreed to her proposed plan, Xian Qianduo was surprised and asked, "Oh, father, are you really not going to think it over? The risk is very high. Aren't you afraid I'll lose money and bankrupt the Xian family?" Elder Xian heard this and helplessly asked her, "Lose money and go bankrupt? Do you think your father knows nothing at all?" Huintian Doe heard Huin Lao Jia Tu say this and, startled, asked confusedly, "What?" Huin Lao Jia Tu then asked her, "There are many people supporting you from behind, helping you, aren't there? Just go ahead and act boldly." Huindin Doe heard this and smiled shyly. Scratching her head, she told him, "Is that so? You're right. Indeed, I have received help from many people. Then I'll go back to my room to write a new plan," as discussed. Huintian Doe then ran off. Huin Lao Jia Tu nodded and said, "All right." After she left, he closed the door of the room. Huin Lao Jia Tu now dropped his strict father role and held his head, thinking to himself that this seemingly strange investment must have been guided by that person behind the scenes, establishing a relationship with the royal family. In the future, such matters will become more frequent. Huin Ra will indeed rise to the sky in one step, but is it ultimately good or bad? Huin Lao Jia Tu pondered, giving himself a headache to the point of rolling back and forth on his desk. He silently exclaimed, "It's so troublesome." Just thinking about his daughter having a connection with someone from the royal family gave him a headache, worried that his daughter might get hurt, but also afraid of Huin Hao's power. After going out, Huintin Doe heard noises from inside the room and wondered to herself, what is father doing now? Huin Hao had been standing outside smiling, waiting for her for a long time, like a virtuous wife waiting for her husband to return from work. Huindin Doe pondered doubtfully, thinking to herself, however, it's unexpected that he didn't even frown. He agreed to the reckless spending plan I proposed. This is another blow to the family fortune. Huin Tian Doe was very proud of the plan she came up with, but she also didn't expect that although Huin Lao Jia too saw the risks, he immediately agreed with her. Huin Tian Doe, carrying her puzzled mood, went to ask Huin Hao, "Little Black, tell me what's wrong with my father. Does he really trust my abilities that much?" Seeing her think this way, Huin Hao smiled and answered her, taking the opportunity to flatter her. Tian Doe is so capable, everything she says is right. Of course Huin Lao Jia trusts you. Huin Tian Doe heard the two words capable and making money and felt like two knives stabbing her heart. Those two adjectives poked at her pain. She thought to herself, I would have forgotten about this if you hadn't mentioned it. Really, now everything is making money. That's just like us. I don't know why the silk shop turned from loss to profit. That cold and aloof new Wai Trang Chow even took the initiative to send fabric samples for me to sell. I can't even return them. The main store of Little True, Tuny, now sells limited items, selling like hotcakes. There are even people scalping tickets. Luckily, I was smart enough to tell him to open branch stores. They're still temporarily in a loss state. Calculating back and forth. Currently, the only real loss is the money Little Black recklessly spent at the casino. Thinking about the money Huin Hao had lost at the casino made Huin Tian Doe happy again, because this was the only money lost since she traveled here. Overjoyed, Huin Tian Doe threw herself into Huin Hao's arms and said, "Oh Xiaohei, I don't know what I'd do without you." When Huin Hao heard her speak to him like that, he thought she loved him to death, wishing she could cling to him every moment. He happily began to fantasize and delude himself. Indeed, Tian Doe loves me deeply. She doesn't want to be apart from me for a second. Oh, women are so troublesome. Suddenly, Huin Tian Doe had an idea and thought to herself, fortunately, my intuition last night came true. I thought of an excellent way to lose money. Not only can it directly lose a large sum of money, but it can also ensure continuous losses over a long period. It's simply perfect, that is. Later, in the meeting room, all the treasurers of the Huin family were gathered in the study. After hearing her plan, they gasped in shock. The Imperial Amusement Park. The head treasurer, very worried, approached Huin Tian Doe and asked, "Young miss, pardon me, but what exactly are you saying?" Huin Tian Doe heard this and asked back, "I've already explained." "Elder treasurer, do you still not understand?" The elder treasurer exclaimed angrily, "Understand? What's there to understand? This is completely absurd. You want to build a 1,500-acre land with all kinds of playgrounds, create various landscapes, dig lakes, and build gardens. Not only that, the land you're eyeing is originally wasteland. Even the roads need to be repaired. Moreover, what's this about a giant Ferris wheel, a tourist farm, and famous internet check-in spots? What are these things? A tourist farm isn't it just asking visitors to come and cook their own meals, grow vegetables, and raise chickens? Young miss, have you gone mad? Out of the blue, why would people want to come to a garden you built to farm? I truly cannot understand. Uncle Trung, hearing this, also rushed to persuade Huynh Tiandoa to abandon this fanciful project. This is just one aspect. Even if we don't discuss these things, that piece of land is completely unobtainable. Although it's called wasteland, it's private property belonging to the Chi Fu Lord. You know about Chi Fu, don't you? He's famous for not giving face to anyone. That land was passed down from his ancestors. For so many years, he has never let anyone touch it, and repairing the road is difficult. This land is 10 kilometers away from our town. 10 kilometers would take a normal person a whole day to walk. Even on horseback, it would take 3 watches of the night. Other treasurers also spoke up during harvest season and exams. It was time to go to such a far place to pay fees to kill chickens in a garden, cook meals for fun. Moreover, Huynh Tiandoa saw the fund managers had discovered enormous risks in this project. They were repeatedly advising her to stop the project, but she wasn't worried or hesitant at all. On the contrary, she confidently replied, "Yes, what you say makes sense, but I won't listen." Huynh Zhang's fund managers were completely shocked, their mouths agape after hearing her speak. Huynh Tiandoa smiled and said to the fund managers, "I invited you here to learn, not to seek your opinions. It's to choose someone to be in charge of this project. I've been observing for a while. I feel there's one person most suitable." The fund managers, hearing that Huynh Tiandoa was choosing someone in charge, became curious and excited, asking who it was. She nodded and said yes. After all, this project is for young people. It's about making money from young people. So we need young people with forward-thinking ideas. In this room, the youngest person is the one. Right. This Tiki amusement park project will be assigned to that person. She pointed toward the maid who was working in the study. This left everyone stunned and dumbfounded. The maid, hearing Huynh Tiandoa's words, was scared stiff. After a while, she regained her senses and pointed at herself, asking, "You're assigning this to me?" The other fund managers, hearing Huynh Tiandoa's decision, panicked and pointed at Truong Chuhoa. "Wait, young miss, Truong Chuhoa is just a maid. She doesn't understand anything. How can you appoint her so casually?" Huynh Tiandoa, hearing the fund managers questioning her, calmly smiled and said, "I didn't want to argue with you gentlemen. After all, the number of frames per chapter is limited. But since you doubt me, if I don't explain, in the future when working, perhaps you won't listen wholeheartedly. Listen, this young miss has 3 questions. Among you who like snacks, name the 5 most famous snacks in our town. Please state their specific names, locations, and prices." The fund managers, hearing the question, broke into a sweat and stammered this. Another fund manager quickly spoke up. "This goes without saying. Of course, there's the stinky tofu from our Huynh family. There's also snail noodles." Huynh Tiandoa, hearing this, continued to ask, "What else?" The fund managers looked at each other blankly, sweating, and began to discuss among themselves. "Does cold rice count?" One fund manager replied, "I don't know. As for the locations, we usually ride in horse carriages. When we want to buy something, we have servants to do it. Who knows exactly where they are?" Huynh Tiandoa saw they were struggling. They were still discussing without reaching a conclusion. So she went to Truong Chuhoa and asked her, "Truong Chuhoa, right? Do you know?" Truong Chuhoa, being asked by Huynh Tiandoa, stammered, I'm not very sure either. The 5 most famous snacks that the young lady mentioned, which 5 are they? There are so many snacks in town, it's almost impossible to count them all. I only know that when I usually stroll with my sisters, we start with cold jelly at Maji at the beginning of the street. Then we follow the road and eat along the way, including stinky tofu, candied calabash, lampwick cake, dried persimmon, candied chestnuts, chicken eggs, wheat gluten, and rabbit head. Finally, we add a bowl of pears steamed with rock sugar. Zhang Xiaohua, as if immersed in a world of culinary delights, recounted her conquest route. The managers listened in amazement and exclaimed, saying, "What a healthy eater, impressive." Zhang Xiaohua, being praised, smiled shyly and said she had no other hobbies. She just likes to eat, and every month as soon as she gets paid, she spends it all on food. Xin Qianduo was very pleased with Zhang Xiaohua and nodded in approval, saying well done. She turned and started talking nonsense, beginning to make excuses to the managers to persuade them to let Zhang Xiaohua be in charge of the project. Being a hearty eater is a blessing. Knowing how to eat can be combined with the current market to eat selectively. This is the most basic requirement for a food lover. First of all, our Dick Siney amusement park needs to use delicious snacks as an attraction. Planning the food route and choosing dishes are all key points. Of course, you gentlemen can research the market in depth, but the craving for delicious food can stimulate the purest excitement. Only then can one truly stand from the customer's perspective to think about the essence of food. From this point of view, Zhang Xiaohua wins. The other managers, being defeated by a servant from the household, painfully exclaimed, "No, this is just the first question. The young lady still has 2 more questions. Please continue. We surely won't fall behind again." The managers began to show a fighting spirit, competing for rank and urging Xian Duo to ask the next question. Xian Duo nodded and continued to tell them, "All right, the second question. Please tell me at least 3 types of daily leisure activities." The managers, hearing a question that touched on something they knew, immediately enthusiastically answered her. This includes fishing, flower cultivation, raising chickens, drinking tea, playing cards, horse riding, visiting brothels. As soon as one manager said visiting brothels, he realized his slip of the tongue and immediately covered his mouth, but it was too late. He received contemptuous looks from his colleagues and was shunned by everyone. Xian Duo, after hearing the manager's answers, then turned to ask Zhang Xiaohua, "Zhang Xiaohua, what about you? Don't be afraid, just speak boldly." Zhang Xiaohua then answered her, I like watching street performances, shadow puppetry, catching butterflies with my sisters, riding flower carts, playing kickball, and also idiom chaining, guessing lantern riddles, flying kites, and also monologues and performing plays. After hearing a series of answers, a counter manager curiously asked, "What else do you do besides acting? What do you mean by not counting acting?" Zhang Xiaohua shyly replied, "It's because the script is so well written that when the sisters are moved, they will rehearse that section. This is embarrassing." The counter managers were utterly shocked upon hearing this. After a while, they finally found their voices again. "You're just a maid, yet your entertainment life is quite rich, while those old rich men only have a few ordinary pleasures." But Zhang Xiaohua could list a whole series of activities. Zhang Xiaohua excitedly said, "This is also thanks to our Xian family's good treatment, high salary, and fixed holidays. That's why this servant can often go out to relax and have fun. I'm truly happy." Xian Chanduo was very proud, patting Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder in praise. All right. You managers want to understand the market. The most important thing is actual production and understanding the customer group. Let's not talk about the rest. Just the script acting alone. Could you have thought of that?" The managers looked at each other upon hearing this. Xian Chanduo seized the opportunity while they were confused and asked the final question. The third one is not a question, but a self-reflection. I want you to ask yourselves, after hearing about the Delight Adaptation Amusement Park project, what was your immediate gut reaction? Everyone answered in unison. Losing money, wasting resources, daydreaming. Not realistic. They evaluated the project from a business perspective. Xian Chanduo then turned to ask Zhang Xiaohua, "What was your immediate reaction?" Zhang Xiaohua immediately replied that it sounded quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Xian Chanduo immediately seized the opportunity to announce to the other counter managers, "I hope everyone understands now. I won't elaborate on other matters." Here, Zhang Xiaohua is promoted to Project Director of Delight Adaptation. She will be responsible for developing, designing, and constructing the entire park area. Everyone else, please prioritize Zhang Xiaohua. Don't be insincere. No matter how strange the ideas Zhang Xiaohua proposes, you are not to object. Just implement them. Zhang Xiaohua, are you confident you can do well? Zhang Xiaohua trembled and stammered, This servant. Xian Chanduo pinched Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua quickly cried out, "Yes, of course I can. Thank you, young miss, for considering me. I will definitely do my best." Xian Chanduo nodded and said, "That's good. The initial budget is 2 million taels. Spend it freely. If it's not enough, come to me for more." Dismissed. Everyone bowed and said, "We bid young miss farewell." Xian Chanduo, extremely pleased with her plan, thought to herself, "Finally, I've outsmarted them. The questions I asked were all things only young people would know. It's completely wrong." Then the department heads thought they would know right away. This chief planner position only needs to hire one person. Letting a planner become CEO will cause big problems. From proposing ideas to implementation, situation. Who knows how many difficulties we'll face? No little maid can handle it comprehensively. Not to mention, when actually implementing, we'll only know if it's feasible or not. Internal conflicts, suspicion, negativity, embezzlement. Without a strong leader with management skills, the team will soon fall apart due to differences in opinions and personal interests. And during that process, a large sum of money will be wasted. There won't even be a chance to take back our words. She laughed happily, saying her strategy was truly brilliant. This time, she's sure to make a loss. On the streets, the townspeople, after hearing that Xian Tiandoa was preparing to open an amusement park, started discussing. Have you heard? The Xian family is about to make a big move again. What? What big move? The Xian family wants to build a large amusement park called Disneyland or something. Everyone was confused and asked, what's this Disneyland amusement park? Inside a tavern, 3 people at a table were drinking tea and eating melon seeds. One of them spoke up, I don't know, but I heard they've approached the prefect for land development rights. Then someone in the group asked, that large wasteland is quite a waste indeed. That land belonging to the prefect is very large. The soil is good, but until now, the prefect hasn't allowed anyone to cultivate it. He says it's against family tradition to do so. We all guessed if the prefect was hiding beauties in a golden tower. Someone else replied, hide what? There's not even a single house there. It's all flat land. We commoners should just wait and see what happens inside the prefecture. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua went to the prefecture to discuss the land matter. The prefect's advisor came out to meet Zhang Xiaohua and said, it's no use talking more about it. I've already said that the prefect's ancestors had a family rule not to lend land to outsiders. No digging allowed. No usage allowed. Zhang Xiaohua, seeing the advisor's refusal, quickly begged, please, advisor, be lenient, and asked the prefect. The advisor coldly told Zhang Xiaohua, young lady, please leave. Zhang Xiaohua cried out, but she was about to explain further. But the advisor had lost all patience and had someone escort Zhang Xiaohua out. No buts. Go home. Go home. Zhang Xiaohua, pushed out of the prefecture, cried out, oh my, don't push me. The main gate of the prefecture was immediately closed. The other department heads, seeing her being thrown out, quickly ran to help her up. Zhang Xiaohua said to them miserably, what should we do now? After I became CEO, the first task is already a failure. The section managers pretended to comfort her. Xiaohua, don't be discouraged yet. Go back to the young miss, and we'll think of a long-term plan. However, Zhang Xiaohua's determination flared up, and she told them no. I must speak to him directly. I'll wait here, and must wait until the prefect comes out. The 2 section managers looked at each other and said, this. One section manager whispered to the person next to him, Zhang Xiaohua really doesn't understand protocol. How could the prefect come to meet you? The other section manager shook his head and said, you still don't understand. Blocking someone's front door. As if you could. The master coming out to chase you away is already giving face to the Xian family. With his status, at least it would require old Master Xian to personally appear and bring an invitation to the highest level banquet. What can we do? The young miss also completely ignores advice. We suggested to the young miss, saying Zhang Xiaohua doesn't understand social norms. But the young miss said to just let her be. Everyone just listens to her, oh well. Now we've been refused an audience. The first task has already failed. Meanwhile, the material side has already started purchasing. What should we do now? Inside the Xian residence, Xian Duo was very leisurely sitting on a chaise lounge. Xian Hao was massaging her shoulders. Xian Hao smiled and asked her, young miss, do you trust this Zhang Xiaohua so much? Xian Duo smiled and replied, of course I trust Zhang Xiaohua. She secretly added in her heart, I trust she can completely mess things up. Look, she went directly to block the prefect's door. Who could have thought of that? This project, not going through, is a foregone conclusion. I can sleep soundly with endless joy. Xian Duo was very pleased with her plan to build Disneyland to bankrupt the Xian family. She believed that with Zhang Xiaohua in charge, things would become even more complicated. Thinking about the upcoming bankruptcy made her whole body feel relaxed. Then Xian Duo remembered something and turned to say to Xian Hao, oh right, Xiaohei. Last time you said you wanted to go to Liang village to meet your relatives there. now is just the right time when we're free. Why don't we do this together? When Xian Hao heard her say, let's do this, his face turned bright red and he started imagining things, saying, This. To be honest with you, young miss, actually I've already brought a group of my relatives here. From working in our Xian family, I've saved up some money, so I paid for their travel expenses to come to town for work. It's better than staying in the mountains anyway. When Xian Duo heard Xian Hao say this, she didn't doubt him at all and sat up asking, Oh, have they all found jobs yet? If not, we can arrange for them to work at the Xian family. Hearing Huan Hao cares so much about her relatives, she smiled and replied, Thank you, young Mississippi. A few people were fortunate to be chosen by the butler and have joined our Huan family. Although it said they were lucky to be chosen, in reality, earlier Huan Ha and his subordinates, full of murderous intent, had threatened that lucky butler, making him so scared that he accepted them to work in the Huan mansion. Seeing her mention this matter, Huan Hao immediately led Huan Tian Doa to where the subordinates he had brought into the Huan mansion to introduce them to her. This is Coachman Hong Dai. This is Sedan Bearer Hong Ni. This is Porter Hong Tam. And there's Cook Hong Tu, Hong Gu the errand boy. All of them, upon seeing Huan Tian Doa, simultaneously shouted loudly, Greetings, Huan Tian Doa. Greetings, young Mississippi Huan Tian Doa. Upon hearing the names given in order, couldn't believe it. With a stiff smile, she remarked to Huan Hao, The names are quite uniform, aren't they? Huan Hao smiled and replied to her, People from Luong village are uneducated. No need to pay attention to details. Huan Tian Doa, hearing this, believed him and happily patted Huan Hao's shoulder, saying, That's good, everyone has a chance to work. Little hack, in the future, if there are any suitable vacant positions, let them come to work. Besides our house, we still have many shops under our control. They're all short-staffed. Huan Hao bowed his head and said, Thank you, young Mississippi. I'll keep that in mind. He smugly thought to himself, This way, my bodyguards have all infiltrated the Huan family. The entire Huan family, top to bottom, is now under my control. At this moment, Old Master Huan and Lai Vien Phuong were taking a stroll in the Huan mansion. Lai Vien Phuong noticed the gazes of the servants staring at him and Old Master Huan, so he fearfully approached and whispered to Old Master Huan, Master, it seems our house has many new, unfamiliar faces. Old Master Huan said, Lai Vien Phuong, some things should be doubted, can be doubted. Some things you don't need to know, just pretend you don't see them. Fishing is important. Fishing is important. Lai Vien Phuong, seeing him so indifferent to the situation, exclaimed, Oh. The seventh prince, standing on another rooftop looking into the Huan mansion, said I didn't expect them to bring in so many people. This way, there's absolutely no chance anymore. Indeed, in the end, we can only determine victory or defeat in the business battle of Thuoc Veo. What is the Huan family investing in now? A subordinate answered, they want to develop a plot of land into an entertainment district. The seventh prince, hearing this, asked with interest, Land, how come I can't get involved in that? Meanwhile, inside Chi Fu's mansion, in a dark room, Chi Fu knelt down, trembling, and said, Wong, there's trouble. The Xian family wants to touch that piece of land. Once they uncover the secret, our ancient tomb will no longer be safe. The last bloodline of the previous dynasty, the final royal dynasty. The fire spreading across the grassland cannot be extinguished here. Inside the Xian mansion, Xian Duo, sitting on a swing reading a book, asked, The great Qi dynasty. Xian Hao, pushing the swing for her, replied, It has already perished. This happened over 100 years ago. Why is Xiao Duo asking about this? Xian Duo, reading a history book, said, Nothing, I just suddenly became interested in history. She thought to herself, being here for so long, I've never explored the world of this story setting. I need to supplement my knowledge. Currently, this country is called the Great Yu Empire. Emperor Huang Fuyu, the previous Qi dynasty's king, was deluded and incompetent, indulging in his harem, causing internal chaos and external threats, the people wandering homeless. The Imperial Guard commander and frontier general at that time were the brothers Huang Fu Ming and Luan. Ming and Yi cooperated with senior court officials to launch a military coup. Afterwards, they proclaimed themselves kings, and from then on, the Huangfu surname became the royal surname. So, my destined enemy, the 8th prince, has the surname Huangfu. I only remember he's ranked 8th. I never paid attention to his name before. Anyway, it's nothing good. At my current progress, the chances of getting involved with him are not high. Xian Shinduo thought she wouldn't have anything to do with that 8th prince. But little did she know, it was the person who was always by her side. So she happily sat on the swing, thinking to herself, perfect, this is my ideal life. Enjoying the breeze, basking in the sun, no worries about food or clothes, no troubles. And someone pushing the swing for me like this, perfect. Then, Xian Shinduo looked at Xian Hao's smiling face. Her sixth sense told her she felt something was off somewhere. These things were very strange. Xian Hao smiled and said to her, Xiao Duo, I'll go get some pastries. Xian Shinduo nodded and said, Feeling a bit tired, she got off the swing and walked around. Suddenly, she noticed Xian Hao talking with Xianya and was startled, thinking, Xian Shinduo saw Xian Hao smiling and talking about something that seemed interesting with Xianya. After talking, the two happily said goodbye to each other. In her eyes, the atmosphere around Xianya had turned into pink bubbles. She was startled and thought, oh. But actually, Xianya was talking with Xian Hao about the new, unfamiliar servants in the mansion. After understanding, Xianya thought to herself, lately, many unfamiliar faces have appeared in the house. Father doesn't allow Yuan Fong to investigate. I find it a bit strange. Afraid it's because the young master left your sister's home, so she came to ask. So that's what it was. The young master freely admitted it. Those people were all there for him to protect. Big sister is too domineering. So kotrel, so dental, so touching. Once again, I'm moved by this pure and beautiful love. This script tonight must be written all night, continuously for 10,000 words. Xianya is extremely touched by Xian Hao's great love for Xian Duo. Meanwhile, Xian Duo, hiding on the side, thought that Xianya liked Xian Hao. She was startled and thought to herself, this isn't good. Could it be that Xianya has feelings for Xiao He? Xian Duo thought that Xianya had feelings for Xiao He. Not knowing his true identity, she began to imagine a scene where one day the prince would come and say to Xianya, look, this is the kingdom I've conquered for you. Will you be my wife? Xianya would then be confused and say, but your majesty, I already have a boyfriend. Then Xianya would happily run to Xiao He. Xian Duo imagined this far and then cried out, execute all 9 clans of the Xian family, young and old, men and women. Torture the one named Xiao He. No, Xian Duo thought to herself, we absolutely can't let things turn out like this. I've worked hard and spent money for so long not to return to square one. Just then, Xian Duo and Xianya ran into each other. Xianya approached and said, big sister, good morning. Xian Duo was startled when Xianya greeted her, but then calmed down. She composed herself. She began to play the role of a cold young lady and said, She thought to herself, maintain image, don't get too close to Xianya. She's the female lead. Otherwise, I'll lose points. Xianya then asked Xian Duo, big sister, have you seen it already? Actually, Xiao He and I. Xian Duo said, you and Xiao He can't be together. Xianya, give up on this idea. If not, you won't want to know the consequences. After saying this, Xian Duo turned and left. Xianya, left behind, was touched and bit her lip, saying, big sister is so domineering. I love it. Xianya happily thought, she and Xiao He are true love. What talent and virtue do I have to be able to ship such a perfect couple? The two young ladies, with their different imaginations, talked to each other, but ended up like they were speaking different languages. At a place further away, Xian Hao was carrying pastries. After overhearing the conversation, he shyly said to his servants, what are you looking at? Disperse, all of you. The others cheered him on. Master, you can do it. The Xian family's kingdom and beauty all belong to the master. Xian Hao started to fantasize again. I didn't expect her to have such a side. She surprised me. This deadly desire to possess. How can a woman of the emperor think in such a way? Consider it her first offense. I won't punish her this time. Though thinking this way, Xuan Hao was as happy as a flower. He ran like a dog to Xian Tianduo and said, little Duo, I'm back. These are all the dishes you like to eat. Xian Tianduo saw this and was very puzzled. At this moment, someone ran in to report, it's not good, young Mississippi. It's not good. It turned out to be the group of managers bringing Zhang Xiaohua back to report that Zhang Xiaohua had injured the prefect's master. Xian Tianduo was startled and asked what. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "It wasn't an injury. I just pushed him lightly." Who told him to clearly be there that day, but refused to see me. He even looked like he wanted to run away. I just rushed forward, wanted to reason with him. Then those people pushed me. I just wanted to push back. Who knew the quality of that sedan chair was so poor? It collapsed with just one push. Xian Tianduo heard this and broke out in a cold sweat, saying, "You're too strong." A manager then spoke up. Anyway, now the prefect is very angry and wants to arrest Zhang Xiaohua to punish her for the crime of great disrespect. If she hadn't taken advantage of the chaos to escape, the prefect would have been carried in to see a doctor. Now Zhang Xiaohua has been put in jail. Other managers said, "I said a woman couldn't handle this job. How can someone live so recklessly without knowing etiquette?" "Lower your voice." A manager came over and said, "If the prefect is injured, our Xian family will be resented. I heard the bailiffs to arrest Zhang Xiaohua are on their way. Young miss, quickly invite the master to personally go and apologize to the prefect." "Where's the master?" Xian Tianduo calmly replied, "My father. He went fishing." All the other managers heard this and fell silent in unison. Xian Tianduo smiled and said, don't rush. It was just hitting the sedan chair. Now just bring all our family assets to give to the prefect as an apology." However, the system immediately appeared with a notification forbidding her. Seeing this, she angrily pouted and said, "I knew it." She thought to herself, the system is too rigid. This kind of compensation is only allowed to be done according to standards. Last time when Xiaohei got a serious illness, it finally allowed me to spend so much money. I guess the prefect's fall injury won't be compensated for much, unless he gets so angry that he falls seriously ill or something. No, don't curse people. But the good news is that with all this commotion, the Dishi and I plan is almost certainly ruined. The huge investment is gone too. That's great. Xian Tianduo thought her plan to go bankrupt was about to succeed, so she was overjoyed and smiled. The managers along with Xuanhao saw this and were very puzzled. A counter manager secretly thought it was an illusion. Why isn't the young mistress worried at all? She even seems composed. Could it be that she had anticipated everything and it's all part of her deliberate plan? A counter manager thought to himself, could it be everything was within the young mistress's expectations? But there's no chance to save the young mistress. Now how does she plan to break this situation? The image of Xian Duo in his mind was like a deity descending to earth, able to predict everything that would happen. Xian Duo calmly said, "Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. Let's have some tea first. Have some tea." She invited the others to sit at the tea table. The counter managers were startled and thought what? Xian Duo sat at the tea table and said, "Sit down. I'll make tea for everyone." With a calm mind and peaceful spirit, your thoughts will be clearer. Hearing this, one counter manager's imagination ran wild. He thought first use tea to calm everyone down. The young mistress's ability to control her subordinates' emotions is truly amazing. But what should we do next? The constables from the other side are about to arrive. Zhang Xiaohua stood up fearfully and said to Xian Duo, "Young mistress, I'm sorry. It was my recklessness. I'll go apologize to the prefect and accept punishment. Everything is Xiaohua's fault. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Xian family." The counter manager, seeing Zhang Xiaohua say this, thought to himself, so that's it. Showing a gentle attitude was to make Zhang Xiaohua realize her own problem and voluntarily step forward. It both ensures the safety of others and maintains Zhang Xiaohua's loyalty. The young mistress's move is brilliant. The counter manager started imagining again that Xian Duo was using a master move to manage those working under her, when in fact she wasn't doing anything at all. Xian Duo said to Zhang Xiaohua, "There's no need. You are only following the Xian family's orders. I'll take all the responsibility." Xiaohua, sit down. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise. But Xian Duo told her to sit down. Zhang Xiaohua had to sit down and replied yes. The counter manager, hearing Xian Duo say this, again imagined and thought to himself, so it's not about making Xiaohua take the blame alone. She really wants to protect her. I understand now. Xiaohua is just a small-scale model. If we abandon Xiaohua, then many counter managers like this will surely think, when one horse is sick, the whole stable suffers. It seems the young mistress is only protecting Xiaohua, but in fact, she's preserving the loyalty to the Xian family of all those in the Xian family's faction. The young mistress is so capable. Look at old Fan next to her. He's already very moved. But although we've maintained loyalty, how can we overcome this difficult hurdle? Conflicting with the prefect's lord right on the street, we might need to provide an explanation. To avoid the pain of flesh for Xiaohua, I'm afraid the Xian family will be implicated. Once the prefect makes things difficult in the future, in just a few years, the Xian family will decline. How can they compete with officials? Young Miss is still too inexperienced after all. Her thoughts are not deep enough. The sound of horse hooves rang out. That manager fearfully thought to himself, "Listen, the sound of horse hooves has already started. It's getting closer and closer. The Xian family's greatest calamity is about to arrive." While others were worried, Xian Duo was secretly delighted, thinking, "Finally, we've lost a large sum of money." The sound of horse hooves grew more intense, making the other managers even more frightened. The constables rushed in with whips and batons, saying, "We're pursuing the criminal Zhang Xiaohua. Anyone who obstructs will be charged with the same crime." Nobody move. The manager stood up and said, "Officer, what's the matter? Speak slowly. Don't be angry. Have some tea first." The constables said, "Zhang Xiaohua is here." Xian Hao's subordinate saw this and signaled to ask him, "Should we charge in?" He shook his head and looked towards Xian Duo. He saw her calmly drinking tea. The other managers saw this and were confused, thinking she still hasn't done anything. The constables rushed up to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Arrest Zhang Xiaohua." She anxiously cried out, "Young Miss." A manager rushed up to shield her, saying, "Don't act rashly." She continued drinking tea without moving. At this moment, someone praised Old Master Xian, "Your fishing skills are getting better and better." At this moment, she opened her eyes and saw Old Master Xian returning with a basket of fish, saying, "With a calm mind, the fish will bite on their own. Today, all my fishing friends can try the fish soup I personally cooked. It's a secret exclusive recipe, very delicious." "Oh, why are so many people gathered here? Who are you all?" Those constables were surprised. "Oh, what's this?" When they saw the person in front of them, they fearfully knelt down and said, "Greetings, Governor, Your Excellency." The other managers heard this and were frightened, thinking to themselves, "Governor. To think that the governor would appear here. The young miss is truly divine, a heavenly being among mortals. I'm in awe." He looked towards Xian Duo, thinking she had predicted everything, and was deeply moved. He started imagining things again. The governor frowned and asked, "What's going on here?" "You all should head back first. The sun is setting." This old man hasn't even had his fish soup yet. When those constables heard the governor speak like this, they immediately replied, "Yes, yes." Then they quickly withdrew. Old Master Xian, upon hearing this, realized the identity of his fishing companion and coughed once. The governor quickly turned back and said to the old man, "Brother." Old Master Xian, after realizing the person before him was the governor, could no longer use familiar terms and immediately bowed, saying, "Xian Fanchi pays respects to the governor." The governor smiled and said, "Oh, Brother Xian, you're too formal. Usually, I'm busy with official duties and my only small hobby is fishing. Only when fishing can we take off our official robes and be ordinary people." "Brother Huin, is that why you like fishing so much? I've noticed you've been much more relaxed lately. I can see that you're a good person. That's why I became friends with you." "What? No more fish soup?" Old Master Huin immediately said, "Of course we'll have some. Please come in." The governor looked at Huin Tiandoa and said with a smile, "Is this the daughter you always talk about?" "Indeed, she has the air of a noble family." Old Master Huin was delighted by the compliment. "She takes after me. Look, we're like two peas in a pod." At this moment, the managers also turned to look at Huin Tiandoa. Huin Tiandoa calmly stood up and said, "It's all right now. You may all leave." They all replied yes. One manager, seeing Huin Tiandoa's demeanor, thought to himself, as expected of the young mistress, "Indeed, everything is under her control. From now on, I must be even more loyal and carry out the young mistress's orders. I'll share her burdens." He started to imagine things again. Huin Tiandoa was like a celestial being who could control everything in the palm of her hand. Tanta looked at Huin Tiandoa and saw her trembling, so he asked Tiandoa, "Is your heart filled with turmoil right now?" He thought to himself, there's still a chance. It's just a coincidence that father's fishing friend happens to be the governor. Everything is still under control. How could the governor care about trivial matters like buying land to open an amusement park for the Huin family? How could this loss-making plan lead to bankruptcy? I'm overthinking. No, it can't be. To settle this properly, I must nip it in the bud. She decided to take matters into her own hands. She turned and called Xiaohe. He immediately replied, "Yes, miss. Go and implement Plan B." Huinhao heard her and asked, confused, what Plan can be. Inside the living room, the governor and old Master Huyn were drinking tea together, chatting happily. Tiandoa ran in and called father. Old Master Huyn said cheerfully, Tiandoa, you're here. I was just telling Old Lee about the officials coming to our house. Because of you. She immediately covered his mouth and said, wait, father. Uncle Governor, have you two ever heard of the Celestial Fish King? The governor asked with interest, Celestial Fish King. Old Master Huyn was also curious. What's that? Huyn Tiandoa said, legend has it that this is a mysterious figure who wanders around large fishing lakes. Whenever he casts his line, he's sure to catch a big fish. At most, this person once caught a 100-pound monster, truly deserving the title of Fish King. I've received news that he's now in Liang Village, a few hundred miles from us. Liang Village also has many giant animals. It's a paradise for anglers. If father and uncle are interested, why not go and see for yourselves? Not only can we meet the Fish King, but we can also fish, escape from the world, and relax leisurely. How delightful. Xian Duo happily thought to herself. As long as I separate him, no matter how high-ranking a governor he is, distant water can't quench a nearby fire. By then, the Xian family can steadily go bankrupt with peace of mind. She was delighted with her plan for bankruptcy. Xian Hao came over and whispered to her, there are no big fish or giant animals in Liang Village. Xian Duo heard this and thought to herself, that's perfect if there aren't any. After being tricked, the governor will surely fly into a rage. Thus, father's talented fishing friend will cut ties with him. Our losses will be even more favorable. The governor heard this and was very interested. He said to old Master Xian, my brother, it happens that I could take annual leave. If that's the case, why don't we follow your daughter's suggestion? Let's take a trip to Liang Village. Old Master Xian heard this and couldn't delay. She heard this and immediately pushed the two old men onto a horse carriage, saying she had already prepared a carriage for them. Have a leisurely time. The two were still unsure of what was happening when the carriage had already left. She happily waved and said, don't rush to come back. Xian Duo sighed in relief, thinking to herself, that was dangerous. It almost went wrong. She turned and said to Xian Hao, I'm sorry, Xiao He. Liang Village is your hometown. I made the decision without telling you first. He smiled and said, it's all right, Xiao Duo. Now I'll send a carrier pigeon to tell the villagers to welcome the two guests attentively and make sure they're satisfied. He thought to himself, to bring Xiao Duo back for the wedding ceremony anytime. Luckily, I had people repair Liang Village early on. At least on the surface, it looks like a normal village. Who would have thought that place hides my assassins and elite troops? The whole village is full of fierce people who kill without blinking an eye. Xiao Duo, oh Xiao Duo, indeed you're always thinking about going back home with me. How adorable. Xian Hao again imagined that Xian Duo always wanted to return with him to his hometown and was extremely happy inside. Xian Duo happily thought to herself, now that I've solved the biggest problem, I can continue to be lazy and do nothing. Just sit and wait for the project to fail and incur losses. Only with big losses will that damn prince stay away from me. Meanwhile, inside the prefectural yamen, he asked in shock what? The governor. The runner replied, yes. The governor and old Master Xian have a deep friendship. We subordinates could only return to the yamen first. The prefect asked, how deep is this friendship? The person said, the governor wore plain clothes and went fishing with old Master Xian, then dined together. The prefect heard this and turned to ask the advisor, what do you think? The advisor replied, my lord, the governor is your direct superior. You cannot offend him. The governor usually doesn't display his talents and seems to not take things seriously. But he has many disciples who are all influential figures in the capital now. He wants to protect Huyn. I'm afraid that piece of land must be rented out. After all, it's just a wasteland. Why do you need to offend the governor over such a small matter? The prefect angrily slammed the table, saying it's ancestral land. Absolutely cannot let outsiders step in. Even if the governor personally requests, I will not yield. At this moment, someone rushed in saying, reporting to the prefect, an imperial edict has arrived. The prefect asked in surprise from the palace, could it be from the emperor? The person said it's the seal of the seventh prince, specifically instructing the prefect to receive it. The prefect took it and said this matter. He opened the letter. Inside it wrote, Prefect, you are to receive this edict. The Huyn family's reclamation of wasteland is beneficial for the people and the country. You must fully support it. If you evade, it may be detrimental to merchants and harm the economy. Quickly consider this. Seventh Prince Huyn Due, The prefect read it and thought to himself in shock, the seventh prince personally orders me to lease the land. The Huan family has such powerful backing. The seventh prince on the other side gleefully thought, Prefect, don't obstruct this prince's grand money-making scheme. Inside the prefect's office, after reading the seventh prince's letter, the prefect frowned and thought to himself, even the royal family is involved in the Huan family's messy affairs. It seems I can't avoid it anymore. The prefect then said to his secretary, send out an invitation on my behalf. Invite the Huan family head to Shanghai residence for a banquet. Inside Shanghai residence, a servant ran up to ask Huan Qianduo, young miss, are you sure you don't need to invite the master back? The prefect personally invited him. We can't be careless. Huan Qianduo coldly said to the servant, no need. I'll bring Lil Hei with me. Huan Hao, walking beside her, heard this and smiled happily. Huan Qianduo thought to herself, I didn't expect the prefect to give in just because my father's fishing buddy suddenly appeared. To prevent the situation from worsening, I deliberately sent him away. This prefect really couldn't hold out any longer. The official world is truly fickle. People's hearts change easily. Now I have no choice but to personally step forward and have a heart-to-heart talk with the prefect. I must make him firm in his resolve not to let our family rent the land. Fortunately, in the past, I honed my skills in rapid-fire shooting and trash-talking in games. Don't blame me this time. Prefect, this queen is coming for you. Huan Qianduo, with the aura of a great queen, confidently radiating brilliance, went upstairs to the private room door, preparing to activate my supreme trolling skills to make the prefect angry. So he'll change his mind and not let Huan rent the land, while also punishing Huan. This will bring her closer to bankruptcy. Huan Hao opened the door for her to enter the private room. The prefect was sitting at the table with his advisor standing behind him, waiting for Huan Tiandoe to come in and pay respects to the prefect. This humble girl, Huan Tiandoe, greets the prefect. This time, you extended an invitation. My father should have personally hosted a banquet to invite you, prefect. Unfortunately, at this time, he and the governor are fishing far away, so I had to attend in my father's place. I am truly ashamed. To show my sincerity, I'd like to offer the prefect a drink first. After saying this, Huan Tiandoe stepped forward and took a glass of wine, drinking it all. Then she turned the glass upside down to prove to the prefect that she had finished the wine. The prefect looked and gave a cold snort, then waved his hand and said to Huan Tiandoe, Miss Huan, please be seated. Given permission, Huan Tiandoe sat down at the banquet table. Huan Hao stood beside her. The prefect went straight to the main issue. Today, I invited the head of the Huan family here to report a matter. The land that the Huan family wants to rent was passed down by my ancestors with instructions to never touch the land for generations. Outsiders are not allowed to step on it. It's not that I'm intentionally making it difficult for Huan to rent. Moreover, there's so much wasteland. Why doesn't Huan find another good piece of land? For example, the bamboo forest in the west or the plains in the east. I've already spoken to the landowners there. They're all very willing to let Huan rent the land. How about that? Before the prefect finished speaking, Huan Tiandoe interrupted. The prefect is right. I understand completely. It's just that the amusement park we planned happens to be intended for construction on the prefect's land. We're at a loss. Huan Tiandoe thought happily to herself. It's precisely because of you that we want it. With someone else, there's no challenge. It's best if you consider for a few more years and don't agree. Huan Tiandoe targeted the land in the prefect's possession because she knew he wouldn't let Huan rent it. Once that happens, it will cause the Dathin Ni construction project to fail. This will bring the Huan family one step closer to bankruptcy. She'd be foolish to rent another piece of land. Huan Tiandoe continued her plan to provoke the prefect, saying, It's all right, prefect. Please consider it further. The Huan family is willing to double the rent. After all, your land that must never be touched for generations, and no outsiders are allowed there. Could it be that there's some treasure buried inside? Oh, I know there are places like that. Dig once, and you find an ancient tomb. Dig again, and you find antiques. One could get rich. If the prefect is worried about this matter, I can guarantee, if we find anything valuable, we will certainly return it in full. When the prefect heard Huan Tiandoe mention the ancient tomb, he was startled. Huan Tiandoe continued to tell the prefect, Moreover, I heard that it's been 15 years since you took office, right? I didn't expect that land to be your ancestral property. So, prefect, you truly haven't forgotten your roots. You have the heart to return to your hometown and serve the common people. I hope the prefect can achieve many accomplishments. May you be promoted soon. We won't bother you anymore. I've already paid for this meal. Let's go. Huyen Tin Doe didn't wait for the prefect to say anything more. She stood up and turned to leave. As soon as she left Shanghai Ju, Huyen Tin Doe wiped her sweat, thinking she was scared to death. Judging by the prefect's expression, he must have been almost angered to death by her. After leaving the restaurant, she cried silently, thinking, "I'm sorry, prefect. If you want to blame someone, blame the system. I didn't want to argue with you either. I hope you can fly into a rage and absolutely refuse to rent me the land. I've hinted so clearly already. Absolutely don't rent it out." As for Huyen Hao standing behind, he cautiously looked up at Shanghai Ju, thinking he had just sensed a murderous aura. But he didn't care about the prefect, thinking that a small figure like him couldn't do anything to harm his beloved little DOA. So he coldly snorted. Then he changed his expression at lightning speed, jumped like a puppy, took Huyen Tin Doe's hand, and said cheerfully, "Little DOA, you've finished your business. Let's go buy some snacks, stroll around, and enjoy the scenery." Huyen Tin Doe, having achieved her goal of provoking and irritating the prefect, thought that her bankruptcy plan would succeed, so she happily agreed with him, saying, Okay. On the upper floor of Shanghai Ju, the prefect looked in the direction where Huyen Tin Doe had left. The teacher behind him angrily said to the prefect, "This young miss of the Huyen family knows nothing at all. Relying on the governor's support, she doesn't know her place anymore. Sir, you can't swallow this anger. That's your ancestral land. That's your personal property. Not lending it out is no big deal, let alone a prince. Even if it were the emperor wanting to reclaim this land, he would have to reason with us. At worst, if things escalate, sir, you still have many friends in the court." The prefect stopped the teacher, saying, "No need to say more. Just let her rent that piece of land." The teacher, hearing this, was shocked and asked what. The prefect turned around and ordered the teacher, "Go back and draft an agreement. In 5 days, tell the Huyen family to come and sign it." The teacher bowed and stammered this. "Yes." The prefect thought to himself, "Within 5 days, the Huyen family has a funeral. Let's see who can come to sign this contract." He recalled what she had once said. If they excavate any ancient tombs or artifacts, Huyen Tin Doe was talking nonsense. Unexpectedly, she hit the hidden point inside the land, causing him to harbor murderous thoughts. There must not be any slip-ups about the former dynasty's prince still being alive and living in the ancient tomb. No one should know about this. So on his land, there's such an earth-shattering secret. The prefect thought as he went to Bansung's place. Hong Fu seized power and usurped the throne. Anyone could kill them. I'm the torchbearer. I must protect it with my life. Huyen Tin Doe. If you want to blame yourself for not knowing better. Inside the Huyen mansion, Huyen Tin Doe, after hearing the news, asked in shock if the prefect agreed. Then she received a letter from the prefect's office. After reading it, her face went blank as she thought, "No way he actually agreed to this. I humiliated him by pushing him to the ground. Could this person be a masochist? Damn it. After all, the governor's power is too great. Just showing up made the prefect compromise. Oh, this toxic feudal society. Does the prefect have no backbone at all?" In front of Huyen Tin Doe, Truong Chu Hoa was dancing with great joy. The two managers, upon hearing the news about renting the land, were so happy they hugged each other. The atmosphere was like flowers blooming in spring. Everyone was delighted that the prefect agreed to lease the land. Only Huyen Tin Doe held the letter tightly, examining each word as if checking for any misunderstanding. After making sure this was real, her whole being exuded gloom as she thought, "In the future, I must limit my old man's social connections today. It's the governor. As a fishing buddy tomorrow, I hope he doesn't meet the emperor himself." One of the managers looked at Huyen Tin Doe. Seeing her expressionless, he asked, "Young miss, aren't you happy?" Truong Chu Hoa also looked at her. Huyen Tin Doe put on a cool facade like a gourd, acting out the image of a cold and noble young miss. Nothing could make her lose composure. She calmly put the letter on the table and asked, "Why wouldn't I be happy? It's just that everything is within this young Mrs. calculations, so there's nothing too surprising. You all continue to proceed according to the plan." The other managers heard this and all responded, "Oh yes." Then they filled in the blanks as if discovering the truth, saying, "Young miss as expected of the young miss. not caring about gains and losses. She has the demeanor of a leader. Another manager also praised, "In the future, we will be even more firmly convinced to trust the young miss. We'll follow all her commands, working hard to share the burden with the Huyn family." All three people started again, letting their imagination soar about Huyn Tian, their spirits burning even more fiercely like a raging fire. Huyn Tian Doa saw this and was startled, thinking to herself, "Has their fighting spirit risen to such a level? Then I must quickly extinguish it." So Huyn Tian Doa stood up and said to the three of them, "Everyone has been working hard lately. Put work aside and take 3 days off, all of you." The three of them were shocked and asked 3 days off. Huyn Tian Doa took out a stack of checks, placed them on the table, and said to the three of them, "No working, only resting. This is your team building allowance. Take it and spend it." The three took the stack of checks, surprised to the point their eyes widened, saying, "So much." Huyn Tian Doa rubbed her nose and said, "Compared to the value of that land, it's not much. You deserve it." She thought to herself, "It's also the maximum spending amount allowed by the system." Huyn Tian Doa saw that her initial plan to prevent Huyn from renting her land had failed, and even led to raising the morale of those in charge. So she felt the situation was not good. She had to quickly think of a new strategy to delay them, to continue thinking of the next step to make her family go bankrupt. A confused manager said to Huyn Tian Doa, "But young Mississippi, the project has just started. There's still a lot to do while it's early." Huyn Tian Doa put her hand over her mouth, gesturing for them to be quiet. "Don't make me say it a second time. Everyone take a vacation and go have fun." The three of them smiled brightly and replied yes, then ran off. Huyn Hao saw that the three had left and turned to her, saying, "They've all gone. What about us?" Huyn Tian Doa sat down, picked up a cup of tea, and said to Huyn Hao, "We of course are going to Luong Village." Huyn Hao and his attendants were all startled and blushed upon hearing this. Huyn Hao, hearing Huyn Tian Doa mention Luong Village, started to fantasize again, thinking she wanted to marry him. His eyes turned into heart shapes as he hugged himself and squirmed, thinking, "So hasty. I'm not fully prepared yet, but little Doa, if you insist on going, I'll have to agree with you." Huyn Tian Doa stood up and said to Huyn Hao, "All right, it's decided then. We'll depart tomorrow." Huyn Hao immediately became as happy as a dog, following Huyn Tian Doa, wagging his tail, saying, "Yes, yes." Huyn Tian Doa smiled triumphantly, thinking to herself, "Such a big matter. On the surface, of course, I have to bring father back first, then use this excuse to extend it for a few more days. With father and me absent, the prefect won't find anyone to sign. After 5 days, even a bodhisattva would be angry, of course. The signing won't be successful either." As expected of me, such a quick thinker, Huyn Tian Doa had planned to go to Luong Village to keep her father and the governor there. At the same time, she would be absent so no one could sign the contract. Huyn Hao and Huyn Tian Doa had two different thoughts, but they both had the same destination, thinking their plans would succeed, so they were all tickled by their own imagination, laughing loudly inside the magistrate's office. After hearing the intelligence, the magistrate said, "Xianxian Duo is about to set off for Liang Village to pick up Xianfanji and sign a contract with me. I want their whole family to go and never return." The assassins in front of the magistrate, after hearing the order, all bowed and shouted in unison, "Understood." After receiving their mission and target, they immediately left, spreading out in all directions to pursue. Meanwhile, on a rooftop near the Xin mansion, Xianhui and Xu Bao were standing under the moonlight, looking at the surroundings. Xianhui smiled and asked Xu Bao, "Don't you have anything to ask me?" Xu Bao, confused, asked Xianyue what he meant. Xianyue happily said, "Well, don't you want to ask why I wrote a letter to the magistrate forcing him to sign a rental contract with the Xian family?" Xu Bao, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment, looking bewildered. Seeing his master's face urging him to ask, he then said, "This servant does not know." Xianyue struck a cool, smug pose and told Xu Bao, "In that case, I'll personally explain it to you. Because after observing for the past few days, I discovered that in business, to surpass the Xian family, one truly needs an enormous amount of money. Extremely, incredibly large. And father, in order to train us, has confiscated all our money. I only have some small change left, so that path is not feasible." Xu Bao, hearing this, maintained his expression and looked at Xianyue without emotion, saying, "Oh." Xianyue continued, excitedly explaining his grand plan. "Therefore I changed my thinking approach. Instead of finding another way, Why not use plums instead of peaches and steal food from the tiger's mouth? Currently, Old 8 relies on the Xian family's eldest daughter to scheme for the Xian family's assets. But I could take advantage and seize them. Just by making Old 8 disappear at the crucial moment, I can then step in to help, right on time, tying the boat and boarding a different battleship. Isn't that brilliant? So that letter was just my first step. Oh, I'm truly too intelligent. Shu Bao, after listening to Xuanyue's rambling, clapped his hands, pretending to be interested, praising and encouraging his master. Then he coldly asked Xianyue, "So what's the next step?" Xianyue then explained the next part of his plan. Next comes the crucial scene, when the Xian family's eldest daughter leads Old 8 to Liang village to pick up her father. That will be the perfect opportunity for us to act. At this point, I want to resolve all issues in one go. The magistrate in his office also exuded a murderous aura, telling his subordinates, the road from the town to Liang village will be his path to the Yellow Springs. Thus, both Xianyue and the magistrate, though with different goals, both had the intention of killing. On the road from the Xian mansion to Liang village, this path would therefore be filled with bloodshed, full of hidden masters, posing a danger to both Huin Du and Huin Tiandoa. Up on the cliff, Huin Tiandoa was clinging tightly to a rock, panting, her trembling arm gradually losing strength coupled with bleeding from her wound. Huin Tiandoa looked up and thought to herself, "Am I about to die? I've long known that time travel brings nothing good, let alone becoming a completely unexpected human shield. Who could have anticipated this? I was trying to prevent the death of that invincible male lead. But before even meeting the protagonist, I'm already about to die here. Well, I never belonged to this world anyway. I've always been just an outsider, all alone." Just as Huin Tiandoa was in despair, Huin Hao, covered in blood, ran over calling Xiao Doa. "Hold on, grab my hand, don't give up, Xiao Doa, you can do it." He reached out his hand for her to grab, shouting, "Come on." Huin Tiandoa looked up and saw two men in black wielding swords charging towards him. She whispered to herself, "Thank you, Xiao He, for these past days. Thank you for always being by my side. You must survive." With that, Huin Tiandoa let go of her grip, her whole body falling down below. Seeing this, Huin Hao couldn't believe it and screamed, "Xiao Doa." He thought to himself, how did things turn out like this? Even now I can't understand. Clearly, it was just supposed to be a short trip from the beginning. One day earlier, Huin Hao loaded the carriage full of belongings, then asked Huin Tiandoa, "Xiao Doa, is this enough?" Huin Tiandoa looked at the fully packed carriage. "This is way too much. Are you moving house or something?" Huin Hao, holding a bundle of items, smiled and said, "Oh my, it's a long journey, it'll be tough, Xiao Doa. Don't skimp on food, clothes, and your personal items. The stuff it ends is terrible. You won't be used to it. So I brought everything along, even your sleeping pillow is here." Huin Tiandoa broke into a sweat seeing this. "All right, fine." Huin Hao turned to instruct the guards. "You all will travel with us. Along the way, you must protect the young miss. Understood?" The four of them bowed and said, "Yes, we understand, sir." Huin Tiandoa, confused by this, asked, "It's just a few days' trip. Why go to such extremes?" Huin Hao cheerfully said, "I know Xiao Doa wants to go alone with me, but safety is still very important. Be good now. I'll tell them to keep their distance, so they won't bother us." She nodded and said, "All right then." She thought to herself, with outsiders around, I can't freely express my true nature. How troublesome. What Xiao He said earlier, I must have misheard right. Meanwhile, Huin Hao was joyfully thinking to himself, the wedding is approaching its time. I change the way I speak. I should let Xiao Doa get used to it first. He got on the carriage and urged, "Let's set off." The horse-drawn carriage began to depart. Inside the forest, someone approached and said, "Big Brother has made all the arrangements. Had planted our people at the first and where they were resting." Inside the inn, Chitam, an old man poured sleeping powder into a bottle of premium wine, then thought to himself, this sleeping powder is colorless and odorless. After drinking it, they'll sleep soundly all night. Even if slashed by a sword, they won't wake up. Tonight, we must kill the target. At this moment, an old woman came in and asked, "Hunchback, what are you doing?" "Hurry out, the kitchen is not a place for you to be. What bad luck," she said, then pushed him away. The old woman took out a packet of powder, remembering what Xianhui had told her earlier. "Just give this powder to those people to drink. This amount of silver will be yours. Don't worry, it's just a laxative. It won't cause any deaths. This money is enough for your family to use for a year. She poured the powder in, thinking to herself, I've tested it, it really is just a laxative. Adding a little bit shouldn't be a problem, right? The two types of powder were poured in, mixing together. Later, Xuan Hao and Zhuangqiando entered the Inchi Tam. The innkeeper greeted them. Welcome, guests. Welcome to our establishment. Zhuangqiando sighed in relief, saying, finally, we've arrived. Xuan Hao blushed and nodded, yeah. His subordinate said, young Master Huang, we'll sit at the table next to you. You and the young miss can sit together. Xuan Hao quickly went to ask Miss Qiandao, what would you like to eat? She happily replied, of course, I want to try the local specialties. The scenery and customs are different in each place. Let's take this opportunity to taste the local delicacies. The waiter came out and said, this young miss is right. Our inn specialty is a type of rice wine. Every guest who comes to our inn tries a bit. She nodded and said, all right, bring us 2 bottles then. Everyone's been traveling all day and must be tired. The food at the next table should be the same as ours. Don't be careless. The subordinates heard this and happily replied, thank you, young miss. The hunchback brought out 2 bottles of wine and placed them on the table. He, the old woman, the boss, and Xianhui all had a creepy smile on their faces. They were waiting for the show to begin. The waiter said to Zhuangqiando, please, young miss, try our fine wine. The old man brought a glass of wine to the table and said to Zhuangqiando, please, young miss, taste our fine wine. The golden wine gave off an enchanting aroma that captivated the heart. Zhuangqiando was excited as soon as she saw the wine glass. Wine. She remembered drinking with her brother before and raised her glass. Little sister, let's drink 2 full glasses. She grabbed the whole bottle of wine, stood up, stepped on the chair, and replied, brother, let's toast. She happily thought, being from the Northeast, I've been a good drinker since I was young. To maintain this image, I haven't drunk alcohol for a long time. I do feel a bit thirsty. Zhuangqiando reached for the wine glass, saying, well then I'll. Xuan Hao stopped her, saying, wait, I need to check it first. He picked up the wine cup. Xuantian DOA asked nervously, sweating, it's not that exaggerated, is it? He took out a silver hairpin and said safety comes first. He thought to himself that old Seven Side was still watching. Now was the best opportunity for them to make a move. Plus, this time he truly sensed killing intent. He tested the silver needle. Seeing no color change, Xuantian DOA exclaimed happily, nothing has changed. Our wine must be free of poison. The old man was also scared and sweating. Young master, you worry too much. Xuantian DOA was drooling so much that he drank the wine and replied, I'll still try it first. He thought to himself, my inner strength is profound. Since childhood, I've tasted all kinds of herbs for training. Even if it's poisoned, I'll be fine. As soon as he finished drinking, she leaned close and asked, how is it? Are you okay? Then she poured herself a drink. I told you it wouldn't be a problem, and in such peaceful times, we have no enemies or grudges. How could there be villains poisoning us? Little Hay, you've read too many scripts. He watched Xuantian Doe drink continuously, sweating and thinking, could it be that I'm really overthinking? The old couple's son sweated and thought, strange, why isn't our drug having any effect? After eating and drinking, Xuantian Doe said happily, let's have a good sleep after eating and drinking our fill. Xuantian Doe was drunk, so Xuan Hao helped her to little Doe's room. Xuantian Doe fell into Xuan Hao's arms. Her face flushed, thinking it was because she was drunk. Feeling sleepy, Xuan Hao held her tight and thought to himself, little Doe indeed has deep feelings for me. That's why she's so eager to lean on me. She's really too clingy. She's sticking to me too much. Suddenly, Xuantian Doe pulled at her clothes and said, it's too hot. Seeing this, Xuan Hao's morals and reason flew out the window. He blushed, breathed heavily, and thought, this little demon likes to tease people. Then he regained his composure, picked her up, and shook his head, saying, we can't. We haven't had our wedding ceremony yet. It's still too early. He put her on the bed. Little Doa, be patient for a bit. Wait until we have our wedding ceremony in Liang village. Then we can. At this moment, she leaned close to his ear and murmured, it's so hot. Stimulated by her breath near his ear, he fell in front of her. She startled and mumbled, this is you forcing me, you know? This prince can't hold back anymore. Suddenly, she hugged him and said deliriously, the bear is so warm. Mom, Dad, I want to go home. Hearing this, he froze, hugged her tightly, and patted her head. Xuantian Doa, go to sleep. When we find your father, we'll go home. He then lay down beside her, watching over her sleep at night. Suddenly, there was a noise on the roof. He jolted awake, thinking someone's there. He checked his body and was shocked. His dantian was completely empty. Has my inner strength completely disappeared? What's going on? A moment ago, outside, Tukbao sat down next to Huan Hu and asked, "Do we really have to burn it?" In Huan Hu's hand was a lighter. He was preparing to set fire to the straw nearby. Of course, this is the first step in my meticulous plan. Besides, we've already paid compensation to the shop. The seventh prince's meticulous plan was as follows. First, set fire to the woodshed to cause panic, forcing Huan Hao to run outside. Second, eliminate the eighth prince during the chaos. Third, rescue the young miss trembling in the sea of flames. Fourth, replace the eighth prince and control the Huan family. Huan Du was very confident in his plan. He laughed, "Such a perfect and airtight plan only I could come up with." Tuk Bao listened silently without saying a word. Huan Du threw the lighter into the pile of straw. "We can't delay. Let's begin." Inside the straw pile, a scarred man had already grabbed the lighter. Huan Du saw this and exclaimed in surprise. The scarred man immediately swung his knife towards Huan Du. Tuk Bao rushed to protect Huan Du from behind. Asking, "Who is it?" Tuk Bao realized and thought to himself, "He knows how to use Kui Tuk technique, must be an expert." The scarred man looked at Tuk Bao and Huan Du, thinking, "I've been discovered, must silence them." Huan Du looked at him and smiled smugly, thinking, "So cunning, I know now. This must be the eighth prince's trap. No wonder he only brought a few people when he left. So there was a plot from the beginning, deliberately hiding here to be safe. Luckily, I reacted quickly." Huan Du then ordered Tuk Bao to kill him. Tuk Bao obeyed, immediately charging forward to punch the man. The scarred man, thinking Tuk Bao and Huan Du were guards, thought to himself, "These are the young Mrs. Guards. Such high martial arts skills. They've been concealing their presence and protecting from the shadows all along. Too bad. No matter how skilled they are, they can't stop our elite assassination team." Saying this, he immediately lit a firework. The firework attracted attention. Sure enough, after seeing the firework, the assassins immediately appeared. Drawing their swords, they said, "Begin the operation." Seeing this, Huan Du whistled and thought to himself, "You think you're the only one with people. This time I'm going all out too." Huan Du's subordinates also appeared carrying swords. Huan Du ordered, "7th Kill Squad, assemble." Huan Du's 7th Kill Squad and the prefect's assassins immediately engaged in battle. The scarred man ran away, thinking to himself, "To catch thieves, catch their leader first." Seeing him run away, Huan Du ordered, "He wants to report. Tuk Bao, stop him." Tuk Bao immediately jumped onto the roof to chase after the scarred man. Inside the room, Huan Hao heard the noise on the roof and drew the knife from under his pillow. He sat up, thinking, "Someone's on the roof. My inner force is gone. Why didn't I notice?" Shu Yanhao immediately called out, "Where are my guards?" Shu Yanhao's subordinates quickly ran to push open the door and said, "Protect the young miss." But then they all collapsed to the ground, their limbs weak. "We've fallen into a trap. It's dangerous. My lord, take the empress and go first. We'll cover you." Shu Yanhao immediately picked up Shu Yantian DOA and jumped out the window. "Be careful," he instructed. Just as he ran out of the window, someone rushed into the room. Shu Yanhao carried Shu Yantian DOA and ran into the forest. She woke up and asked, "Xiaohe, what's going on?" He smiled and told her, "It's nothing. Go back to sleep." She looked confused. "What?" At this moment, the scarred man led a group of assassins with knives approaching. They were chasing from one side. On the other side, Shu Yandu and his subordinates also arrived, catching up. Shu Yandu looked towards the scarred man. Both sides emanated opposing murderous auras. Shu Yanhao immediately grasped the key point and spoke up. "What are you waiting for? Kill them all." The subordinates on both sides immediately obeyed and rushed in to slaughter each other. They thought to themselves, strike first to gain the advantage. Shu Yanhao took advantage of the two sides fighting to carry Shu Yantian DOA away. "Let's find a secluded place to hide first, then notify the main force in Luong village to come for support." As he was running, someone slashed him from behind. Shu Yanhao turned his head to look. The attacker spoke, "In the prime of youth, I'll send you to the cold grave. Young master and miss, please proceed to the afterlife." Bang Dike thrust his sword towards Shu Yanhao, saying, "Please proceed to the afterlife." Shu Yanhao immediately threw a smoke bomb, obscuring Bang Dike's vision. Bang Dike quickly dispersed the smoke and coldly said, "Just some childish tricks." then Bang Dike left with his sword. At this time, Xu Yinhao was carrying Xu Yintian DOA, hiding inside a fake rock. His hands held two fake tree branches to blend in with the surroundings. Xu Yintian DOA asked softly, "Is he gone?" He replied, "He'll soon realize he's been tricked and come back to check quickly. We should hurry and sneak away." He blushed looking at Xu Yintian DOA, thinking she smells so good. Suddenly I want to pounce on little DOA. At this moment, she reached out to touch his face and asked, "Xiaohei, what's wrong with you? Your face is all red and hot. It's even steaming." He stammered an explanation, "I'm feeling a bit dizzy." In his heart, he was about to explode. Oh my God, what kind of poison have I been hit with? It's even coming in waves. At this moment, outside, Xu Yindu passed by asking, "Where did they disappear to?" Xu Yinhao in his hiding place was startled and thought, "That's old Seven's voice." Xu Yindu outside muttered, "Damn, they're still fighting on the battlefield. The situation is extremely chaotic. I should hide first. Wait until everything settles down before appearing." He took out his equipment, a high-grade royal invisibility cloak, the same style as the 8th princess. He crawled into the equipment placed next to Xu Yinhao's hiding spot, thinking to himself, "I'll just sit next to that rock over there." Huinhao and Huintian DOA listened and broke out in a cold sweat, their faces grim. Huinhao drew his knife in his hiding place, thinking, "Should I just kill this guy while I have the chance?" Then the scent from Huintian DOA's body wafted out again, captivating him. "It smells too good, I can't. I must endure. He clenched his fist but couldn't hold back and farted. Huintian DOA couldn't believe it, looking at Huinhao who was crying inside. Huinhu beside them also made a movement. Huintian DOA and Huinhao worriedly thought, "Could we have been discovered?" Huinhu, hearing the sound, said, "Is that a wild toad? Is this the toad that Tuk Bao mentioned before? The sound is indeed special, and there's a very strange scent too. It seems I've disguised myself to the highest level. Even wild animals can't recognize me." Huinhao heard this and thought to himself, "Luckily this guy is an idiot." Just then, a voice rang out from nearby. Huinhao heard it and broke into a cold sweat. More people were coming. Outside, an assassin with a sword said, "The Bang Dike leader is running in that direction. Let's go help." The scarred man told his subordinates, "No need. Bang Dike is the Emperor's guard, extremely powerful. With him taking action, victory is assured. We'll search for any remaining enemy soldiers right here." The subordinates replied yes. Huinhao and Huinhu were startled upon hearing this. Outside, the leader continued to give orders. "There are more experts tonight than expected. Finish quickly. We are Fuquoc soldiers hidden deep underground. Absolutely no traces can be left behind." At this moment, Huinhu and Huinhao in hiding thought, "We've heard everything." Huinhao was wary of the Fuquoc soldiers, who knew such a force was hidden. Which emperor are they supporting? Why are they attacking 2 DOA? Huinhu also started thinking, rebels, These people aren't old 8 subordinates after all. They're another rebellious force. They want to kill old 8 too. That's why they're taking action. I must report this to Father Emperor. Where's Tuk Bao? At this time, Tuk Bao was elsewhere, running and thinking. The enemy isn't the 8th Prince's soldiers after all. Their weapons and methods of attack all seem familiar. I barely escaped from the enemy. I must find His Highness the 7th Prince and withdraw from the battlefield first. Then we'll talk. As Tuk Bao was running, he saw Bang Dike with a sword in front of him and stopped. Meanwhile, Huinhao and Huinhu, surrounded by soldiers in their hiding place, were frightened, thinking the situation was extremely unstable. Huinhao carried Huintian DOA and hid. In his heart, he thought, "It's critical. We'll be discovered sooner or later." Huinhao saw a man in black holding a sword, preparing to inspect this area. Immediately took out a smoke bomb and inserted it into the nearby rock. And the rock nearby was exactly where Xian Yue was hiding disguised as. Seeing the bomb being inserted, he was shocked and thought to himself, "What's this?" That black-clothed man saw smoke coming from the rock and immediately shouted, "Boss, the rock is smoking." The group of black-clothed men rushed towards Xian Yue to kill him. Xian Yue immediately ran away, grabbing the bomb and exclaiming, This is a royal exclusive smoke stick. A dozen high-quality smoke sticks per person, quick smoking, non-clogging, waterproof, and shock-resistant. A great helper for family and travel." Xian Yue angrily cursed, "You damn old 8, I won't let you off even as a ghost." Seeing him being chased, Xuanhao waved his hand. "Bye-bye." He escaped from the fake rock and excitedly exclaimed, successfully lured the tiger away from the mountain. Looks like old Seven has made a bit of contribution after all. He's not completely useless anymore. The scarred man holding a knife approached and asked, "The young miss of the Xian family is inside, right? Confirm the target to kill." Hearing this, Xuanhao laughed and asked, "Just relying on you." He drew his knife, thinking it's almost time. After releasing the domineering aura, my internal energy has shown signs of recovery. As long as I can drag out the time just a little bit longer. So he immediately threw many props towards that scarred man, then used his knife to block the man's broadsword. The man was surprised. So many rare and strange props. His subordinates saw this and shouted, "Boss." He ordered, "Quickly come and slash this brat." Xin Xianhua woke up and crawled out from inside the fake rock. She was dizzy and groggy. She saw a black-clothed man slashing towards Xuanhao and was startled, shouting, "Be careful." Xuanhao told her to run quickly. A black-clothed man chased after her to kill. Xin Xianduo immediately ran towards the cliff. She fearfully called out Xiaohe. Then, not noticing the cliff ahead, she fell down below. She clung tightly to a rock. Her hand was torn from the fall. Worriedly thinking, "Am I about to die?" That's fine too. After all, I don't belong to this world. Just an outsider, lonely and alone. Then Xin Xianduo let go of her hand, allowing herself to fall below with the thought of ending her own life. Unexpectedly, Xuanhao also jumped down after her. He reached out towards her, calling, "Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo." Xin Xianduo saw this and was shocked and surprised, reaching out her hand, thinking to herself, "Xiaohe." He touched her hand and grabbed it, pulling her into his arms. She asked in surprise why. He smiled gently, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." She worriedly said to him, "We'll die." Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "Then we'll die together." Xin Xianduo heard this and was moved to tears. She looked towards the smiling Xuanhao. He hugged her and turned his body to become a cushion for her. Huan Tian Dao responded. Huan Tian Dao recalled in her real world. At that time, her parents had told little Dao, "Mom and Dad's divorce was considered from many aspects. Because we didn't want to disrupt your college entrance exam, so we haven't told you yet." Then she shifted to memories in the college dormitory. Her friend exclaimed, "That scumbag, die already, it's ridiculous. Oh, men who pursued me so seriously back then, now they're two-timing. Men in romance novels are all fake. There aren't that many perfect love stories. There's no such thing as love at first sight. It's all an illusion. Love for life is the biggest lie in the world." At that time, she had comforted her friend, "Baby, you've just realized this now. I understood this back in middle school." She thought to herself, "My parents thought they hid it well. Actually, I've known for a long time that they both had someone else outside. Love is just a kind of illusion, a false fantasy, that's all." But then Huan Hao appeared, jumped down, reached out his hand and said, "Little Dao, then let's die together." Huan Tian Dao thought to herself, little black, little black." Then she woke up suddenly, sat up, held her head and shouted, "Ouch." She looked down, saw Huan Hao lying on her lap, and said, "Little Black is still unconscious." She looked around and thought, where is this? A mountain cave? Little Black. She remembered he had carried her into this mountain cave. She brushed his hair aside to check his back, saw a large wound and thought to herself, he's badly injured. I need to treat him quickly, but I don't have medicine and I don't know medical skills. She looked far to her side and saw that the cave was fully equipped with clean towels, clean water, magical wound healing medicine, and external ointments. She silently picked up an instruction sheet. All of these were prepared by Little Black. He must have fainted before he could use them. There's even a user manual here. It feels strange, but she took out the bandages, thinking saving him was more important. Little Black, this is my first time. Bear with me a bit. At this moment, Huan Hao, pretending to be unconscious, was overjoyed. He thought, Little Dao is personally bandaging and treating me. So happy. Married men are indeed different. When injured, there's someone to take care of you. Huan Hao hadn't been happy for long when cruel reality slapped him in the face. He was in so much pain that his soul felt like it was leaving his body. He lost all sensation and silently cried out like an animal. Huan Tian Dao had no experience. She bandaged him until her hands were covered in blood. Finally, it was done. Her hands were covered in blood. Now it should be fine, right? Huan Hao cried inwardly, thinking, find my ass. The situation is even more serious now. I think it's fine. Huan Hao, Little Dao's skills are just not proficient yet. But what happened afterward was more important. He immediately regained his willpower. Next to her was still a box of medicine, along with a written note. Be careful when taking the medicine. She picked up the pill and asked, such a big pill. How can Xiaohei take it? Xian Hao thought happily to himself. She's asking, of course it can only be done like this. Xian Hao imagined Xian Duo would use her mouth to feed him the medicine. He thought happily, Xiao Duo has never taken the initiative to kiss me before. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. Xian Duo picked up the pill. Here we go. She started lecturing like an experienced pet owner. Xiao Duo will teach you how to feed pets that refuse to open their mouths for deworming medicine. Let's use this dazed husky as an example. First, gently pat its head and neck. Then carefully use your hand to pry its mouth open. Next, using a boss hitting before you can cover your ears stance, shove the pill deep into its throat at the speed of light. Firmly hold its mouth shut to prevent it from spitting out. Then quickly massage its throat from top to bottom to make it swallow. Has everyone learned? She used a method for giving medicine to pets to give medicine to Xian Hao. Then she clapped and praised, great job. You've taken it, good boy. The author kindly reminds, this method should only be used with pets. Human throats have a different structure, easily causing a risk of choking, so it shouldn't be done. Xian Hao sat up and coughed once. Xian Duo immediately asked, Xiaohei, are you awake? He thought to himself, if I'm not awake now, I might never wake up again. Seeing Xian Hao cough like that, Xian Duo asked, Xiaohei, are you really okay? Xian Hao startled and replied, I'm fine, really fine. Seeing this, Xian Duo asked, what's the current situation? The bandits outside us. Xian Hao patted Xian Duo's head. Don't worry, Xiao Duo. Don't be afraid. Hearing this, Xian Duo said, I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about you, you fool. Xian Hao smiled and asked, you're really not afraid? Then why are you trembling so much? Hearing him say this, Xian Duo was startled and thought to herself, when we fell, my whole body was shaking. Xian Hao took advantage of her fear and hugged her, comforting her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. This cave is very secluded. They won't find us here. Our family is also very capable. They're all martial artists. I've told them to report to the authorities and call for help. A group of ordinary bandits targeting the Xian family wanted to kill people and take all the money. Xiao Duo, don't be afraid. Just a little longer. Once the bandits are suppressed by the army, we can go out. Hearing Xian Hao say this, the weight in Xian Duo's heart was lifted. She sighed in relief and said, that's great. It's good that everything's fine. Your wound. Xian Hao told her, I'm fine. Thick skin and fat meat. If Xiao Duo is worried, why don't you blow on it for me? Huan Hao would use any means necessary to get closer to Huan Tian Doa. She blushed and spoke up. Then she lay down angrily. What nonsense. I'm sleepy now. I need to rest for a while. Huan Hao still cheerfully replied, all right. He lay down beside her. Lean on me. It'll be warmer. Sleep, little Doa. After you wake up, we can go home. He stroked her head to help her sleep better. She thought to herself, it's so warm. How can little Hack's hand be this big? Unknowingly, she seemed to start relying on him. Huan Hao, beside her, watched her sleep and happily wagged his tail, thinking, little Dua looks so cute when sleeping soundly. How can I ever get enough of looking at her? Just then, a figure appeared. Huan Hao immediately changed his expression, hiding all his previous smiles, and coldly looked at the newcomer. The person bowed and said, Master. He hugged her and asked, have you investigated clearly? His subordinate reported, yes, the enemy is divided into two directions. One direction is Tuk Bao's people. The other has been pursuing and could attack at any moment. He asked further, are our people all gathered? The subordinate replied, yes. This place is near Luong village. We rode quickly, and everyone has assembled. He picked her up and said, very good. The entire rebel faction dares to betray and even boldly harm little Doa. He smiled and thought to himself, if at that critical moment I hadn't rushed out of the poison screen to recover my inner strength, little Doa would have thought she nearly died. He immediately felt murderous and said, kill them all, spare no one. Wipe them out completely. At another abandoned temple, the assassins of the prefect were gathering. One of them spoke up, the leader of that group is quite strange. Their skills are unbelievably good. They're not ordinary family guards. Their leader asked, have you searched the mountainside? They replied, we've searched but found nothing. The leader, hearing this, said, this is quite strange. Let's retreat for now. Someone then asked, are we waiting for Lord Bangdike anymore? He replied, he'll return another day. At this moment, Huan Hao blocked their path and asked, want to leave? It's too late. Remnants of the previous dynasty. Today, this prince must eliminate the rebel faction. Then, His people immediately charged forward and killed those people. As they were being slaughtered, they shouted, "How is this possible? There are so many of them." The scarred man was surprised. Rebel faction. These aren't imperial soldiers. They usually disguise as servants. Compared to us, you're more like someone who wants to live and usurp the throne. Huinhao smiled and said, "If my father doesn't pass the throne to me, I might actually do that." The man immediately grabbed a knife and slashed at him. He quickly drew his sword, smiled, and said, "Know your limits." Then he immediately killed the man. The remaining men in black, seeing their leader killed, trembled in fear and knelt down begging for mercy. "I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me. I swear I'll tell you everything you need a living witness." Xu Yinhao then said, "A living witness is indeed needed, but you've harmed my wife, so I can't let you off easily. All of you die." Then his subordinate approached and said, "Master." He then said that Prefect was quite strange. At that moment, I sensed a murderous intent, unable to transfer the wasteland, hiding remnants of the previous dynasty, secretly nurturing experts. How should this play continue from here? Inside the prefect's mansion, looking out at the rain, he said softly, "The weather is so strange. It was fine just now. Suddenly it's pouring heavily. How troublesome." At this moment, his wife came over saying, "My lord, please go to bed early." The prefect replied, "I still have documents to read. You go to sleep first." His wife looked worried. "My lord," she sighed and turned to leave. The prefect watched her, remained silent for a while, then muttered, "Why hasn't there been any news yet? I hope nothing has gone wrong." Then he closed the window. At this moment, a figure appeared behind him, startling him. Looking back, lightning flashed, allowing him to clearly see the face of that person. He exclaimed in surprise, "You." Xu Yinhao looked into his eyes and began to hypnotize him. "Look into my eyes. Now you're very sleepy, very tired. You don't want to think anymore. You want to sleep." The hypnotized prefect mumbled, "Ah." Xu Yinhao continued, "Now tell me everything you know, all that you've been hiding." Then Xu Yinhao returned to the cave. In the cave, Xu Yintian was sleeping, having a nightmare. She cried out, "It's so scary. Xiao He, Xiao He." Xiao He rushed over and held her hand. She immediately rubbed her face against his hand happily, saying, "It's so warm." Then she fell back into a deep sleep. Xu Yinhao was soaked from head to toe. Only his hand was dry for her to hold. He sighed in relief, thinking to himself, "Finally made it in time, knowing Xiao Doa is afraid of thunder. She wouldn't sleep well at midnight. Luckily I got back in time, must hold her hand." His whole body was filled with joy. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging frantically. Xu Yinhao's subordinate outside saw his master emitting pink bubbles. With such a mischievous smile, he was confused, thinking to himself, "This is a 7-star family man. Changed horses twice within 3 watches. Found the enemy in the night, then returned to the city to find the prefect. Hypnotized and interrogated him, then rushed back to the cave to hold his wife's hand. No wonder he kept his right hand wrapped in cloth the whole way. I can't understand how this gentleman was that ruthless psychopath before. So this is the master's true image. Could it be that those few hours that day were fake? Your subordinates are still confused between these two opposing sides of you." The next morning, Huintian Doa woke up and stretched. Slept so well. Huinhao immediately brought breakfast for the little monsieur awake. "Breakfast is ready. It's the golden sand buns you like the most." Huintian Doa was surprised to hear that. She marveled as Huinhao fed her. He spoke, "Everything outside has been taken care of too. Those bandits were all caught last night." Huintian Doa asked in surprise, "So efficient?" He nodded and said, "Yes, yes." The prefect was very concerned about the case. He personally intervened. "The family has all gathered outside. Only a few unlucky ones got minor injuries. We can continue our journey. After you finish eating, I'll naturally wipe your mouth." She asked, "Is it not serious?" "Don't worry about treatment costs. They must be treated properly." He nodded and said, "Yes, yes, I understand. Now, shall we continue our journey to meet your father?" "Meet my father?" She blushed and nodded yes. Even someone as clueless about emotions as her could sense that the atmosphere was somewhat different. "Anyway, let's continue our journey." He took out an umbrella and they left, sharing it. Huintin Doa looked at Huinhao, blushing and thinking to herself, "What's going on? Why does Xiao Hei's closeness now make me feel a bit uncomfortable? But it's not that I dislike it. How strange." Manhwa cheerfully said, "Little miss, we're almost there. That's Liang village ahead." She looked at the rustic village ahead and happily said, "Oh, we've finally arrived." In her imagination, Xiaohei's hometown was a small village full of elderly and weak people, children and women, orphans and widows. She said, "Everyone bring my gifts here. Our goal this time, besides bringing father back, is most importantly to alleviate poverty." Her subordinates carried large sacks and approached. Not far away, on a small hill, a group of people and horses had gathered, looking towards Liang village. One of Yi Wang's subordinates approached, bowed, and reported to him, "Yi Wang, that is Liang village, the nearest village on our route." Yi Wang, upon hearing this, said to his subordinate, "Go around." His subordinate, thinking Yi Wang would order to charge in, kill, and plunder, said, "All right, brothers, let's attack now." Then, realizing Yi Wang had said to go around, he was startled, couldn't believe it, and asked, "Go around? Why? But if we don't rest here, there's no other supply point ahead. The brothers have been traveling for 3 days and nights. Our scouts have already checked. There are only old and weak people inside, ordinary orphans and widows." Yi Wang, upon hearing this, asked that subordinate, which useless scout reported this, "Behead him and feed him to my scorpions." The rumor-monger was immediately dragged away by Scorpion King's subordinates, preparing to be beheaded. He cried out in fear, "Spare my life, Scorpion King, spare my life." Snake Beauty, who was riding a horse nearby, saw that Scorpion King not only didn't enter that village, but also killed the scout. So she curiously asked Scorpion King, "Is that village not normal?" Scorpion King laughed and replied to Snake Beauty, "Of course it's not normal. It's the infamous Ghost Cave." His subordinates couldn't believe what they heard and asked in shock, "Ghost Cave?" Scorpion King nodded and asked, "You know Lionhead Li Xian, right?" As soon as Snake Beauty heard that name, she was startled. Li Xian, the leader of Huangshan Hill, rumored to fight 1 against 10 with lion-like madness. Didn't he suddenly disappear without a trace? "That's right," Scorpion King replied to Snake Beauty. At that time, the last place he appeared was near here. When his subordinates heard this, they were all shocked. Scorpion King continued to tell them about the strangeness and mystery of Liang village. Many other bandit leaders and skilled fighters have also suddenly disappeared, and they all vanished around here. It's said that they all entered a small village that looked ordinary, just ahead, with no exceptions. Gradually, the name Liang village became taboo in the martial world. No matter what, don't go near it, understand? Snake Beauty covered her mouth and asked Scorpion King, "Is it really that scary?" Seeing her expression, Scorpion King laughed and asked, "Oh, it seems Snake Beauty doesn't believe it." Snake Beauty immediately bowed and said to Scorpion King, "How dare I doubt your majesty's words? It's just that we live by the bloody sword. If we believe every legend we hear, saying this person is strong, that person is powerful, we wouldn't be able to do anything. How about this, your majesty? I'll lead a few people to personally scout it out. If it's really just an ordinary village, I'll kill everyone there. It will bring glory to our 5 Poisons cult. If there's really a problem, I'm confident I can safely retreat. What do you think?" Scorpion King heard this and smiled at Snake Beauty. "Since Sister Snake has said so, I have no reason to refuse your request. Let's do this. You and Old Shu will disguise yourselves as a father-daughter pair of wandering performers to investigate. It's also a good chance for you two to let off some steam. Time is of the essence. I'll lead the others to the destination first. We'll meet outside the city at dusk tomorrow." Old Shu and Snake Beauty, having received their mission, immediately agreed. After Scorpion King left with his troops, only Snake Beauty and Old Shu remained. The two looked at each other and then transformed into a blind old man and a young girl. Snake Beauty said to Old Shu, "Father, shall we go kill someone?" Old Shu, carrying a zither, held a cane in one hand, pretending to be blind, and smiled. Then they left together. Inside the village, Huan Tian Doa picked up the bags and chests and said to the people of Luong village, "Come on, everyone, let's distribute the goods. We must ensure that every household gets a share. Families with elderly and children should receive more. Medicines must also be distributed evenly." Seeing her working so hard, Huinhao brought a bowl of water and said to her, "Little Doa, you've worked hard. Have some water." Then he took the opportunity while she was drinking to signal his subordinates with his eyes. They immediately understood the signal. "Our boss has trained us for a long time. Brothers, let's perform." So the villagers, who were actually Huin House subordinates in disguise, all exclaimed, "Thank you, female bodhisattva. The female bodhisattva is so kind. It's been so long since we've had meat." Xa My Nan was surprised to hear this. A man pretending to be a woman turned and kicked someone playing a disabled person, scolding, "Don't forget that now you're playing a disabled person with only one leg. Be careful when walking, hold on tight." The other person replied, "You're still playing a woman. Your Adam's apple isn't well hidden either." At this moment, someone came over and scolded those Luong villagers. "You're all useless. This is an important moment to perform in front of the master. Watch me." It turned out to be a person of limited height, only as tall as a child. He pretended to be a little boy holding a bouquet, ran to Huin Tindoe to give her flowers, smiling and saying, "Big sister, thank you. Luong village, all of us, from top to bottom, are very grateful to Big Sister." Huin Tindoe, given flowers by the child, bent down to accept the flowers, smiling and saying, "What an adorable child. No need to thank me. This is what Big Sister should do. Here, have some candy." She then gave candy to that child. The person pretending to be a child smiled innocently and replied, "Thank you, sister. I also wish you and brother happiness, love, and affection." Tien, he didn't forget to praise the boss and the person he liked as a perfect match made in heaven. Huin Hao and Huin Tin Dioe blushed upon hearing this, feeling very embarrassed. Huin Hao was delighted by the praise and gave a thumbs up to that guy. His subordinates, seeing that kid being praised, rushed in to gang up on him. One scolded, "This damn midget is too shameless." The short guy still teased and provoked them. "Look at you all. The master is grinning from ear to ear. This time, I'm definitely getting a raise." The others scolded, "Shameless." At this moment, Huin Lao Jia came out from Luong village and called her, "Little Doa." Huin Din Doa, upon seeing him, happily ran to hug his arm, calling, "Father, father. Daughter missed you so much." Huin Lao Jia, hugged by his daughter showing affection, felt shy. He was also happy to the point of blushing. But in front of the children still have to show authority unwavering. He coughed and said, "Yes, you're not a child anymore. Don't make such gestures in front of others." Perhaps the original character's personality was shaped by the Huin patriarch. She immediately replied, "Yes, father. How have you been lately, father?" He nodded and said, "Very well. Fishing and walking every day is very nourishing. Come, let me introduce you to my fishing buddies." She replied, "Yes, of course." She looked towards him. He signaled her to go ahead, saying he'd take care of things here. Seeing this, the Huin patriarch thought to himself, "This feels somewhat familiar." He then asked, "Come to think of it, little Dio, you're not so young anymore. Have you thought about settling down?" She blushed and said, "Father, what are you saying? I don't understand." Hearing this, he cried and said, I understand, I understand." He thought to himself, "It seems my daughter has deep feelings for that person and can't be separated. Now we can only hope he will make something of himself. The children will have their own fortune. I should focus on enjoying my retirement." Huin House subordinates, after seeing the Huin patriarch and Huin Tin Doe leave, immediately dropped their act. They all exuded a murderous aura. An old lady approached and said, "Master, earlier the Yet King's detective came here. The Yet King has already left with Team 5. He nodded and said, "Consider him wise." The old lady continued her report. "However, 2 of them have come here." Hearing this, he smiled and asked, "Oh." Thursday Lao and Xa My Nan, posing as father and daughter, entered Luong village. Xa My Nan smiled and said, "We're here." As soon as she stepped inside, she paused and asked, Thursday Lao, seeing her pause, asked, "Is something wrong?" She looked around and said, "No, it's just that I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a chill." Then Xa My Nan dismissed the feeling of danger and continued inside with Thursday Lao to scout the situation. At this moment, a child holding a candy gourd was walking and singing, "Don't go out at night. You'll become a ghost if you do." He looked at Xa My Nan and Thursday Lao, then ran away. "Ghosts are here. Ghosts are here. Ghosts." The child hugged his mother. Seeing this, Xa My Nan broke into a sweat and said, "Oh, this child." The mother, who was drying fish, saw this and spanked the child. I'm sorry. This child of mine doesn't know any better. Oh my, you little brat, I told you not to listen to ghost stories so often." The spanked child wailed. Xa My Nan approached the mother to start a conversation. "It's all right. May I ask if this is Luong village?" The woman replied, "Yes, this is Luong village. Our village is full of elderly people living alone, sister, and old man. The two, Exe my Nan and Thursday Lao, began their act. Annie, my father and I are singers from the city. Because we offended some powerful officials, we had to leave to make a living elsewhere. Mi name is Tiu Bekwa. Madam, may I ask, could you help us get 2 cups of water to drink? The lady smiled and said, of course. Come this way, to the house. The madam thought. She led the 2 people into her house. The beauty smiled and said, thank you, madam, inside the room. The madam was pouring water. The beauty whispered to Old Thursday, what do you think? Old Thursday said, so far, I haven't noticed anything suspicious in this village. It seems to be full of normal people. The beauty smiled and said, if that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. Old Thursday told her, I want to use your soul-entrancing dream sand to make them all sink into dreams and die, to be teased by you until the end of their lives. The beauty asked, aren't you looking forward to it too? Using sound techniques to create fear and excitement, and even emit miserable screams. Finally, both of them broke into an eerie smile. The madam spoke at this moment. All right, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. Now that you're in Liang Village, absolutely do not go out far at night. The beauty heard this and asked why. Someone said, of course it's because it's dark. Don't go out. If you go out, you'll become a ghost. Then there was a chilling laugh. At this moment, those people suddenly disappeared. Old Thursday exclaimed in surprise, something's not right. The beauty asked, what's wrong? Old Thursday, sweating, said the sound. All the sounds in this village have disappeared. It's a trap. Let's go outside and check. As soon as the beauty ran outside, she saw ghosts all around. The beauty said, we must be extremely careful. Let's retreat first. Old Thursday pointed in a direction and said, the village gate is that way. As the 2 were running, they saw the village gate and joyfully shouted, it's right ahead. At that moment, in front of the village gate, Xian Hao appeared, his eyes glowing red, looking towards them, waiting. The beauty and Old Thursday, upon seeing Xian Hao, immediately stopped. Xian Hao emanated a killing intent, creating a cloud of smoke that suddenly transported Old Thursday and the beauty back to the old room. The beauty and Old Thursday exclaimed, impossible. They transformed back to their original forms and said, Xianin, scout ahead. Old Thursday ran outside and said, later, no matter what we see, just kill them all at once to avoid a long night of nightmares. As soon as they ran out, they saw the child they had seen when first entering the village, sitting beside a tree, poking the tree with a stick. It sang, when it's dark, go out, dig the earth, then bury the corpse. The child had no face and turned to look at Old Thursday and the beauty. Old Thursday immediately took out his zither, intending to use sound force to attack the child. The child's head fell off. The beauty saw this and stepped back. At this moment, the madam came out holding a knife and said, how could you touch my dinner? The grand judge carried a blood-stained knife, intending to slash at the snake beauty. She jumped up and threw a handful of something towards the grand judge. Transformation at this moment. The grand judge saw a child in front of him running towards her, calling Mom. Mom, I'm fine, just a bit scared. Hug me and let's go. Suddenly, the space disappeared and the child laughed, saying, I'm the one who got a raise. The grand judge angrily scolded, don't disgust me. You damn dwarf, die for me. The snake beauty, seeing this, exclaimed in shock, the magic doesn't work. Thursday Lao, surprise, said Snake Woman. At this moment, the ghost nearby also moved, startling him. What? A group of ghosts appeared near him, saying, give me your legs, give me your eyes. Thursday Lao and the snake beauty were both terrified. The 2 continued to use their ultimate techniques. However, a group of ghosts ran towards them. The snake beauty screamed in fear, don't come near me. Don't come here. The snake beauty trembled as she spoke. Is this really hell? Because I've done so many bad things. Was it destined to end like this? I've created too much bad karma, so I should have expected this day. Old man, I never thought we'd end up dying together. Initially, I was abandoned by my lover. From then on, my personality changed. After killing that unfaithful person, I went on to slaughter many innocent people. I had no way to turn back. I could only live like that, waiting. Perhaps what I was waiting for was today. This is the retribution I deserve. After speaking, the snake woman shed tears. Thursday Lao said to her, when the time comes, seize the opportunity and just run. Run as far as you can. The snake woman, startled, asked, what are you saying? Thursday Lao stood up, shielding her, and said, when my daughter died, She was about your age. He immediately used violent Luhoa to attack the group of ghosts. The snake woman, seeing this, took the opportunity to run. Then she hesitated, took out her whip, and pulled Thursday Lao along. Thursday Lao asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" "Taking me with you. You won't get far. I've lived long enough." She carried Thursday Lao on her back and said, "Don't waste words. If we die together. The road to the underworld won't be lonely." Thursday Lao, hearing this, exclaimed, "If there's a next life, I don't want to live like this anymore." The snake woman smiled and said, "Who doesn't? Then, see you in the next life." As the two ran into the room, they were surprised to see a banquet inside. Huan Tian, hungry, was sitting and eating. He smiled and said, "Finally, you've arrived. Come, let's eat first." The story goes that in the past, in a dangerous, poisonous swamp, cruel and brutal, a snake and a spider were running wildly, killing each other. They were covered in wounds when they encountered an avalanche and fell. In the last moment before death, they crawled into a tree hollow. Inside the hollow was a gentle woman, as beautiful as a fairy, smiling at them. Xuyan Dindoe stood next to the dining table like a fairy descending to save their lives. She told the Snake Beauty and Thursday Lao, "Please sit down and eat first." Snake Beauty and Thursday Lao were deeply moved. They slowly approached the dining table. Xuyan Dindoe poured 2 glasses of wine for them and urged, "Why are you still standing there? It's just simple home-cooked food. You too must be tired. Life is always challenging, but hardships will pass. As long as you can clearly see what you want, how you want to live in the future, don't you too agree?" Snake Beauty and Thursday Lao sat down at the table, and after hearing her, shyly replied, "Ah yes." Xuyan Tindoe brought out a stack of banknotes, placed them on the table, and told them both, "Here's some money. You too, try to work hard, try to live well. You deserve this." But giving someone fish is not as good as teaching them to fish. I hope you could take this money and work seriously. Work well for the country, for the people, for your loved ones, friends, and yourselves. Create a better new life together. Snake Beauty saw the thick stack of banknotes and couldn't believe it. Startled, she asked, "Is this really for us?" "It's too much." Xuantian Doa smiled and said, "Yes. Take it." Snake Beauty, "How can we keep it?" Thursday Lao quickly shook his head and asked Xuantian Doa, "What do you want us to do outside?" Xuantian Doa put another stack of banknotes in a Thursday Lao's hand and told him, "Everyone outside is from our family. Don't worry, they're all very good. Now take the money, don't refuse." Thursday Lao and Snake Beauty looked at the thick stack of banknotes, enough to live on for a lifetime, then looked back at Xuantian Doa. Deeply moved, they thought to themselves, "Is this a dream?" Xuantian Doa, after giving them the money, invited them to sit down and eat with her. "All right, let's eat. The food will get cold soon." Thursday Lao still couldn't believe this money falling from the sky and said, but he was about to say something more when suddenly the door opened. Thursday Lao heard the sound and was startled. He turned around and saw Xuyan Hao entering. As soon as Thursday Lao and Snake Beauty saw Xuyan Hao, they were frightened, thinking, "This is the king of hell, the leader of the hungry ghosts." When Xuyan Hao entered earlier, his intimidating aura made even those who usually do evil deeds like Thursday Lao and Snake Beauty tremble in fear, but now it was gone. As soon as he saw Xuyan Tian Doa, Xuyan Hao became as obedient as a puppy seeing its owner, wagging his tail and rushing to Xuyan Tian Doa. "Little Doa." Xuyan Doa saw him and happily said, "Little Black, you're here." Thursday Lao and Snake Beauty thought he came to kill them and whispered, "We're dead." But seeing Huan Hao like a little dog wagging its tail as Huan Tian patted his head was very confusing, totally shocking. Who would have thought that Huan Hao was smiling happily in front of Huan Tian Doa, but in places she couldn't see? He turned to look at Thursday Lao and Xa Mai Nan with eyes flashing murderous intent. Seeing this aura, both of them were startled with fear, thinking to themselves how terrifying, what frightening, killing intent. This person's power is unfathomably deep. Such a powerful demon, yet so obedient in front of this woman. How terrifying must she be? Luong Thon is full of hungry ghosts. Yama guards the Vi Trick Tin. She must be the true master. Xa Mai Nan and Thursday Lao started to overthink about Huan Tian Doa's true identity, thinking she was the real owner of this place. The truly fearsome one, as even Yama had to be obedient in front of her. Thinking this, Xa Mai Nan had a realization and said to Xa Lao, "So that's how it is. This is the truth about Luong Thon. Now that things have come to this, what should we do?" Tu Laos Golesa Mi Nhan, Galing He Stupid. Do you even need to ask? Didn't the fairy just tell us? Xa Mai Nan still didn't understand and asked Thursday, Lao your Thursday Lao, as if he had realized the life philosophy he imagined was conveyed by Huyen Tian Doa. Accept her grace and become her people. Say goodbye to the person from the past. From now on, wholeheartedly turn towards the sun. Xa Mai Nan, still confused, asked him, "But what does she mean by for the country and the people?" Thursday Lao replied, "The immortal said we only need to know that much. We'll understand when the time is right." Thursday Lao seemed to have realized his new life philosophy. After hearing Thursday Lao, Xa Mai Nan thought to herself, "Say goodbye to the person from the past." She asked emotionally, "Do we still have a chance to change?" Say goodbye to the person from the past. Huyen Tian Doa, after talking with Huyen Hao, heard Xa Mai Nan's mumbling and smiled, saying, "Everything will be different and the opportunity lies in your own hands. You can choose to do whatever you want. I won't stop you either. On the contrary, I will support you. From now on, I will also send you money every month. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, everyone here has the right to freely choose the life they want." After hearing what Huyen Tian Doa said, Xa Mai Nan was deeply moved, thinking about the right to choose freely. Freedom of choice. So having the opportunity to choose is true freedom. Xa Mai Nan reached out her trembling hand and said, "Before, I didn't have a choice. Now I want to be a good person." Huyen Tian Doa took Xa Mai Nan's hand and replied, "Yes, I support you all." In Xa Mai Nan's eyes at this moment, Huyen Tian Doa looked like an angel descending from heaven to save her. Thursday Lao stood to the side, about to say something to Huyen Tian Doa, when he saw Huyen Hao's eyes filled with murderous intent looking at him. He quickly shut his mouth and thought to himself, "It's better to keep quiet at this moment. If I want to say anything else, I'll ask someone else later. Better not to bother the immortal." He also hurriedly ran to Huyen Tian Hoa's side. "Thank you for the immortal's regeneration. This great kindness I will never forget. I can only repay with my life." The snake beauty nodded and told her it was the same for her. Huyen Tian Doa was overjoyed to see this and smiled, saying, "You two are being too polite. Let's eat first, have some food." At this moment, Huyen Hao coughed once, signaling to the snake beauty and Thursday Lao. The other two understood and quickly said, "No need, no need. We'll take our leave first. If the immortal needs anything, just call for us later." Then the two hurriedly left. Huyen Tian Doa, confused by this, asked Little Black, "Aren't they overreacting a bit? It was just helping the extremely poor in the village. They've already mentioned regeneration or something." Huyen Hao sat down, picked up food for her, and said, "Oh, they were all so poor they were about to starve to death. Of course they're moved when you give them money and food. All right, don't think about it anymore. I've arranged for the villagers to start cultivating fertile land and initiate weaving. Just as you said, teaching them to fish is the right way." She still worriedly asked, "Yeah, are there any other extremely poor households? We just arrived, should give out more money." "Oh, I wanted to invite them for a meal too. Why did they leave already?" He replied, "The villagers are all introverted. Let's just eat our own portions." She then said, "All right, Little Black, here's the beef you like most. Eat more. You're still growing. You need to get enough nutrients." Huyen Hao, hearing this, was extremely happy and asked, "Little Doa, can we have watermelon for dessert today? I'll cut it into heart shapes for you." The two inside the room were emitting a sweet atmosphere. Outside, on a tree not far away, Bang Dike was holding a sword, looking towards this village. The next morning, Huyen Tian Doa woke up and went outside to stretch. Slept so well. Doing good deeds really makes one happy. My mood is great. The scenery of Luong village is also very beautiful. The landscape is peaceful and quiet. She approached the lake and saw the silhouettes of Huyen Lao Jia and the governor standing there. She was startled and thought to herself, they're on that side over here. The governor and Huyen Lao Jia are holding fishing rods. It's been several days already. The two of them together picked up a worm, hooked it onto the fishing rod, cast the line into the water, and said, "Legendary Bull King, today I must definitely catch you." Huyen Tian Doa saw them and broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "Oh no, I forgot about this. It's not good. There's actually no fish king. If they can't catch anything, the governor will only get angrier. Let them slowly torture themselves. By then, the relationship between him and my father will be strained. The path to bankruptcy for the Huyn family no longer has any obstacles. Father Governor is here. This girl will cheer for both of you. Huyn Tin DOA waves an imaginary flag with forever unattainable written on it for them. She was very pleased with the plan she proposed. She looked around and thought to herself, that's right, where has Chuhak gone? I haven't seen him since this morning. This is the first time. No. Lang Tu DOA, how can you be so attached to Chuhak? Luong Thon is his hometown. He rarely goes home. He must have a lot to do. I should give him his own space. However, it still feels a bit strange. Huyn Tien DOA hugged her chest, not realizing that she was getting more and more used to having Huyn Hao by her side. At this moment, in a royal mansion not far away, Huyn Hao's subordinate came in to report to the master. The young miss is fishing with the elders and has had breakfast. She drank water and ate fruits as well. Everything is fine now. Huyn Hao nodded and said, that's good. You all pay attention and protect from afar. A subordinate came and said, yes, master, rest assured. We're over there. You can focus on decorating the wedding hall here. It turns out Huyn Hao disappeared from morning until now because he was inside the royal mansion, wearing wedding clothes along with other servants, choosing decorations for the wedding hall to marry Huyn Tien DOA. He coughed after hearing this. Embarrassed, he scolded those servants. I said not to be too ostentatious. After all, this is just a trial wedding ceremony. Later, when I become one of the 5 supreme sovereigns, I will announce it to the world and officially hold a grand wedding for her. The subordinates heard this and still teased their master. Master is right. He then started to nitpick that the double happiness character over there wasn't beautiful. The paper flowers on that side weren't symmetrical. Put away this bridal bed and these flowers. These silk and brocade fabrics. 2 DOA isn't used to sleeping on them. Bring all the better items here, and here. Over 80 places needed to be fixed. The subordinates fell silent upon hearing this, wondering where the person who just said this was only a trial wedding and didn't need to be ostentatious had gone. Bang Dyke was still standing on a treetop at this time, monitoring Huyn Hao. This person's combat power is unparalleled. It's not advisable to confront him directly. He and the target are separated. It's indeed an excellent opportunity to make a move. But the protection here is extremely tight. There's absolutely no weakness to be found for an attack. It seemed that Huyn Tien DOA and the elders were just having fun by themselves. But in reality, there were secret guards around them to protect them at any time, along with many traps. Bang Dyke continued to think that attacking was only possible underwater. He looked towards Huyn Lao Jia too and thought to himself, this person is the target's father. Wait for him to catch a fish. The target will surely come close to congratulate. At that time, I'll have a chance to emerge from the water. Thrust a sword right after that. Ice Plague immediately jumped into the lake, using the ice vein breathing technique. This method can seal the nose and mouth, switching to using internal energy to absorb oxygen from the water. Even if hiding underwater for days, not breathing isn't a problem. No one would expect an assassin to come from underwater. A surprise attack to take a life. This is the Assassin Ice Plague. Meanwhile, on the shore, Snake Beauty and Old Thursday were secretly observing. Snake Beauty turned and asked Old Thursday, what is the fairy doing? Old Thursday replied, I just heard that the 2 old fishermen are the fairy's elders. They want to catch the Fish King in the lake. The fairy is cheering them on, so that's it. She looked towards the lake and continued. The fairy has shown us kindness. Last night I thought long and hard about how to repay her. Unexpectedly, an opportunity arose right away. Saying this, she poured a vial of medicine into the water. Old Thursday asked suspiciously, what's that you have? Snake Beauty said, this is a medicine to attract fish to gather. With this, even if the fish in the lake are hibernating, they'll be stirred awake. Not to mention the Fish King. Even the Dragon King would be caught by these old men. Old Thursday heard this and exclaimed, that's impressive. But the Fish King is large and strong. The 2 old men might not be strong enough. If they can't pull it up, wouldn't that be a shame? Snake Beauty explained, this is a muscle-relaxing powder upon contact. It will weaken the entire body, consciousness becomes hazy, making it easier to catch. And it won't have the strength to struggle. Excellent. This way the old men will get their wish. Surely the fairy will be delighted. After finishing, they both left happily. Oh, so this is how it feels to do a good deed. That's right, that's right. Indeed, being a good person brings a joyful mood that's incomparable. Hee hee. Let's continue strolling around the village. See if we can help with anything else. Below the lake, the medicine began to spread. Ice Plague was using acupoint breathing to hide at this time. He began to sense something strange in the water. The smell in this water seems unusual. Is it because of the dampness in the water? Are more and more fish gathering? Suddenly behind him, a fish king with sharp teeth charged towards him. He was surprised, thinking, what is that? That giant fish rushed towards Ice Plague. Ice Plague immediately swam away. Using the mystical ice palm, he attacked towards that giant fish. What's wrong with this fish? As that fish fainted, immediately 2 other giant fish appeared intending to attack him. Ice Plague moved swiftly, quickly dodging past those 2 fish. Touching the scales of one of them, he thought, these scales are too thick. Can't let it bleed. It would make those above suspicious. Circulating internal energy to double the underwater breathing technique, attacking with true energy, then Ice Plague launched a palm strike towards the 2 fish that were about to attack him. But above the lake's surface, the attack created violent waves. The old man Huyn asked in surprise, "What's going on? Why are there suddenly waves?" The governor replied, "A big fish is coming. Hang in there, old man. It seems we have hope now." Old Huyn heard this and immediately said he understood. The 2 held their breath and focused to prepare for catching the big fish. Below the lake's surface, Bang Dyke looked at the school of fish passing out. Finally, it's resolved. Underwater consumes too much energy. My internal force is only half left. Can't wait any longer. The big fish coming is so strange. But I can also take advantage of their opportunity to pull the fishing rod while hiding under the fish's belly and kill the target girl before the right time. Then Bang Dyke immediately followed a big fish swimming up near the fishing line, not noticing the small fish schools scattering in fear. Just at this moment, a giant fish appears with a pitch-black mouth full of sharp teeth heading towards him. Bang Dyke was startled and thought to himself, this is a water monster. Things near the water monster were all sucked towards its mouth. Seeing this, Bang Dyke intended to stab his sword into the water monster's throat, but the sword was immediately broken in half as he dodged to the side. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Snow Extinction Art, condensing ice energy, but it couldn't do anything to the water monster. Moreover, he was caught by its tongue. Bang Dyke was startled and thought to himself, this numbing sensation is poisonous. He let out a scream, gathering all the strength in his body. Above the lake's surface, huge ripples began to appear. A giant water monster's shadow leaped up. The governor, an old man, Huyn shouted, "It's biting. It's really biting. It's a big fish." "No, this is the Fish King. It's really the Fish King. Quick, call for help." Huyn Tian-Doa at the back, seeing this giant fish, was also very confused to the point of gaping. She was startled and thought, Mom, is there really a Fish King? The other subordinates in the bushes quickly ran over to help them hold old Huyn and the governor pull up that fish. Huyn Tian-Doa cried out, "It's not working. It's too heavy. We can't pull it up." Other subordinates said they were about to be pulled into the water. Huyn Tian-Doa then told her father to let go. "It's just a fish. We can't risk our lives for it. Governor, you too, please let go." The governor and old Huyn, full of energy, said, "You women don't understand. We'd rather die than give up. This is the perseverance of men." She silently cursed, "Perseverance, my foot." The group was about to be pulled into the water by the big fish and shouted, "It's almost over." At this moment, Huyn Hao grabbed his sword and rushed in, cutting the water monster into hundreds of pieces. The monster's blood sprayed out before the astonished eyes of old Huyn, the governor, and Huyn Tian-Doa. A rain of blood fell, covering Huyn Hao's entire body with a thick, killing aura, bathed in a sea of blood. The subordinates saw this and silently praised him. As expected of the boss, so cold-blooded and powerful. Old man Huyn seemed to realize something. He sat down on the ground thinking to himself about this familiar feeling of oppression. Huyn Tian-Doa was startled and called out to Chu Hak. He quickly wiped the blood off his body, then ran to her. "Chu Doa, are you all right? I was in a rush. It seems I used too much force." She hit him on the head. "What are you doing? Do you have a death wish? That's the Fish King. So many people here, and you still can't pull it up. If someone falls into the water, will they survive?" She worriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood on his face. It's covered in blood. If by chance the blood has an infectious disease, what will we do? You're already grown up. How can you not know better? Huan Hao, touched by her concern, held her hand and said emotionally, Tudo, I'm fine. Your safety is the most important thing. She shyly replied, I was fine to begin with. At this moment, the two were in an atmosphere filled with pink bubbles. Just then a servant spoke up, quick, come look. There's someone in the Fish King's stomach. It turned out that inside the big fish's stomach was Bang Dyke. His clothes were all tattered. He also had some wounds due to fighting with the fish and being inside its stomach for a while. His clothes were torn, revealing his perfect chest muscles. Though there were wounds on his body, they only added to the beauty of his physique. Most importantly, his face was so beautiful that it seemed to be radiating a sparkling aura. Although there was fish blood on his face, it didn't affect his exquisite beauty at all. He looked like a sleeping immortal at that moment. His breathtaking beauty was enough to captivate even men. Their eyes turned into heart shapes as they exclaimed, wow, such a handsome young man. So dashing, I want to touch his abs. Me too. Look, he's waking up. Bang Dyke opened his beautiful purple eyes like jade. But before he could gather his senses, a fish was thrown at his face, causing him to faint again just as he had woken up. Suddenly, fish started flying from somewhere, landing all over him. They were frantically jumping, searching for water. Everyone around remained silent for a moment. The governor came to his senses and, seeing him unconscious again, ordered his servants, why are you just standing there? Quickly take him to the village doctor for treatment. It's a matter of life and death. Don't just stand there gawking. Huan Hao whispered in his hand, I accidentally cut too many fish earlier. They're jumping around everywhere. However, this statement contradicted his action of throwing fish from his hand, as he was actually the one continuously throwing fish at Bang Dyke, causing him to faint again. Huan Hao, taking advantage of no one paying attention, quickly disposed of the evidence. Bang Dyke's subordinates, following the governor's orders, immediately wrapped Bang Dyke up like a mummy and carried him away. Huan Hao, seeing that the matter was settled, sighed in relief, thinking to himself, that was close. That person was clearly the assassin who tried to kill Xiao Dua back. Then this time, he probably wants to hide inside the fish's belly again to assassinate the innocent and naive Xiao Dua. I can't let her get caught up in this turmoil. It would be a waste of my efforts to secretly eliminate him. At this moment, Xian Dua, extremely interested in the Fish King, waved her hand to call brother Xiaohe. Come here quickly, this fish is really big. Xian Hao, who was just seething with murderous intent, immediately changed his expression when called by Xian Dua. His face changed as quickly as flipping a pancake, turning into a happy puppy as he ran over saying, come over here. The governor and old Master Xian caught this giant fish, and they are extremely happy because their dream has come true. Having reached the pinnacle of fishing, both were joyful and harmonious. Brother, I can't believe we actually caught the Fish King. Be careful when cutting the fish. I want to make a specimen of the fish head. Old Master Xian said, I want to collect the fish scales. Xian Dua came over with paper and pen, saying, Father Governor, shall I draw a picture for you too? Old Master Xian asked, what kind of picture? She held up a paper with city newspaper written on it and said she'd draw the heroic pose of the two catching the Fish King and rescuing people from its belly. Combined with a written description, it would be published on a scroll and widely promoted. The governor heard this and asked, isn't it a bit too much? Old Master Xian said, oh, why enjoy alone when everyone can enjoy together? Besides, we'll only let the villagers know, lest word of mouth causes trouble. Then we'll invite everyone to a fish feast. Isn't that wonderful? The governor heard this and praised it as a good idea. Let's do it like that, brother. Your daughter is so beautiful, truly kind-hearted and capable. Old Master Xian was delighted by the praise. My daughter has always been thoughtful and warm, just like a little cotton jacket. Xian Dua, hearing this, shivered thinking a warm little cotton jacket. Unfortunately, my dear father, don't blame me for being cold and heartless this time. Xian Dua immediately took out the complaint letter she had prepared, thinking, of all the possibilities, I never thought Luong Village would actually have a Fish King, and they would catch it, and even rescue people from its belly. This way, they'll be boasting about it all year. By then, the two will become closer, and who knows, the prefecture might introduce more powerful officials to come fishing in Luong Village. If by chance this place becomes a tourist resort, and the two become close friends, won't the prefecture be even more helpless when bullied? What if he really leases land to Fat Girl to open an amusement park? Wouldn't I be at risk of making money again? Absolutely not. It must be a loss. Her plan to break up the relationship between the governor and Xian old master had failed, and even made their relationship closer, even more intimate, is Huin Tian Doa igniting the flame of struggle to bankrupt herself. She thought cautiously. If not, the 8th prince's advance and retreat will take action against her family, unable to keep their lives. So she had no choice but to anonymously denounce her father and the governor, accusing them of official collusion, abusing the people's sweat and tears, not fulfilling their duties to repay the country, instead going everywhere eating, drinking, and indulging in debauchery, too corrupt. By then, the governor could only avoid suspicion, while her father would be fined and have assets confiscated by the court. Huin Zhang will lose everything and go bankrupt. She would take the small gold reserve she had prepared, lead everyone to flee from there, to become ordinary commoners, without money, avoiding the troubles of being caught, the perverted prince eyeing them, infinitely happy. Huin Tian Doa was very confident in her plan to make the Huin family go bankrupt this time, so happy that she laughed loudly inside. At this moment, Huin Hao ran over and asked little Doa, "What are you so happy about?" Huin Tian Doa was imagining the scene after Huin family goes bankrupt. She would take the money she saved to live comfortably, sunbathing and eating fruits. So she told Huin Hao it was nothing, just thinking about future life, so feeling very happy. Huin Hao, on the other hand, imagined the scene of marrying her, having a chubby child, feeling joyful, saying honestly, "I'm very happy too." Both of them started to let their imagination run wild again. Huin Tian Doa calmed down, pointed in a direction, and said to Huin Hao, "Father and the governor are still excited for a while. Let's visit the injured person in the fish's belly first." Huin Hao heard Huin Tian Doa wanting to visit Bok Dike, so he rushed to stop her. "Little Doa, this small matter, let me go instead." However, Huin Tian Doa shook her head and said, "It's fine. I'm also curious how he got swallowed inside." Huin Hao heard this, saw that Huin Tian Doa wouldn't give up her intention, so he let go, rising murderous intent, thinking silently, "Kill that person immediately." At this moment, she turned and asked him, "Little hack, do you know? Today when you saved everyone, you looked quite handsome." Huin Hao was praised by Huin Tian Doa for being handsome, so he blushed following her. Huin Tian Doa happily said to him, "Thank you for saving me again." Huin Hao heard this and looked at her, thinking silently, "Don't know who saved whom. That was so gentle." Huin Tian Doa reached out her hand towards him and said, "Come with me quickly." Huin Hao heard this and hurriedly ran to her, saying yes, coming. In his heart, he thought, "Can't let that guy die in front of her. It will scare her, but if he dares to talk nonsense." He went with her to the room where Bang Dike was being treated. She approached and said he's awake. Huin Hao behind was very tense, looking towards him. Bang Dike opened his eyes. Huin Hao became even more tense. His heart pounding, he looked towards him. Bang Dike, upon seeing him, rushed over and hugged him, calling out, "Father." Huin Hao and Huin Tian Doa, hearing this, were startled and gasped in shock. Bang Dike clung to Huin Hao's legs, calling him father. Huin Tian Doa, standing next to him, looked at him with a horrified expression. He quickly tried to explain, "Little Doa, this is a misunderstanding. I'm not his father." Then Bang Dike ran to hug Huin Tian Doa, calling her mother. Huin Hao, who was about to explain, hearing this, happily said, "We could try looking inside the medical pavilion." After examining Bang Dike, the doctor said, "Miss, perhaps this patient was extremely frightened inside the fish's stomach and was also affected by a strange poison. That's why he's experiencing memory loss and confused perception. Right now, he's like a newborn, seeing the first living beings as his parents." Nearby, Bang Dike was still clinging to Huin Hao's legs, not letting go. He angrily shouted, "Get away. Don't cling to me." Huin Tian Doa said to the doctor, "Thank you for your efforts, doctor." The doctor replied to her, "Based on my observations, over time, combined with medication, the toxins will be cleansed from his body. By then, he should recover on his own." Regarding the treatment, she replied, "No matter the cost, it's fine. Please, you must cure him." Hearing her say this, he remembered that in the past, when he was injured, she had also told the doctor, "It doesn't matter. No matter how expensive, we must treat him. A person's life is most important." He suddenly felt strangely unhappy. He kicked Bang Dike away, saying, "Get off." Then he left the medical pavilion. Bang Dyke, left behind, cried and called out father. When Tiandoa, holding a lollipop, approached and said, all right, look, the candy stick has flown over here. Bang Dyke was overjoyed, like a little puppy wagging its tail. He ran over and took the lollipop to eat. She patted Bang Dyke's head and said, good boy, you stay here and play nicely. I'm sorry to trouble you all to take care of the patient. Right now, he's like a child. You just need to play with him, talk to him a lot, tell stories, and have fun. Just like taking care of a normal child. The subordinates, hearing this, bowed and said, understood, no problem. Don't worry, Mississippi. We're experts at taking care of children. As she was leaving, she called back, thank you for your trouble. They waved goodbye, saying, take care, miss. As soon as she left, the subordinates changed their expressions, revealing murderous intent. What should we do now? Play with him for real. He's an assassin who almost killed the master and the young miss that night. The leader said, what's there to be afraid of? He's just a kid now. Someone nearby said, but he'll regain his senses sooner or later. The leader smiled. I've already thought of a solution for this matter. It's not that he's cold-hearted and indifferent. We will teach and guide him. People often say that youth is the best time to shape one's character. We'll take this opportunity to teach him well. What are the 5 aspects of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor? Then the leader took out a book. Everyone looked at it and praised how impressive it was. Where did this book come from? The other person replied, the master gave it to us. He said it was copied from the young Mrs. Study. It's for prenatal education in the future. Another servant said, as expected of the master. He's even planned ahead for having a baby. Let's all study it seriously together. There's a saying, learning goes hand in hand with practice. So before we teach others, if we don't learn well, how can we teach that assassin? Everyone listened as the highest priority order was issued. The assassins immediately appeared to receive the order. The leader said, study this valuable parenting book to teach the young assassin. Build the right values and moral outlook. Everyone eagerly started studying. They chanted in unison outside in the courtyard. Xian Duo ran outside calling for Xiaohei. Xiaohei, wait for me. Xian Hao was standing silently lost in thought in the courtyard. She approached and asked what's wrong. He sulkily replied, nothing, I was just lost in thought earlier. Xiao Duo, it's almost time for dinner. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare. As he was about to leave, she quickly grabbed his hand. Xiaohei, you're not happy. He hurriedly said, She held him back, saying, don't try to fool me. I can tell. Earlier when I talked about treating that patient, you were already unhappy. How? He asked her. You were standing so far away. How could you see? She was startled and said, because I've been watching you the whole time. Anyway, I know. What can I say? I'm a few years older than you. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. So you can't hide anything from me. He smiled and replied, yes, I can't hide from you. She held his hand and said, so it's not that I'll save just anyone. And I don't treat everyone the same way I treat you. Xiaohei, don't be upset, okay? Xianhao blushed after hearing her explanation and replied, okay. She awkwardly and shyly walked away. Well, let's go have dinner. He also blushed shyly and followed, saying okay. Xian Duo covered her face and thought to herself, my face is so hot. What's going on? He stood behind her, smiling happily as he looked at her. Then he immediately changed his expression and thought, but even though Xiao Duo said not to be angry, I'm still very angry. So, he immediately went to the study room. He took a stack of books and put them on the table, saying to Bing Yi, increase the exercises tenfold. You all write them too. His subordinates immediately responded, yes. Master, Bing Yi is being bullied. He cried out, evil father inside the mansion. The magistrate was sitting in a sedan chair, preparing to go out. Then Mr. Siu brought a box and knelt before the sedan chair. Xian Tianhua of the Xian family has earned money illegally. Please, magistrate, eliminate this harm to the people. The magistrate lifted the curtain and asked if he had any evidence. Mr. Siu said, Your Honor, here are the crimes of the Xian family. Please accept this first. I will send more later. He opened the box, which was full of gold ingots. The magistrate accepted it and said, So that's how it is. I will handle this according to the law. Mr. Siu smiled and said, This humble servant thanks you. He thought to himself, Siu family, I am the biggest real estate merchant in the city. The Xian family is no match for me. But lately, I don't know how they've become so prosperous. They're expanding everywhere. They even let that Zhao shower transform right in my territory, buying a series of shops from me. Xin Tianhua, you're clearly blocking my path to wealth. Xin family, just wait for your death in Liang village. When Xin Tianhua was mentioned by Mr. Siyu, she sneezed once and asked, who's talking about me behind my back? Xian Hao saw her sneeze and rushed over worriedly, asking anxiously, Xiaohua, are you catching a cold? She was surprised and said no. Before she finished, he immediately took out a hand warmer, hot tea, and a charcoal basin. He also put a love coat on her. Xian Tianhua hadn't yet understood what was happening, but everything was already prepared for her. She felt very warm. Xian Hao happily thought to himself, Xiaohua's health is protected by me. Especially today, I can't be careless. After all, today is an auspicious day. Xiaohua and I are getting married. Xian Hao began to imagine the scene of him marrying her. He was so happy that he laughed inwardly, thinking, Xiaohua is so delicate. Later, she might not be able to walk to the carriage. I'll have to carry her into the bridal chamber. How wonderful. Xian Hao pulled her along, saying, Xiaohua, let's go quickly. She looked confused at the bridal procession and said, okay. She thought to herself, Xiaohei is so good to me. He takes care of me so meticulously. No matter what I say, he'll do it all. I wanted to alleviate poverty and break Xiaohei's wealth, so I gave so many gifts to the villagers. He spent money for me. Even when I suddenly wanted to go to Liang village, Xiaohei didn't hesitate at all. Seeing the villagers now hugging gifts, how happy they are, her spirit of lei foam emerged as she said, everyone, no need to thank me. This is all what I should do. The bridal procession carrying gifts said, the young miss is right in front. But hearing Xian Tianhua say that, they were confused and asked, aren't we here to pick up the bride? Xian Tianhua thought to herself, spend as you like. It's best to have Liang village spend all of the Xian family's money. That way, I can stay away from that silly crown prince. She saw the items they brought and thought they were spoils of war. She patted Xian Hao's head and said, Xiaohei, you've done well. I'm very pleased. I know a place like Luong Village isn't easy to buy these things. Next time we go to a big city, we'll buy lots of gold and silver items. We'll shop like crazy to our heart's content. She started imagining herself carrying a check walking into a store. We'll buy all of these. We'll buy out this entire store. When RA, we promise all the men that if we don't spend 1 million tonight, we won't go home. Huenha hugs her legs and says, sister, you're so good. Thinking of this, she laughed out loud. Huenha said, I think so too. Anhan thought happily to himself. As expected of little DOA, she really understands me. Originally, it was just a small party in Luong Village. The grand wedding will be held later at the Imperial Palace. At that time, we must ensure that all countries in the world send representatives to attend. They should bring their rarest treasures as wedding gifts. Then we'll tie up those single A7S and make them attend our wedding, little DOA and I, to make them even more miserable. Imagining this, he became overjoyed. His subordinates saw this and sighed, how long will the master's condition last? Another subordinate, also understanding his delusional condition, replied, I think it will never be cured in this lifetime. Inside another house, the dwarf was stepping on True Lamb and said, you little shrimps have all lost to me in memorization. Now I'm the captain of the memorization squad. True Lamb, unwilling to accept, said, how could I lose to a damn dwarf? The dwarf laughed and said, now all of you read for me. Human nature is inherently good. Everyone read, human nature is inherently good. Bang Dyke struggled to read, human nature is. The dwarf immediately pointed at Bang Dyke and laughed. You're so big, but you're useless. You can't even speak clearly. Bang Dyke heard this, and his eyes welled up with tears. The dwarf continued, as you grow, you should cherish your elders. Respect the ruler, be loyal to the ministers. Bang Dyke repeated, be loyal. This was the key word that unlocked Bang Dyke's forgotten memories. He remembered what his master had once said, as an assassin, you must always remember to be loyal. Loyal forever, always loyal. Bang Dyke regained his memories, stood up, and slapped the dwarf. Using his inner force, he knocked away everyone around him. Then he immediately used his lightness skill to jump onto the roof, heading towards Huin Tien Doa. He thought to himself, the target is over there, kill on this side. Huinha led Huin Tien Doa to a house and said happily, little Doa, go in and rest for a while. The makeup artist will be here soon. She asked in surprise, "What makeup?" She went to push the door open. He immediately ran away, thinking to himself, "I'll go confirm one last time. There must not be any mistakes." As Huyen Tian-doa pushed the door open, she saw a series of wedding dresses in front of her and exclaimed in surprise, "So beautiful, this is a wedding dress shop." How did she remember her past life? She thought to herself, in her past life, she really wanted to try on traditional costumes. That's why she played role-playing games about killing. She had taken artistic photos. Unfortunately, those outfits were all very ordinary. She didn't expect to actually travel back in time to ancient times. Now she gets to wear traditional costumes every day. However, she has never tried on a wedding dress. It looks so exquisite, so solemn, so beautiful. She reached out to touch a wedding dress, thinking to herself, in her past life, she hadn't even had a shoulder-to-cry-on relationship before traveling here, let alone getting married. Anyway, there's no one here. It should be fine to try it on for a bit, right? So she put on the dress. After a while, Xianhao returned and knocked on the door, saying, "Xiaodou, may I come in?" She was startled, blushing, and said, "Wait." Xianhao, wearing wedding attire, pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Xiaodou in wedding attire, he was stunned with amazement. Xiaodou stammered, I don't know if I put it on properly." She blushed and gasped. She saw that Xianhao was also wearing wedding attire and was stunned, calling out, "Xiaohe." At the beginning of the chapter, the author poses a question to the beloved readers. In the previous chapter, the book said that Xiaodou and Huangfu Xianhao were about to complete their cultivation, enter the ceremonial hall. But are things really going that smoothly? Time goes back 5 hours earlier. On the road, a horse-drawn carriage was leaving. Behind it, Xianhao was riding a horse, chasing after the person in the carriage. "Xian Laoyi, please stop." It turns out the person in the carriage was Xian Laoyizi. Hearing someone calling him, he turned his head. He saw Xianhao riding a horse, approaching the carriage. Xianhao caught up and asked Xian Laoyizi, "Why did you leave without saying a word? Tomorrow is an important day." Xian Laoyizi didn't wait for Xianhao to finish and interrupted him, saying, "No matter how important, as long as two people are united, it can be resolved." Xianhao heard Xian Laoyizi's words and was stunned. Xian Laoyizi left that sentence and said goodbye, saying he was leaving. Then he urged the coachman to continue departing. Xian Laoyizi recalled when he was in Liang village before. He saw the people of Liang village hiding on one side, following and monitoring him. He sensed the familiar aura of Xiaohe. It reminded him of the 8th prince, and he thought to himself, "Xiaodou, don't blame your father for leaving without a word. I just feel that the atmosphere in this Liang village is strange. That's Xiaohe. If you already have him protecting you, there's nothing I can do." It turns out Xian Laoyizi had noticed the strangeness of Liang village. He had also realized that Xiaohe was actually Xianhao, the one who had threatened him before. Xian Laoyizi looked towards the governor sitting beside him and thought to himself, the governor is an imperial court official. In a few years, he can retire and enjoy life. We can't implicate him. Old Master Huyen truly cares about others. He doesn't want family matters to affect others. So he immediately took the governor away to avoid Huyenhao's eyes and ears on the carriage. The governor was still thinking about fishing and asked Old Master Huyen, "Brother, tell me, can we really catch sea kings there?" Old Master Huyen immediately replied, "2DOA told me it's definitely true." So Old Master Huyen had secretly figured out the clues about Luong Thon and decided to take the governor away that night. Huyenhao stopped his horse and looked at Old Master Huyen's carriage as it was leaving, thinking to himself, what did Old Master Huyen mean by that last sentence? Could it be that he recognized me? That's impossible. If that's the case, then Old Master Huyen won't be able to attend my and 2DOA's wedding, so we'll wait until the royal wedding and have the old emperor chat and drink tea with him. Then Huyenhao started imagining the scene after he announces his wedding to Huyen Tian-doa. Both families will meet and talk. At that time, Old Master Huyen will enter the palace to drink tea and talk about catching sea monsters with the old emperor. And the old emperor will be so shocked his eyes will bulge. Thinking of this, he happily rode away on his horse. Not far from there, Samai Nan and Thursday Lao were hiding nearby, observing and had heard everything. Sang him live, Samai Nan asket tu Lao. Isn't the important matter for the fairy and DM Lao their wedding? Thursday Lao replied, it's time for us to repay the fairy. quietly. They truly didn't mean to eavesdrop. They were just catching poisonous bugs at midnight and happened to encounter this. Thursday Lao put on a helmet from who knows where and thought to himself, complete the mission of decorating the scene. Thursday Lao then pulled out a motorcycle from somewhere. Samai Nan and Thursday Lao immediately got on the motorcycle and rode off to get tools. Samai Nan played the role of Do Re Mi and took out a heart-shaped arrow. Thursday Lao transformed into Doraemon. He took out a golden ball from his magic pocket and introduced that the medicine in this ball has the effect of creating sweet hallucinations. Just shoot the arrow tomorrow to pierce the ball at the right moment. After that, Samai Nan and Thursday Lao climbed up to the floor and placed the golden ball on top. The powder spreading from above can create a romantic atmosphere for the bride and groom to enhance the wedding. She imagined the scene on the wedding day when the ball is opened. It will help strengthen their relationship. After placing the ball on top, Samai Nan took out something that looked like a gold bar and placed it under the ball, saying it's a gift for the fairy, a love stronger than gold, wishing them sincere hearts that never betray, and a love that lasts longer than heaven and earth. The two of them had finished preparing all the tools to be on the roof. Then they looked at each other happily and said, "Oh, so this is how it feels to do good deeds. We understand now." The author continues to pose a question. Will everything really go that smoothly? On the wedding day, red fabrics were hung all over the entrance of Liang Village, along with fireworks being set off. Everyone happily said, "Great. Finally, the fairy and the king of hell are getting married. Let's go welcome the bride." At this point, the author says, "Of course not." Bing Di jumped onto the nearby rooftop. Holding the stolen sword, he thought to himself, they're even getting married. I've never been so humiliated before. Damn it. Bing Di recalled the time before when he lost his memory. He had hugged Xian Hao and called him father. Then, like a puppy, he ate Xian Duo's candy. Afterward, he was forced to study until he cried. He looked down at the wedding ceremony and thought, right now, the courtyard is heavily guarded. Only the ceremony hall is unguarded. To kill the target, I must act when they let their guard down. Enter the ceremony hall. The best assassination point is right above the hall. This time, I can definitely complete the mission. Outside, the girls threw flowers, saying, the auspicious time has come. The bridal sedan is here. The bride is getting out. Groom and bride enter the ceremony hall. At this moment, Xian Hao held Xian Duo's hand and called Xiao Duo. She blushed, looking at him, not understanding what was happening. He put the veil over her head. She was startled and thought, a veil like this. What does this mean? What does Xiao He want to do with me? What should I do? Xian Hao led her into the ceremony hall. The subordinate saw this and said, "Be happy, master. Don't be shy." Xian Hao looked at her, his heart pounding, and said with a blush, "Xiao Duo, although I already know the answer, I still want to ask you personally. Do you truly agree?" Xian Duo, her face flushed and breathing heavily, asked, "Agree to what?" He told her, "Agree to marry me." Old Shu picked up the arrow and said happily, "Oh, how beautiful love is, how pure it is. I feel like I've become younger too." The snake beauty beside him said, "Right now is the most climactic moment. Old Shu, create the atmosphere, shoot." After saying that, Old Shu shot the arrow towards the prepared setup. At this moment, on the rooftop, Bing Di also held his sword and leaped down, intending to kill Xian Duo, but he was hit by Old Shu's arrow instead. It pierced his buttocks, causing him to fall onto a pillar. This caused the fireworks that Old Shu and Snake Beauty had prepared to explode. Then he fell face first onto the floor. Bing Di coughed once and thought to himself. His eyes were hazy. At this moment, the subordinate shouted, "Be careful of that guy. He's running this way." An assassin. Xian Duo asked worriedly, "Xiao He, what's wrong?" Xian Hao protected her from behind. Gritting his teeth, he looked towards Bing Di and thought, "How dare you ruin my and Xiao Duo's wedding?" Meanwhile, Bing Di thought to himself, fell for the same trick as last time. Why do these people always set up layers upon layers of traps? I'm so foolish. This is like catching fish in a barrel. Need to be decisive but can't be. When encountering disaster, close off the five senses. Maximize potential to the fullest. Gather all efforts and strength. This is my parting blow. Ice epidemic point strike. Shout out. I want to shatter to pieces along with you all. He used the cold ice bullet path reverse sky. Immediately, a loud explosion occurred. Ice epidemic self-destructed, turning the wedding scene into a huge fire. The entire wedding room collapsed, flames blazing. Xian Hao subordinates immediately ran inside, digging through the rubble to search for their master. As they searched, they shouted, "Master, where are you? "Master, don't scare us, you can't die." Old Thursday, beside the explosion site, was also heartbroken, crying. The immortal Snake Beauty ran over, seeing such a big fire but still had hope, saying no. The immortal is blessed with great fortune. She'll definitely be fine. She definitely will be. After digging for a while, Xianhao's subordinates saw a human figure. They exclaimed joyfully, "There's someone's here." Other subordinates of Xianhao, thinking it was him, happily called out Master. Old Thursday and Snake Beauty also hoped, calling him mortal. But after the rubble was cleared, under the boulder, Ice Epidemic's face was revealed, causing Xianhao's subordinates to be shocked and question. Why is it him? Why is it still him? Ice Epidemic was unconscious, lying on the debris. Ice Epidemic's appearance now was similar to when he was just rescued from the fish's belly. Tattered clothes revealing enticing muscles, a body that made people crave. His face, even unconscious, still radiated handsome as ever, making everyone infatuated as before. Although Xianhao's subordinates hated Ice Epidemic, they had to admit and say, "But he's really handsome." Another girl blushed and asked, "Can I touch him a bit first?" Behind, Xianhao was carrying Xian Dao, who was still safe, and appeared. He stepped out from the big fire, which was still making sizzling sounds. However, it didn't seem to affect him at all. His subordinates saw this and were surprised. This is Huang. Seeing his subordinate about to reveal his identity, Xianhao immediately shot a glance full of killing intent at that man, making the big brother immediately change his tone, saying, "Little Black living next door to the old man Huang. You're all right. That's so good." Snake Beauty saw that Xian Dao was still alive and cried loudly, emotionally saying, "Immortal, if you died, we wouldn't live either." At this moment, Xian Dao in his arms coughed once. There were a few wounds on her face. Xianhao looked down at her heartbrokenly, thinking to himself, that was too dangerous. Xianhao recalled the moment at the wedding, when Ice Epidemic was preparing to self-destruct. He quickly picked up Huan Tian DOA, then opened the secret compartment under the floor, then hurriedly ran through the underground passage to escape. So luck helped both her and him escape death. Huan Hao thought to himself, if not for the underground shelter, little DOA would certainly have been injured. How could I let little DOA be in danger again? It wasn't easy to overcome the aftermath of last time. Before that, she was so scared she couldn't sleep at night. She had to hold my hand all the time. She even lost 3 kilograms of weight because I didn't protect little DOA well enough. Why didn't I protect little DOA better? Thinking of this, he became very angry at himself for not being able to protect the one he loved. At this moment, Huan Tian DOA woke up. She looked at him confused and asked, "Little Black, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" Huan Hao saw she was awake and quickly said, "I'm fine." Hearing him say he was fine, she felt more at ease. Recalling the sudden incident that just happened, causing the whole room to explode, she asked him, "Who suddenly broke in just now? Was it the robbers from last time? Weren't they supposed to be caught?" "Little Black, what's really going on?" Huan Hao heard Huan Tian DOA ask like that and thought to himself, no, absolutely cannot let little DOA know that I'm being hunted. Always living in fear and trauma. Think about it later. Must come up with a perfect reason to explain. Think quickly. Huang Fu Hui Nao. For a happy life with little DOA. For the dignity of ruling the world as emperor. You promised Huin's old man. You must protect little DOA for a lifetime. Seeing him not answering, she urged him again, calling Little Black. Huan Hao, being urged, suddenly came up with an idea and explained. Actually, this is what I prepared for the amusement park to adapt. A role-playing performance project for the dialogue table. He thought to himself, unexpected, right? Everyone who heard was startled and asked with mouse agape. She then asked, dialogue table play. He quickly said, that's right. It was even you who inspired me. That's when you said you wanted to build an amusement park to adapt. At that time, the fat girl said she wanted to see a play. Then you said a line that was just short of acting it out. He thought to himself, luckily I was passing by and overheard it then. He continued to cover up for this matter. Bringing along my subordinates, I said, let's give it a try. Anyway, the people in Liang village are idle. You see, the assassin just now was actually played by him. After saying this, he kicked his subordinate. The subordinate hurriedly said, yes, yes. She heard this and sighed. He continued to say, and we play the main roles of bride and groom. This is a story suitable for both old and young. A loving couple going through countless obstacles, finally achieving their righteous goal. But neighbor Zhang Lao Lu covets their property. On the wedding night, Zhang Lao Lu brings explosives to harm the lives of the two. But the brave groom had already known his evil plan. lead the bride to escape outside. In the end, the two lived happily ever after. Bang Dyke on one side, after hearing the story, How made up trembled and pointed at him, intending to scold, but was immediately knocked down by his subordinates. He continued to happily ask her, "So, how interesting is the new project I came up with?" Upon hearing this, her heart started racing. She grabbed his hand and exclaimed, "Little Black, you are truly my savior. How did you come up with this brilliant idea? Isn't this just escaping from a secret room?" Everyone who heard this was confused and asked, "Escaping from a secret room?" She thought to herself about that time when making the proposal. Why didn't I think of this expensive idea? Escaping from a secret room is an upgraded version of tabletop role-playing. Build a luxurious secret room. Recruit a ton of NPCs. Lamton Kyo has to play for 2 days and 2 nights. Provide free food and accommodation. Spend money crazily and then promote it. And here are all ghosts, commoners, feudal, superstitious people in this world who originally wouldn't accept such a new thing. Guaranteed to be a huge loss. She happily said, "I declare, from now on, Luong Village will be the official venue for escaping from secret rooms in the capital." Hao was still confused, not understanding what was happening, but he had already started to grab the scissors, preparing to cut the ribbon for the opening ceremony. She continued to say that the entire Luong Village is our performance stage. Huentian DOA. I will lead everyone to make money and get rich. Everyone asked, "Is Kai Keem Palace fighting?" She replied, "You can understand it that way. Anyway, when we'll give money to you normal people, you should do what you normally do. When tourists come, scare them and make them run away. As long as you don't kill or injure them, you could do anything. Even if there are no guests, it's fine. You'll still get paid as usual." Everyone heard this and happily said, "Oh, that's great. We get to beat people and get paid. Where else can you find such a good deal?" It feels like we've been through this before, Samanan said, "but now we can go scare other people." Everyone in Luong Village shouted in unison, "We must do this well. We must build Luong Village to become the strongest Kai Keem Palace." Hao on the side sighed in relief, thinking to himself, luckily they believed it. He looked at the unconscious assassin and thought, this assassin ruined my and little DOA's wedding. An unforgivable crime. However, we can still keep him alive for a few more days. After all, without him, the play over there won't be as fun anymore. At night, Hao entered a mysterious house. As soon as his subordinates saw him appear, they immediately came forward to bow, saying, "Master, the person inside has woken up." However, Hao heard his subordinates say this and frowned, asking, "Has he turned into a child again? He can pretend once. He can't pretend a second time. Tonight he must pay the price. Your subordinates have prepared all the props for torturing the criminals, to make the criminals so painful that they can't help but confess." Hao led his subordinates into the prison cell. Hao smiled smugly as he went in to find the captured Bang Dyke. Then he rubbed his eyes and looked at the young man who looked extremely weak and was emitting a shimmering light. Looking at Bang Dyke's flushed face, Hao couldn't believe it and turned to ask his subordinates, "Are you all into such perversions now?" His subordinates, seeing his suspicion, quickly explained to Hao, "No, master, it has nothing to do with us. He was like this as soon as he woke up. I'm no longer pure. I've wronged my wife," one subordinate told him. He suddenly tied himself up. He even said we didn't tie him well enough. He insisted that we beat him. We're quite frustrated too. Hao, after hearing his subordinate's report, couldn't believe it. Sweating, he asked he wanted you to beat him. At this moment, Bang Dyke revealed a face tinged with lust. Hearing the word beat, he shouted, "That's right. Hurry and beat me. Master, they all call you master. You're my master too, aren't you? They all don't dare to really hit me. Master, please, beat me. Use the whip to lash me to your heart's content. Burn me with hot wax. Use pliers to squeeze my fingers hard. Spray me with a bucket of chilly water." Hao's subordinates were holding whips, hot wax, and pliers. Upon hearing this, they immediately panicked and dropped all the torture devices. They didn't want to touch them for even a second more, fearing Bang Dyke had intentions towards them. Their faces showed extreme fear. Bang Dyke continued speaking to Hao. "Master, how about this? Pull out each tendon in my hand, then nail my knees." Hao, extremely angry, drew his sword and pointed it at Bang Dike, asking, "You think I don't dare?" Bang Dike continued to cry out lustfully, "More, master. Don't stop." Seeing this, Huan Hao was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out as he exclaimed, "Oh my God." Bang Dike continued to urge Huan Hao to act on him, saying, "Master, so you like doing this to Bang Dike? Then do it. Whatever master tells Bang Dike to do, Bang Dike will comply. Come here." Huan Hao gritted his teeth and thought to himself, is this their team culture? They can't be pretending, can they? Huan Hao waved his hand, ordering his subordinate, "You go and make him speak his true thoughts." Another of his subordinates immediately stepped forward with enthusiasm, telling him, "Rest assured, sir, with my ghostly hand and divine healing skills, even if his mouth is like a city wall, I can pry it open." He opened his outer robe, revealing many torture devices hidden inside. Then, full of confidence, he immediately rushed towards Bang Dike. But a moment later, only Bang Dike's moans could be heard, saying, "More, master, more." Shu Hao could not bear to hear any more. He looked towards Bang Di, sweating profusely. His whole body was covered in acupuncture needles, but his face still looked unsatisfied as he exclaimed, "Master, why did you stop?" "I can take it, because you're my best master." "Master, please come and stab me yourself." Bang Di is so eager. Everyone in the prison cell who heard this immediately backed away in fear. Seeing Bang Di still continuing to moan, Shu Hao angrily said, "Keep pretending for me." The ghost doctor immediately reported to him, but according to my deduction, he must really be stupid now. Shu Hao was startled to hear this. "What do you mean stupid again?" The ghost doctor nodded and said, "It's true. He might have inhaled some strange aphrodisiac, causing some kind of hallucination. Then his head was severely injured, so the effect of the drug settled deep in his mind. Plus he was poisoned before, and it's not cured yet. All these factors combined resulted in this state. It has turned Bang Di into a genuine masochist. If you want him to recover, it's best not to stimulate him anymore, and especially don't satisfy his painful requests." Shu Hao looked at Bang Di and angrily scolded, "But now he's like this. It's really unbearable to look at. I really want to punch him." Hearing him say that, Bang Di excitedly asked, "Really, master? Come here quickly. Come and punch me. Please whip me as much as you like." Shu Hao was so scared he got goosebumps and hurriedly ordered his subordinates, "Gag him for me for a while." Shu Hao held his head in fear and thought to himself, "Oh, what a mess. At this point, I can only take him back first, deal with the people below, and then figure it out later." He then said, "Now if you just obey, I will beat you once every day until you're satisfied. Now be quiet." Bang Di heard this and nodded like a puppy, thinking to himself, "I want master to beat me personally." His flushed face full of lust successfully made Shu Hao vomit. His subordinate helped him up and said, "Master, you're making such a big sacrifice." He said while vomiting, "A man must endure what others cannot endure." Everyone applauded, saying Master spoke well. With no one supporting him, he immediately fell face first to the ground. He sat up and thought to himself, "Endure, young man, it's all for Xiao Duo." To be able to hold the official wedding ceremony with Xiao Duo in the capital soon, thinking of her made him happy as a flower. He ran off saying, "Oh, Xiao Duo, I was away in the evening. Did you miss me? I'm coming to you right now." His subordinate saw this and said, "Master's symptoms don't seem to be mild either." Inside a room, Shu and Tian Duo was sitting and drinking tea. Looking outside, she thought to herself, Xiao He, although he was just acting, at that time, I didn't seem to hate it at all. On the contrary, I was a bit expectant. Below is Xiao Duo's imagination. Huan Hao will hug her and say, "Xiao Doa, from now on, I am your husband. Let's enter the bridal chamber." He then carries her inside. Imagining the ending, she blushes and exclaims, "What am I doing?" She covers her face, thinking to herself, "What's wrong with me? How could I hope for Xiao He to actually marry me? I'm just a stranger here. Time traveled to this place doing strange things to protect my life. If I'm careless, I'll return to the original owner's fate, dying miserably under the 8th prince's schemes. Xiao He is just a passerby, accidentally appearing in my chaotic life. He's just my close bodyguard, my friend, my brother. Why am I? Could it be that I really like him?" She shakes her head, thinking to herself, "No, it can't be. I should think about how to complete the task I came to this world for. I just need to complete the system's mission to survive. Don't create more trouble. This time, escaping from the secret room in the village, I can probably destroy a few 100,000 taels more. Calculating the time, my letter of accusation should have arrived by now. As long as the emperor flies into a rage, the Huyn family's confiscation is inevitable. Once confiscated, the Huyn family's bankruptcy will be a piece of cake. Just then, a servant rushed in with a letter saying, "Young miss, it's terrible. Someone has accused the Huyn family." The prefect is questioning the Huyn family. They're about to be confiscated. She was startled and asked what. She thought to herself joyfully, "That's great. This is exactly what I wanted." Then she immediately rushed out happily, telling everyone, now announcing the next mission, return home to save people. She immediately ordered to load all the goods onto the horse carriage to prepare for the return. Inside the capital, at this moment, the prefect's men were ordering all properties of the Huyn family are to be sealed simultaneously. All shops, big and small, are to cease operations for inspection. All the shops were being sealed. Huyn Dao saw this and rushed forward to ask, "Why are you closing the shops?" "We protest. We'll appeal to the capital. We're innocent." The prefect's subordinates immediately took out their batons to block them, saying the Huyn family members are not allowed to leave. Huyn Dao angrily said, "How can this be? Sister, come back quickly." Zhao Shower, hiding on the side, saw this situation and thought to himself, it'll be all right. The young miss sent a pigeon letter saying she's almost here. I'll go meet her. As long as the young miss returns, everything will be fine. With that, Zhao Shower ran off. Looking up, he saw the prefect standing above, looking down. Others seeing this began to discuss. It seems the Huyn family is really finished this time. What a pity, what a pity. So much wealth is about to be swallowed by the court. Now the Huyn family is all waiting for the young miss to return to handle the situation. But at this point, how can they turn things around? The sisters had just returned and were immediately arrested and thrown into prison. At that moment, old Master Siyu appeared beside Zhao Shower and said, "Zhao Shower, long time no see." He was startled and said, "It's you." Old Master Siyu smiled smugly and said, "Old debts and new debts. Let's settle them all today." In the midst of silence, suddenly everyone shouted, "The eldest young miss is back." Zhao Shower was overjoyed upon hearing this. Other people in the capital who saw this were also extremely surprised. They heard the excited sounds rising up. Xian Shin Duo's high heels stepped down, along with music. "The moment I met you, I knew I was in love. Love, 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 tan, tan, tin, tang, ting, ting." A motorcycle appeared out of nowhere along with a massive sound system. Xian Shin Duo wore a dress sitting on the motorcycle as she returned. She was holding a gun. The group beside her also wore all black, carrying guns as they returned. The music was still playing. "The moment I met you, I knew I was in love, 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 tan, tang, tin." Everyone who saw this scene was left with their mouths agape. The magistrate rubbed his eyes and saw reality had returned. Xian Shin Duo was wearing normal clothes. She bowed and said, "This commoner greets the magistrate." She smiled as she looked at him. He thought to himself, did I see wrong? Why do I still hear that strange background music? Old Master Siyu approached and said, "Xian Shin Duo, you've finally returned. I've been waiting for you for a long time." She remained silent upon hearing this. Old Master Siyu continued, "What's wrong? Are you scared now? If you had known it would come to this, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Messing with me won't end well for you." She remained silent for a while, then asked, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, old Master Siyu became angry and scolded, "You dare to feign ignorance. Today, I'll make your Xian family pay the price." Everyone, the Xian family's ill-gotten wealth has mountains of evidence. Look at this person who bought clothes from the Xian family. Their whole body is covered in boils. This child ate snail noodles from the Xian family and got cholera. They used bowls and chopsticks from the Xian family, and in just a few days they fell ill and their whole family died. The people heard this and fearfully said, "Is this true? How terrifying. We'll never buy anything from the Xian family again." Zhao Shower hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that at all. He's lying." The magistrate pointed at her and said, "Xian Shin Duo, does the Xian family admit to their crimes?" Everyone turned to look at Xian Shin Duo. Seeing her remain silent, they thought to themselves, could it be that there's really no way out? "No, eldest young miss, I believe in you. I believe you can definitely turn the situation around." Unexpectedly, she said, This commoner knows her crime and admits to it." Everyone was shocked and asked, "Admitted to the crime? It can't be." The magistrate then said, "In that case, arrest her." His subordinates immediately rushed towards Xian Shin Duo. People shouted, "No, eldest young miss, At this moment, Xian Shin Duo smiled with great satisfaction. Zhao Xiaoer saw her smile and was surprised. The young lady was smiling. Could it be that she had predicted everything? Xiantian Duo saw the group of constables carrying spears and pikes, clubs, and ropes for binding people. As they were about to rush towards her to arrest her, she laughed with joy. Finally, I could take everyone back to the countryside. System, my mission is complete. Xiantian Duo stood still, feeling triumphant, thinking that those people would arrest her. But who would have thought they would run past her to the back, leaving her utterly confused with question marks all over her face. The magistrate's subordinates immediately rushed to grab Old Man Chu behind her, quickly tied him up, then pressed him down to subdue him. Old Man Chu, not understanding anything, kept shouting, "Oh, you've made a mistake, haven't you? The one you should arrest is her, not me." The magistrate, holding a letter, spoke up at this moment, casually bribing a few people to frame the Xian family with this accusatory letter. That's why you were so confident, huh? Old Man Chu, being tied up, heard about the letter and confusedly asked the magistrate, "What are you talking about, sir? I don't understand." The magistrate held up that letter and accused Old Man Chu. "This anonymous letter accusing the governor, wasn't it from you? Jealous of the Xian family's prosperous business. Luckily, I intercepted it. Otherwise, you almost harmed our loyal officials of the country." Old Man Chu, hearing this, was startled and exclaimed, "It wasn't me." The magistrate then took out a stack of reports as high as a mountain peak and dropped them in front of Old Man Chu. Then he scolded him. "Before accusing others, look at yourself first. These are the accusation letters against you from the past 3 months, enough to confiscate your entire family's property 300 times. After saying this, the magistrate brought out a stack of accusation letters. He said, "This official has been working diligently for the country. Taking advantage of your carelessness, I secretly investigated. I found that all these accusations are true. Now the evidence is conclusive. Do you still want to make excuses? I hereby declare the confiscation of all the Chu family's assets. Chu San is to be expelled from the city. For 3 generations, you are forbidden from doing business." Xiantian Duo, standing to one side, hearing a series of accusations and the magistrate's sentencing, was so shocked her eyes widened. Old Man Chu, after hearing his punishment, couldn't believe it either, shocked to the point his eyes almost popped out. Only the other citizens cheered and praised. The magistrate is wise and brilliant. The people hired by Old Man Chu, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, quickly discarded their props and ran away. The old lady, who was crying earlier, hurriedly explained, "This is just flour. My family members are still alive and well. Don't arrest me. I'm just an actress. He paid me to do this. It has nothing to do with me." Old Man Chu, being dragged away by the constables, couldn't hold back his anger and said no. "Damn you, Xiantian Duo. In the end, you were still 1 step ahead. How could I, a lifelong merchant, be defeated by you?" It's infuriating that the townspeople were delighted to see him punished. They cheered. Xiantian Doa was utterly confused by this. The matter didn't end there. The prefect approached, took her hand, raised it up, and announced to the townspeople, "Shuyan conducts business honestly. She doesn't cheat the elderly or children, and works for the country and people. She is truly a great merchant. I swear, the Shuyan family and I will work together in harmony. We will never doubt each other. Previously, Miss Shuyan wanted to buy my ancestral land. Due to my limited vision, I refused to sign the agreement. Now, to boost the economy and improve people's lives, I've decided to gift my ancestral land to the Shuyan family without compensation. Not a single coin will be taken. Moreover, I want to invest and become a shareholder. I support the construction of an amusement park for adaptation." Every word from the prefect turned Xiantian Doa to stone, then gradually shattered her. The people, upon hearing the prefect's announcement, were overjoyed and cheered. The prefect is wise. The Shuyan family and the prefect have such a close relationship. How could their assets be confiscated? So Miss Shuyan had foreseen everything. As expected of Miss Shuyan. "Miss Shuyan, you are our goddess." Xiantian Doa, hearing this, wanted to cry, but remained silent. She smiled, playing the role of an ice-cold young lady, untouched by worldly matters, and replied, "Thank you, prefect. Thank you, citizens. The Shuyan family will certainly work harder in the future. We will contribute to the country. It's getting late now. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and left, leaving behind a cold silhouette, as aloof as a celestial maiden descending to earth. The people behind cheered, praising her beauty. So powerful, so impressive. Is this the charm of Big Sister? So cool. I'm smitten. I'm smitten. Shuyan Doe hurriedly went to a secluded corner. After escaping the public's gaze, she immediately dropped her act. The young lady was so angry, she wanted to bang her head against the ground. She was in utter despair, thinking to herself, so close, just so close. Where did I go wrong? She screamed to the heavens in anger, saying, "Damn you, heaven. You want to destroy me. I won't accept it. I won't give up. Today, I swear to the heavens, I absolutely refuse to lose. My fate is mine, not heaven's." Shuyan Doa's plan to bankrupt herself was once again shattered at the last moment. It even benefited the Shuyan family more. The path to success seemed even further away. On the other side, the prefect stroked his beard smugly, thinking, originally, I really wanted to confiscate the Shuyan family's assets. But just now, I saw Bang Dike standing behind the crowd accompanying the Shuyan family, signaling to me. He thought to himself, as the assassin the emperor relies on most, it seems Lord Bang Dike had planned everything in advance. That's why he appeared behind the mysterious flower at that time. He even made a hand gesture to me. It was a victory sign, a sign of triumph. So I understood. Lord Bingdi had successfully taken over the Xian family, made it his own, as expected of Lord Bingdi. From now on, the Xian family's wealth can be used for the emperor. This is a path I had never thought of. That's why I decisively handed over the land deed. In the future, using the Xian name, we'll build a suitable empire. Take the opportunity to recruit soldiers and gather capital. The great plan will succeed. It's truly perfect. Xianhao stood behind him, smiling. The actual situation was that Bing Di, after hearing Xianhao's words, ran to him, raised his hand and said, "Master promised to torment me tonight. Don't forget that, okay?" He heard this and was so angry he almost coughed up blood. That night, Bing Di, following Xianhao's instructions, used his lightness skill to run into the prefectural office. As soon as the prefect saw him, he said, "Finally, you've arrived. Lord Bing Di, Your Excellency, this time you've come, has the Emperor issued new orders, telling us to immediately take over the Xian family." Xianhao hid on the side, observing the situation. Bing Di coldly opened his fan and asked, "Since when is it your place to guess the Emperor's intentions, Prefect?" The Prefect, upon hearing this, immediately knelt in fear and said, "Yes, yes." This subordinate spoke out of turn. Though this was the outward appearance, in reality, Bing Di was inwardly delighted. He thought to himself, just by answering as the master wrote on the fan, this old man is so scared he's kneeling down. The back of the fan was actually full of script lines for Bing Di to read. He read while thinking how interesting. Xianhao, watching from the side, thought this time, after hypnotizing the prefect to get intelligence, I'll erase his memory of being hypnotized. I'll also give him a secret signal, using the Xian name to amass wealth. Just as Bing Di appears, enhancing the effect of the secret rebel signal, it'd be a shame to report to Father Emperor. I want to capture them all. The prefect continued, Your Excellency is the closest person to the Emperor. Previously, the Emperor told us he wanted a birthday gift. Do you remember what it was? Bing Di and Xianhao were both frightened upon hearing this. They thought, oh no, this wasn't written on the fan. Bing Di, stumped by the prefect's question, thought to himself, what close friends like should be similar? What I want for my birthday is... Xianhao, seeing the situation deteriorate, had already drawn his sword, preparing to charge and, if discovered, and kill both the prefect and Bing Di to eliminate them. At this moment, Bing Di said to the prefect, the birthday gift is women's clothing, bone-breaking pliers, and a whip. Huinhao was startled and shocked upon hearing this. His eyes widened as he asked what. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the prefect said to Bang Dike, You are correct, sir. The gift that Hong wanted was indeed the pliers that could bend even diamond steel. Huinhao, hearing this, became even more incredulous, shocked to the point of his soul nearly leaving his body. He asked what. The prefect continued, At that time, I was puzzled, but it turns out what Hong actually wanted was one of the 4 types of fruit. Oh, to know such a secret matter, as expected of Lord Bang Dike. Huinhao couldn't believe that Bang Dike's nonsensical words coincided with the truth, so he wasn't exposed. After Bang Dike answered the question and passed the test, he continued with his act. Pretending to be cold, he said, Now, you just need to satisfy all the requests of the young Mississippi. The Huin family must not harm her at any time. This is part of the plan. It must be strictly followed. Upon hearing this, the prefect immediately dropped something from his hand and said, "Understood." He thought to himself that Bang Dike was indeed real, not an imposter. This way, the grand plan could succeed. There was no need to launch signal fireworks anymore. It turned out that in his hand was the firework with the words "All troops attack" used for signaling. If he discovered that the Bang Dike before him was an imposter, he would set off the fireworks to signal the assassins to appear and kill the fake Bang Dike. Bang Dike, seeing that he had completed the task assigned by Huyen Hao, was delighted and thought to himself, "Finally, I can go back and receive my reward. How will the master punish me?" He was looking forward to it. Huyen Hao, on the side, saw that Bak Dike had successfully passed the test and gained the trust of the prefect, so he breathed a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. It seemed it was time to meet him on this side. Our female protagonist, Huyen Tian Doa, had the opposite mood. She was silently screaming in agony. "It's over, it's really over. What should I do now?" Dear readers, the main gate of the Huyen family was about to be trampled by other merchants. After being set as an example by the prefect in front of all the citizens of the city, coupled with the prefect's guarantee, the Huyen family's business gained more trust. People continuously offered money, gold, and silver to Huyen Tian Doa, saying, "Young miss, let us invest with you. We've traveled all the way from the capital to cooperate with you. The Datiki Amusement Park project, a project that even the prefect values highly, we absolutely cannot miss out on. You must choose me. If not, I'll stay here and won't leave. I'll invest 1 million taels. No one can take my share. I'll invest 2 million. I'll invest 3 million. The merchants, in their struggle to gain the opportunity to cooperate with the Huyen family, began to rush in and fight each other, arguing loudly, creating an extremely chaotic scene in front of the main gate. Huyen Tian Doa was sitting and drinking tea. Around her was a mountain of gold and silver that was unbelievable, making her silently exclaim, "Oh my, what the hell?" Ever since the branch office went public, suddenly a group of wealthy fund managers appeared wanting to invest in the Huyen family. We chased them away, but they wouldn't leave. If the 8th prince hears about this, won't it be even worse for me? The system said this is investment behavior. It absolutely doesn't allow me to refuse their money. Could it be that I have to die in this strange world because I have too much money to spend? Huyen Tian Doa, imagine the scenario where the system tells her she can't escape from the 8th prince. Accept your fate. Lang Chu Doa couldn't accept it. She immediately opened her eyes and thought angrily, "No, I am Lang Chu Doa, who watched 3,000 short videos, surfed the internet for 25 hours. She recalled the news stories she had seen before about how capitalists lost all their money. Economic bubbles, debt crises under the leverage of bonds. After thinking about strategies to make the Huyen family go bankrupt to complete the mission, finally, she came up with a plan to make herself go bankrupt. At this moment, in front of her, the merchants were still fighting to the point of bleeding. "I'll invest the most money. The one to cooperate with the Huyen family can only be me. You step aside. Choose me. Choose me, it's too headache-inducing." Huyen Tian Doa then slammed the table and spoke up. "Stocks." The merchants heard this and immediately stared at her in surprise. Huyen Tian Doa smiled and said to the merchants, "Buy the stocks that we, the Huyen family, issue." Everyone was startled and skeptically asked what stocks were. Seeing that they didn't understand, Huyen Tian Doa immediately tore a banknote into equal pieces and distributed them to the merchants in front of her. Then she began to explain in the simplest, easiest to understand way. "Stocks are like meal tickets that you use to eat meat soup." She started lecturing the merchants. "If we, the Huyen family, collect money from you, cook a pot of meat soup, how should we divide this meat soup? Based on the number of stocks in your hands. 1 piece gets 1 bowl, 2 pieces get 2 bowls. If you have 10 pieces, you get 1 bowl of meat soup." As the Huyen family continues to prosper, the value of the meat soup will also increase. Originally worth only 1 tael of silver, later it could increase to 100 taels. By then, those with meal tickets will directly profit 100 times. A merchant, after hearing her explanation, then astutely asked her about the downside of stocks. "Young miss, what if you can't make the meat soup? How will you account for the money we spend on stocks?" Huyen Tian Doa, upon hearing this, saw that the opportunity had come and smiled, asking that merchant, "Do you think that's possible?" Now the Huyen family has the governor's support as a backing. Business is thriving. How could we lose money even even if that day comes. Here, I, Huin Tian Doa, promise you all. When the time comes, we'll sell off assets if needed. We'll give up our family business if necessary. I will definitely prioritize ensuring everyone's interests. We can create documents as proof. From now on, the Huin family and you all will share both fortune and misfortune together. Upon hearing this, the merchants all unanimously felt that she was emitting a sparkling aura. Oh, how generous. Give me those eyes of yours. This is truly the caliber of the Huin family, worthy of being great merchants. A merchant immediately spoke up, urging Huin Tian Doa. Then quickly sell the stocks. I want to buy all of the Huin family stocks. Another merchant, hearing this, immediately contested, saying, on what grounds? I want to buy them too. She said, gentlemen, don't rush. The Huin family's listing is a big matter. There are still some things we need to prepare. 3 days from now, the Huin family will open trading. We'll first release 20% of the stocks. With limited stocks and many people, you must seize the opportunity. They started to compete. I want to buy. 3 days from now, right? I'm going to line up now. The Huin family already has such good growth momentum. The stocks will surely skyrocket in the future. Get out of my way. I'm going first. Huin Tian Doa walked out and sighed with relief. That was dangerous. She thought to herself, it can be said that stocks are a deal that's in heaven one day, on earth the next. Eating meat in the morning, jumping off buildings at night. The bigger the trade, the heavier the loss. How many billionaires go bankrupt in one night? How many countries borrow for years and still lose? She took out her plan notebook, collapse the construction site, destroy the feng shui, ruin the transportation, fake ancient tombs, hoard stocks, and run away. Speaking of multi-directional approaches, it's as easy as turning your hand. I have 100 ways to make the Indra amusement park project collapse, losing all the money. Of course, investors will come to the Huin family to cause trouble. By then, we'll push out all the Huin family's money. With 2 empty hands, everything will be fine. My dear plan, I'm counting on you. Indeed, when heaven doesn't block the way, people can stand firm. Huin Tian Doa was overjoyed with the plan she continued to think up. She was certain that this time she could go completely bankrupt so that the 8th prince wouldn't target her anymore. After coming up with a perfect strategy, Huin Tian Doa looked around and thought to herself, where's Xiao He? He said he wanted to take a few days off. Where did he go? At this moment, inside the ancestral land of the governor, there was a large secret chamber guarded by many people. A guard who was yawning was reminded by someone, stay alert today. Be careful of intruders. The other person replied, what's there to fear? We've been here for so many years. Has any outsider ever entered? The underground maze has a discreet entrance. The secret passage has exactly 99 hidden traps. Many skilled fighters have died in those hidden traps. You can't silently pass through the secret passage. That person hasn't been born yet. You can rest assured. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that his other teammates had all been knocked unconscious. At this moment, Xian Hao appeared behind him, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Inside the secret chamber, Bing Di was leading Xian Hao to infiltrate. To find the emperor, Xian Hao ordered Bing Di to continue leading the way. Bing Di led Xian Hao to an intersection, then pointed in one direction, telling Xian Hao, all right. How strange. It's my first time here, yet I know which way to go. If we go this way, there will be many poisonous worms. This path leads straight to a water trap. This side has many skilled fighters. This path is the safest. Go this way. Although Bing Di had lost his memory, it seemed this secret chamber was deeply ingrained in his memory, so he could easily guide Xian Hao past the traps. He even explained the details of the trap designs here to Xian Hao. Led me on the safe path. Xian Hao took advantage of Bing Di's poisoned state when he couldn't fully remember his memories to make him lead himself into the enemy's lair, avoiding the traps that this ancient tomb had prepared. Xian Hao followed Bing Di, thinking it was fortunate to bring him along. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been this smooth. The emperor of the rebel army is right here, hidden in this deep underground palace with no visible bottom for so many years. The emperor supported by the rebel army is the orphan son of the previous dynasty's emperor, who was lost among the people. Rumor has it that after the uprising that year, the faction of the previous dynasty's Empress Dowager found the prince among the people. They secretly recruited soldiers for many years at this ancient tomb. looking for an opportunity to rebel. Chi Fu is a descendant of the faction of the previous dynasty's Empress Dowager. For many years, he has been operating externally, responsible for concealing information, recruiting soldiers. He knows nothing about the Emperor's personal information, only that he's a middle-aged man around 40 to 50 years old, a cold person with evil thoughts. Bing Di ran ahead. Seeing Xian Hao behind, he waved his hand, urging him to follow. Quickly, follow me. Master Xian Hao chased after and asked Bing Di, "Do you know where the most secret place here is?" Bing Di heard and asked, "The most secret place?" "Ah!" Xian Hao looked at Bing Di, somewhat suspicious of him. Currently, Bing Di's mind was jumbled, not remembering who he was, completely forgetting his past. If he directly mentioned words like emperor or rebel army, it might stir up his memories again. But the most secret place, this underground palace, must be where the emperor lives. Bang Dike was stunned by a keyword and regained his memory, almost killed Huan Tiandoa. Huan Hao became more cautious, avoiding words that could unlock Bang Dike's memories. He continued to ask if he could take me there. Bang Dike excitedly said, "All right, let's try to find it. If we find it, is there any reward?" Master Huan Hao heard Bang Dike asking for a reward again. It certainly wasn't something pleasant for him. But to infiltrate the ancient tomb and find the emperor, he could only sweat and answer, "If you perform well, I'll give you a good beating to satisfy you." Bang Dike happily agreed upon hearing this. Then he led him through the armory, dining hall, dungeon, council chamber. Huan Hao followed him through those places, thinking to himself, "This place has been planned for many years. Now it has become a fully fledged facility. The equipment is also easy to defend, extremely difficult to attack, and very discreet. Those hidden traps have enormous power. Surely a master has arranged them." Bang Dike led Huan Hao through the crushing traps, opening a path to lead him inside, saying, "This must be the place." Huan Hao looked down into the deep abyss below, asked what's down there. Bang Dike, having lost his memory, could only answer, "I don't know anymore, master." Bang Dike only knows this is the most secret place. Huan Hao looked down and thought to himself, could it be where the money is stored? And earlier on the way here, we didn't find any treasury. He then asked Bang Dike to go down and check. Unexpectedly, Bang Dike fearfully said, "It seems very dangerous down there. Master, maybe we shouldn't go." He glanced at Bang Dike and thought to himself, it seems Bang Dike was previously strictly ordered not to approach this place. The instinct in his subconscious is resisting. It made him even more curious about what's down there. Huan Hao immediately used his lightness skill to jump down. Bang Dike could only follow. The two of them ran together on the chain down, reaching the bottom. He then said, "We've arrived." He looked inside and thought, no doubt about it, this place is the central key point of the entire underground palace. So secretive, what could be here? He went to the innermost part. Seeing a dazzling light, he said, "We've reached the end." In front of him was a large door. There was even a heart-shaped stone. Bang Dike saw it glowing. He exclaimed, "It's a jade door." But the purple stone on it is so beautiful. The two pushed the door open. Looking inside, they saw it was a young girl's boudoir and exclaimed in surprise. A young girl's boudoir. Huan Hao was startled and thought to himself, there's someone next to the wall inside that boudoir. Inside, someone is scrubbing, happily singing while bathing, in a good mood, fragrant. The young girl stepped out of the bathtub, put on her clothes, and looked at herself in the mirror. Opened the closet door and happily said, "Next is spa time." At that moment, a sword was pointed at her neck. Bang Di asked who the kid was. The child immediately backed away. Huan Hao coldly said, "Don't move. Want to touch the hidden trap on the wall behind. I guarantee if you move even a little more, even just a finger, I'll make sure that finger is permanently separated from you." The child, feeling threatened, gritted their teeth for a while, then sighed and said, "Isn't this Lord Bang Di? You're not carrying out your duties. Why have you come here like this? If father finds out, he'll punish you." Bang Di was startled and asked, "Your father?" Huan Hao was shocked and thought to himself, this is not good. We're about to be exposed. If this girl is the emperor's daughter, why doesn't Bang Di know her? Act first to gain the upper hand. The child continued smiling and said, "That's right. It's normal that you've never met me before. For years, father has been raising me here. I've never had contact with outsiders. This is the first time I've met someone else." Huan Hao looked at the girl and thought, could it be? He then asked, "If you've never met before, how do you know Bang Di?" The child started sweating upon hearing this, then continued to make up a story. "Lord Bang Di has never met me, but I've seen him before in this underground palace. Who doesn't know that Lord Bang Di is father's capable assistant with supreme martial arts skills? He's my idol." Bang D exuded an aura and approached the child. He continued to ask, "So you're the princess raised here by the emperor? In this underground palace, no one knows of your existence. You've been living here alone all these years." The child replied, That's right. This man in black is new here, right? I've never seen you before. Although I live here in secret, father occasionally takes me up for walks. I've never met you before." He bowed and replied, "I'm a newly recruited subordinate of Lord Bang D. Lord Bang D brought me into the palace. I officially met His Majesty. I didn't expect to enter the princess's chambers by mistake. Please forgive me, princess." The girl coldly asked, "You say with your mouth that you want my forgiveness, but your sword is still not sheathed. Brother Bang D, do you still not believe me?" Huan Hao said, "Believe it or not, we just need to take the princess to meet His Majesty. Won't the truth be revealed then?" "Lord Bang D, let's go now. Where is His Majesty at the moment? Let's call a few more people to witness, so everyone can meet the princess." The child immediately cried out, "Stop, stop." He then asked, "What's wrong?" The child started gritting their teeth. He smiled to himself, thinking he had got it right. Regardless of this child's identity, she must be an existence that the emperor had to conceal. That's why she lives here. Even Bang D, before losing his memory, didn't know about her. Meeting the emperor alone is fine if others in the palace knew of its existence. It would be unacceptable to it. The child immediately started crying. "Don't tell anyone, and I can give you money." "Oh no, I'll grant you titles and positions, don't worry. Father is very obedient. I can even have the Kung Fu manual translated. Haven't you always wanted an improved version of that secret breathing technique? I can give it to you right away. Just don't tell anyone." Xuan Hao didn't fall for the little girl's trap. "What should we do now? If we betray His Majesty, hiding this and getting caught is punishable by beheading." Hearing this, the child quickly exclaimed, "There will be no beheading, I guarantee. But if you dare to speak of this to anyone, that will be the day you die." Xuan Hao heard this and wasn't afraid. Instead, he smiled a terrifying smile to threaten the girl. "Then why don't we just kill you now?" The child heard this and tears started falling. Then she cried out, "You're bullying me? Bullying me, Brother Bingy. You're so mean, Brother Bingy. Step back and look at this kid." Seeing this, Xuan Hao smiled and asked, "What should we do now?" That evening in the kitchen, Xinxian Duo was busy mixing dough to make pastries. After a while, she held up a large pink pastry. She said, "Finally, it's done. The Mother Earth version of peach blossom pastry. I'll wait for Xiaohei to return and let him taste it." Xinxian Duo hugged the pastry, looked out the window, and said, "Naughty Xiaohei. He said he'd be home today. It's late now, and there's no sign of him. I'll count to 3. If you don't appear, I'll eat all of this super delicious, unbeatable peach blossom pastry I made myself. There's only one piece in the whole world." 1, 2. She thought to herself, "What am I doing? I can't be apart from him like this. Since when?" As she was thinking, his voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Duo heard it and turned around startled, seeing that Xuan Hao had returned. Standing on the windowsill, he said to her, "I'm back." She exclaimed joyfully, "Xiaohei." She looked at him, her heart pounding. The two seemed about to kiss, when suddenly he slipped and fell. He bit into the peach blossom pastry and choked. She quickly hugged him, patting his back gently, saying, "It was meant for you. Why the rush?" He choked to the point of tears and said, "Aha." She hugged him, saying, "Just eat. Eat until your head becomes as big as a pig's. Eat slowly." On one side of Xianfu, there was a joyful atmosphere like blooming flowers. On the other side, there was a tense, hostile atmosphere. Bang, he was staring intently at the girl brought back from the ancient tomb. The two sat facing each other. The little girl said, "Bing-yi, you forced me to come here and won't let me leave. This is imprisonment. Aren't you afraid father will find out and punish you?" Bang Dike smiled and replied, "Your identity is suspicious. We must keep a close eye on you. If you move, I'll draw my sword." The girl sighed and said, all right, so I'll just stay here. Is that it?" The little girl thought to herself, "Bang Dike has excellent martial arts skills. Extremely cold. No wonder he's the strongest in the underground palace." Suddenly, the girl pretended to hold her head and cried out, "Oh, I'm so dizzy." Seeing this, Bang Dike quickly moved to support her. The girl thought smugly to herself, "Even the strongest assassin has a weakness." Taking advantage of Bang Dike's support, the girl immediately pulled out a dagger hidden in her sleeve. She stabbed towards him. However, he only needed to use 2 fingers to stop the dagger and said, "Using this trick. You're really underestimating me, kid." Seeing this, the girl smiled. Bang Dike was startled to see the hairpin already held against his neck. The girl thought triumphantly to herself, "That's the real assessment of a dangerous enemy." After Bang Dyke passed out, the girl said with a laugh, "The latest research, silent anesthetic needle, automatically fires, just in time to use you as an experiment. Have a nice sleep, bye-bye." The girl happily pushed open the mansion door, thinking to herself, "Stupid Bang Dyke. He didn't even realize I had this trick. All the better. If he had noticed, it would have been more troublesome." The atmosphere in this mansion is so comfortable. So this is the scenery above the underground palace. Indeed, everything looks better with sunlight. I'm so envious. By the way, what mission are Bang Dyke and that annoying subordinate carrying out? Should I interfere? I don't want to go back anyway. The girl walked around the mansion, thinking to herself. However, the security here is too lax. There's no mechanism, strange formation, or trap at all. Indeed, the world is vast. There's no kindred spirit, but there's light over there. As the girl was walking, she saw a data table appear and was so shocked her eyes widened. She thought to herself, "What is this? What is this?" Quinn Tian pulled out a projector from somewhere and projected it onto the mansion wall, saying, "Little hack, another slide." He immediately responded by taking out a card predicting the stock market and placing it into the projector. The image changed instantly. The girl was startled and cried out. Hearing this, he asked, "Who's there?" The girl happily entered. "What strange mechanism is this? It can turn a drawing as small as a hand into one as big as a wall." Seeing the girl, he exclaimed, "Ah, kid." The girl paid no attention. She ran to the projector, picked it up, and said, "I see. I understand now. It projects light through a transparent drawing calculated by a convex glass lens, enlarging it on the wall. Who made this? It's a masterpiece. This thinking is truly that of a great master." Quintian Doa broke out in a sweat. He raised his hand and said, "I made it." The girl, seeing this, her eyes lit up. She immediately ran to hug Xian Duo and said, "Master, please teach me, sister." Xian Duo was startled and asked, "What?" "Xiaohei, who is this little sister?" He hurriedly explained, "She's my distant relative's daughter from the countryside. She's very interested in machinery." He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Why did this girl come here?" The ice translation is not reliable at all. We absolutely must not let Xiao Duo know she's connected to the rebels. Xiao Duo will be scared. Xian Duo looked at the girl and said, "I didn't expect you to understand the principles of this machine." The girl happily hugged Xian Duo tightly, not letting go. "I only understand a little. I hope the master can teach me more." She smiled and said, "Little sister, this machine is called a projector. Do you like making this kind of machinery?" The girl immediately nodded yes. "My lifelong learning motto and pursuit is to emulate Liu Ban and Moz. Use human power to conquer all things. Use machines to help people's lives." Xian Duo was overjoyed upon hearing this and held the girl's hand, saying, "Well done, Xiaohei. This little sister is very talented. It's rare to find someone like her. All the machine blueprints are here. Feel free to look at everything. If you don't understand, just ask me, though I might not understand much either." She handed a stack of papers to the girl, thinking to herself, "I didn't study physics properly. I just wanted to find some entertainment, so I made a projector. This world has too few entertainment activities. I'm bored to death." The girl took the documents, her eyes shining with joy, and said, "Yes, thank you, master." Then she immediately sat down to read. As she read, she exclaimed, "This part is incorrect. Here, if we place a night pearl and use a lens to focus the light, so that's how it works. I see now. I understand, but why is this part like this?" Xian Hao, standing nearby, saw this situation and broke out in a cold sweat. Xian Duo, however, was delighted and thought to herself, "It's rare to find such an intelligent child. If she were in our era, she'd be a female PhD for sure. Someone like this needs to be nurtured. We must protect her carefully and support her dreams. This is the price to pay for dreams, investing in talent." "System, you don't object to my investment plan, do you?" The system replied, "Approved." She was overjoyed upon hearing this. "This time I get to spend money again. I'll build a laboratory for her right away. No one can stop me." Xianhao looked at the girl and thought to himself, "I didn't expect this girl to be like this." Back then, in the underground palace, she asked about it. She refused to meet Huang, but her true identity is still a mystery. I can't just ask her directly either. Oh well, as long as she's under my control, I'm not afraid of her pulling any tricks. At the crucial moment, she'll be the best pawn for me to deal with Huang. Both of them looked at the little girl and smiled. On the day of the stock sale, merchants lined up to enter. Those who want to queue up, hurry and get in line. Today, Huinjia will start selling stocks. Why are so many people standing and trampling on our garden? Why are you looking at the goods? We're selling night market tickets here. 200 per ticket. I've been in line for a day and a night, arriving an hour early. Why hasn't it haven't started yet. You're not even close. There are people in front who have been queuing for 3 days. At this moment, inside the Huin Jia stock shop, Huin Tiandoa and Huin Hao are coming down the stairs. Everyone started saying, "They're here, they're here." The eldest young lady of Huin family has arrived. Huin Tiandoa steps up to announce to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that the Huin family stock market officially begins its trading session." Upon hearing this, everyone clamored, saying buy stocks. Huin Tiandoa continued, saying, "However, before you buy stocks, there are still some important points to announce." As she spoke, a long scroll was unfurled from the upper floor. On it was written what Huin family investors need to know. This initial offering accounts for 20% of Huin family's total stocks. Each person is limited to buying 10 shares. At the end of the year, dividends and profits will be distributed to investors. It's expected to yield a 10-fold profit. Third, Huin family stocks can be freely traded. Fourth, the establishment of Huin Family Stock Limited Liability Company. As long as you hold Huin family stocks, you are a shareholder of the company. Fifth, at the shareholders meeting, shareholders attending the meeting have voting rights for each share they hold. A shareholding ratio of 34% gives one veto power over major company projects. A shareholding ratio of 51% basically allows control over company decisions. A shareholding ratio of 67% gives absolute control over the company. If the company goes bankrupt, investors can use their stocks to claim capital repayment from Huin Jia. Seventh, the merchants nodded after reading and said, "Oh, well done, young miss, very clever. Bye-bye." Huin Tiandoa continued happily telling everyone, "In short, in the future, not only will you receive dividends and profits 10 times your capital, but you can also profit from the price difference by buying and selling stocks beforehand. Most importantly, the more shares you hold, the more voting rights you have in Huin family's business projects. As long as you buy Huin family stocks, you are the owners of Huin family." The merchant standing below after hearing the introduction immediately offered money and said to Huin Tiandoa, "Young miss is brilliant. Long live the young miss. Please give me 100 shares of stock. I want 200 shares." Below was extremely noisy and lively. The merchants were competing to buy Huin family stocks. The fund managers standing on the upper floor were extremely delighted to see this. They approached Huin Tiandoa and said, "Young miss is truly a genius. The money flowing into the Huin family is like a rushing river. From now on, throughout the entire continent, everyone will know the young miss's reputation. Everyone will know of the Huin family's prosperity. The young miss is truly formidable." Huin Tiandoa, hearing the praise from the fund managers, was extremely pleased. But her satisfaction was due to her bankruptcy plan nearing success, not because of making the Huin family more prosperous. The Huin old madam, sitting behind, saw this scene and imagined that those merchants' greedy eyes were looking at Huin Tiandoa with ill intentions. She then said, "What's all this noisy commotion about?" She recalled what she had said to the Huin old master before. "Our DOA is the young miss of the Huin family. We must arrange a good marriage for her in the future. Now she's out in public all day long. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" The Huin old master, who was reading a fishing manual, told her, "You don't understand. This matter doesn't need your concern." The flashback ended. Madame Huin then asked her close maid, "A few days ago, I sent you to invite the old man back. Is there any news?" The close servant knelt down, presented a letter, and said to Madame Huin, "Madam, the master only sent a letter back." She opened the letter and read it. It said, "Madam, I'm traveling the country with the governor to participate in a fishing competition." Then, Madame Huin, after reading the content of her old husband's letter about his fishing, was so angry that she clenched the letter until her hands shook, saying, "Fine then. Now, there's only one man left in the house, Dower. He's the future head of the Huin family. I should go talk to him instead. Surely he can understand my concerns." Just as she finished speaking, she saw someone fly by and was confused. She turned and thought to herself, "What flew by?" Her eyes fell on Huin Dao. He was wearing only a pair of shorts and shoes, showing off his six-pack abs, standing on the wall saying, "Black Tiger steals heart." The young ladies who were his fans stood below the wall. Seeing this attractive body, they immediately became excited and screamed. Madame Huin saw this and couldn't believe it. She clenched her teeth in anger and scolded Huin Dao. "Scandalous. Scandalous." On top of the pavilion roof, Huin Dao was still speaking. "Some say that I, Huin Dao, am frozen, that my talents are buried because I lack luck. But I say they're wrong, because all my luck was used to meet you, my little sisters. The young ladies heard this and immediately became excited. They screamed even louder. Madame Huyn saw this and was so shocked that her eyes widened, her mouth gaped open, and she fainted from extreme anger. Huyn Dao continued to show off his body, saying to everyone, of course, when I was at my most confused, someone helped me. Encouraging me is my elder sister. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be standing in front of you all now. I want to thank my elder sister. Repay her for not abandoning me. Repay her for recognizing my potential. I declare that just by buying stocks, you'll receive an extra gift from me. The ladies immediately cheered, thanking the elder sister. Thank you, elder sister. We want to go buy stocks. Hearing this, Xian Do immediately blew a kiss to the ladies. Love you, sisters. Old Madame Xian couldn't accept it, holding her head saying, why is my fate so miserable? Both my son and daughter are this crazy. The servant quickly ran to support her, saying, Madam, please calm down. She exclaimed, I can't. I'm too dizzy. Her servant advised, Madam, don't be hasty. You rarely go out usually. Perhaps you're tired today. How about going home and having the third miss talk to you? She nodded and said, all right. Then she returned to the Xian residence. She went to Xianya's room. Although Xianya isn't my biological daughter, she's obedient, kind, and always gentle. Compared to her elder sister's current behavior, she's really much better. She'll surely understand my concerns. The servant opened the door. Madame Xian saw Xianya sitting in the study writing, and immediately felt relieved, thinking, this is how it should be. This is what a daughter should do. She happily entered Xianya's room and called out caringly, Little Ya, you truly are a good child. Xianya saw her and, startled, said, Madam, why have you come here? She quickly picked up the book the girl was writing and read. Did you write this? Your ability is unlike your elder sister's. She broke into a sweat and stammered, that's. Old Madame Xian read the words in the book and saw phrases like warm lips, smooth skin entwined until dawn. Her face turned red and she immediately put the book down. Xinya asked, Madam, are you all right? Old Madame Xian coughed lightly. I'm fine. Little Ya, it's good that you want to write, but after all, writing romance novels isn't the right path. You must know what you truly want in life. As a woman, Xianya's eyes lit up and she said, that's right, so you think the same way, madam. She heard this and asked confusedly, what do I think? Xianya continued, writing stories is just a hobby of mine. I've always wanted to know what the ultimate purpose of my life is. Until, in a moment of clarity, I saw my elder sister determinedly moving forward. For her dreams, she dares to surpass herself. Steadfast for gentle love. These are all things I should learn from. She took Madame Xian's hand, saying briefly, surely you've seen how happy second brother is now, right? She was guided by her elder sister, so she was able to find herself again. I've decided to live as my true self. Just like elder sister and second brother. I want to enter medical school and become a coroner. Madame Huyn was shocked and said, what? A coroner? That means dealing with dead bodies. Absolutely not. Before she could stop her, Huyn Na quickly ran off cheerfully saying, to be honest, I've always loved studying herbs. I also really like dead bodies. It's just that our family doesn't have any corpses for me to study. A female doctor who can't write stories isn't a good coroner. Thank you, madam, for encouraging me to enroll in medical school right away. Then she ran off. Madame Huyn hurriedly called after her, wait. She turned back, smiling, and said, Madam, under elder sister's guidance, we've all found ourselves. You should quickly find your true self too. Madame Huyn was instantly petrified upon hearing this. Even a calm person like her was so shocked that she tore her handkerchief and sighed. When the eldest young miss returns, tell her to see me. Her servant replied yes. She thought to herself that she must cut off all sources. In the evening, Huyn Tin DOA returned. Hugging her mother's shoulder, she asked, I don't know why mother suddenly called for me. Huyn House, my. Little DOA, wait a moment, I have something to show you. She nodded and said, all right. After entering the ancestral hall, she asked, Mother, you called for your daughter. Is something wrong? Madame Huyn spoke up and asked her, Little DOA, I want to ask you, now that you've made great contributions to the Huyn family and are the chief treasurer of the Huyn family, will you still listen to your mother? She bowed and replied, Mother, what are you saying? I will always be your daughter. Of course I will listen to you. Madame Huyn said, very well, little DOA, I have arranged a marriage for you. I want you to marry Huyn Hao immediately. Huyen, Tiandoa and Huyen Hao were both startled upon hearing the old madam's words. Huyen Tiandoa was so shocked by Madame Huyen's words that she stepped back and asked, "Marry immediately." Madame Huyen nodded and told her, "The groom is the son of a high-ranking official in the capital. It's a rare good match. Parents' orders, matchmaker's words. For the glory and future of our family. Surely you don't want to disobey." Huyen Dingding broke out in a sweat and said to Madame Huyen, Madame Huyen didn't give Huyen Dingdoe a chance to explain and continued speaking to her daughter. In front of the ancestral tablets, "I believe you must get married right away." Huyen Dingdoe couldn't understand why Madame Huyen was forcing her to marry so suddenly. She hurriedly went to ask why her mother was so abrupt. Madame Huyen told Huyen Tiandoa, "No matter what, this is my decision. You must not disobey." Huyen Hao had been eavesdropping outside all this time. Hearing this, Huyen Hao could no longer hold back and rushed into the ancestral hall. "No, I don't agree." Huyen Tiandoa heard this and turned to ask Chu Hak, startled. Madame Huyen saw Huyen Hao suddenly rush in and argue with her, so she angrily scolded. How can a servant be so disrespectful? His true identity had not been revealed yet, so Madame Huyen only knew him as a servant in the household. Interfering in the master's affairs without permission was extremely disrespectful. Huyen Hao said to old Madame Huyen, "Yes, I am disrespectful, but the eldest miss has never even met that person. How can she know if they're compatible or if she likes him? You are her mother. How can you not consider these things?" Hearing this, Madame Huyen angrily said nonsense. He continued to tell her, "Liking someone and being liked by someone both take time." Huyen Tiandoa was stunned hearing him say this. Madame Huyen angrily scolded him for being insolent, talking nonsense. Since ancient times, matching social status has been enough for marriage. Feelings can gradually develop happily in marriage. Your words are all things that poor people with no manners say. The eldest miss is well behaved, but people like you have corrupted her. Seeing her mother so angry, Huyen Tiandoa quickly patted Huyen Hao and said to her mother, "You're right, mother. I'll punish him when we get back." Madame Huyen continued, "Dioer, just listen to me and don't do business anymore. Hand over the business to your younger brother. Stay at home, follow your husband, and raise children. Live peacefully and smoothly for life. Isn't that good?" Huyen Tiandoa was shocked, speechless hearing this. Hand over the business to Huyen Dao. Now his fangirls in the city come at his beck and call. Although he's not very smart with his popularity, if he becomes the head of Huyen family, it's certain they won't make a loss. Madame Huyen continued to tell her, "Dioer, what are you thinking? Give your mother an answer." Huyen Tiandoa thought to herself, "Moreover, I can marry someone I like in the future, but mother is pushing too hard." I can only say that she quickly told her mother, "I won't marry, because I already have someone I love." Hearing her say this, Huyen Hao blushed, looked at her, and thought, "Oh, my little Doa, fragile little Doa is defying her mother for me. This must have taken so much courage from her. Indeed, little Doa loves me hopelessly." Huyen Hao's imagination started running wild again, thinking Huyen Doa loved him to death and back, while Huyen Doa was inwardly wiping her sweat, thinking, "In this urgent situation, I couldn't think of any other excuse." Hearing this, old Madame Huyen was delighted. She hugged her shoulder and asked, Why didn't you say so earlier? Where is he from? How old is he? What do his ancestors do? Do you still have parents? Do you have any siblings? What is your current occupation? How many children do you plan to have after marriage? Will you take concubines? Do you keep cats or dogs at home?" After hearing Lady Xian's questions, Huyen Hao was secretly terrified and thought even the royal family's secret agents would feel ashamed of themselves. Lady Xian excitedly told her daughter, "Bring him to meet me immediately. If he's qualified to be our Xian family's son-in-law, you two will get married right away." Xian duo hurriedly made excuses, saying, "Although we have made a promise, we both prioritize our careers. We'll consider marriage later." Lady Xian angrily said, "What career priorities? Your father and I can focus on careers, but not you. Don't forget you're just a woman. Of course, you should prioritize family matters. Getting married and having children is right." Hearing this, Xian duo thought to herself, "I can't take it anymore. Even if the system deducts image points, I can't hold back anymore." So she began to argue with Lady Xian. "Mother, please stop forcing me to get married. Only men can be heads of households. Women can only marry and have children. This is inherently unreasonable. You're carrying feudal thoughts. I absolutely disagree. Unexpectedly, the system displayed a notification of plus 10 image points. Xian Duo was startled and thought to herself, it didn't decrease, but increased. She originally thought that arguing with Lady Xian would cause her to lose image points severely. Who knew the system would actually add points for her? Lady Xian, being argued against, became so angry that she clutched her chest and cried out, "Child." Her daughter fearfully asked, "Oh, mother, are you all right?" She worriedly thought to herself, I hope I didn't upset her to the point of fainting. Lady Xian tremblingly returned to her seat. Tomorrow, I will arrange for that young master from the capital to meet you. If you dare to run away, don't call me mother anymore. Now all of you get out. Xian Duo could only reply, yes, mother, and then led Xian Hao outside. As she walked, she thought to herself, it seems my parents are determined to keep her stable and not affect my grand plan to ruin things. I can only agree to meet first and then figure out a long-term plan. At worst, I'll meet him and explain clearly. A respectable person from the capital surely wouldn't insist on marrying me if I've already expressed my disagreement right. She turned to ask Xiaohe. At this moment, Xian Hao had a fierce expression. His whole body exuded a murderous aura. He started sharpening his knife. Any blind fool who dares to come see Xiao Duo, I'll kill without mercy. Xian Duo stepped forward, tugged his sleeve, and said, Xiaohe, thank you for helping me earlier. Hearing her words, Xian Hao tensed up, blushed, and asked her, Xiao Duo, do you want to get married? I don't want to go up. As you said, marriage should be between two people who understand each other and love each other. He blushed when he heard this. At this moment, Lady Xian came out and asked, Strange, I just heard DOA's voice earlier. I opened the door, but she's gone. Can't keep the eldest daughter at home. At this time, Xian Hao had led Xian DOA to hide on the roof. Seeing Lady Xian leave, he sighed in relief and said, that was too dangerous. He and she looked at each other with flushed faces, hearts pounding. Just as they were about to lean in for a kiss, suddenly fireworks exploded, startling them. Xian DOA happily exclaimed, it's fireworks. Why are there suddenly fireworks in the city? It's so beautiful. He replied that the Xian family is launching stock citywide. It's a celebration. She heard and asked, oh really? Of course it's true. He thought smugly to himself, because these are the fireworks I set off, transported all the way from the capital just to win a smile from my beloved. If little DOA is happy, I'm happy too. Meanwhile, Xian DOA was deeply moved and thought to herself, thank you, Xiaohe, for always being by my side. In this world, people can use emotions to deceive many things. They can also use tricks to gain love, but only true feelings don't deceive oneself. So is it true? I really like him now. At this moment, Xian DOA realized her feelings for Xian Hao. Sitting next to Xian DOA on the roof, watching the fireworks with Xian Hao, she said it's beautiful. She thought to herself that this is the first time she's watched fireworks with someone else. So she asked him, Xiaohe, do you like fireworks? Xian Hao looked at the fireworks and answered her. Fireworks are beautiful, but only exist for a moment. If you dwell on them forever, you'll only become weak. Xian Hao recalled his childhood memories. On New Year's Eve, the palace also started setting off fireworks. At the banquet, all the concubines brought their children to pay respects to the emperor. The third prince heard the fireworks and rushed into his mother's arms, crying out, Mother, I'm scared. The third prince's mother laughed and comforted him. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Mother will protect you. The third prince heard this and was very pleased, looking towards Xian Hao, who was sitting alone in a corner, the eighth prince. Xian Hao, with tears in his eyes, called out Mother. He thought to himself, Mother, I miss you so much. His tears fell. At this moment, two figures approached, saying, I thought it was someone else. New Year's again, and you're here crying. It turned out to be the eighth prince without a mother, the third prince said. The fifth prince and the seventh prince all came to surround him. The eighth prince saw them and happily asked, Third brother, fifth brother, seventh brother, have you come to play with me? I have toys that my mother gave me. Then he immediately took out his toys. They laughed and said, let's play together. We like playing with him the most. Then they immediately grabbed those items and destroyed them and bullied him. The concubines saw this, but didn't intervene, smiling with satisfaction. Xuan Hao spoke up. It's okay. As long as you elder brothers play with me, you can have all these things, it's fine. The third prince asked, so we can have everything. Then I want this. Saying that, the third prince pointed at the chonglok hanging around Xuanhao's neck and snatched it. Give it back. Xuanhao shouted. No, not this one. This is from my mother. Before he could finish, the seventh prince threw a ball at his head, causing him to fall. He even cheered on third brother, fifth brother, hit Xuanhao hard, use force. The third prince and seventh prince immediately started hitting him. He clutched the chonglok tightly in his hand, restraining himself, thinking, mother, I won't cry. I promised you I would protect myself and not cry. The sixth prince then picked up a broken sword hilt, saying, third brother, use this. The concubines saw this and all smiled. The third prince took the sword hilt and was about to stab him. After a while, he fainted. The third prince's mother ordered the eunuchs, take him to a room and treat his wounds. Don't let his majesty notice. The eunuch immediately replied yes. He was taken into a room and weakly said, I'm so thirsty. Mother, it hurts so much. At this time, outside the door, two servants were talking to each other. Everyone else got to follow the Nyang to serve his majesty. Only the two of us have to guard the door here. It's really unlucky. I have to say, noble consort Nyang is really formidable. Years ago, not only did she ruin consort Shu's first child, even the current 8 princes are firmly in her grasp. They've become tools to balance against the other Niangs. No wonder after consort Shu requested the 8th prince, she became so careful. She doesn't let the 8th prince go out casually. So it's because she's afraid of noble consort Nyang harming him again. Wasn't it because after the first miscarriage, she didn't recover her strength? What's the use then? You still don't know why consort Shu has been bettered in all this time. I'm afraid even she herself doesn't know, since consort Shu's miscarriage. Noble consort Nyang has bribed consort Shu's kitchen servants. Year-round, they mix ginkgo seed poison into her food and drinks. This poison is insignificant in small amounts, increasing a little each day. It's completely undetectable. After a few years, consort Shu fell ill. Everyone thought she died due to poor health. Who would investigate for evidence? Huan Hao, still young, heard these conspiracies and realized his mother's death was caused by others. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. He immediately sat up. There was a noise from inside the room. The workers heard it and asked what the sound was. They ran inside and saw him fall onto the bed, exclaiming, oh, he's fallen onto the bed again. He's burning up. Quickly, call the royal physician here. If he dies, his majesty won't spare us. Huan Hao emitted a murderous aura as he looked at them. After being immersed in the past, Huan Hao returned to the present and looked at the fireworks. Huan Tin Doa smiled and said to him, although fireworks only exist for a moment, beautiful memories are eternal. The scenery now, the mood now, who we're watching with now, to protect that eternity, will become stronger, won't we? Huan Hao was startled when he heard her speak and silently looked at her. Then his eyes reddened and he turned away. Seeing this, she was surprised and asked Little Black what's wrong. His face flushed as he said, it's also my first time watching fireworks with someone else. She looked puzzled, and he continued, blushing, to ask her, can we watch together forever? Huan Tin Doa also blushed and replied yes. He took Huan Tin Doa's hand and thought to himself, this time, I will definitely protect her well. If she is my weakness, I will protect her forever. Absolutely. The next morning, Madame Huan left the mansion and asked her close servant, how are the arrangements coming along? Her servant replied, Madam, everything has been arranged. A total of 15 potential son-in-law candidates. All of them are outstanding individuals with extraordinary backgrounds. We've arranged for the young miss to meet one person each day. Surely she'll choose a son-in-law to her liking, won't she? Especially the one coming today, who is from the capital and has been sending invitation cards to our mansion for the past few days. His demeanor and appearance are top-notch. He's also the young master you're most satisfied with. Madame Huan imagined her daughter and son-in-law paying respects to the ancestors, followed by Huan Dao giving massages to old Master Huan. Just imagining this scene of perfect happiness, family harmony, and everyone being joyful, she thought happily to herself, I hope DOA can understand my good intentions. Both my daughters have strayed from the right path. As their mother, I must guide them back to the correct path. But her happy vision was suddenly interrupted by a loud noise. It turned out to be Huan Na, covered in dirt, holding a hammer and saying, "Finally finished the water pipes." This caused Madame Huyn, standing to the side, to be shocked, her eyes widening. Huyn Na laughed loudly with joy. The pink-haired woman brought out from the ancient tomb said, "We're not done yet. We still need to bury a few more pipes. But after that, your sister's medicinal field can implement automated irrigation. Do we need to add more lethal anti-theft functions?" Huyn Na said it's not necessary for now. "Let's continue digging the pipeline first." The girl heard that and said, "What a pity." Old Lady Huyn was furious and scolded. "What are you doing? A proper young lady, looking like this? What a disgrace." A servant came and said, "Madam, this is the newly arrived mechanical genius. She's the master invited by the eldest young miss." This morning, the two young misses were watering flowers. Somehow, they started chatting with each other. We hadn't even reacted yet, and the water pipes were already made. The two young misses wouldn't let us help, saying they wanted to do it themselves to feel more proud. Lady Huyn then scolded the servant. If she said she'd do it herself, you just stood and watched. You could have pulled her away. The servant hurriedly said, "We wanted to, but that genius girl set up some mechanisms, and all of us were knocked out. We couldn't get close." Besides, the eldest young miss also said that no matter what the genius girl does, no one should disturb her. Lady Huyn, upon hearing this, angrily said, "It's that little brat again. If we don't marry her off, this house will never know peace." She immediately turned with a murderous look towards Huyn Na. The pink-haired girl saw this and asked, "Is that your mother? Are you afraid of her?" Huyn Na quickly said, "I'm not just afraid of her. I'm afraid she'll break up our couple. Last night, she forced my sister to get married. Just now, she had that determined look to make it happen. With her personality, I'm afraid the groom she chose is already on his way here. What should we do? Is our couple really about to end?" The pink-haired girl heard this and thought to herself, "The master is about to be forced into marriage. Then who will teach me the secret techniques of Duban? This can't happen. Absolutely not. Should I directly deploy the underground army to level this place? Or have the ice plague assassinate all the men who dare to come and propose? This Huyn family matriarch acts like this. I might as well eliminate her directly and set fire to burn down the Huyn family. Everyone except the master. Anyway, the ice plague is lying in wait here to seize the Huyn family's assets. Notify the imperial court immediately." But Huyn Na ran over and hugged the little girl, saying, "Genius little sister, you're so cute and enthusiastic. Can you help big sister with one more thing?" The little girl blushed and said, "Sister, stay away from me a bit. This morning I was just passing by." Huyn Na begged, "Please, little sister, be a good little sister." The little girl looked at Huyn Na, blushing and thinking to herself, "No one has ever been this close to me before." So the little one reluctantly agreed, saying, "What do you want me to do? If it's assassination, that's not impossible." Huyn Na said, "A mechanism array is a defensive mechanism that outsiders find difficult to overcome. Let them enter, but unable to find their way. They can't pass the final test. Knowing it's difficult and retreating, then mother can't say anything more. This is a good idea, isn't it?" That girl, upon hearing this, said, "The defensive mechanism, I've seen it before. The Xian family's defense is even weaker. It can only stop great masters from coming out, but sister, let go of me first. I'm not used to being so close to others." Xinya happily said, then pulled the girl along, saying, "The Love Protection Squad will never admit defeat." Xian Hao, listening to their conversation from the side, said, "The two young ladies are too kind. But no matter how many sons-in-law Madame Xian wants to choose, this one must not step within 10 miles of the Xian mansion. If you can't do it, then you're negligent." His subordinates, upon hearing this, immediately bowed and explained, "Master, please rest assured, the assassins have already taken action. Of the 15 people on the list, 14 have sworn with tears streaming down their faces that they absolutely dare not come to propose marriage again." He turned and asked about the one remaining person. The subordinate replied, "There's still one person. It should be right about now." Another of his subordinates, who had been hit by an arrow, came and said, "It's not good." This useless subordinate underestimated him. We couldn't stop him. He's about to reach the gate now. Just then, a servant announced that young Master Bai had arrived. From a sedan chair riddled with arrows, young Master Bai dismounted and said, "This is the Xian Mansion. The journey here, overcoming obstacles and defeating generals, was indeed not easy. But for a graceful lady, a gentleman would seek. Though the path was dangerous, it's worth it for the Xian family's young lady." Xian Do, the new member who was earlier tricked by Xianya to join the Singles Protection Association, immediately stepped forward to block him. "Are you young Master Bai who has come to propose?" That by young master said, I apologize, I encountered some minor issues on the way and was delayed by half a cup of tea's time. Please don't blame me. Xiando looked at young master Bai and thought to himself, he's too handsome. With this appearance, if he were to enter the Fuxian Tri-Society, I'm afraid the ladies wanting to meet him would have to queue up for several rounds. No, this won't do. If Big Sister sees him, she might be moved. Once Big Sister gets married, Mother will surely make me take over the family business, becoming the head of the Xian family. Then how can I join the army to serve the country and fulfill my ambitions? Xiando spoke up, young Master Bai. I am Xiando. My mother and sister have been waiting for a long time. Please follow me inside. Young Master Bai replied upon hearing this. Then I'll trouble young Master Xian. Xiando thought to himself, I'm sorry. I can't let you become my brother-in-law. As young Master Bai entered, he looked at the 1.0 version maze hastily created by the Mechanism Master in collaboration with Xianya and said to the person guarding it, This is Huan Dao telling young Master Bai. This is the maze that we two sisters deliberately set up. It condenses the wisdom of the ancients. Ordinary people cannot understand it. She said, if anyone wants to court our elder sister, they must pass through this maze first, before she'll agree to meet young Master Bai. You can give up now if you want. Who knew young Master Bai would enter? With a beauty unforgettable, I cannot fly away. It makes me immersed. But as soon as he stepped in, he saw everything around him change and exclaimed in surprise. So fast in a different place. Huan Na is just starting to control the mechanism. Arrow rain attack. Immediately filled with arrows shooting towards young Master Bai. Young Master Bai immediately took the fan in his hand. Deflecting those arrows, he said, I understand that place is the eye of the formation. He immediately gathered his energy and struck towards the formation's eye. Arriving in front of Huan Na and the pink-haired girl, he asked, was I too fast? I hope I didn't scare you two ladies. Huan Na hurriedly said, no. Young Master Bai bowed and asked, so have I passed the test? Huan Na, sweating, said, you can consider this formation passed. But don't be complacent. You still have to pass my mother's and sister's tests. Young Master Bai, upon hearing this, said, thank you for the reminder, Mississippi. I will do my best. After all, since the first time I met Miss Xiao DOA, I made a vow. The time goes back to 2 days ago. On the day Huan family stocks were listed, young Master Bai stood below. Looking up at Huan Xian DOA standing on the balcony, he said, strangers meet before the tower, acquainted on the road. Not yet paired, not yet dead. I'd rather be a pair of lovebirds than immortals. So young Master Bai overcame all obstacles, from the assassin sent by Huan Hao's side to the secret room created by Huan Na. He arrived at the main hall of the Huan family. Smiling, he stepped inside. Inside, Madame Huan was sitting in the matriarch's seat. Huan Xian DOA sat beside her, and Huan Hao stood behind her. Young Master Bai entered. As soon as Huan Hao saw him, he was startled and thought, so it's you, fourth brother, long time no see. And that young Master Bai also looked towards Huan Hao and thought, eighth brother Huan Hao looks at that young Master Bai. He immediately recognized him and thought to himself, fourth prince Bai too ran. Taking his mother's surname, he always lived outside the palace. Though his birth mother was of low status, she was a childhood friend of Princess Xianyu. The emperor pitied him and made him the Xian Wang. A prince of a different surname has no right to inherit the throne. He's always been sickly, bedridden, relying on medicine to prolong his life. Everyone in the court believes he doesn't care about the throne. Why has he come to the Huan family after all? Bak Tunin approached and bowed. This humble one, Bak Tunin, pays respects to Madame Huan. Old Madame Huan, upon seeing Bak Tunin's elegant demeanor, handsome face, and good temperament, was very pleased. Tunin is indeed handsome and polite. Please, have a seat. I've read the proposal letter, and of course, there's nothing to scrutinize. If the Huan and Bak families were to be joined, it would indeed be beneficial for both sides. The future looks bright, don't you agree? DOA Ni. Huan Tian DOA, hearing Madame Huan's words, glanced towards Huan Hao, thinking, little black firework that night I won't forget. So you don't need to worry about anything. Mother is acting so quickly. It seems she's determined to make this happen. But I will handle everything. She had realized her feelings for Huan Hao, so she wouldn't let her mother force her into marriage and hurt Huan Hao's feelings. So, Huan Doe smiled and said to old Madame Huan, Mother is quite right. However, young Master Bak doesn't know this. Although my career is smooth sailing, my love life has always been full of obstacles. Bak Tunin heard this and scoffed. Huyen Tian Doa turned to signal Huyen how to watch her performance. He saw her signal and was dumbfounded. Huyen Tian Doa began to fabricate a story of her troubled love life, continuing to say, "Actually, I've dated 8 boyfriends before. Although I dated each of them for less than 2 months before breaking up, I still can't forget any of those 8 men. Moreover, I only want to be with my future husband for 1 lifetime, 1 couple, 1 person. I don't want any other sisters disturbing the world of just the 2 of us. Therefore, my husband is not allowed to take concubines." Huyen Tian Doa listed a series of things that men in ancient times couldn't accept. She thought smugly, "I don't believe this won't scare him away." Then Huyen Tian Doa got even more excited and continued to showcase her 8 divine skills. "Also, my children must take my surname. Because I really like children, I vowed to become a good mother. Moreover, I'll only have 1 child." Huyen Tian Doa laid out a series of rules that people in ancient times could never accept, to the point where Madame Huyen, sitting beside her, was so angry she tore her handkerchief. She thought she could successfully drive Bak Tu Nin away because no one in ancient times could accept this. Unexpectedly, Bak Tu Nin calmly said to Huyen Tian Doa, "This humble one greatly admires what the young lady has said." Both Huyen Tian Doa and Madame Huyen were so shocked they were speechless, thinking, "He admires all of that." Bak Tu Nin continued to say to Huyen Tian Doa with deep affection, "Although we are not birds on the same branch, our hearts are in sync. What the young lady desires is also this humble one's wish. This humble one exists in this life for the joy and happiness of the young miss. Perhaps people will think this humble one is fickle, that this has no ambition, but they don't know that what he calls his great cause will be a weapon to harm others, not only distorting his own inner self, but also hurting someone like the young miss who is close to him out of pity." After saying this, he glanced toward Xian Hao, who was standing behind Xian Duo, then continued to ask, "Isn't that right?" Xian Hao, upon hearing this, shot him a deadly glare. She smiled and said, "Young Master Bai." At this moment, Madame Xian spoke up. "Enough, Tu Ran. I have some matters to discuss with Duo. Please wait a moment. Xiaohei, you stay here and serve." After saying this, Madame Xian stood up, took Xian Duo's hand, and left. "Duo, come with mother. I want to have a serious talk with you." She looked bewildered. "Xiaohei, I'll be fine. Just wait here for me and don't do anything. I'll be back soon." As soon as old Madame Xian and Xian Duo left, Bai Tu Ran coughed and laughed, saying, "Xiaohei coldly said, 'There's not much time left. You should stay quietly in your prince's mansion. Coveting what doesn't belong to you might shorten your life.'" Bai Tu Ran took out a hand warmer and said, "Eighth brother, why so fierce? This humble one is like dying embers in a stove, merely warming up. How could I have such a fierce flame?" He immediately approached him, placed his hand on his neck, and asked, "Not intentional, really." Bai Tu Ran replied, "Xian Hao, brother, you know well I have no right to seize the throne. With my illness, I'm just living day by day. Why be so cautious? I came today just to make a deal with you. This is beneficial, not harmful to you. I sincerely want to help you, which is also helping myself." He still doubted and asked, "Is that so?" Bai Tu Ran continued, "If you don't believe me, don't you at least believe in Consort Shu? Years ago, Consort Shu welcomed me to play. She let us eat and sleep together. For the first time, I experienced what family affection was. The kindness of Consort Shu, this humble one dares not forget. Now that you're hindered in becoming the heir, and Father Emperor's inspection deadline is approaching, you need a neutral person as your ally, to speak well of you in front of Father Emperor, don't you?" He coldly said, "I've never needed such an insipid thing as an ally." Bai Tu Ran continued, "I will also help you claim the Xian family's assets, and give you half of the Bai family's wealth. Help you become the heir. But I also have one request, to compete fairly with you for the heart of Miss Qian Duo." He heard this and coldly asked what. Bai Tu Ran smiled and said, "The rule of competition is that we must not mention to her the true identity of the other party, that we both know the consequences of revealing Zhang Sun's identity are insignificant, compared to one of her beautiful smiles." He coldly asked, "You really like her, don't you?" Bak Tu Nin replied, "Of course, that's right. How could I not?" Hearing this, Huyen Hao let go of his hand and said, "What's there to be afraid of?" Bak Tu Nin smiled upon hearing this. "Then it's settled." After saying that, Bak Tu Nin coughed again. Huyen Hao spoke up and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you once we leave the Huyen mansion?" Bak Tu Nin replied, "You can try if you want." He smiled coldly and said, "Then let's try. Let's see how many trump cards you really have. My dear fourth brother." In the evening, Bak Tu Nin left the Huyen mansion, got into a horse carriage, and said, "Please stop here. This humble one must bid farewell. I'll visit again another day. I've troubled you enough. Madam Huyn waved and said, do come visit often. Then she turned back and said to Huyn Tindoa, don't forget your promise to me. Next time young Master Bach comes, you mustn't be as impolite as you were today. She replied yes, and then Madam Huyn left. Huyn Dao then whispered, Mother personally saw him off. It seems Big Sister also agrees. What's going on? Could it be that we've failed? Huyn Na signaled to be quiet. You don't know? Today, Mother angrily called Big Sister away. I secretly followed. Then I overheard. She recalled that moment when Madam Huyn had dragged Huyn Tiandoa outside and said, if you don't like young Master Bach, we'll continue matchmaking tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. I don't believe that out of 15 carefully selected girls, you won't like a single one. Huyn Tiandoa exclaimed in shock. 15? No need, Mother. No need. One is enough to give me a headache. Madam Huyn angrily asked, what did you say? She quickly said, I meant that young Master Bach and I need more time to get to know each other. Huyn Na, recalling this, teared up and sighed, but I believe this is Big Sister's delaying tactic. I'm sure she's thinking of another way. Huyn Dao, hearing about the 15 girls, was also startled and thought to himself, today's events absolutely must not affect Big Sister's feelings for the young master. At this moment, Huyn Hao came over and put a coat on her. She asked in surprise, Little Black, are you worried about me? The night wind is strong. Be careful not to catch a cold. Seeing this, Huyn Na immediately covered Huyn Dao's eyes and thought to herself, my investment is indeed reliable. Feeling reassured, she said to him, Little Black, about that. He cheerfully said, you don't need to say any more. I know you're surprised. He told her, I heard everything you said today, whether you were joking or being serious. I'll listen to you. Hearing this, she quickly tried to explain to him, no, those were all just things I made up. Suddenly, a servant came and said, Xiao He is ready to depart. After hearing this, he turned to her and said, someone from Xiao Duoliang village back home is looking for me. Go back to the room first. The foot washing water and everything else are all prepared. She asked in surprise, why so sudden? He hurriedly said goodbye to her, then got on the horse carriage and said, you should sleep early. She replied, then you should return early too. After leaving her, he immediately said coldly to his subordinates, everyone, follow that horse carriage. His subordinates immediately bowed, noting that his entire body exuded a murderous aura. At the stock market, although it was already dark, merchants were still crowded around, buzzing with discussion. Nearby, Xin Rue was holding a stack of stocks, striking a cool pose and laughing loudly as he said to Xu Bao, I'm so smart. By buying all of Xian family stocks, I can become the largest shareholder of the Xian family. Everyone in the Xian family will have to listen to me. He thought to himself that he would then drive out that damned old age. Xian Duo and the Xian family will all be mine. Xin Rue continued to say happily, now I've acquired 80% of the stocks on the market. Victory is within reach, Xu Bao. I want to have a grand celebratory feast first. Xian Rue was extremely confident in his approach. He thought that by acquiring so many stocks, he could hold the Xian family in his hands. He had gotten rid of the thorn in his side, Xian Hao. Little did he know that the people above began to discuss Xian Rue. This person bought back the stocks in my hand at 10 times the price. I made a huge profit. Buying Xian family stocks really can make you rich. His friend immediately asked, 10 times? That's too good. Daring to raise the price like that. He must either be the wealthiest man in Jiangnan or a complete fool. Another person chimed in, have you heard? Someone has proposed marriage to the eldest young miss of the Xian family. His friend asked, oh, which lucky young master is it? Well, wouldn't all of Xian family's assets belong to him then? Xu Bao, after receiving Xian Rue's order, ran off to buy food. After a while, he brought back half a steamed bun for Xian Rue. Your Highness, we only have a few coins left. This is all we could afford. Please eat sparingly. Xian Rue thought he was clever buying a bunch of Xian family stocks, but in reality, he was fleeced by others who raised the price tenfold. Xian Rue, after overhearing the conversation of the two people above, realizing someone had proposed to the Xian family's eldest daughter, angrily cried out, no, I won't allow it. That's money I paid for with bankruptcy. I won't allow others to steal my money. My money. Xu Bao asked, Your Highness, where are you going? Xian Rue grabbed a knife and rushed off, saying, to kill him. Then, after gathering some information, Xian Rui had determined the route of the horse carriage carrying the person proposing to Xian Duo. So Huan Hu and Tuk Bao hid together on the roof, on the road where the carriage would pass. As soon as Huan Hu saw the carriage approaching, he said to Tuk Bao, "Here it comes. Let me see who dares to covet the prince's property. You're finished." With those words, Huan Du immediately grabbed a knife and jumped down onto the curtained carriage, saying, "This time I'm just warning you, you'd better be wise." Why, it's brother. Huan Du was about to charge in to finish off Huan Tin, DOA's suitor, to prevent his plan to take over the Huan family from failing. But as soon as he saw Bak Tu Nin sitting inside the carriage, he was startled. Bak Tu Nin, suddenly having Huan Du intrude into the carriage, was also startled and asked, "Seventh brother." Huan Du, holding the knife, stood up and asked Bak Tu Nin, "Brother, are you really the wise king? Weren't you recovering from illness in the royal palace in the capital? Why are you here?" Bak Tu Nin coughed as he replied, "I'm just here on personal business." "But seventh brother, why are you here and acting like this?" Huan Du, seeing that it was Bak Tu Nin before him, felt this person posed no threat to him, so he quickly explained, "It's all a misunderstanding." Hearing this, Bak Tu Nin hurriedly said, "In that case, you should leave here quickly. This place is very dangerous." Huan Du heard Bak Tu Nin's words and asked dismissively, "Dangerous? Who could be more dangerous than me?" Just then, outside, Huan Hao, who had been waiting on the roof for a long time, ordered his subordinates, "Everyone listen up, show no mercy, kill them all. I've been waiting for you all day, brother." Fourth brother, Huan Hao's subordinates were already hidden, ready to strike at any moment. Huan Du, hearing Huan Hao's voice, was so frightened that he knelt down in the carriage. Hugging Bak Tu Nin's legs, he cried and asked, "Eighth brother, he wants to kill you. So the suitor is really you. We're finished. We're done for. Wise king, fourth brother. We can't beat him. Let's run away quickly." After many confrontations with Huan Hao, Huan Du had witnessed his brother's power. He knew that in terms of violence, he was no match for his brother. So he only dared to use schemes involving the mind, like trying to take over Huan Ra to drive his brother away, but obviously, they all failed. The wise king smiled and told seventh brother not to worry. "Since I've inadvertently dragged you into this, I will protect you. I knew eighth brother would come. How could I not be prepared?" Bak Tu Nin's subordinates also appeared to protect the carriage. Huan Du, hearing this, happily said, "The wise king is truly reliable. I'm counting on you." Bak Tu Nin's subordinates and Huan Hao's men immediately drew their swords and rushed in, fighting each other. Huan Hao, standing on the roof, said, "Let this king personally send fourth brother on his way." After saying that, he immediately used his inner force to attack towards that horse carriage. Seeing this, Shu Bao fearfully exclaimed, "Your Highness, be careful." He thought to himself, was the eighth prince this formidable before? Could this be his true strength? His inner force transformed into a dragon attacking towards the virtuous king's horse carriage. Shu Bao fearfully cried out, "Your Highness, be careful." The virtuous king destroyed the horse carriage. He took out his fan to block that attack. Xian Yu was startled. He thought to himself, fourth brother managed to block it, but his health won't hold out for long. Yet he has such strength. If he weren't weak and sickly, I'm afraid he would have the strength to compete for the crown prince position. The two sides rushed in to fight each other. Someone shouted, "Your Highness." After a while of defending, the virtuous king began to cough. Xian Hao seized this moment and shouted, "Kill." His power immediately enveloped the virtuous king, creating a big explosion. Shu Bao on the rooftop was also affected and blown away. He hurriedly called out, "Seventh Highness." Having finished, Xian Hao said, "Dangerous opponents must naturally be eliminated early." He looked down below and, not seeing the virtuous king anywhere, he became angry. Yet he managed to escape. "You all keep an eye on him. The rest of you, chase after him for me." His subordinates who were guarding Shu Bao immediately shouted in response. He thought to himself, how did he manage to block it? Unless old fourth strength is not inferior to mine. At this moment, on another mountain, Xian Yu, with his buttocks burned, was lying on a rock crying out, "Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much, my buttocks." The virtuous king approached and asked him, "Seventh brother, are you all right?" Xian Yu was still crying. "If it weren't for you, I would have become roasted suckling pig. I didn't expect you to be so formidable, to be able to escape from that demon king's hands. That damned old man indeed concealed his strength. So treacherous. In my life, I hate pretenders like that the most. Oh, why do I feel a bit dizzy? So sleepy." The virtuous king's face darkened as he looked at Xian Yu. no longer showing the weakness from before. He coldly said, "Finally, this moment has come." Outside the valley, Xianhao's subordinate reported to him, "Report, the seventh prince is alone in the valley ahead." Upon hearing this, he asked alone, "This valley has only one exit. Once ambushed, it would be difficult to escape. Be careful not to fall into our own trap." His subordinate said, "We've sent people to carefully search along the riverbank. If there's an ambush, we'll surely discover it in time. Moreover, the poison in the air currents here is not ordinary. It's indeed man-made." Xianhao, upon hearing this, said, "Well, creating so many air currents like this cannot be accomplished in just a day or two. This is a trap he set up long ago." He thought to himself, "If this prince didn't have poison experts at his disposal, I would have fallen for the trap already." He suddenly came to the palace to say those words, angering me and then luring me to this place. What a vicious scheme. He smiled and said, "Then I'll use his own trick against him." Inside the dark mountain cave, a misty, poisonous gas was spreading. On the narrow cliff walls, Baishiran's men were hiding with weapons drawn, saying below, "Stay hidden." The others shouted in response. At that moment, something flashed by. Baishiran's men were startled and asked, what just passed by? Must be seeing things." At this time, they whispered quietly, "He's here." Xianhao is entering the cave alone. The leader hurriedly said, "Wait for him to get close to the bait." The subordinates all responded, "Understood." Xianhao looked ahead and saw Xianyu lying alone on the rock wall. He frowned, drew his sword, and shouted, "Stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Where is fourth brother?" Not answering, "Then the dead shall speak first," he said. He then exuded a murderous aura, intending to kill Xianyu. At that moment, he felt dizzy, forcing him to drop his sword and ask, "The miasma is poisonous." Baishiran's subordinates immediately said, "Good opportunity, attack." As they said this, they immediately shot a volley of arrows at him. But he calmly raised his head, smiled, and said, "Finally showing yourselves. I was just waiting for you to act and expose yourselves. You brats are good at hiding." His subordinates immediately jumped down from above, attacking Baishiran's men. As for the arrows being fired, Xianhao used his internal energy to block them all at once. He coldly ordered, "Don't fear anyone." His subordinates immediately replied, "Yes, master." They charged towards the other group. They fought while shouting, "Kill. Be careful." All around, it became a chaotic scene of swords and blades. Xianhao smiled and asked, "Still not showing yourself in this situation?" Baishiran appeared and said, "Indeed, I still couldn't fool you." He smiled in response, "Because I never trust anyone. I just didn't expect fourth brother to be so scheming. Cultivating so many people must have taken quite some effort." Baishiran smiled and replied, "It's not as difficult as it was for you. After all, I relied on my mother's family. No one cared about me. Unlike you in the imperial palace, yet not loved by everyone. You've had it tough too, brother." Hearing this, he fell silent. Baishiran continued, "Remember when we were young, the only time I met father, he was teaching mother to play chess. He said all beings in the world are like chess pieces. Everything must be planned 3 moves ahead. The art of chess lies in arrangement and patience, then defeating the enemy in 1 move. Let's see if these people are like chess pieces." He smiled as he looked down at his subordinates. Xianhao coldly said to him, "You're too dangerous, virtuous prince. I don't have time to chat with you. Let's end this now." After saying that, he immediately gathered his strength to attack him. Baishiran smiled. Now comes the most interesting part. Listen then, he was startled. Baishiran also gathered his water element power to attack him. He was amazed and thought to himself, "I didn't expect the gentle king to have such strong inner power." He had always been hiding his talents before. While I'm in midair and can't borrow any force, he uses his ultimate move to attack in an instant, exhausting me and leaving me unable to react. Baishiran coldly said, "The art of chess is to think 3 moves ahead. From the moment you discovered the ravine, sent people to investigate, all the flaws were exposed before me. This is the first. With your suspicious and confident nature, under the premise of discovering flaws, you would certainly prepare in advance, using yourself as bait to lure me into revealing my hidden strength. This is the second. When your majesty knocked down my discarded chess piece, thinking you had the upper hand, and I had no chance of winning, you completely let your guard down and attacked me without any caution. Only at this moment, when your inner energy is unstable, you have no chance of survival. As for me, wanting to kill you, I planned 18 steps ahead. This ravine was also built for you. From the moment news about you started spreading from the Xian family, I've spent quite some time on this. Therefore, your defeat is not unjust. After saying this, he stomped hard on the rock wall. Rocks immediately fell towards Xian Hao. He thought to himself, the ravine is collapsing. This is a mountain-splitting, earth-shattering formation. Just destroy the formation's eye, and the whole ravine will collapse. Little Duo is still waiting for me. I can't die here. I can't. The rocks fell one by one, covering the ground. Dust filled the air, forcing Bai Shiran to take out his fan to fan away some of the dust. Too much dust. At this moment, his subordinate approached and said, "Young master, Bai Shiran ordered to send people to guard this place. Xian Hao is cunning and has superior martial arts. If he's not dead yet, we'll send him off a bit further." His subordinate said clearly. Moreover, that person is about to arrive. Bai Shiran smiled upon hearing this. Oh, faster than I expected. The game here is over. Let's start the next one. Inside Xiao Hei's room. Taking advantage of Xiao Hei's day off from the mansion, Xian Duo, wearing a face mask, climbed through the window and successfully broke in. She happily said, "Infiltration successful." Then she sighed, took off her face mask, and threw it away. Showing the correct posture, she said, "I'll just be open and honest about it. What am I doing here anyway? Isn't it just to come to Xiao Hei's room to deliver something? Why am I so nervous?" Although sneaking into someone else's room while they're not home, she turned it into coming to deliver something. "I'm not curious about anything," Xian Duo said. "Last night, for some reason, I couldn't sleep. My mind was wandering. I kept feeling like something big had happened to Xiao Hei. I decided to make a lucky charm for Xiao Hei right away that night." So she took out from her bag the charm she had prepared in advance. It had images of Buddha Tathagata on it, Guanyin Bodhisattva, along with Jesus Christ. In short, all the most sacred deities she had sewn onto this charm, hoping it would be effective half the time after that. Xian Duo immediately bowed left and right, bowing in Xian Hao's room to pray to the deities from different cultures around the world. Above was Guanyin Buddha. Below was Jesus, the Trinity. Please bless Xiao Hei with everything he desires, health and happiness. Thank you, everyone. After bowing, she went to Xian Hao's wardrobe. This time there shouldn't be any problem. First, put the lucky charm in the southeast corner of the wardrobe to ward off evil. As she was about to put the charm in its intended place, she saw a notebook appear. It was hidden among the things in the wardrobe. She was startled. On top of the notebook was written Xiao Duo's diary. Xian Duo picked it up and asked what this was. Then she opened the notebook, curious about the contents written inside. She was just curious to look, not peeking secretly. On the first page, Xian Hao had written May 2nd. Xiao Duo likes to eat stinky tofu. Then there was a series of other notes about Xian Duo's preferences that Xiao Hei had observed. May 15th, Xiao Duo doesn't like to eat cilantro. Xiao Duo likes to soak her feet. June 1st, Xiao Duo doesn't like to eat fish with bones. June 5th, Xiao Duo is so adorable. July 19th, Xiao Duo likes to eat sweets. July 25th, Xiao Duo likes spicy food. For Xiao Duo, I also have to learn to eat spicy food. July 26th, my tongue hurts a bit. After reading, she blushed with excitement and thought to herself, this is Xiao Hei's diary. Inside, it continued to write August 3rd. Xiao Duo is afraid of thunder and lightning, so scared that she can't even sleep peacefully. At times like this, I must be by her side, hold her hand, and comfort her to sleep. August 8th, it seems Xiao Duo really likes to spend money. Money is just an external thing, as long as Xiao Duo is happy. In the future, I will spend all the money in the world for Xiao Duo. August 24th, Xiao Duo still really hates someone named Damn Bastard. Just hearing the name, you know he's not a good person. Someday if I catch him, I must beat him up badly. Vent anger for Xiao Duo. If Xian Hao knew that the person she cursed was actually his true identity, he'd probably be so angry he'd want to tear this page out. The diary continued with more entries. August 29th. If I'm away from home for more than a day, Xiao Duo will worry. So no matter what happens, I must return to Xiao Duo's side as quickly as possible. That was the day Huan Hao broke into the ancient tomb and then came back late to find her just finished making a giant peach blossom cake standing there waiting. Huan Tian DOA read it and thought happily to herself. August 29th was just a few days ago. He clearly said that day he would come home early, but yesterday he still hadn't returned all night. She muttered liar under her breath, yet she was still extremely happy. Just as she was immersed in the contents of the notebook, at that moment Bok Tu-nin appeared behind her and asked, "What is Miss Huyn doing?" Huyn Tin-doa heard someone else's voice and was startled. She turned around, saw it was Bok Tu-nin, and asked in shock, "Bok Tu-nin, why are you here?" She thought fearfully why no one had notified her. Bok Tu-nin approached and smiled at Huyn Tin-doa. "After bidding farewell yesterday, I carefully considered your words. I was deeply moved, so I set out early to meet you. I apologize for the intrusion." His explanation sounded reasonable, but obviously Huyn Tin-doa wasn't fooled. She told him, "If you have something to say, let's talk outside. You didn't send a proper invitation card, but ran straight to my house. Be careful, or I'll have you arrested." He suddenly appeared in the mansion without notice. And now he's alone with her in a room. If others found out, it would cause a big misunderstanding. Bok Tu-nin began to explain to her the reason for his sudden intrusion. "It was truly urgent. I couldn't enter through the main gate. Moreover, even if I followed proper etiquette, I might not have been able to meet you. Isn't that right?" Huyn Tin-doa angrily pointed at his face and demanded, "What exactly are you doing here?" Bok Tu-nin smiled and replied, "I just wanted to remind you, the Huyn family is like a building about to collapse any day now. And I am the only one who can save the Huyn family." She was startled and asked, "What?" Just then, a servant announced from outside, "The prefect has arrived." The prefect led another official dressed in purple along with subordinates, holding swords at the ready entering the Huyn residence. He loudly ordered, "Everyone from the Huyn family, come out to greet the guests." The Huyn matriarch saw him and asked in shock, "Your Excellency." Then the Huyn matriarch called for Huyn Dao, along with Huyn Na, to come out and pay respects, saying, "Why has your Excellency come so early in the morning? We failed to welcome you from afar. How discourteous of us." Huyn Dao and Huyn Na bowed. "Greetings to the prefect." The prefect didn't answer the question, but said sternly, "Is everyone from the Huyn family here?" Madame Huyn didn't understand what was happening, but still answered nervously, "Well, there are still a few servants and guests from afar who haven't arrived." The prefect immediately ordered her, "Everyone in the Huyn household must come out, regardless of position or relationship, near or far. As long as they live in the Huyn residence, gather them all here." Madame Huyn was extremely shocked upon hearing this and asked, "What's going on, Your Excellency?" "This official is the prefect. He didn't let me explain and continued giving orders." "Just do it, hurry up." Lady Huyn quickly said, "Yes, of course." After that, the people in the Huyn mansion were summoned outside. Huyn Tin-doa had to follow along, but before that, she turned back and asked Bok Tu-nin, "Is this the danger you spoke of?" After gathering everyone, Lady Huyn said, "Your Excellency, there are over 50 people in the Huyn family. Everyone living in the mansion is here." The prefect said, "Very well. Control them all." Then his subordinates immediately drew their swords, causing everyone to fearfully ask, "Prefect, what are you doing?" Huyn Dao spoke up and asked, "What's going on?" "Don't scare the children. The prefect should give us an explanation." The prefect smiled and said, "Please wait, don't be impatient. I invite this official to step forward and explain." The person behind him stepped forward and said, "I am Chu Kong Dao, Minister of Revenue." Lady Huyn was startled and asked, "Minister of Revenue, the highest-ranking official of the court, why have you come to the Huyn family?" Chu Kong Dao replied, "Your mansion is harboring an important criminal. To prevent the culprit from escaping, I had no choice but to resort to this measure. I hope you won't resist. Please cooperate with us to arrest the criminal." Lady Huyn was shocked and said, "Everyone in our Huyn family is here. I dare say we are all innocent. Your Excellency can verify this." Chu Kong Dao asked, "Oh, is everyone really here?" "As far as I know, someone is missing. That person is the prime suspect, a criminal wanted by the imperial court." Upon hearing this, Huyn Tin-doa remembered Tu Hack and was startled. Bok Tu-nin used his fan to cover his face, showing a mysterious expression, and thought to himself, "The Minister of Revenue, Chu Kong Dao, is the next move in my game plan." Going back to the past, at that time in the Minister of Revenue's mansion, Chu Kong Dao received intelligence from his subordinates. After reading it, he asked in surprise, "A small county stocks have such an innovative business approach. The initiator is the Huyn family." The Minister of Revenue was very interested in this thing called stocks. After studying it, he thought to himself, if used properly, it might be able to solve the crisis for our country. With a patriotic heart, at the moment when the country was in danger, Minister of Revenue Chu Kongdao saw a way to rescue the national financial situation and couldn't ignore it. He immediately ordered his servant, "Prepare the horses. I must leave the capital to personally meet with the Huyn family." Given his position, he could have summoned the Huyn family to meet him, but he chose to go to the Huyn family in the middle of the night. This shows how much the stocks attracted Chu Kongdao's attention. Then his men immediately prepared a horse-drawn carriage to take him to the mysterious prefecture. They also sent additional soldiers along for protection. On the way, the coachman said to him, "Sir, traveling in a hurry at midnight is unavoidably tiring. Let's endure a bit more. In another 10 miles we'll reach an inn." Just then a group of people appeared, causing the coachman in front to cry out in fear. Chu Kongdao saw the coachman stop the carriage and cry out in fear, so he lifted the curtain and asked what was wrong. The coachman pointed ahead and said, "There are people up ahead." Chu Kongdao looked forward and saw someone being chased and attacked by a group of people. He was startled and said he could clearly see the person's situation. As an upright person who loved the people, he couldn't help but curse, "Bastards. How dare you assault someone in broad daylight? Men, capture them for me." His subordinates immediately charged forward to capture the group. The severely injured person, seeing he was rescued, hurriedly ran over and knelt down, begging the Minister of Household, "Your Excellency, please save my master." Chu Kongdao immediately asked him who his master was. The man replied, "My master is the virtuous prince. He has been captured by the 8th prince." Before he could finish, he collapsed from exhaustion, only managing to say, "Captured the prince." His subordinate reported, "Sir, he's too severely injured. He's dead." Chu Kongdao immediately ordered, "Quickly pursue the culprits." This matter involved the 8th prince. Chu Kongdao thought to himself that the 8th prince, Xian Hao, had been a vengeful person since childhood, always seeking blood when drawing his sword. This time, the emperor allowed the 9 dragons to compete for the throne, requiring an evaluation based on the 3 words "prioritize the state." This was to prevent fratricidal conflict as much as possible. The 8th prince's private army was also restricted to the palace by His Majesty. He had hoped the prince would become a benevolent ruler, but unexpectedly, he brazenly attempted to assassinate the virtuous prince. Besides the virtuous prince, how many more princes would be harmed? He immediately ordered, "Quickly pursue them." His subordinates immediately ran off. The group searched while calling out to look around for any traces. Outside, there were tracks of an overturned carriage. Inside the carriage, there were signs of a struggle. The group discovered a landslide ahead. He ran over saying, "Quickly, lead me there." At this time, Bai Shiran was pretending to be severely injured, barely clinging to life, sitting beside the collapsed debris. Seeing this, he cried out, "Virtuous prince, someone, quickly take him to the inn and find a doctor." His subordinate said, "Yes, sir. At the inn, your subordinate has already reported. We've dug up several corpses at the scene, but the landslide is too severe, making it difficult to go deeper. It will take time." At this moment, Bai Shiran opened his eyes. Seeing this, he sat down and asked, "Virtuous prince, what exactly happened? Please tell this humble official the truth." He pretended to be weak and said, "Uncle Chu, why are you here?" Chu Kongdao immediately asked, "Was it the 8th prince who did this?" He pretended to be weak, struggling to speak. "This matter Then he sighed and said, "8th brother." He was determined to seize the throne and raised his own loyal followers. He tricked me and the 7th prince to the Bone Valley, then caused a landslide to bury us. After hearing this, he asked, "Wasn't the 7th prince there that day?" He replied, "I'm afraid he's already buried at the bottom of the valley." Chu Kongdao was startled and asked what. He continued his story. "The death guard my mother gave me sensed danger, carried me out on his back, and hid me under a cliff. He impersonated me to lure the assassins away. When I woke up, I saw Uncle already." Chu Kongdao couldn't believe it and asked, "Is that really what happened? Wise prince, please explain everything to this official clearly. How did you meet the 8th prince, and what has he done? I will report to the emperor immediately." He smiled and said, "All right, Uncle Chu, but right now, 8th brother has probably returned to Xian Manor. That place is his property. He also keeps many private soldiers there. It's a secluded place. Uncle Chu, you must be careful for your safety." Hearing this, he was shocked and asked, "You say Xian Manor is the 8th prince's property?" He thought to himself, so that's how it is. It makes sense now. The 8th prince is extremely intelligent. He uses Xian Manor as a tool to make money. Issuing stocks is also part of his plan. I've studied the profits from stocks. The biggest risk lies with the house. If the house takes the money and runs, who knows how many commoners will be harmed. If the 8th prince is really preparing to use stocks to profit and seize the throne, it's an evil act that will shake the foundation of society and people's lives. He stood up and said, I'll go to Xian Manor myself. Surely he wouldn't dare to make a move in a crowded place. Wise prince, you should rest and recover. He sat up and said, Wait, your excellency. Going like this will surely make the 8th prince hide. Instead, let me act as a scout. The 8th prince's woman, Xian Chanduo, has business talent and is intelligent. Perhaps I can persuade her to prioritize the lives of the people. Moreover, if I go personally, the 8th prince will surely send someone to kill me. I can lure him into action. Chu Kongdao said this. The wise prince is severely injured but still cares for the people. Such a righteous heart. This old official is in awe. He continued to pretend, saying, Now the situation is urgent and unavoidable. More people might be harmed, so we must quickly capture the 8th prince and return to Xian Manor. He thought to himself, the wise prince originally had no right to the throne, yet he's been dragged into this struggle. After this incident, the wise prince's talents could become renowned throughout the land. So Chu Kongdao ordered, the one who is not present here is now the most wanted criminal. She heard this and thought to herself, the one who's not here is Xiao He. He couldn't possibly be a wanted criminal. This must be Bai Shiren's scheme. Bai Shiren said, Miss Xian Chanduo, perhaps your manor really does have a villain. If someone is not present, then you tell the minister about it. If the Shuyan family truly doesn't know about this matter, the minister can investigate thoroughly. Chu Kongdao said, That's right, I will conduct a rigorous investigation myself. If the Shuyan family is innocent and not complicit in harboring wanted criminals, they will of course be exonerated, he thought to himself. It was because the virtuous prince liked this girl and proposed marriage that he became a thorn in the 8th prince's side and was hunted down. This girl caught the 8th prince's attention. What's so special about her after all? Madame Shuyan hurriedly said about this matter. She sighed and said, Greetings, minister. I, Shuyan Qianduo, am the current head of the Shuyan family. Regarding your question, let me answer. Bai Tu Ran looked at her and thought, Shuyan Qianduo, with your intelligence, you'll surely understand my intention. Marry me and hand over the Shuyan family to me, or become an accomplice of Shuyan Hao and have your entire family executed. What will you choose now? Shuyan Qianduo stepped forward, bowed, and said to Chu Kongdao, I, Shuyan Qianduo, am the current head of the Shuyan family. Greetings, minister. Chu Kongdao looked at Shuyan Qianduo and thought, so she is Shuyan Qianduo. According to the virtuous prince, it was because he fell in love at first sight with this girl and proposed marriage that he incurred the 8th prince's hatred and brought disaster upon himself. Chu Kongdao then asked her if she had anything to report. Chu Kongdao began to look at Shuyan Qianduo, curiously assessing her. What's so special about this girl that could make both princes respect and admire her? When Shuyan Qianduo saw him searching her house, she didn't panic but calmly asked, Minister, before I clarify the information in the mansion, I dare to ask you, what crime has this person committed? As you know, the Shuyan family has been in business for many years. Besides the Shuyan mansion, countless people have had dealings with the Shuyan family. If there really are bad elements infiltrating the Shuyan family, their intentions must be significant. Therefore, we should not only investigate, but investigate thoroughly. We must carefully investigate all related people inside and outside the Shuyan mansion. Arrest and examine them simultaneously to prevent this person from having accomplices and deeper plots lying in wait. After hearing her speak, Chu Kongdao nodded and said yes. You're right, Shuyan Qianduo continued. For example, the shops and employees sponsored by the Shuyan family, people who are close to the Shuyan family, all are suspected of colluding with the enemy, such as the prefect, who has always been dedicated to creating favorable conditions for the Shuyan family, like the ongoing Emperor's Favor project. The prefect, upon being mentioned, immediately turned pale. He hurriedly said, This doesn't seem necessary, does it? Finding the villain should be enough. Making such a big deal out of it, the heavy losses might affect people's livelihoods. Chu Kongdao exclaimed that the thoughtless opinion of this official is exactly like Miss Xuanjia's. He thought to himself, if the 8th prince has occupied for long, using Xuanjia to mobilize military supplies, what if he's desperate and cornered and directly deploys the weapons? Then what? Who knows how many troops he has actually raised and what harm it will cause to the imperial court? We must seize this Xuanjia connection. Investigate thoroughly. Perhaps the people and projects related to him are pulling the strings behind the scenes. She continued to praise the minister's foresight. This humble woman will certainly cooperate fully. She thought excitedly to herself. This fan is making a big deal. No matter what, Xuanjia will have to go on strike for at least 3 months, right? Not to mention how much capital has been invested in the imperial adaptation. Once the news of Xuanjia being investigated gets out, the stock will plummet. This is too perfect. I'm so proud of myself. Everyone, wisely take advantage of all opportunities to go bankrupt. She happily put on a cool face and said, "Back then, with my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what an opponent was. Today I'm extremely happy." She continued to say to Chu Kongdao. So because too many people are involved, I boldly asked the minister to clearly state all the crimes of this person, time, place, and so on. Perhaps it can speed up the search and investigation time. Catch the real criminal sooner. He heard this and said, "So that's how it is." Indeed, explaining clearly would be better. Listen carefully. This criminal is skilled in disguise, possesses extraordinary skills. With intentions of rebellion, he kills people like flies, raises a private army. He's a great danger to the imperial court. One of his sentences hit the little girl who was brought out from the ancient tomb along with Bai Yi. He continued to order. Last night, he assaulted people outside, massacred many. His crimes are extreme. This official has solid evidence proving the culprit is hiding in Xuanjia. Therefore, whoever wasn't present at Xian Mansion last night, that person is the #1 suspect. The pink-haired girl who went down to the underground palace last night, impersonating the emperor to modify the secret mechanism, was tense, thinking she was about to be doomed. Could it be that my identity as the underground rebel leader has been discovered? Impossible. I must stay calm. If it doesn't work out, I'll escape first. Prefect, the person who went down to the underground palace last night to report work, knowing Bai Yi was absent from Xian Mansion, fearfully thought, "Last night Lord Bai Yi and I reported work in the underground palace. There's no alibi. What should I do now? Am I about to be doomed?" As for the gang of night bandits, Xiaohe was ordered to guard outside the underground palace, to monitor the movements of the little sister's trap, and has met with the prefect, thinking to himself, "I've completed the mission as father instructed. Why hasn't father returned to reward me yet?" Xianjun Duo cheerfully said, "Those absent from the Xian family last night, I will have someone compile a list right away. Please rest for a moment, minister. How about having a cup of tea first?" He sat down and replied, "All right," thinking to himself, as expected of Xianjun Duo, not hasty or impatient, knowing when to advance and retreat. Heavy troops have surrounded the Xian Mansion. I think even if they catch the prince, they wouldn't dare to corner a desperate man. But I don't know if he's currently in the mansion or not. I still need to probe and see. He continued to ask, "Miss Xian, I've always been very interested in the Xian family stocks. Was this method guided by a master?" She asked stocks. "Indeed, the minister is very interested." "That's wonderful." He said, "Actually, I'd like to consult on a few things. If this master could discuss the details with me, that would be even better." She immediately placed a stack of documents and said, "Discussion is too troublesome. The stocks were created by me. All the details about the rules and operation are written here. Please take it all, Your Excellency." He was so startled upon hearing this that he spat out his tea. She continued to take out more banknotes, saying, "There's more. These are the ledgers of the stocks I've issued so far. Please have a look, Your Excellency. All the capital flows are here. Is what we're doing illegal? Unauthorized fundraising. It must be illegal, right? I knew it. I regret not doing this from the beginning. Minister, please don't say anything. The Xian family stocks are involved in illegal activities. All profits from the stocks should go to the court. That's how it should be calculated. The Xian family accepts the punishment for the capital as well. The entire stock trading method should go to the national treasury. From now on, the Xian family will be dirt poor. This is the retribution our family must face. Your Excellency, please don't show any leniency." Zhu Kongdao, who was sitting there, suddenly hit by a pile of money, was extremely confused. Bai Tu, seeing everything deviate from his plan, had a face full of question marks. Not to mention the Xian family members who were even more shocked, thinking. Zhu Kongdao twitched, thinking to himself, "I really didn't expect that just saying a few words would make the Xian family dig out all their assets. And they're crying and screaming for the state to confiscate it. Aren't you people from the 8th Prince? Haven't you been planning and operating for years? Don't you want to rebel? With just one sentence, you've given everything away. You're not even struggling a little bit." He imagined Bai Tu ran hugging her and saying, "Wife, we need to create a savings account and save more money." But she would say, Money is external to oneself. I want to give it all away. He fearfully thought they might take the bank check as well. It can't be that bad, can it? Could I have put too much psychological pressure on them? Could they be driven to desperation and go berserk, killing people? Quintin, DOA, smiled kindly at him. Meanwhile, Bakhtunin's head was about to smoke as he thought, it can't be. It can't be. They've already surrendered all their assets so quickly. Is it to help the 8th prince escape punishment? This isn't right. How can they escape punishment like this? Or is there still something else planned? This move was not within my calculations. He was imagining Huin Tian DOA playing chess with him, happily saying, I've won. No matter how skilled a chess player is, I also have my tricks, Bakhtunin thought to himself. Shouldn't she be crying in pain and unwillingness, willing to bow her head to me to keep Huin RA? Why is she smiling so triumphantly? One thing he was unaware of, which was also what ruined his chess game, was that Huin Tian DOA had a dream of making the entire Huin family go bankrupt. So what he did actually aligned with her intentions. It made her even more excited. She wanted everyone to confiscate the Huin family's assets. Meanwhile, old lady Huin was so angry that she tore her handkerchief, thinking, ungrateful daughter. Ungrateful daughter. I knew this day would come, refusing to get married before. Now she's even destroying our wealth. Why give away the entire Huin RA like this? Minister of Justice, you're just investigating wanted criminals, not auditing our books. You foolish child. That damn Huin Fan Shi always wanting to fish, and now he's disappeared without a trace. I don't want to do this anymore either. Destroy it all? Huin Dao and Huin Na on the side both looked dumbfounded, thinking, we don't understand anything. But we're completely shocked. The governor and the young emperor in disguise were frightened, thinking, can this plot twist really happen? At least they should struggle a bit. Is everything gone already? The huge Huin mansion, gone in the blink of an eye. Everyone standing here was shocked into silence. Only Huin Tian DOA was joyful, smiling like a flower. After being silent for who knows how long, Huin Tian DOA kept stuffing money into the hands of the Minister of Finance, Chu Kong Dao, telling him, Your Excellency, please take it. Please accept these things. Chu Kong Dao, being stuffed with money, immediately pushed it back, telling her, we need to think about this long term. The two kept pushing the money back and forth, causing Bakhtunin, who was sweating waiting for the opportunity to catch Huin how in choosing the Huin family's assets, to be unable to hold back and speak up. Indeed, those assets are not the main point at all. The focus is on the wanted criminal, the bad guy. Miss Huin, as I know, your personal guard named Xiaohei is the most suspicious. His background is questionable, and his crimes are numerous. Perhaps she has hidden it from the young lady as well. Whether intentionally or not, the Huin family and him have ultimately become involved with each other. You should know that colluding with imperial criminals not only results in confiscation of property, but also extermination of the clan. Bai Shiran made a series of threatening remarks to Huin Qianduo, then smugly thought to himself, you know, even if you spend all your family fortune, you still can't clear the suspicion of the Huin family colluding with the 8th prince. Now the only way is to marry me. On one side is a servant whose true identity you don't even know. On the other side are all your relatives and family fortune. Surely you won't make the wrong choice. It can't possibly go against my plan. I've been plotting this move for a long time. Everyone is under my control. How could it fail here? He was extremely pleased with the move he had prepared, confident that she would have to follow his choice. Marry him to save the Huin family. However, right after that, Bai Shiran was slapped in the face. Because after hearing this, Huin Qianduo not only didn't tremble in fear, but coldly patted his shoulder and said, I don't know what you really want, but you're asking for too much, young Master Bai. She pointed at his face and asked time, and again you use Xiaohei and the Huin family to threaten me. You think I'll be scared? I can do without the family fortune, but I just want to tell you we are innocent. Xiaohei is even less likely to be a criminal wanted for numerous crimes. Zhou Kongdao heard this and asked on what grounds is it impossible for him to be. She replied, because since he's been with the Huin mansion, he's always followed me closely, never leaving my side. He is kind and hardworking. Homeless and without support, he was born in a small mountain village. That place is poor, but everyone is very warm-hearted. There's a saying, you know the face but not the heart. I've even been to his hometown. I've also met his relatives. He risked his life to save me and protect me. How could these things be fake? She continued to look towards Bai Shiran and said, after all, young Master Bai has other intentions. That's why he wants to marry me and threatens me stopping at nothing. I'm not afraid of your tactics. I also don't believe that the Minister of Revenue would personally come here to destroy a civilian family and falsely accuse them of anything. If you want me to choose between the Huyn family and Xiao He, let me tell you, I want them all. There's still one most important reason. I will never marry you. I have long decided to spend my life with Xiao He. If it's not him, I won't marry anyone at all. Everyone here was so shocked upon hearing this that their eyes bulged as if about to pop out of their sockets. Only Huenya was wiggling with joy, thinking to herself, my ship is really sailing. I shipped them so hard. So romantic, so romantic. Huyn Do was stunned, thinking to himself, I didn't expect Brother Xiao He to win over my sister. Impressive. Madame Huyn was shocked as if struck by lightning and asked Xiao Doa, you and Xiao He, he's just a servant. He seems to be a few years younger than you. She happily asked, so what if he's a servant? Do we have a law against being with servants? Isn't it better that he's younger than me? He can be cute and strong at the same time. I love it. It's great to be young. Bai Turan quickly asked Madame Huyn, you're the matriarch of the Huyn family. Will you sit idly by and let such an absurd thing happen? The Bai family is the best choice, she said, feeling dizzy. You have a point. Give me a moment. I'm confused. Let me think. In short, now Xiao He is suspected of being a wanted criminal. So if Xiao Doa marries you, it can ensure the safety of our Huyn family, right? I understand now. We really can't act recklessly like this. After all, the Huyn family has a long-standing business. I've been trying to maintain this household. Isn't it for my children to be happy? Then she coldly said, if Xiao Doa has to sacrifice herself for the Huyn family, will she be happy? If the Huyn family can only be saved through her suffering, will others truly be happy? Huyn Dao spoke up, Mother. I don't want this. This is not the outcome we want. What does it matter if the Huyn family has money or not? Earlier, when Sister gave all our assets to the minister, although I was confused, I suddenly understood. What we want to do is to pursue what our hearts desire, not things recognized by money, fame, and worldly values. Huyn Na also said, just like how Mother thinks Sister must marry a good match, and that girls shouldn't do business openly. These are all stereotypical views of society. I want to be a singer, and fifth brother wants to join the army. Sister wants to do business. Father wants to go fishing. These forms of happiness have never been related to a formula recognized by others. Huyn Dao exclaimed, I think so too, Mother. I support Sister. Support Sister and Xiao He Ji. Huyn Na continued, I've seen Xiao He Ji often prepare foot washing water for Sister. He's definitely a good man, no doubt about it. Huyn Dao also agreed, that's right. Since Xiao He Ji arrived, Sister has been smiling more. Sister's choice is our choice, Mother. You think so too, don't you? Huh. The minister was completely shocked upon hearing about the foot washing. Madame Huyn, after listening, took her hand and asked, Xiao Doa, I've never told you this before, have I? Actually, I've always wanted to do one thing. That is to go back in time and refuse the childhood engagement that my parents arranged for me with your father. If it weren't for my parents' orders, I would have run away with a handsome, young man from the streets long ago. She was shocked upon hearing this and asked, At that moment, Master Huyn returned, kicked open the door and burst in, saying, Do you dare say that again? She was startled and asked her father, Why are you back? He pointed at Madame Huyn and said, Tell me right now. All these years, you've never loved me. A subordinate came in and said, Sir, Master Huyn has returned. I let him in. As soon as Madame Huyn saw him, she immediately pointed at his face and scolded. Ridiculous. Never loved you. Then how did I give birth to these burdens for you? Are any of them well-behaved? Haven't I been taking care of everything at home? You're out doing business all day. What do you know? Originally, you had a handsome face that made me infatuated, so I put up with it. But after just a few years, you started getting fat. Can I say a few words to you? Madame Huyn vented all her frustrations, grabbing Master Huyn's collar and shaking him. He was startled and said, Then he turned to comfort her. Madam, don't be angry. I'll definitely change. From now on, when I go fishing, I'll do squats and plant bananas. My handsome face will come back soon. Madame Huyn angrily said, Fine, I'll let you off for now. The prefect and his subordinates were completely shocked seeing this scene. She hurriedly said, Parents are a match made in heaven. But father, why did you come back here? He quickly replied, I heard about such a big matter. How could I not come back? The prefect, who had been silent until now, originally came here to pursue a criminal. In the end, it turned into a family scene from arguing to harmony. He angrily scolded, Stop the noise. Are you all putting on a show? Everyone kneel down and admit your mistakes. He said this official has never guaranteed anything. I don't know if the Huyn family is really colluding with the wanted criminal or not. Whether the Huyn family is guilty or innocent must be based on evidence. Look at the facts. Bai Shiran continued to say, Your Honor, I have witnesses to prove that Xiao He is indeed the wanted criminal. He ordered, bring them up here. Then, Xiao He's subordinates were brought in. She was startled and asked, Huang Yi, Huang Er, and all of you. Bai Shiran pointed at them. This morning when I came to the county office, these people tried to stop me. They have high martial arts skills, are well trained, and are they like ordinary servants? They're people brought here by Xiao He, aren't they? Planted all over the county office. He's had this place in the palm of his hand for a long time. She exclaimed, Impossible. They're just Xiao He's fellow villagers. Why would Xiao He plant them in the Huyn mansion? What's there to covet in the Huyn family? You're making false accusations. Bai Shiran laughed coldly and said, So that's how it is. Even now, you still don't know Xiao He's true identity. How sad. Well, let me tell you who he really is. At this moment, Huyn Hao, who was injured, appeared and said, Hongfu Huyn Hao greets you, minister. He appeared incredibly cool at the entrance of the Huyn family residence. She exclaimed in shock to Xiao He. Bai Tu ran startled, called out to Huyn Hao, thinking to himself, Indeed, you're not dead yet. It was that dangerous, but still not enough to completely eliminate you. So I'd already set up an ambush, surrounding the boat tightly. Not even a drop of water could escape. As soon as you showed up, we would immediately join forces with the minister's troops to kill you. So how did he get in? Huyn Hao approached and asked Bai Tu Ran, very curious, aren't you? Prince, why am I not dead? Why could I enter the Huyn residence? If I hadn't come, how could I expose your evil intentions? She fearfully backed away, calling for Xiao He. He immediately reassured her, Don't be afraid, Xiao Doa. Wait until I handle everything. I'll explain the whole story to you. He bowed to Chu Kong Dao, Chu minister. At this moment, Huyn Dao confusedly asked, Wait, what did Brother Xiao He just say? Huyn Na replied, I think his surname is Hong Fu. Madame Huyn was frightened. The royal surname, Hong Fu. The minister himself came here. Could it be? Chu Hong Dao stood up, bowed, and said, This old minister pays respects to the 8th prince. Madame Huyn cried out in fear. It's true. While Huyn Na exclaimed with great joy, Big sister, Brother Xiao He is the 8th prince. He's the most powerful 8th prince in the court. He willingly became a servant in the Huyn residence for you. Oh my, that's so sweet. Hearing this, she turned to Huyn Na and said, Shut up. But Huyn Na, too infatuated with this couple, continued to chatter. I thought my own love story was sweet enough, but I didn't expect it could go even further. This is exactly like the prince wandering among commoners in those plays. It's so romantic. Huyn Dao also exclaimed happily, Big sister. That's great then. We're saved. Brother-in-law is so powerful. We don't need to worry about your happiness anymore, sister. Why are you sweating so much, sister? You seem to be shaking too. Huyn Xian Doa, in order to avoid the 8th prince, always wanted to make herself go bankrupt. Who knew the person always by her side, whom she even liked, was actually the 8th prince. Huyn Hao told Minister Chu to dispense with formalities. You've been deceived by coming here. Now, let's confront and question each other. If between me and the prince there really is a murder, then I ask Minister Chu not to hesitate at that time. Chu Kong Dao bowed and said, Of course, this old minister will enforce the law fairly, pursue and arrest the culprit, and share the emperor's concerns. He replied, How about you, prince? Do you need to make excuses first? Bai Tu Ran smiled and said, Your Highness, please speak one by one. I will listen attentively. Then I'll start with your scheme first. Although you are the noble prince, due to your birth mother's status, you were raised in your maternal family from a young age, without the qualifications to succeed the throne. You're not satisfied, but you're afraid of being too outstanding. So you pretend to be weak to dispel everyone's suspicions. For years, you've been faking coughs and fear when meeting others. You're truly despicable. You've been hiding outside the palace for years, always waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a chance to rise to the top in one step. Finally, your opportunity has come. Father Emperor ordered that all princes participate in the competition for heir. Whoever can, without relying on palace forces, do things beneficial for the people and country, will be appointed as crown prince. All princes immediately left the palace without exception. Everyone has their own abilities and scattered everywhere. There was also competition among them. But no matter what, everyone must remember Father Emperor's order not to harm the lives of their brothers. That was the premise. But you, though never participating in the competition, wanted to use this opportunity to kill all the princes. You secretly thought that no matter the outcome of the competition, no matter who Father Emperor favored, as long as all the competitors disappeared, he would have no choice but to appoint the only surviving son as crown prince. I continued saying that was your goal, so you single-handedly arranged everything, starting with the foolish seventh prince's actions. You wanted to start with him first. While monitoring, you discovered he was competing with me, and the fact that I was hiding at the Xian family was also known to you. So you came up with a plan, killing two birds with one stone, using Xiao Duo as an excuse to deliberately come to the Xian family to lure me out. At the same time, you also brought the seventh prince to create a confrontation. You led us to the ravine, then set off explosions to bury us underground. You then pretended to be chased by me, coincidentally meeting the minister coming to the Xian family, pinning all the blame on me. Not only would I die without being able to defend myself, but you would also become a great hero. Then marry Xiao Duo as your wife. Take over the Xian family. For the sake of the country and people, propose a law to hand over stocks to the state. Achieve great merit, making your ascension to crown prince a natural outcome. Zhou Kongdao then asked me, hearing about the stocks, I rushed to the Xian family. Could your highness's pure intentions really track my movements? I then said, just by releasing news about stocks benefiting the people to Zhou's ears, based on your concern for the country's financial situation, plus the recent national treasury crisis, you would certainly come in person. Then by controlling the carriage driver, we could ensure the speed and route of your carriage. You would enter the game at the most opportune moment. I said, am I right, by Su Ran? Pointing at him, he clapped and said, as expected of the eighth prince, your skill in sophistry is truly admirable. From childhood to adulthood, you've hated your brothers, everyone knows that. You snuck into the Xian family, used their assets to raise your private army, deceived their young lady. Isn't that the truth? If I hadn't rushed over, the seventh prince would have been killed by your blade long ago. You forced me and the seventh prince into a mountain crevice, intending to crush us to death. Unexpectedly, though I'm frail, I had some strength to defend myself, so I was able to escape. These servants are the best evidence, minister. This person is vicious like a beast. Everything he does has evidence. But what proof do you have to show that I'm the real murderer? At this moment, Xian Dui, supported by Xu Bao, spoke up. I am the evidence. Minister Chu exclaimed in surprise. Seventh Prince, you're not dead. Xian Dui then said, of course not. I've got a tough life. I nearly kicked the bucket though. He was startled and thought to himself, it's absolutely unbelievable. At that time when those rocks were about to collapse on him, he thought to himself, am I going to die? But unexpectedly, Xian Hao rushed down to shield him. Using his internal energy to create a barrier surrounding the two of them, they blocked those falling rocks and soil. He thought to himself, the old man caught him going crazy. Back to the present, Chu Kongdao asked, how did you escape being buried underground? Xu Bao took out a treasure and said, from Mother's heavenly complete needle. The seventh prince always acts recklessly, running around. To make it easier to find him, this servant requested to borrow this treasure from the palace. As long as the seventh prince carries the Mother Jade, no matter where he is, this humble servant can find him. I separated from everyone and dug for a night. Finally, I didn't fail the mission. He angrily pointed at Bai Shiran and scolded, virtuous prince, you bastard. I really thought you were a good person. I didn't expect you to want to kill me too. You even used me as bait. That's too cruel. Bai Shiran heard this and said, no poison, no great man. To achieve something, how can there be no sacrifice? No poison, no great man. One who isn't cruel to his enemies cannot become a great man. The general meaning is that to achieve great righteousness, one must use vile methods. Xian Dui heard this and scolded. Finally, you admit it. Bai Shiran laughed and said, I didn't want to deny it from the beginning. Lose this game, set up another one. It's just that some things are still unclear. Outside has long been surrounded by my people. How did you get in here? At this moment, the little girl from the underground tomb weakly raised her hand and said, this might have something to do with me. As a master of mechanisms, making a few tunnels leading to the Imperial City is quite reasonable, isn't it? After all, Master Xian had already entrusted me to be the chief designer for the Imperial City. Before Little Black Brother and Bing, he had both gone through that tunnel. All of Huinzhang's people were completely shocked, thinking we didn't even know there was something like this under our house. Bok Tunin heard this and felt like cursing. With a headache, he said, "So that's how it is." After planning for many days, one wrong step led to every step being wrong. Who could have guessed that you would save old Seven's eldest daughter? The Huyn family disregarded their own safety. The Huyn family willingly handed over their stock assets. "This game of mine has nothing left now." Huyn Hao, upon hearing this, immediately rushed forward. "What are we waiting for? Quickly arrest him." Bang Dike and Tuk Bao charged forward. Bang Dike and Tuk Bao, following their brother's order, immediately ran towards Bok Tunin. He laughed and said, "After delaying for so long, my people should have arrived by now." As he said this, he jumped from below Huyn up into the sky. The people around who saw this were so shocked that their jaws dropped. In the sky at that moment, there were 4 eagles flying towards them. He grabbed the leg of one eagle and laughed, saying, "See you next game." Then, the flock of eagles carried him away. Huyn Hao angrily cursed at Bok Tunin. "No matter how many times you fight, you'll always be a loser under my hand." He replied, "Is that so? You should properly deal with the people around you first. At least the eldest miss of the Huyn family doesn't know your true identity. Are you sure she will accept you?" Huyn Hao was startled upon hearing this and turned to ask, "Xiao Doa?" Huyn Hao quickly ran to Huyn Tian Doa and explained, "Xiao Doa, don't be afraid. No one can harm you. I was in the basement when the Huyn family was attacked. When I heard what you said, I was very touched. You said you would spend your life with me. I think the same way. From now on, we will be together forever. Will you enter the palace with me?" He stepped forward and embraced her. At this moment, her whole body went limp and she fainted. The people of the Huyn mansion were startled and exclaimed, "Xiao Doa, why did she faint like this? Someone help." After a chaotic moment, everything in the Huyn family was resolved. Huyn Hao escorted Official Chu out, bowing and saying, "Official Chu, have a safe journey." Chu Kong Dao also bowed in response. "Thank you, 8th Prince, for seeing me off. Today's events were extremely dangerous, with constant turmoil. I still haven't fully recovered. After entering the Imperial City, I will report clearly to His Majesty. Perhaps everyone has some misunderstandings about the 8th Prince." He shook his head and told him, "There's no need to explain much about me. After all, I saved old Seven perhaps because I had already guessed the key point to help him escape. Whoever can win that position, let it be based on ability. Official Chu, farewell here." He invited Chu Kong Dao onto the horse carriage. Holding the documents that Huyn Tian Doa had given him, he thought to himself, "I dare not take the Huyn family's assets, but having the stock operation method is good enough." This visit was worthwhile. The eldest miss of the Xian family is truly talented. I must report this clearly to His Majesty inside the Xian residence. Xian Hao said to Bing Yi and that girl, "Your contribution this time is significant. I owe you a favor. In the future, I can agree to do one thing for you unconditionally." That girl replied, "Thank you." Ji Fu, hiding by the window, heard this and was so moved he cried with joy. He never expected little He to be the 8th prince. The situation became even more complex. But seeing Lord Bing Yi so calm, it seems he had known about this for a long time. So that's how it is. Mutual exploitation, under the guise of helping the 8th prince claim the throne. Use him and then discard him. Spread rumors and then increase battle achievements. Finally take over the entire dynasty. As expected of Lord Bing Yi. As expected of an emperor. After dealing with the remaining people, Xian Hao immediately smiled joyfully, like a flower. He ran to Xian Chan Duo's place. Finally got rid of them. I wonder if little Duo is awake yet. He pushed the door open and thought to himself, if she's not awake yet, I'll kill that doctor who examined her. But when the door opened, the room was empty. He asked in shock, "Where's little Duo?" Later, outside the city, people were discussing, "Have you heard? The story at the Xian family is really interesting. Who hasn't heard about it? It's legendary." The 8th prince approached the Xian family's eldest miss for love. He served her for a long time. Then his identity was revealed. Everyone was shocked. Their jaws dropped. Yes, I heard the magistrate even wed himself. But what obstacle did they face afterward? Logically, they should have confessed everything to each other and started a sweet life together, right? Who would have thought the Xian family's eldest miss ran away? Others were startled and asked, "Ran away? Really ran away? Not just disappeared?" The storyteller replied, "Of course she really ran away. So many people saw it. She even rode a horse away in the night. The servants didn't dare stop her." A curious citizen asked, "You're saying she fled?" Another person answered, "Who knows? Maybe this is the love-hate between couples. That's right. Finding out your servant is the 8th prince such a good thing? Why run away? She should be overjoyed. The protagonist of this story, Xian-chan Duo, had a face full of joy. Her smile began to tremble and then twisted. She cried in pain, thinking to herself, I'm finished. She cried and shouted, I'm finished. I'm finished. At this moment, she had realized the truth about little Hay beside her and thought about the 8th prince's cruel nature. He liked to kill. She never expected him to be right by her side. What had she asked him to do? She had asked him to feed her, tuck her in, and even pour water to wash her feet. Thinking of this, she was extremely distressed. Lying under the altar of the Taoist Guanyin, she uttered, I'm dead. I'm dead. Taoist Guanyin, save me. As she was hiding in there, she suddenly heard a noise. Knowing it was Xian Hao coming to find her, she trembled in fear and silently prayed. Don't come here. Xian Hao dismounted and entered, calling out, Xiao Dua, I know you're in there. I also know that you must be in turmoil now, which is why you ran. Don't worry, I'm not here to force you. After all, you're my Xiao Dua. I can't bear to do that. I just really miss you. At that time, the whole mountain collapsed. I was truly afraid I might never see you again. I'll give you time to accept these things. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you, Xiao Dua. I never knew what it was to like someone before you taught me. You said you wanted me by your side for life. You took me out to eat delicious food. You can't shirk your responsibility. After all, we've already vowed in marriage. My entire life is now tied to you. You can't escape from me. Xian Hao claimed not to force her, but the reasoning in his words was full of coercion. He wanted her to return to his side. Xian Dua, sitting under the altar, heard this and froze. Xian Dua recalled the scene of herself sitting with him on the rooftop watching fireworks. At that time, she was overjoyed and said, Xiao Hei, come here and see how beautiful these fireworks are. Now Xian Hao approached, saying, Indeed, very beautiful. If the entire Xian mansion were covered in fireworks, turning into a sea of fire, it would be even more beautiful, wouldn't it? At this moment, her impression of Xian Hao in her memory began to change. He became a tyrant like in history books. Thinking of this, she cried uncontrollably in fear. Inside the inn, Xian Dua sat up abruptly. She realized it was just a nightmare. She sighed in relief, thankful it was only a dream. She hugged the blanket tightly, trembling in fear. She thought it had been over 10 days since she ran away. Now I've reached the neighboring town. Every night, I can't sleep. It's all because the 8th prince caused such great psychological trauma. In the original story, my ashes had already been scattered completely. I originally thought I could use money to stay away from him. Unexpectedly, it turned out the opposite. I even humiliated him, teased him. He even said those words. Xian Dua recalled Xiao Hei's confession that day in the temple, and her face immediately turned red. She was so embarrassed that she hit the wall with a pillow saying, misheard. Go away, it was just a mishearing. She thought to herself, anyway, I should continue running away. After all, staying in the Xian family is too dangerous. Everyone also supports me. She remembered when she told her loved ones about her intention to run away. Shindo was startled and asked what sister wants to leave. Old Master Xian and Madam Xian held each other's hands and said, run away. Why don't you run away, daughter? We all listen to you. Your mother and I are preparing to travel everywhere together. Sightseeing mountains and waters without bringing you children along anymore. It's not peaceful. Huan Na cheerfully said, Sister Tanlan, you're so brave. The Emperor's darling is trying hard to chase after you. So it has come to the intense wife-chasing plot. I will continue to record these sweet interactions, absolutely not letting the readers down. Huan Na thought she was getting excited about playing love games again. Immediately came up with ideas to write her own story. Only Huan Dao ran over and said, Sister, I think your brother-in-law is not easy to deal with. So you must stay strong, okay? She heard this and broke out in a sweat, thinking to herself, thank you, my two good relatives. Where should I go now? I have an idea. Immediately following the places with Huan family's properties, she quickly took out a map, marked it, and said, that's right, we can't go back to the plot in the story anymore. But we can't give up the fight. This Lang Chu DOA has never admitted defeat, so we must break it to the end. Let's patrol each of Huan family's properties one by one. Spend money like trash to spend it all. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Host went in DOA's world. Cold husband. Immoral 3 views. Female supporting character cannon fodder. Character setting for Huan Hao. coercion, monetary value, 40,000 taels, risk level, 9 stars, survival rate, 25%. Extremely excited, she pushed the door open, happily exclaiming, "The sky is bright. Let's quickly set off to spend money." Her first spending station was Bun OC2, the 82nd store. At that time, True Chuni was beating a drum, saying super delicious snail noodles. This is Huyn family's exclusive secret recipe. Both hot and addictive. The 82 ND branch's grand opening, treating customers generously. She saw this and couldn't believe it, pinching her face and crying, "How come it's already the 82nd branch? I'm blind. I must be blind." She couldn't believe it, extremely depressed as she sat down. True Chuni saw her and happily asked, "Oh, Huyn's eldest young miss, is that you? Welcome to visit the store. After months of effort, we finally succeeded in opening more stores. Previously, opening many stores at once was really unsustainable. We almost ran out of cash flow." Hearing this, she saw hope and asked, "What happened next?" True Chuni replied, "After that, Huyn family stocks were issued. Thanks to the stock potential, everyone valued Huyn family. We then took the opportunity to expand franchises." Hearing this, she clutched her heart and spat out a mouthful of blood. True Chuni continued happily telling her about their achievements. "As long as they pay us, we will provide snail noodle ingredients and store decorations, help with everything, and receive a share of the profits." Everyone really values Huyn family. That's why so many people joined in. Before we knew it, we had opened so many stores. There are still hundreds of people queuing behind. After hearing this, she angrily shouted, "Stop immediately. Let's stop. Don't let anyone else join." Zhao Shower asked why. She then said there's no reason why. Xian family snail noodles can only expand this much. Shower, you're very smart, very quick-witted. Remember this in the future. We must act cautiously. We can't start anything hastily, understand? She thought to herself, absolutely can't let you secretly make money behind my back anymore. Zhao Shao bowed and said, "I understand, young Mississippi. I will refuse all those who want to join the agency for snail noodles. Don't worry, I understand everything." She thought Zhao Shao had understood her intentions. But unexpectedly, he made his own assumptions. Young Miss is right. Expanding too quickly will make it hard to control details. For Xian family, reputation is the most important. Now we should stop to avoid risks. Instead of making money from recruiting partners, we should focus on building the brand. A good reputation for the product, as expected of young Miss. Such high and comprehensive thinking. I, Zhao Shower, must work harder. For young Miss, I'll charge in a fire to earn even more money. Thinking this, Zhao Shower immediately ran off. Xian Qianduo turned back in fear, thinking to herself, why is he still so excited? I'm panicking. This is so annoying. I'll go find another store. Inside Xian family's silk store, the manager began to report their achievements. Welcome, young Mississippi. We have more and more customers here. Many merchants and those who only supply to VIP customers all want to cooperate with us. She coldly said, reject them all for me. Inside the rice shop, Xian family's manager informed her, young Miss, we don't need to worry about selling our grains. It's just average business, not as crowded as other stores. She replied, very good. Continue to maintain and store as much grain as possible. Don't be afraid to spend money. The person then said, now there's no limit to storing grains, right? But anyway, let's just follow young Miss's orders. Inside Xian family's pottery store, the manager reported to her, young Miss, our business is doing very well. It's just that pottery is fragile and the losses are too big. She happily said, in that case, we won't sell in this store anymore. Let's switch to ironwork, there's less loss, right? The manager was startled and asked, After visiting a series of Xian family stores, Xian Qianduo was so tired she collapsed. Too dangerous, too dangerous. I almost kicked the bucket again. After causing such a mess, I should be able to hold on for a while, right? But it still feels like I haven't burned enough money. If there's a better way. At this moment, a horse-drawn carriage passed by her. She had an idea and went to the Tiger Gate Casino. This is the place, Xiaohei. Let's go bankrupt. She joyfully called out Huyn Hao's name, but suddenly realized that he was no longer by her side. She turned around. Carelessly, she called for Xiaohei, who was always beside her. She had grown accustomed to having him around. They hadn't seen each other since that day. She kept running away. What was she thinking? Not meeting is for the best. Let's go burn some money. Don't think too much. Lang Xiao Doa. Don't forget your mission. If you don't complete it, the system will kill you. She was determined to enter the casino at the back. Huyn Hao saw her leave and stepped out to look in her direction. His subordinates knelt down with knives and asked, Master, The young lady has gone inside. What should we do? He immediately said, it's fine. If they dare to be careless with Xiao Doa, kill them all. Inside the Tiger Gate of the Xiao Bureau, Scorpion King was sitting on the throne he created. A subordinate of Scorpion King came in to report. Boss, we have news about Snake Woman and Old Chu. It turns out that after they overestimated themselves, causing Liang Village to be in danger, luckily, they were still alive. But when Scorpion King heard this, he asked, were they dismembered and hung at the village entrance? Or were their stone-filled heads found in some corner somewhere? He confidently imagined this outcome for Snake Beauty and Old Chu, because other martial arts experts better than the two had also disappeared without a trace. This showed that the so-called Liang village was terrifying. From now on, anyone who encountered it should take a detour. Unexpectedly, everything Scorpion King had just said didn't happen. His subordinate continued to report, none of that is true. They stayed in Liang village and started doing tourism. When Scorpion King heard this result, he was so shocked that he spat out the favorite poisonous scorpion in his mouth. Fearing that he wouldn't believe it, his subordinate brought an amusement park poster as evidence, saying they joined the villains in Liang village. They renovated the village. Recently, they've been handing out flyers inviting people to experience a one-day tour in the village with ghost and demon themes, dangerous secret rooms, live performances. It will bring a wonderful experience. I brought the poster here, boss. Please take a look. After saying this, the attendant presented the poster to him. After a moment of shock with his mouth agape, Scorpion King was so angry that he crumpled the poster and scolded, how dare they betray me? If Liang Village is now inviting tourists, it means someone has invested. The mastermind behind this is his top subordinate. I nodded and reported to Scorpion King, we have investigated. Liang Village and the Huyn family are developing strongly. That Defikni amusement park must be related to them. In other words, the mastermind behind instigating Snake Woman and Old Chu is the Huyn family. At this moment, Huyn Tin Doa entered and bowed to Yu Wang, saying hello. I am the head of the Huyn family, Huyn Tien Doa. I have an important matter to discuss with the leader of your escort agency, Yu Wang's subordinates. As soon as they saw Huyn Tien Doa enter, immediately pointed at her and exclaimed, it's her. Yu Wang's subordinates, after learning that she was the one who made Snake Beauty and Old Thursday betray, immediately drew their knives and charged forward. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Boss, the enemy is at our doorstep. We can't swallow this anger anymore. We outnumber her. Let's rush in and capture her. Unexpectedly, Yuan kicked there but stopping them, saying, wait, you know nothing about Huyn's situation, do you? She's sent by the imperial court to support promotion, the young lady of the Huyn family, a talented woman of her generation, single-handedly raising from an ordinary childhood to become the country's biggest merchant. Even I bought stocks in their company. I had to queue up at midnight to snatch them. Yu Wang's subordinates were shocked and asked their boss, could it be that the imperial court discovered we're just an escort agency in name only, but actually bandits? Yu Wang, sweating, said to his subordinates, don't forget, she's the one who persuaded Snake Woman and Old Chu to surrender. She must know all our secrets. So this time she's here either to persuade us to surrender or to force us to surrender. His subordinates, after hearing the analysis, fearfully asked their boss, what should we do then? Yu Wang replied that it's too late to escape now. If she dares to come here alone, then surely the main force has surrounded us. His subordinates, after hearing this, went to scout and reported, boss is right. I just want to check. Not far from here, many experts are lying in ambush. Hearing this, Yu Wang drew his knife and looked towards Huyn Tien Doa, thinking there's no escape. He ordered, if that's the case, let's fight to the death. Fight until the very last moment. His subordinates grabbed their knives and charged, saying, boss, none of us brothers fear death. Since we became bandits in the forest, we knew this day would come. Yu Wang led the chant. A real man stops only when he's dead. Let's go out and meet this Huyn Tien Doa. Seeing Yu Wang appear, Huyn Tien Doa asked, are you the leader of the Tiger Gate escort agency? I've come suddenly because I urgently need your help. And may I ask, leader, are you willing to sell this escort agency? After saying this, Huyn Tien Doa took out a thick stack of banknotes and placed them in Yu Wang's hand. Huyn Tien Doa smiled and said to him, name your price, we can negotiate. Yu Wang and all his subordinates were completely shocked by this. Yu Wang confusedly asked Xian Chanduo again, buy the escort agency. Xian Chanduo happily said, that's right. Buying the escort agency isn't just buying the escort agency. I want to buy all your vehicles and horses. If the boss doesn't mind, I'd like to hire you as well. Half of the agency's profits will be yours. I'll cover the expenses, and on top of that, I'll pay you a monthly salary 3 times higher. All the workers will get a raise. The Shin family will install equipment for you all, and everyone will receive commissions. How about it? Yu Wang and his subordinates, who were preparing for a life-or-death battle, after hearing Shin Chandua's words, were all shocked, as if struck by lightning. Yu Wang, sweating, said this: Miss Shin, the Human Escort Agency, is my foundation. It has been operating for many years. So many brothers. Shin Chanduo brought another box full of gold coins and handed it to Yu Wang, so heavy that Yu Wang could barely hold it. She said, "Here's an additional 500,000 taels of gold." Yu Wang then said to her, "Please wait a moment, miss. We need to discuss this." She waved her hand. "Sure, take your time to discuss." Yu Wang and his subordinates returned inside the escort agency. After a moment of silence, they all started to grab the gold that had been distributed and exclaimed, "It's so heavy. Is this the weight of gold coins? I think I know now why those two betrayed us. Because she's offering way too much. Boss, what should we do now? We're evil villains with countless sins. How can we be bought off by others? Why don't we just take this money and run away?" Someone immediately asked, "Didn't you see those people outside? Where could we possibly run to?" Another person continued, "If we run, we'll continue to be fugitives, robbing and stealing, living by the blade. If we don't run, from now on we'll be whitewashed, become law-abiding citizens, peacefully earning money. Boss, what should we choose?" Yu Wang was gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, "Don't underestimate Yu Wang. Even if I die, I'll be a heroic ghost." Living as a person who knows the times sounded very heroic, but they all went out together and bowed to Shin Chanduo. They called out, "Greetings, manager." Everyone said in unison, "Living as people who know the times, earning lots of money." Shin Chanduo smiled and waved her hand. "Everyone, no need for such formalities." She had successfully subdued the vicious gang. Yu Wang thought to himself, "That's right. This is just a strategy of pretending to surrender. Carefully plan and then take action. Wait for the right moment to kill and rob, then escape. So first, we must wait patiently. We must act carefully." Yu Wang then asked, "Miss, what do you plan to do with the escort agency?" She immediately replied this: "Of course, it's about developing the express delivery business. Grab, Beeman, or whatever, they're no match for Huinjia." Huintian DOA happily analyzed. Express delivery requires large capital and logistic systems, as well as manpower. In a world where goods transportation relies on horse-drawn carriages and courier stations, this is essentially an impossible project to complete. First, transportation is inconvenient. The roads are long, and there are thugs appearing. I've encountered an extremely dangerous situation once. Second, only big merchants can afford to purchase and transport goods. Ordinary people don't have this need, and the number of businesses is small. Basically not enough to pay for customers. In the end, they'll have to bear very high transportation costs. So this business is sure to lose money. Huintian DOA was very pleased with her new strategy. She believed that this time she would surely make a loss, causing Huinjia to go bankrupt, so she could quickly return to her hometown to enjoy a peaceful and happy life. Huintian DOA continued to throw money into expansion. Uniform costs, training costs, and management costs for those in the courier stations. She happily said, "Take this startup money first. Recruit people from all over the country. Call all your courier friends to come and try to have a Huinjia courier station in every village in town. Then we'll buy horse-drawn carriages, standardize uniforms, and create a corporate culture. Our company culture is spending money. All new employees joining the delivery courier station will be trained with a month's salary. We must provide food and accommodation for them, cover their children's education, provide for the elderly, and secure their future. As long as they enter Huinjia's courier station, Huinjia's future will have people to spend money vigorously. Don't worry about profit or loss. As long as everyone works happily and can continue to spend money for Huinjia." She now looked like a bodhisattva descending to earth, carrying a golden platter. To the people in the courier station, she continued to preach her truth to them. "This is our final requirement. Brothers, if you understand, then go ahead and spend money freely. Don't doubt. Just use people. That's all. I will monitor how that money is used. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. I believe as long as everyone tries to spend money, Huinjia will surely have a future." All the people in the courier station, seeing her radiant glow, regarded her as a savior. and knelt down to worship her. Huentian Doa waved goodbye to them. If everything's clear, I'll go now. I'll wait for your good news. If you run out of money, come find me. Bye-bye, she said, and then ran off. As the crowd stood dumbfounded, an arm slapped them. Yet Vong, holding his reddened arm, said, "This really isn't a dream." His two henchmen who were slapped held their faces and cried out. "It hurts so much." "Of course it's not a dream," Yu Wang cried loudly. "If it's not a dream, then what did I just see? We vicious people. Is there anyone who doesn't sink into the mud and become trash because of their tragic background? Is there really someone who disregards the consequences, wholeheartedly trusts strangers, not for personal gain, but just so everyone can spend money freely, live a life without worrying about food and clothing?" As his henchman said, "Boss, Miss Xian Qianduo. She even. We even got a plan for the future. No one has ever been like her. She will help us calculate, and she even calls us family." The two henchmen were so moved that they hugged each other and cried. Other henchmen came over and said if it was all just for show, but this money is real. The young miss is really thinking of us. One person excitedly said, "I've thought it through. All the causes and consequences of this matter." Another one heard and quickly said, "Hurry, tell us, speak quickly." He analyzed the situation like this. "We've been committing violence for years. Finally, the government discovered us, so they sent troops to surround us, wanting to kill us. The young miss learned about our situation through Snake Woman and Old Two, so she felt compassion. Thus, during the army's siege, the young miss rushed in, just to give us a way out. On the surface, she wants us to open an express delivery service. In reality, she's giving us a way to feel at ease, giving us a chance to escape our past. The young miss is using her life and the Xian family's honor to guarantee for us." The other henchmen were moved after hearing this and began to cry. "Saving our lives and future from the government's blade. We're vicious by nature. Everyone wants to kill us. What virtue do we have that could make the young miss treat us like this?" Leaders say something. Their leader, Yu Wang, after hearing the analysis, also felt it was the truth. As if he had realized something, filled with hope and emotion, he said, "A man dies for his confidant. Having gained the young miss's trust, we must also keep our promise for life." He thought to himself, "Young miss, just you wait and see. The responsibility of the Express Delivery Bureau, I, Yu Wang, will shoulder it." He ordered, "I will do my best to open up business for the Xian family. Brothers, let's set out now. Immediately summon all the brothers from nearby mountains, including the leaders of other gangs. If anyone dares not to cooperate, let them know the reputation of Yu Wang. Everyone march out." As soon as Xian Qianduo went outside, she felt a chill down her spine. She was confused, thinking to herself why her back felt so cold. Could it be that she caught a cold? She saw the system notification and happily said, "But finally, I've lost a large sum of money. The survival value has also increased. I need to find a few more ways to spend money." She saw a temple nearby, and an idea came to her. She went inside. The abbot and monks all came to pay their respects. The benefactor's kindness. "We didn't expect such a generous donation for incense and offerings." "Merciful, merciful," she bowed back. "I have a connection with Buddha. Please give me a list of temples nationwide. I will make donations," she thought to herself. Unexpectedly, the system didn't prevent her from donating money. Donating to temples was fast and safe. It was most suitable. The master gave her a map. He said the list was here, but the benefactor's journey would be long. Traveling alone with a large sum of money might not be safe. She immediately said, "There's no need to worry about that. I'm sure I won't encounter any bad people." Then she waved goodbye to them. The abbot said to her, "The benefactor is blessed by the lucky star. Surely everything will go smoothly." Xintian Duo heard this and thought to herself, "Blessed by the lucky star. So my lucky star must be him, right?" On the way, although he never appeared before me, I could feel that he was watching over me, silently protecting me by my side, like before, clearing away obstacles for me, so I wouldn't encounter any trouble. Now the novel has completely deviated from its principles. I don't know how it will develop in the future, but the moment Xiao He revealed his identity, besides being scared, my survival points dropped to freezing point. At that time, the system notified her, "Warning, warning, the benefactor's survival points are too low." She continued to think. I immediately ran away. The survival value only then started to increase. If I don't continue to spend money, the survival value will decrease faster. "Xiao He, what should I do now?" Thinking this, she sat down in great distress. The subordinate bowed his head low, his tone full of respect and seriousness. "Master, all the dangers on the young lady's route have been thoroughly dealt with. Xianhao sat majestically on horseback. His sharp eyes slightly nodded, very good. But then the subordinate stuttered hesitantly, as if there was something difficult to say. It's just that where the young lady is about to go, the sky seems about to unleash its fury in that land. Master, that person. Xianhao's cold eyes flashed with a dangerous light. That extremely dangerous man. Say no more. With that, he spurred the reins hard. The warhorse under him neighed loudly and galloped away like a great wind, leaving the subordinate standing behind, shouting loudly, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." At Xinkong Temple. As soon as Xintian Duo stepped into the temple courtyard, she felt her heart brimming with excitement. Her sparkling eyes surveyed the scene before her. She silently marveled. Truly worthy of the legendary Xinkong Temple's reputation. Famous in legends. Every blade of grass and every branch here seems to contain a strange spiritual energy. But while she was engrossed in admiring the beauty of this place, a faint sound echoed from afar, causing her to suddenly startle and whirl around, her vigilant eyes scanning everywhere. No one was in sight. She just mumbled, "Is there no one here? Could I have misheard?" Swankienduo frowned. She quickly stepped into the temple. After sincerely offering many gold ingots, the abbot of Xiankong Temple clasped his hands and bowed his head, his voice full of gratitude. This humble monk thanks the young lady for her generosity. The path down the mountain is now late, and the fog is thick. Why don't you stay here for the night, have a vegetarian meal, and then decide what to do next? Swankienduo nodded slightly, responding in a graceful manner, but no less respectfully. Then I'll trouble you, abbot. The abbot smiled. He gently gestured for her to follow. But after just a few steps, she heard another small sound behind her. Swankienduo immediately spun around, her sharp eyes quickly scanning everywhere. But once again, she saw no one. She frowned, thinking to herself, am I being overly suspicious? Or is someone really secretly following me? That night, when moonlight cast a silvery glow over everything, Swankienduo was deep in peaceful sleep. Suddenly, a dark figure quietly slipped through the window. But he didn't expect that. As soon as he set foot in the room, a trap was waiting. Ah! A cry of pain rang out, tearing through the silent night. Swankienduo sprang up immediately, her lips curling into a cold smile. Holding a stone Buddha statue, her voice sharp, "I've been waiting for you for a long time, thief." The intruder, panicked, kept kneeling and begging, "Good sir, spare me. Heroine, spare me. Don't hit me." He even hastily added, "Sister, forgive me." The Buddha's compassion, "Have mercy, young miss. I beg you." Hearing this, Swankienduo's eyes grew even colder. She took a candle and approached to illuminate his face. "Who's your sister, you wicked thief? Let me see what kind of person you really are." When the light revealed his face, she was stunned. A monk! The monk before her quickly clasped his hands, his face full of remorse. His voice trembling, "This humble monk is Jinghuan, a monk of this temple." Swankienduo gritted her teeth, her voice cold, "A monk of this temple, sneaking into a woman's room in the dead of night. What were you trying to do? You can't explain this. I won't let you off easily." Jinghuan hurriedly bowed, his tone apologetic, his hands constantly clasped, "Merciful Buddha, this humble monk truly meant no harm. It's just that my younger brother is too frightening. If he were to see me, I'm certain I would die a gruesome death." Swankienduo narrowed her eyes. Full of doubt, she asked, "Your younger brother, who is he?" Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she took half a step back. Her eyes showed surprise mixed with suspicion. "Jinghuan, could it be that you are?" Swankienduo's eyes widened, unable to hide her astonishment. Monk Jinghuan clasped his hands respectfully, displaying a gentle smile full of composure. "Indeed, I am a prince, the third among my brothers, and the 8th Prince Xuanhao is my younger brother." Hearing this, Swankienduo was momentarily shaken. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. In her mind, she involuntarily recalled details from the novel she had read. Wasn't the 8th prince in the books described as a cruel person? All his brothers were said to have met tragic ends because of him. None escaped a miserable fate. It seems the rumors were indeed true. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked directly, "So, were you forced by him to become a monk, is that right?" Jinghuan burst into laughter upon hearing this. His clear laughter echoed in the quiet space. He waved his hand, his face full of ease. No, that's not it. I did this voluntarily. I even asked for his help to escape from the imperial palace." "Ah!" Jingwan's casual words made Swankianduo even more confused. Her mind was filled with question marks. She asked sternly, "Escape? Why did you need to escape? You're a prince, after all." This time, the smile on Jingwan's face suddenly faded. He looked at her with calm eyes. His voice was slow, but carried an unusual determination. "Of course, for the sake of Buddhism and personal freedom. All my life, I've only wanted to spread the Dharma, to enlighten the world. All worldly matters like love, joy, and sorrow, fame and power are ultimately illusory. I want to break free from these constraints, to live a peaceful life according to my ideals." As he said this, Jingwan unexpectedly reached out and took Swankianduo's hand. His eyes were deep and full of sincerity. His voice was both ordinary and strange. "In my heart, old 8 is the one closest to enlightenment. He is cold and indifferent, not only looking down on the world, but also treating himself with extreme harshness. If he were to shave his head and become a monk, I dare say that within 5 years, he would certainly achieve great accomplishments. That's why I risk coming here to meet you, young lady. Please think of Buddha's teachings and part ways with old 8. If he experiences heartbreak, I can use this opportunity to." Before he could finish persuading Swankianduo, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Xuanhao leaped in through the window like a whirlwind. His sharp eyes flashed with a cold, knife-like glint. "Use this opportunity. Your head." His deep and cold voice made the entire space feel frozen. He waved his hand as a signal. Immediately, his followers rushed in from outside. Without hesitation, they violently beat Tin Huin to a pulp. After punishing the monk, Huin Hao approached Huin Tianhoa. "Little Doa, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy's mind isn't right. Every day, he tries to persuade me to become a monk." Huin Hao's words, full of annoyance, left Huin Tin Doa stunned. She couldn't help but feel surprised. She didn't expect Huin Hao to come here personally. She stammered, Little hack." Huin Hao didn't wait for her to finish. He gently squeezed her hand. His eyes were serious and determined. His voice rose with urgency. "I won't shave my head, and I can't break up with you." He couldn't finish his sentence. Huin Tiandoe coldly turned her face away. Her voice carried a hint of irritation. "I know. But why did you come here again?" Huin Hao softly replied, "I wanted to wait for you to think it through carefully before appearing. But I suddenly feared something unexpected might happen. I was worried you might panic, so I had to come find you first." Huin Tiandoe asked with a hint of doubt, "What are you afraid might happen?" As Huin Hao was about to answer, suddenly a booming voice echoed from outside the window. "Haha, inside must be the eldest miss of the Huin family, right? The late night and heavy fog are truly inconvenient. But we are here on the Emperor's orders. We cannot rest. Please forgive us, young miss." The resonant voice belonged to the Emperor's Grand Eunuch. He loudly proclaimed the decree. Imperial edict arrives. The eldest daughter of the Huin family is summoned to the palace. Huin Tiandoe was immediately stunned. She was so shocked she couldn't speak. She only mumbled, "The Emperor wants to see me." Her mind was filled with questions. Why would the Emperor want to see her? Huin Tiandoe, standing amidst the solemn atmosphere of the imperial palace, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with confused thoughts. She couldn't believe that she, who once lived in the modern world, was now here, in this momentous situation. Childhood memories suddenly flooded back like a slow-motion film that couldn't be stopped. Back then, as a child, she had visited the Forbidden City with her family. At that time, the vast and majestic space of the palace filled her with both admiration and fear. Her little legs were exhausted from trying to keep up with the tour group, and the adults' urging voices kept ringing in her ears. "Little Doa, hurry up and follow us. This is the Imperial Palace. Anyone who disobeys will be beheaded." At that time, she ran after them with her mouth agape and flustered, thinking to herself, "Boo-hoo, wait for me. Such a grand place. Living here must be very stressful." Now, in this very world, Huin Tiandoe had truly entered the Imperial Palace. The feeling of pressure she once felt came rushing back, much heavier than before. She thought to herself that it was indeed pressure to the point of suffocation. Why was she suddenly brought into the palace like this? What does the Emperor want to do? Does he want to behead me? It's too stressful. The anxiety unconsciously made her become colder. Her face couldn't hide the tension. Beside her, Tin Huin walked calmly. His voice carried a hint of teasing. "Eighth junior sister is indeed worthy of being an extraordinary woman, entering the palace to meet the Emperor without showing any confusion at all. This poor monk was about to comfort you with a few words." Huin Tiandoe couldn't suppress her anger and turned to give him an annoyed look. "Who Who said I'm not confused? Look carefully, I'm not done yet. She continued with irritation and doubt. Moreover, why are you following me here? In her heart, she silently blamed Xiao He, wondering where he had disappeared to. Ding Huin Su. His face was calm, as if nothing had happened. This poor monk has been in the imperial palace for a few days. It's time to go home for a visit. Those casual words almost made Huin Tian Doa believe him. But she shook her head and told herself, this guy is absolutely untrustworthy. While she was still busy thinking, her eyes suddenly caught a familiar face in the distance. It was Huindu. She blinked a few times. Fragments of memories flashed in her mind. I seem to have met him before. But where? Her memory was like a tangled mess, unable to piece together to find the correct answer. As she entered the palace gate, she realized it wasn't just Huindu and Tin Huin, but there were several other people as well. They all seemed to be princes. Huin Tin Doa kept guessing in her heart, could these people all be princes? The resonant voice of the eunuch rang out, cutting off her train of thought. Summon all princes to the hall. As she stepped inside, she saw that Huin Hao was already there, standing solemnly in the chamber. His face showed no sign of emotion. Everyone clasped their hands in salute and said in unison, we, your children, pay respects to Father Emperor. Long live the Emperor 10,000 years, 10,000 of 10,000 years. The officials standing nearby also bowed their heads in salute, their voices ringing out with respect. We, your subjects, pay respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty, 10,000 of 10,000 years. The solemn and authoritative atmosphere in the imperial palace made Huin Tian Doa tremble. She stood silently, her shoulders slightly hunched. She felt as if she was being suppressed by an invisible pressure. However, unexpectedly, Huin Hao stepped forward. He stood right in front of her, protecting her with his broad back like a sturdy shield. That small action made her heart flutter slightly. A warm feeling she didn't expect. The emperor sat high above. The golden throne was intricately carved. The light from the jade lanterns reflected on his face full of imperial charisma. His voice rang out, deep, steady, and powerful. Rise, my subjects. Since the founding of our great Dayu nation, over 100 years of prosperity have passed. I have ruled with dedication, working tirelessly day and night. Now our country thrives, our people are at peace, and our realm is stable. These achievements are not due to my efforts alone, but also to the devoted service of you, my loyal ministers, the solid pillars of our nation, always united in heart for the sake of our country and people. I am well aware that I have grown old and weak, my strength depleted. A great nation like Dayu cannot be without a leader even for a day. Therefore, today, in this solemn court session, I will choose the most worthy person to succeed me and bear the burden of our nation to continue our great legacy. Below, the civil and military officials bowed in unison. Their voices thundered in harmony. Your Majesty is wise and enlightened. Huin Tian stood silently in a corner of the hall, her eyes revealing a mix of curiosity and slight unease. She observed the proceedings with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. She could clearly sense the tension in the air. Her heart beat faster, yet she couldn't take her eyes off the princes standing before her. When the second prince, Hong Fu Huin Ni, stepped forward with an air of complete confidence, all eyes turned to him. The second prince bowed gracefully, his manner composed. His eyes lit up, and his voice rang out clear and strong. Without hesitation, he addressed the emperor. Since leaving the palace, I have constantly pondered and reflected on how to contribute to our country and people. Finally, I have found the most excellent answer. It is delicious food. The solemn atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. All the officials looked at each other in bewilderment, unsure whether to be shocked or to laugh. These strange words completely shattered the serious atmosphere that the emperor was trying to maintain. From the surprised looks of the officials to the astonishment of those standing around, no one could believe that the second prince would give such an answer. The emperor's brows furrowed deeply, his sharp gaze fixed on the second prince. But the second prince didn't flinch at all. In fact, he became even more enthusiastic, speaking nonstop about the delicious dishes he had discovered during his journey. He mentioned Taihu boiled chicken, Suzhou wonton, Shandong pork knuckle, Changsha crayfish, Fujian seafood. Each dish was described with such passion as if it were a priceless treasure. Even Huin Tian Doa couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her eyes secretly glanced with longing. The second prince didn't stop there. His tone grew even more fervent. Father Emperor, delicious food is not just mere sustenance, but a thread that connects people from all over. Is the driving force promoting tourism and the local economy. It even brings happiness and spiritual fulfillment to everyone. For this noble cause, I have not hesitated to sacrifice. Just look at my weight. Before leaving the palace, I was 65 kilograms. Now I've increased to 70 kilograms, all for the sake of the great Yu Empire. Hearing this, the emperor's already displeased face darkened further. His brows furrowed so tightly they almost merged. His voice lowered. Is this the reason you've become so obese? The second prince giggled. Not at all embarrassed, but extremely proud, he pulled out a steaming bowl of snail noodles from his robe. Father, this is the special delicacy I've just discovered. These snail noodles are the best-selling item. They're limited in quantity. I brought back a bowl for you to enjoy. Before he could finish, the rich, pungent aroma of snail noodles filled the hall, causing everyone to cover their noses. The emperor was so angry, he slammed his hand on the table. His shout shook the entire hall. Take him out. Watching the second prince being dragged out while still clutching the bowl of snail noodles like a treasure, Xian Duo felt both amused and helpless, thinking to herself, he's certainly an interesting character in a novel, but if he becomes crown prince, I'm afraid the great you will turn into a culinary nation. It was the third prince's turn. Wang Fuxuan Jing stepped forward. Xian Duo silently adjusted her thoughts, reassuring herself, Jing Xian will surely be more serious than the second prince. He's a monk. He must present something truly convincing. But her hopes were dashed once again. The third prince said nothing. He simply sat down cross-legged in the middle of the hall, hands clasped before his chest. His chanting voice rose and fell. Namo Amitabha Buddha, great compassionate Guanyin. The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. No one dared to breathe heavily. After a while, he looked up, his eyes full of compassion, his voice gentle yet determined. Father, all living beings have Buddha nature. If you establish Buddhism as the state religion, encourage all citizens of the empire to believe, the great you will surely have eternal peace. May the compassionate Buddha guide you to consider carefully. The eunuchs were so panicked their faces turned pale. Not daring to wait any longer, they immediately dragged the third prince out before the emperor could lose his temper. Xian Duo secretly glanced at the emperor. She saw his face had turned ashen, his eyes full of weariness, as if all his strength had been drained. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Being emperor was truly too stressful. With princes like these, it would be strange if he didn't develop heart problems. The fifth prince, Huang Fu Xiansu, stepped forward, his demeanor calm, his bearing graceful. His bright eyes and confident voice quickly captured everyone's attention. Father, please do not worry. All of my royal brothers have their own destinies. As for the one destined to share the burden with Father, it is I. Hearing this, the emperor's anger seemed to subside somewhat, but his eyes were still sharp. When too, you have such a heart. Father is very pleased, the emperor said in a deep voice. His sharp eyes gradually softened, but his lips still held a hint of sternness. What have you accomplished these past few days? The third Prince Huin saw a rare opportunity. He immediately spoke up with undisguised confidence. I wrote poetry, Your Majesty. The emperor's face showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. A moment of silence. Before asking further, what did you write about? The fifth prince, with a determined and serious demeanor, father, royal brothers, royal siblings, and esteemed ministers. Today I dare to recite a poem, using this opportunity to express my insights and thoughts about our country over these past days. I hope Father will grant permission. A minister standing nearby also didn't hesitate to clasp his hands. The fifth prince has always been wise in caring for the country, caring for the people. This time going among the common folk, he will surely gain invaluable experience. It is truly fortunate for the entire country. It is also Your Majesty's fortune. The emperor, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation in his heart. We approve, he spoke. His eyes couldn't hide the expectation and faith in his son, although there were still many doubts in his heart. The fifth Prince Hong Fu Huin too, with a serious expression, slowly began to recite the poem. Each word seemed carefully chosen, full of subtlety, not for love of dust, but to paint what's before my eyes. Flowers wilt and bloom in their own time, always relying on the east wind, yet going when it's time to go. Staying is also fine, if a flower branch can adorn one's hair. At this point, the fifth prince couldn't control his emotions. His eyes began to well up. A tear rolled down his cheek, making the atmosphere in the hall suddenly heavy and silent. The story of his daughter is truly moving. It makes me unable to contain my emotions. There seems to be something very profound and emotional in every word. The chief eunuch beside him quickly noticed the change in the atmosphere and gently reminded the fifth prince. The poem you wrote seems to be about worldly affairs. The fifth prince Hong Fu Huin to seem to embody that story. From ancient times, beautiful women have met tragic fates. How many women have mistakenly entered the world of dust? It's truly pitiful. Truly pitiful. The fifth prince Hong Fu Huin to continued with a confident voice. These women are not only as striking as beautiful flowers, but each of them possesses extraordinary talents. They contemplate life deeply and have a vast understanding of the world around them. They are not just servants relying on their beauty, but also those who can make a big difference in this society. This requires not only superior intelligence, but also sophisticated communication skills, luxury, and a deep knowledge of psychology. Not everyone can understand and feel this. I was moved by their spirit of research and professional skills and decided to join, striving to become a better person. The group of officials standing around were stunned and confused. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. "What? You're joining them, Your Highness?" The prince, ignoring the bewildered looks of everyone, leisurely took the flute in his hand. He brought it to his lips and played a soft tune. The melody was captivating and seductive. I now have some reputation in Jiangnan. Everyone calls me the romantic young Master Lu. The romantic ones from ancient times. Now only regret remains. These words made the emperor about to explode. Anger rose in his heart, causing him to lose control and cough up blood. Huang Fu Xuanzu seemed unafraid, still continuing without any restraint, speaking with a challenging expression. "Surely father is overjoyed. Actually, this time I want to borrow some money. I want to turn all of Jiangnan into an entertainment place. A sleepless night like this. Everyone can come here to relieve the pressure in life and have a beautiful dream at night. Surely our great empire will prosper more because of it." The emperor became even angrier. His rage erupted so violently that he coughed up blood again. The grand eunuch hurriedly cried out, "Your Majesty, you've coughed up a lot of blood again." The situation became extremely tense. The emperor seemed unable to control his anger. The grand eunuch, without thinking, hurriedly ran to pat the emperor's body to calm him down. "Sixth prince, please say something quickly. It might divert his majesty's attention." The sixth prince, a seemingly gloomy person with eyes hidden behind glasses, slightly clasped his hands and spoke in a low voice. "I have nothing to say." An official standing nearby, hearing the emperor's reprimand, turned to ask the sixth prince with a puzzled look, "You've been out experiencing for many days, yet you have nothing meaningful to share. Why didn't you do anything?" The sixth prince, with an indifferent expression, replied, "I did nothing, just ate and slept, lived humbly and discreetly at home. After all, I'm afraid of death." As the sixth prince spoke, his eyes inadvertently glanced towards Xian Hao standing behind. Xian Zhanhua, with a bit of worry, called softly, "Brother Xiaohe." Xian Hao said nothing, only reached his hand back from the front to hold her hand. The cold sensation from his hand made Huintin unconsciously feel a sense of understanding gently rising in her heart. Little hack Huin Du stood nearby. Seeing this, he smiled mischievously. "Are you also being hunted by Old Eight?" "That's impossible as far as I know. He's always hanging around the Huin Palace. He doesn't have time to pay attention to you." Then Huin Du crossed his arms and mocked further. "Moreover, if you were being hunted with your small frame and lack of martial arts skills, you'd be limbless in just a few minutes. You wouldn't be standing here now. Some people are just annoying every time they open their mouths. The most irritating are types like you and Bok Tuesday. But you and he have a good relationship, don't you? Don't tell me you don't know about the things he's done." The sixth prince, ignoring Huin Du's sarcastic remarks, clasped his hands and said solemnly, "Wasn't the seventh brother also once assassinated? Luckily, he was saved once. How can you willingly be used again?" Huin Du was struck in his weak spot by the sixth prince's words. He was so angry he couldn't speak. In fact, it was Huin Du who had actively attempted to assassinate the eighth prince, but it backfired. The little prince standing below, hearing the intense arguments, couldn't help but cry out, "Royal brothers, stop arguing. It's too scary." The emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, his eyes filled with anger, shouted, "Silence. In this golden hall, there's no place for your childish antics. The deeds of Huin Du and Huin Hao, no need to report them again. I already know. The emperor tightened his grip on the armrest. His voice lowered. Today, all the princes are gathered here. There is an extremely difficult problem to solve. Whoever can solve it will be granted the position of crown prince. Immediately, all the princes, though still with some hesitation, knelt down and said in unison, "Please present the challenge, Father Emperor." The emperor continued in a deep voice. This matter was also caused by the rebellious Bakunin. After he was exposed by Huan Hao and rescued by the Ung tribe of Hung No, many months have passed. Now he commands 100,000 troops of Hung No and has set up camp at the border of the Great Desert. The enemy is right before the city. The situation is urgent. As everyone heard the emperor speak, their expressions changed. A tense feeling enveloped the entire hall. Who could solve this question? At the border of the Great Desert, where the wind howled and the climate was harsh, the crown prince Huan Qian, in his imposing armor, stood firm like a statue right in front of the city gate. His eyes were sharp, his voice deep and resolute, without a trace of servility. He pointed out an unavoidable fact. We must punish the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray-feathered eagle, powerful and keen, descended from the sky. It perched steadily on the crown prince's arm. Looking into the eagle's cold, sharp eyes, the soldier standing behind the crown prince spoke up, with a hint of worry in his voice. "General, is there any news from the palace?" Immediately, the crown prince took out a letter that had been tied neatly to the eagle's leg and opened it, his eyes carefully reading the lines. Then he calmly replied, "Reinforcements will arrive in 10 days. The crown prince immediately gave orders, his voice unwavering as he commanded, "All troops maintain strict defense, day and night, without fail. Do not let your guard down against a surprise attack from the Huns." The soldiers below the city walls immediately responded in unison, "Yes, sir," and promptly took their positions. Crown Prince Xianzhan further announced, "In 10 days, we open the gates and engage in battle." All the troops below the walls shouted in unison, their spirits high. At this moment, the desert winds grew even fiercer. Dust and sand swirled, creating a curtain that obscured everything from view. A soldier stepped forward, clasped his hands, and reported, "The morale among the troops is very high. Our defenses are strict. We just need to wait for the opportunity." The Hun princess, sitting on a fur chair, let out a cold laugh. Her eyes sharp as knives, she looked towards Mr. Bai and said, "Mr. Bai, what do you think?" Bai Tu Ran put down his water cup and lightly fanned himself. With a cold smile, he replied, "Your Highness, the Huns are like a hard rock, difficult for a sword to penetrate. But if there's a tiny hole, we just need to plant a seed in it. Before long, the rock will crack on its own." The Hun princess smiled, her eyes gleaming as she asked, "So, do you have seeds to plant, sir?" Bai Tu Ran smirked coldly. "I've been preparing for years. Now is the time to sow the seeds that will surely destroy to you." The Hun princess let out a snort. Then, raising her wine cup, she smiled and said, "Well then, this Hun princess toasts to you, sir." She then approached Bai Tu Ran. Lifting his chin, she smiled seductively. "You are my man. In the future, we'll enjoy the fragrant flowers and fine wines of the Huns and you together. Let our descendants spread across the grasslands." Before she could finish, Bai Tu Ran covered her mouth with his fan. Pushing her away, he stood up and coldly said, "Hun princess, you have many strong warriors. There's no need to tease this humble one like this." The Hun princess just snorted coldly. With an air of nonchalance, she replied, "We of the grasslands don't fuss over small details. As long as it's the right person, it's fine. Though I have many men, I've never forced anyone." Bai Tu Ran coldly responded, "Perhaps it's because I've seen what true love for one person really looks like." He recalled the moment when Xian Tian Doa very seriously told him that she had long ago decided to spend her life with Xiao He. She was determined to marry him. Bai Tu Ran gently fanned himself. His gaze turned to the clear sky. He whispered, "Du has reached its end. Then I will take back everything that I want to be mine." On the side of Du. After the court session, Xian Tianduo hurriedly ran after Xian Hao. "Little He, wait for me, don't walk so fast. Do you really want to go to the front line?" As she was about to touch Xian Hao, he suddenly embraced her, pulling her close to him. He pushed her against the wall. "Avoiding me for so long, you finally dare to come close." Xian Tianduo hesitated, but then she softly told him to stop changing the subject. Why must you go to the front line? My Turan is so serious. It's very dangerous. Last time you were almost killed. Xian Hao replied in a deep voice. Because I have to be the emperor. Xian Tianduo hesitated again. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Anyway, you're not me, but I still consider you as me. She grabbed Xian Hao's hand. Can we go back to Xian Ra? Xian Hao immediately hugged her tightly. He kissed her lips, stopping all her words. Xian Tianduo let out a soft moan, feeling the passion in his kiss. At this moment, all the memories of the past and the real world, when she was still an innocent girl, suddenly flooded back. The atmosphere now was so strange. The imperial palace wasn't always suffocating. There were sweet moments like this too, with peach blossoms fluttering gently in the wind. The scene around them as they kissed was beautiful and enchanting. The soft light of the peach blossoms falling and sparkling in the wind created a dreamlike atmosphere. The wind moved, the flowers moved, and even their hearts moved with each of their breaths. But suddenly, in the middle of this romantic moment, Xian Tianduo pushed Xian Hao away. Her body trembled with extreme anxiety. I've mentioned the wandering dinosaur many times. Why is it like this? She hugged herself, her eyes blurring as she thought to herself. Her first kiss was just gone like that. Ah, this bastard, why didn't he appear normally? We should have had dinner first, then held hands. Those are the sweet moments in the cinema. Moreover, it's in the imperial inner court. How can we do this in front of the Son of Heaven? Xian Tianduo covered her mouth. She couldn't believe she had been forcibly kissed long ago. At this moment, she immediately turned back, coldly looked at Xian Hao and said, You don't think you can change the subject. No matter what, this is going too far. Suddenly, a eunuch appeared and bowed, saying, Royal decree. His Majesty has an order. Summon Xian Tianduo to meet the emperor. Xian Tianduo now held her head worriedly, thinking to herself, what? Has it finally come to this? Xian Hao stepped forward, took her hand to reassure her. Don't be afraid. We'll go together. Anyway, I've already met your parents. Now it's time to meet him. Everything will be fine. Xian Hao's eyes suddenly showed a hint of killing intent. His voice cold and firm. Don't worry, little duo. I'll take care of everything. If he dares to object, I won't hesitate. Hearing this, Huan Tianduo felt extremely panicked. Cold sweat broke out as she hurriedly said to stop talking. We'll go right away. Stay calm. When the two arrived at the emperor's palace, the eunuch standing at the door clasped his hands and told the prince to stop. The emperor has ordered that only Huan Tianduo may enter to see him. Huan Hao was furious, his blood boiling, his eyes filled with indignation. Indeed, it's still a rebellion in the making. Huan Tianduo quickly embraced Huan Hao to stop him. Stop, I can go in by myself. You wait outside, okay? She took a deep breath and went inside, her heart filled with worry. Isn't this just meeting the parents? My parent isn't some terrifying emperor who can behead people at any moment, is he? But it's okay. I can do this. She encouraged herself, laying to DOA. She laughed bitterly to herself and continued walking in. When she entered the back garden where the emperor was sitting, she bowed her head respectfully and said, This commoner greets your majesty. After completing the greeting, she glanced up. To her surprise, the emperor was still sitting there, his eyes dreamy as if he was sleeping. How can he be sleeping? Huan Tianduo thought to herself. He's sitting so formally like that. He must be very tired. Thinking about it, the emperor has to deal with so many things every day. Every prince has some strange issues. No one can ease his worries. Emperor Hongdan was indeed extremely tired. He had to work before dawn until dusk and even late into the night, approving memorials. Luckily, he hadn't been scolded by officials for stealing chickens. But this job of being an emperor truly has no holidays. Looking at the emperor, Huan Tianduo couldn't help but sigh. This tired old man with deep dark circles under his eyes. Compare him to my grandfather who fishes and drinks tea every day, not working seriously. That's what you call enjoying life. She looked at the emperor once more, silently feeling a bit of sympathy. But then the emperor suddenly sighed, rubbing his forehead, thinking he had just finished drinking a sedative. It was indeed fragrant. He hadn't noticed and had dozed off. It wasn't until he discovered Huan Tianduo standing right next to him that he startled awake. The emperor looked at her with a questioning gaze. Is this Huan Tianduo? He noticed her eyes looking at him strangely, as if with sympathy. Huan Tianduo looked at him with gentle eyes, a soft smile on her lips. This surprised the emperor. The emperor coughed lightly and then ordered, "Someone provide a seat for Huin Tin Doa." Huin Tin Doa bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude to the emperor. This commoner is not tired. Standing for a while is fine. But immediately she looked at the emperor again, her eyes full of respect and concern. "As for your majesty, you have served the country and the people. You've been working tirelessly for years and truly need rest. You've been as busy as a bee. You're the one who really needs to recuperate." The emperor replied softly, his voice warm, but also full of heaviness. "You are truly filial. It's just that with the crisis before us, how can I be at ease?" Qian Duo hesitated, unsure of what to say. At this moment, the emperor suddenly became tense and serious. His deep eyes filled with worry. "If it were just the Huns invading Great Qin, I could still be unafraid. The land our ancestors worked hard to build will not be easily destroyed. But two ran falling into an enemy trap, bones and flesh fighting against my son. Weapons facing each other. This is what troubles me the most. I have 8 sons, but there's only one throne. We can't follow the example of the past. 9 dragons fighting for power, bloodshed in the capital." He pondered for a moment, then ordered, "I have issued an edict for all princes to compete fairly, but they must not harm others' lives. I hope the princes will go out to experience life among the common people. Whether they can become emperor or not, at least they should become talented individuals, capable of striving for the empire. If so, the most talented one will ascend the throne to rule. One becomes king. 7 assists, wouldn't that be perfect? Without wasting a single soldier and still resolving it peacefully. By New Year, they can still dine together. Isn't that wonderful?" But then the emperor suddenly trembled, his heart filled with anxiety. It's just a pity that the ideal is too perfect while reality. He trailed off sadly, not finishing his sentence. Seeing this, Qian Duo immediately stepped closer to comfort his majesty. "Please calm down." The emperor turned to look at Qian Duo. His eyes suddenly lit up as if an idea had occurred to him. "Right, the current situation is much better than the worst-case scenario I had imagined." Qian Duo broke into a cold sweat, realizing the worst-case scenario the emperor had thought of. It was Xian Hao Yang's army rebelling, directly beheading the emperor. She was startled and almost spoke out, but immediately fell silent, not daring to reveal her thoughts. The emperor was as benevolent as ever. He patted Qian Duo's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to you. You're truly capable. I didn't expect you could make my son submit, and even agree to lead troops against the Huns for you." Qian Duo was surprised and confused. She asked, puzzled, "Lead troops against the Huns for me?" The emperor waved his hand and said, "That's right. According to custom, a merchant's daughter, like you, can become the primary wife of a prince, the future empress." Huin Hao didn't care about beheading those who talked too much. At worst, he'd die overthrowing the bloody rituals. But he understood. You care about the lives of innocent people. You hope for a peaceful life. The emperor continued, his eyes showing clear concern. Therefore, Huin Hao and Chu Kandu had an appointment. He would use troops to go on an expedition to help Chu Kandu eliminate the threat of the Huns and bring Tunin back. After achieving great merit, he would follow heaven's will and ascend the throne as emperor. Then he would officially marry you and welcome you into the Eastern Palace. Huin Doa was completely surprised at this moment. "Wait, what do you mean in the palace?" she asked in panic. The emperor immediately asked back, "Don't you know? A moment ago, Huin Hao left the city leading troops on an expedition. I thought you two had said goodbye, so I informed you." Before the emperor could finish speaking, Huin Doa hurriedly ran outside. With red eyes, the emperor called out in panic, "Where are you going, child? They've all left already." Huin Doa cursed angrily in her heart, "That bastard." She ran towards the city wall and stood on it. Looking at the troops below moving towards the border, she shouted loudly, "Xiao He, please come back and take me right now, can you?" Below the wall, Huin Hao turned his head, smiled brightly, and called out loudly, "I know, Xiao Doa. Wait for me to return. I will marry you." Huin Doa stood silently on the city wall, her deep eyes following the silhouette of the mighty army moving farther away. Along with Huin Hao, the troops slowly departed. Dust and smoke rose, obscuring the view, and the figure of Tan Lap, a lovesick man who had left a mark in her heart, faded away. From that moment on, the eldest young lady of the Huin family, with a soul full of longing, could not sleep day or night. Her eyes always looking towards the distance, wholeheartedly hoping to find the person she had lost. It turned out out that the story in her heart was the novel that Huyen Na had written, and she, the writer of those emotional love stories. They sold unimaginably well. The young ladies in the city all competed to love that novel. The book was dubbed the love between the eldest young lady of Huyen family and the eighth prince. It became the most anticipated work in the community. She even opened a small bookstore, just sent goods to Vong Yuan, and couldn't help but laugh to herself. Don't even think about competing with me. The young ladies who were infatuated with Doc Tu Yu's latest novel. I'm crying to death. Now they couldn't be without it in their hands, making her both proud and feeling choked up. At this moment, Huyen Tian Doa with a suitcase in hand stepped out of the city. Amidst the noisy crowd and whispers, in her heart, a vague thought suddenly appeared. Why do I feel like I just heard my name? Maybe I misheard, but it doesn't matter. The path ahead must still be traveled, though distant and long. She cannot delay, for more important things await. Immediately, she handed money to a carriage driver and said, "Hello, please take me to the western region's border." "Thank you." The driver accepted the money, bowed his head, and replied, "Please get in, miss." Once settled in the carriage, the old driver suddenly spoke up, asking, "Miss, the western regions are in chaos. War has broken out. Do you still want to go there?" Xian Chan Duo coldly turned back and said softly, "I'm looking for someone." The old man chuckled and replied, "Oh, is that so?" She didn't answer. In her heart, she thought, "That's right, I'm going to find someone. That person is in the Imperial Palace, and I won't let any trick stop me." She had read countless books, seen all kinds of schemes, and understood in her heart that only she could save herself. She couldn't let anyone deceive her. She looked up at the gloomy sky, let out a scornful laugh, then looked at her system, which displayed the notification. Xian Chan Duo, your husband has questionable morals. Female supporting character value, 58. Level, 33. Wealth, 265,000 taels. Risk level, 6 medium. Survival rate, 60%. The more money spent, the higher the survival rate. She smiled with unwavering determination and thought, now I'll go find Xiaohe. She began to spend money frantically. Every coin spent increased her survival rate. She felt her survival depended on herself and the system. As long as my survival rate is high enough, I won't die. I will survive. She believed Xiaohe would keep her safe, and she didn't need to worry. She continued to think, this time, I'll bring all my wealth with me. Xiaohe, wait for your sister to help you make money. Then Xian Chan Duo coughed a few times, turned to the old driver, and asked, driver brother, is the journey very long? Is there any chance we might encounter bandits? She thought to herself, what if we get robbed by bandits? Wouldn't that count as spending money too? That would be perfect. She couldn't help but smile at the thought of that scenario. It felt like she could take advantage of any situation to increase her spending and survival rate. Hearing this, the old driver laughed and waved his hand, replying, "What are you saying, miss? These are peaceful and prosperous times. Apart from those brutes in the western regions, there are no bandits around. Just relax and rest easy. There will be arranged stops along the way. There's nothing to worry about." However, Xian Chan Duo felt a bit disappointed and said, "Oh, is that so?" Meanwhile, the old driver was breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this is dangerous. Is the young miss personally going on patrol? Luckily, this servant was observant enough to recognize her. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Since working for the young lady until now, he has always felt that he must be especially careful in everything. As the leader of the security team, he cannot let any incidents happen. Haha. It's fine, since the beginning of the business until now, I have appointed a 3-person security team, personally checking every detail. The mountain bandits along the route have all been dealt with neatly. Besides delivering goods, I also transport water and run a snail noodle shop. All the service stations along the route are uniformly managed and charged. The Imperial Court has also helped and supported us, ensuring there are no mistakes for the young lady. With a confident smile, he continued, "Fortunately, throughout the process of effort, I finally found my value. This is the kindness I must repay to the young lady." He teared up, determined to protect the young lady well. Thinking of the young lady, I must act first. Just a glance from the young lady, I must do it right. This is also my biggest test, young lady. This time to the western regions, I will pursue your journey of true love. We will pave the way for you. Absolutely not letting you waste a single penny. Absolutely not letting you suffer any grievance. Xin Xiandoi didn't realize that the horse-drawn carriage she was sitting in was actually her protective vehicle. Behind her, a team of warriors was silently following, protecting her safety at all times. Meanwhile, the crown prince in the camp noticed something unusual when many soldiers suddenly fell ill. He immediately ordered that in the past 2 days, many soldiers have suddenly become unwell. Surveillance must be increased. Anyone showing suspicious signs must be immediately arrested. The soldiers clasped their hands and obeyed the order. At midnight, when darkness enveloped everything, a soldier stealthily approached the well, preparing to pour a vicious poison into the army's water supply. However, he couldn't have known that a sharp eye had been observing his every move. In just a split second, a shining silver arrow flew, piercing through his wrist, causing him to cry out in pain. Before he could react, the entire area was immediately surrounded by Imperial soldiers. Xuanzhan, with a cold gaze, smirked and said, "It was you, wasn't it? This despicable act. Only Qin Yuan could have done such a thing. A former comrade now turning against his own people. Truly despicable," he said sternly, then ordered fireworks to be launched into the sky as a signal. The bursts of fireworks echoed through the sky, signaling that the incident had been discovered. Qin Yuan, the traitor, sneered, "So what if it's been discovered?" He gloated as the fireworks boomed in the sky. Not long after, a soldier rushed to report, "Your Highness, the Xiongnu army has suddenly invaded. They've already reached the city gates. 2/3 of the city's defense forces have been poisoned. Their combat effectiveness has severely declined. We fear we can no longer hold the city gates." Hongfu Huinqian immediately ordered the evacuation of civilians. At the same time, he mobilized all able-bodied men to wear armor and take up arms for battle. "This is a battlefield," he coldly ordered. "We can still fight against them, as long as we all stand united." Tan Yuyan, the traitor, laughed coldly and said, "You think we only poisoned the military camps? The city's wells have also been contaminated. All the citizens have fallen ill. No one can stand. What can you do?" Huin Chen gritted his teeth, his face flushed with anger. "You." Before he could finish his sentence, Tan Yuyan spoke again, triumphantly. "That's right. My family and I have always been loyal to Prince Tunin. I had planned for tonight long ago. Did you think defeating the Huns would settle everything? Don't dream. The one you're facing is Prince Tunin's strategy. We will win, and you will be the losers." However, before he could finish gloating, the sound of horse hooves rang out. Huin Hao rode in on horseback. He quickly slowed down and trampled right over Tan Yuyan, killing him instantly on the spot. Huin Hao calmly looked at him. "I just arrived and seemed to have stepped on something." Huin Qian, holding a spear, mounted his horse and instructed Huin Hao. "Huin Hao, I leave this place in your hands. All officers, hear my command. Follow me to the city gates to defend against the enemy." Huin Qian's soldiers, upon hearing the order, immediately saluted and responded, "Yes, sir." With that, Huin Qian led the charge on horseback, bringing his troops towards the city gates to fight against the Han army. Huin Qian went to battle while Huin Hao stayed to protect the city. Huin Hao's close subordinate, True Lam, approached him and asked, "Master, what should we do?" Huin Hao sat down, picked up the poison pouch, and said, "With Huin Qian watching, we should be able to hold out for a few days. The most important thing now is to detoxify everyone." Huin Hao lifted the pouch of powder, sniffed it, then smiled and said, "So that's it." Huin Hao was familiar with various poisons, so as soon as he smelled it, he knew what kind of poison it was and immediately listed the herbs to counteract it. At this moment, after hearing the list of herbs, a soldier ran up, saluted Huin Hao, and reporting to the 8th prince, "The city doesn't lack the other herbs. Only the herb that needs 5 times the amount has been out of stock for a long time." Huin Hao, upon hearing this, asked, "How many months has it been out of stock?" The subordinate angrily slammed his fist on the ground, saying that 5 times the amount has a detoxifying effect. It's a commonly used medicinal ingredient in major pharmacies. I don't know why we still can't get it in stock. We didn't pay much attention to it before, but now thinking back, how vicious Hao Tu was. Upon hearing this, Xuan Hao became so angry that he crushed the bag of medicinal powder. It's probably not available in nearby towns either. The distant border to the east of the city would take at least 10 days by fast horse. When the officer heard it would take 10 days to obtain that medicine, he fearfully told Xuan Hao, "In the current situation, we can't wait another 10 days. Xuan Hao understood this, so he immediately ordered his trusted subordinate to personally go find the antidote. "Zhao Lin, take your men with you. I'm giving you 5 days spare no expense to get 5 times the amount." Zhao Lin immediately mounted his horse and left, replying, "Yes, sir." After Zhao Lin left, Xuanhao turned to give orders to other officers in the city. All of you, shoot arrows into the sky, pay attention to kill signal flares. After poisoning the city by Shiran, must have sent people to attack. This proves our intelligence is still being leaked. In this desolate desert, using birds is the fastest way to transmit information. Besides him, there must be quite a few spies. Seize this opportunity. First, we must kill all the rats in our camp. Clean them all out one by one. Outside on the battlefield, Xuanzhan was leading a group of cavalry charging forward. One man, one horse, one spear, killing all the vicious Xiongnu soldiers rushing towards them. The soldiers behind were also continuously slaughtering other Xiongnu soldiers to support them not far away. The Xiongnu princess, riding a brown horse, along with Bai Shiran on a white horse beside her, led an army of soldiers behind them. The Xiongnu princess said to Bai Shiran, "It's been 2 incense sticks, and Xinhong still hasn't returned." Bai Shiran replied to her, "I'm afraid he won't be able to return. Xuanzhan will personally come down from the city. This proves reinforcements have arrived in sufficient numbers. I fear it's my 8th brother." After saying this, Bai Shiran smiled. The Xiongnu princess, seeing Bai Shiran's smiling face, asked with interest, "You seem very happy." Bai Shiran replied to the Xiongnu princess, "I'm pleased to meet an opponent I like. Xuanhao is knowledgeable about medicine and well-versed in poisons. I'm afraid he'll know the antidote in the city just by smelling it. With his level of skill, in 5 days, he can obtain all the medicinal ingredients to cure everyone." The Xiongnu princess, hearing this with interest, asked Bai Shiran, "Doesn't that mean we're sure to lose?" Bai Shiran took out his fan and said, "Unfortunately, Hun Qian cannot stay for 5 days. Within 3 days, this city must be broken." Then he signaled for the Hun soldiers to charge towards Hun Qian. Bok Tu-nin is indeed a skilled chess player, good at planning and calculating all the moves. All the plans he had laid out along with Huan Hao's actions on the other side unfolded exactly as he intended. Within his predictions, with such divine foresight can he win this game of chess to become the new emperor. On another side on the trail, True Lamb and his subordinates were galloping away searching for the antidote for the city's water. True Lamb, as the leader, ordered his subordinates, "Faster! Don't be stingy with your internal energy. We must obtain the medicine within the time specified by the master." His subordinates all complied. At that moment, the lead horse stumbled upon a rope stretched across the path, causing both rider and horse to fall. True Lamb immediately pulled his horse's reins, bringing it to a halt, and shouted, "There's an ambush." Just as the group hadn't regained their composure, the white-clad men, Bok Tu-nin's subordinates, rushed out from the bushes aiming towards True Lamb's subordinates to kill. True Lamb's subordinates at the back immediately drew their swords to fight back, telling True Lamb not to turn back. "You two, run quickly." Although True Lamb wanted to stay to fight alongside his brothers, finding the medicine was more urgent, he couldn't stop. So True Lamb continued to pull his horse's reins, spurring it to leave with 2 other subordinates. On the way, True Lamb gritted his teeth in anger and said, "It seems the enemy had set up an ambush early. Everyone regain your composure and charge forward. If we don't succeed, we'll become ghosts." Everyone said yes and departed. At another Buddhist hall, the group of Bok Tu-nin's subordinates were waiting on the roof of the hall, waiting for True Lamb and his subordinates to arrive to prevent them from obtaining the antidote. The leader smiled and said, "They're almost here. For the great cause of Tu-nin, your highness, we must not spare anyone." Another one said, "Let them die in the Buddhist hall. It can be considered a merit." Another subordinate laughed coldly and said, "However, his highness has set up 5 levels of traps on this road. Even if they get past us, they won't be able to pass through the remaining gates of hell." One used his internal energy and immediately heard the sound of approaching horses. He told the others, "I hear the sound of horses. Prepare to strike." The subordinates looked down and saw 3 horses stopping in front of the Buddhist hall. Thinking it was True Lamb and his subordinates who had stopped the targets to be eliminated, they all drew their swords and jumped down, shouting, "Let's send them to the afterlife." The 3 people below also looked up, just as they landed, clearly seeing that the people before them were not True Lamb and his subordinates, but they were wearing poisonous scorpion jackets. They startled and shouted, "No, you're not. Who are you?" The Scorpion King's men looked around at Bok Tu-nin's subordinates. One of the Scorpion King's men stepped forward, patted the shoulder of Bok Tu-nin's subordinate, and said, Now, what you're doing here isn't right. Those gangsters have known about this for a while, haven't they? On the trade route, you can't steal or rob. You can't harass merchants or tourists. You can't cause trouble or disturb the people. The entire trade route of this building is taken care of by our Huyn family courier service. Yet you dare to cause trouble here. Can you withstand the wrath of the Poison Clan? Bok Tu Nin's subordinates, upon hearing the word poison, immediately realized that these people before them were not ordinary. They were all from the infamous Poison School. Their evil reputation was far-reaching. Bok Tu Nin's subordinate fearfully asked the Poison Clan, "What's this criminal group with the famous express delivery called Huyn? What are you two up to?" Bok Tu Nin's subordinates, seeing the Poison Clan group before their eyes, were extremely surprised, thinking to themselves that the 5 checkpoints young Master Bok had set up had all been destroyed. It turned out that Bok Tu Nin had arranged 4 assassin groups on the road from the battlefield to Sa City, aiming to block True Lamb from getting the medicine. But unfortunately for them, that was the trade route that the Poison Insect Group was responsible for. Therefore, it was the Scorpion King's people who had killed all those who intended to assassinate people on this road. They chased them all the way to Sa City. And now, as True Lamb and his subordinates were approaching Sa City, successfully not encountering any more attacks, they were also very puzzled and asked, "Strange, we thought the whole journey would be surrounded. Yet it's been peaceful." Another subordinate, who had already prepared mentally for a fight, seeing no one, nodded and said, "That's right." They continued to ride their horses forward. Sa City is just ahead. We're a day ahead of schedule. Let's enter the city and get the medicine right away. The 3 people, carrying their mission on their backs, wasted no time in heading to Sa City to get the medicine. Inside Sa City, after dismounting, True Lamb startled and asked, "What's burning?" "The medicinal herbs are all burned." The store manager, standing in front of the burned-out shop, said to True Lamb, "Yes, it was just yesterday. The warehouse was fine when suddenly we lost water. Our pharmacy's medicinal herbs all." True Lamb, hearing this, was shocked and immediately asked, "Is there anywhere else to buy 5 flavor seeds?" The store manager said, "I dare not hide from you, sirs. Our pharmacy is the main medicine warehouse for all of Sa City. All the other stores come to us to stock up. Since it's a small city, there aren't many pharmacies." True Lamb's subordinate, upon hearing this, angrily said, "It must have been caused by the Black Hand." They left no way out. Zhao Lin angrily held his head and said, "Time is pressing to get to the next city. It will take several more days. Could it be that we really can't catch up?" The 2 subordinates also hugged each other's shoulders in distress, saying, "If we can't buy all 5 ingredients, how can we face the boss?" Seeing them so dejected, the counter manager asked, "Are you in such a hurry to buy medicinal herbs? Why didn't you say so earlier? You can place an order with me and enjoy next-day delivery service." Zhao Lin was startled and asked, "Next-day delivery? The nearest cities are several days' journey away. Even our horses can't." The 2 subordinates behind were also shocked, their mouths agape. The counter manager smiled, gave a thumbs up, and explained to Zhao Lin, "You're thinking of the old transportation, but things are different now. We've now joined the transportation network of Xianshe." Zhao Lin asked in surprise, "Xianshe's transportation network?" The counter manager continued to promote the reliability of the transportation line. "That's right. Not only do we have security personnel on the ground maintaining order, but we've also opened waterways to speed up transportation. Look, that's the port we just built. This river was also renovated just a while ago." Zhao Lin and his subordinates were so shocked that their eyes were about to pop out. "My God, this is Sand City. This place has been dry for hundreds of years. Where did the river come from?" The pharmacy counter manager happily boasted, "As long as you're willing to try, nothing is impossible. As long as you're willing to spend money, there's no difficulty that can't be overcome." This is also the best philosophy and determination that Xianshe has imparted to us. With this waterway, we'll go straight in. Dao To Suhang, Ping Mi, Sibai, Guabong, up to the Mak Oi Hai River. Many more beneficial projects are being developed. In less than 3 years, becoming the leader in the country is not impossible. Therefore, just a few medicinal herbs from the neighboring city, you can rest assured here, we'll deliver them to you tomorrow. The 3 of them were so shocked, they turned to stone. "Really?" One of Zhao Lin's subordinates asked doubtfully, "Isn't Xianshe the Xian family of the young miss? Something feels off about this. Does our master know about this?" But their master they were waiting for, Xian Hao, was now on the battlefield, wearing battle armor, but his mind was always thinking about love. Not worried about the battle ahead at all, his heart bloomed with joy thinking about Xiao Doa. Wait until I win the battle and become emperor. I will create the best environment for her, so that the whole country will make money for her. Let her waste money on things like bridge repairs, protect public security, improve trade. By then, she'll surely be touched, right? Thinking of this, he broke into a silly smile. Huinhao was still fantasizing about ascending to the throne, and then lavishing money on her to spend, fulfilling her wishes to make her happy. But little did he know that while he was trying to reach his goal, she had already developed those things long ago. The next day, the medicine warehouse was being rebuilt. In front of the warehouse door was a horse-drawn carriage filled with glittering bags of medicine. The subordinate exclaimed in amazement. It really arrived. Moreover, in less than half a day, all 5-flavor medicine. Zhao Lin was also shocked and said with his mouth agape, "Although I find it very unrealistic, there's no time to marvel anymore." Zhao Lin immediately got on the carriage with his subordinates to prepare to transport the medicine. Before leaving, Zhao Lin said to the shop manager, "Thank you very much for this, shop manager. We'll take the medicine back to fulfill our mission first. We'll take the herbs back to fulfill our mission first." Unexpectedly, the shop manager raised his hand and said, "Wait, with so many herbs, could it be that your destination is the border city? Is there an urgent military situation there?" Zhao Lin heard this and thought to himself, this matter cannot be disclosed. Otherwise, the citizens in the city will panic. If they start abandoning the city, in the future, it will be even more difficult for us to allocate resources. Before Zhao Lin could answer, the shop manager said, "It's the Huns causing trouble, isn't it? It seems the front line is about to collapse." Zhao Lin hurriedly explained, "Oh no, shop manager, listen to me. Now the reinforcements from the 8th Prince have arrived. In the future, we will certainly be able to." The shop manager didn't listen and continued, "We've already heard some news early on. Just didn't expect the situation to be so critical. It seems we can only take action ourselves now." As soon as he finished speaking, the citizens in the city, from farmers to other merchants, all held weapons in their hands. Zhao Lin asked in surprise, "Take action. You all." All the citizens in the city said with great spirit, "Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Destroying our shops is like digging up our ancestors' graves. We'll hunt them down to the last one. Not to mention the newly built river. These beautiful days we've just started to have, you stupid Huns. Usually showing off, you think our great Zhou has no one. Even ordinary citizens will get angry. This is called one road of blood kills 5 parts of the body. Destroying our good life, our happy money-making, will show them what karma is." Zhao Lin hurriedly said, calm down, don't come over here." The citizens in the city threw towards them a barrage of food supplies, armor, and weapons, saying, "This is one fan rice from Army Han Company donated to feed the soldiers well. Good or bad, just kill all those bastards. These are treasure swords and battle armor donated by the Blacksmith Guild for over 1,000 years. Guaranteed for life. Soldiers just need to forge them. Our quality is excellent, absolutely safe and reliable. These are the Western cannons and ammunition that the Merchant Guild has donated. There are also 30 more guns. Enough gunpowder to blow their asses off." True Lam and his subordinates were stunned seeing all these supplies. At this moment, Ket Wong's subordinate came and said, "Various supplies like medicine, meat, horses, combat tools. We've loaded hundreds of carts. This express delivery will help you transport to the front lines. By the way, bring back some manji heads. It's been a while since we've had a legitimate killing spree. Daring to make me unable to do business. I think the Huns are tired of living. Supplies and manpower are crossing this river. You can rest assured, there are people behind you." That's right. Let's go. I'll declare war and kill them all." After saying that, the Huin family's transport team immediately prepared. Carts full of food supplies and weapons to transport to the front lines. To True Lamb's amazement, before True Lamb's group understood what was happening, they had already set off. Shocked, speechless. You guys, wait for us." Elsewhere, on Huin Tian Doa's carriage, the coachman said, "Young miss, the port is ahead. Once we board the ship, we'll be very close to where you want to go." She replied, "All right," and thought to herself, "But the road is extremely peaceful. So boring, there's nowhere to spend money. If I can't spend money crazily, how can I help little hack? No, I must find an opportunity to waste money. I have to try to spend all the assets." The ringleader was her. At this moment, still determined to spend money to help her lover at the front lines, she was unaware that Huin Tian Doa was preparing to load goods onto the ship. Another group of people was hiding behind, watching. she said, found it inside the ancient tomb prefecture, entering the main hall, kneeling and paying respects to the emperor sitting on the throne, then reporting, Your Majesty, the prince has set out. He's led troops to the border. Young Miss Huyn Tian-Doa of the Huyn family has also given chase. This is an excellent opportunity for us to close the net. Taking this chance, we can raise troops to attack the imperial city. Your servant has already summoned the troops. We're just waiting for your majesty's order. The emperor said, this matter needs long-term planning. Hearing that the emperor had no intention of sending troops, not wanting to miss this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, he hurriedly urged, but if we don't act this time, we won't be able to achieve greatness anymore. Once the Imperial Amusement Park is built near the underground palace, our soldiers will certainly be exposed, Your Majesty. Could it be that you have no intention of restoration? The emperor, sitting on the throne, hearing the prefect doubting him, immediately asked him, If I had no intention of restoration, why would I need to be down here, causing trouble? It's just that once exposed, there will be no turning back. Therefore, we must ensure there are no loopholes. I will secretly send Bing Yi and trusted confidants to the border to find Xian Duo and the 8th prince, then assassinate them. These two are both extraordinarily intelligent. Although we cooperated happily before, they are still a great threat in our hearts. If we don't capture him first and wait for him to lead the army back from the border, our new dynasty will be just a fleeting dream. The prefect, hearing the emperor's analysis, had a realization and thought to himself. Indeed, the 8th prince has the ability to command troops. He also has raised quite a few soldiers. Xian Duo is even more of a business genius. No matter what she does, she can make money. Even if they don't return to the capital and claim the throne at the border, it would be difficult for us to deal with them. Thinking this, he hurriedly bowed and said to the emperor, So your majesty has had a plan for a long time. This subject dared to question your majesty, a crime worthy of death. The emperor, hearing this, told him, Now that you understand, you may withdraw. The prefect continued to report, This subject has one more presumptuous request. This subject wishes to personally participate in the mission to assassinate Xian Duo. This time, no matter what, this subject must witness the restoration of the dynasty with his own eyes. The emperor, hearing this, replied in approval. Then the prefect, along with Bing Yi and the pink-haired girl, immediately put on cloaks to disguise themselves and went near the Xian family's dock. The ship was about to set sail. The manager saw Xian Duo appear and invited her. Welcome, Miss Xian. Please board the ship. The prefect, seeing Xian Duo, thought to himself, Finally, we've found her. Let's board the ship and assassinate her. At this moment, a group of people spoke up, startling the prefect right in front of them. The prefect, hearing the sound, immediately hid behind a bush with Bing Yi and the pink-haired girl to conceal themselves. Baisu Ran subordinates also appeared, approaching the dock. One subordinate reported to his leader, The target, Xian Duo, has just boarded the ship. This ship is a merchant vessel of the Xian family. We just found out earlier. The people of Sa City are voluntarily providing aid to the border. A large amount of supplies are being transported to the port. Sa City will also use this ship to transfer them to the front lines. Their leader, hearing this, said, Although the Xian family's water transportation is formidable, currently there are only a few ships. Just need to control the ship, then we can control the supplies this time. The young miss of the Xian family is also on board. Killing two birds with one stone. Everyone, sneak onto the ship tonight and wait for the right moment to strike. One of the subordinates, after hearing this, asked about the doubt in his mind. What if the crew resists and fights back? Their leader immediately replied, Then burn everything, both people and ship. He recalled the time before in Baishio Ran study. At that time, he was looking at the war map and instructing two leaders. If possible, bringing Xian Duo back alive would be best. Either through threats or as a hostage, she'll be useful in some way. But if she can love me without hiding the differences between us, or what you might call goodwill. But if not possible, then let Xian Hao taste the bitterness of heartache. Let him go mad with anger. When his army's morale wavers, that's when our Xiongnu forces will press the border city. The leader of the group stopped remembering at this point. He ordered his subordinates to go. Baishio Ran subordinates, upon hearing the signal, immediately jumped into the river swimming towards Xian Duo's ship. Chifu, hiding on one side after hearing the group's plan, of Baishio Ran, smiled and thought to himself, Indeed a master. If left unchecked, there's an 80% chance Xian Duo will die here tonight. By then, the border prince will listen to the enemy's words. With Bai Xiu Ran seizing the opportunity to attack the border, the frontier will fall. The Emperor of Great Qin will surely send troops there. At this time, the capital will be empty. If we start now, our chances of victory are high. By then, we can also level the territory with the Xiongnu. Suddenly at this moment, Bing Yi stood up, drew his sword, pointed towards the ship, and said, "Board the ship." Chi Fu was startled upon hearing this, not understanding why Bing Yi wanted to board the ship. Just then, he heard Yi Wang nearby saying, "All of you be careful. Don't let anything happen." Yi Wang's people, upon hearing the order, all bowed and said, "Yi Wang, rest assured. Those pirate ships are all under the control of the Five Poison sect. We guarantee not even a fly can get in here." Yi Wang, hearing his subordinates, still using the old name, Five Poison sect, scolded them. "What Five Poison sect? We are the Xian family's express delivery. Doing legitimate business, the Five Poison sect is long gone. But if something without eyes dares to harm our young miss, let them know what it means to leave but never return. I'll go attend to the young miss first. Get ready to sail the ship." The subordinates, upon hearing this, happily said yes. The Governor Chi Fu, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. Just relying on those guys in white. It's indeed difficult to succeed in this ghost cave. Bing Di wants to go to ensure the assassination succeeds. All things considered, it's reasonable for an imperial expert like Bing Di to carry out the mission. It makes sense. But this little girl, could she be the Emperor's secret weapon? They even sent her to ambush at the Xian family before. In the current situation, what use could she be? But she looks somewhat familiar. He glanced at the pink-haired girl. Seeing her doing nothing, he stood up and said, "Then let's follow Lord Bing Di's instructions. Let's ambush on the ship first. But this ship is heavily guarded. We need a secret method." Just then, a dress was thrown at him. He was surprised and looked down at himself to find that he was now wearing a very feminine purple dress. It was extremely feminine. The pink-haired girl put a wig on him, combed his hair, and adjusted his outfit. The magistrate was startled and said, "What kind of outfit is this? Are you insulting me? Even my voice has." The pink-haired girl came over and said, "Magistrate, your face is known by everyone in this city. How can you not be exposed if you just change clothes? This is the art of female makeup. Your appearance has changed like a voice changer on a phone. Don't speak loudly and you won't be exposed. Use a veil to cover up and let's go." He was startled and asked, "How do we board?" Bing Di and that girl just need to take off their veils, cheerfully run over and say, "Big sister, we're here. We've come to find you, sister." She'll see them and happily wave hello. "Oh, it's you little disciples Xiao Bing and Lan. And there's a sexy big sister I don't know." The magistrate heard this and angrily thought, Xian duo, just wait for your death." The Xian family's newspaper column. The newsboys said the paper reported that a civilian cargo ship heading to the border battlefield was about to set sail with the Xian family's eldest young lady on board. The actual owner of the cargo ship was Xian duo. Xian duo was now standing at the ship's railing, looking at the river ahead and thinking determinedly, "I must quickly reach the battlefield to find Xiao He. At the same time, spend more money to become someone with high survival points so I can use luck to protect Xiao He." The newsboy continued to introduce the next member on this civilian ship. That person was none other than Yin Wang, the leader of the Qianshan gang and his subordinates. The camera turned to Yin Wang and his subordinates. At this moment, Yin Wang had one hand carrying a blade on his shoulder, and the other hand steering the ship with an imposing manner, thinking that since being recruited by Miss Xian as members of the Xian family's express delivery service, protecting the young lady and handling express deliveries had become their highest mission. Supplies on this ship heading to the battlefield absolutely cannot lose the lens again. Another component is under Bai Su Ran's command. There are still rebel troops remaining. Bai Su Ran's subordinates are standing with folded arms with confident and fierce expressions. Just need to deal with Xian duo. Capture the prince on the border battlefield. Everyone will be wary of burning this entire ship to accomplish the master's great undertaking. Besides that, there's also the current elder statesman of the previous dynasty, disguised as a royal concubine to sneak onto the ship. The lens focuses on the elder statesman in women's clothing at this moment. The elder statesman also has his own thoughts. Just need to kill Xian Duo and the 8th prince. Our hidden forces of the previous dynasty will rise up. We can certainly restore our glory. The current attire is just a temporary strategy. Insulting to literature. Insulting to literature. The messenger introduces other members on the ship. A young genius in mechanical arts, trained by Xian Duo, an emperor of the previous dynasty. In fact, it turns out the pink-haired girl from the ancient tomb is actually the emperor, always hiding behind the throne. The girl placed an emperor puppet in front as a decoy, while she sat behind using a voice changer to issue commands. The scene looks familiar. Isn't this the typical scene used by the famous Detective Conan to solve cases the previous dynasty emperor thought to herself? My identity is an absolute secret. Indeed, killing Xian Duo could solve the problem, but I still feel uneasy, because compared to being an emperor, I prefer working on mechanisms in the cave. Let's observe for now. And the last person the messenger introduces. From childhood, trained by the previous dynasty emperor to be an assassin. Bing Yi is a soldier who follows all orders from the previous dynasty emperor unconditionally, but his mind is now problematic. The lens focuses on Bing Yi. His photogenic face is that of a cold, handsome man exuding an aura that keeps people at a distance. But hidden behind that icy exterior is an inner soul, like an excited young girl thinking, when will I get to meet Little Black? Only he will obediently whip and beat me. It's been so long since I felt it, I miss it so much. After the introduction, the messenger presents the main content of the ship. Tonight, early tomorrow morning, the ship will reach the border. Tonight, everything will rise up. Arranging the Qin Kuan seal in the evening on the ship. Bai Su ran subordinates. One is pouring oil. One holding a lighter, saying prepare to set the ship on fire. Then we'll take the opportunity to ambush. Kill Xian Duo. She's in the VIP lounge upstairs. The two pouring oil say, summon death. At this moment, Yi Wang leads his subordinates to approach. Coldly spoke up. I could smell kerosene from afar. So there are mice on the boat trying to steal chickens and dogs. With just a few of you want to burn the boat right in front of our poison suppression fleet. One of Bai Su ran subordinates holding a lighter laughed and replied, of course, we alone wouldn't be enough. But have you ever heard of how to lure a snake out of its hole? They have someone carrying a sword on top of the boat. Using Qinggong to move towards Xian Duo's room. You create a disturbance to lure away the expert guards on the boat. In Xian Duo's room, there are only a few women. As the strongest by Zihao Xian undermaster by Su Ran's command, I can certainly take down Xian Duo in an instant. Just as he was drawing his sword, preparing to kill Xian Duo, Bing Yi grabbed a knife to block him. He asked in surprise, you're the maid who followed the two women onto the boat earlier. Bing Yi heard this and angrily said, although I don't understand Liang Pao's intentions, you can't harm my mother. Otherwise, little He won't like me anymore. He won't whip me. Of course, most importantly, I love my mother too. The Bai Zihao Xian heard this and angrily cursed, damn it, what the hell are you talking about? Seeing the Poison King guarding below, he immediately used a secret technique. The opponent had many people and couldn't fight for long. He spread poisonous sand over a wide area. The white sand is highly toxic. Just contact with the human body can make a person lose all their martial arts power. Unable to move. The wind is good, you'll all die, he said as he threw a handful of white sand down. Bing Yi, who was rushing forward, also stopped. I can't move anymore. The man took the opportunity to step on Bing Yi and shouted, die. Bing Yi immediately fell into the river. He began to feel something strange. It hurts, my head hurts so much. This scene feels very familiar. Meanwhile, on the boat above, the Poison King and his subordinates also couldn't move. Bai Su Ran's subordinates laughed and said, isn't this all settled now? As expected of the leader with the master's bone-softening sand. Winning this boat was indeed easy. We can't delay. Quickly capture Xian Duo. After saying this, they all jumped towards Xian Duo's room. The Poison King below gritted his teeth in anger. What to do now? I can't move. I can't even speak. Miss, quickly run away. Rewinding time by one incense stick in the guest room, the little emperor and Ji Fu were disguised as women. They ran into Xian Duo's room. Xian Duo saw them and happily said, disciple, why have you come here too? And greetings, imperial sister. I am Xian Duo. Please guide me more. Quickly sit down, let's drink tea and chat. The little emperor asked if sister wants to go to the border. I heard it's very dangerous there now. Moreover, do you know that forces everywhere are looking for you now? It's best if you The prefect on the side angrily thought to himself, what on earth is this girl talking about? Why is she reminding Xianshan Duo? We should find an opportunity to deal with her. I think now is a very good time. Facing a close person without guard, we can strike with one blow. Destroy the path to restore the previous dynasty. He held a knife behind his back, ready to strike at Xianshan Duo at any moment. Xianshan Duo smiled and said, it's precisely because I know the road ahead is dangerous that I intentionally came here. The prefect was startled and asked what she meant. Xianshan Duo continued, this ship is about to enter the battlefield. It's rare to gather so many people. This is also the opportunity I've been looking for. The prefect fearfully stepped back and asked, could it be that you? The little emperor also asked, and Xianshan Duo smiled and replied, that's right, everything is under my control. This is a playground that belongs to me. Down below, Yi Wang and his subordinates couldn't move. They were so worried that they trembled, looking at Bai Su Ran's subordinates rushing towards the guest room. Meanwhile, below the ice, the river was also sinking. The leader of the subordinates, Bai Su Ran, grabbed a knife and charged towards Xianshan Duo's room, gleefully thinking to himself, we're about to succeed. At this moment, Xianshan Duo suddenly opened the window, causing the two who were about to charge in to be flattened against the ship's wall by the door and then slide down. Xianshan Duo felt something strange on her hand and was confused, thinking she might have hit something just now. The two subordinates who were hit by the door and sliding down waved to signal the others to hide first. Could it be that Xianshan Duo has discovered us? But she doesn't know martial arts. Could there be a master hiding in the room? Indeed, there were two masters in the room. It was the prefect disguised as the imperial sister and the little emperor. Xianshan Duo happily said to the two in the room, after opening the window and breathing some fresh air, I feel much better. Oh, everyone's here. The prefect looked down from the window in panic, thinking to himself that they were surrounded outside. Xianshan Duo's speed was too fast. She indeed had a plan from the beginning. Have we fallen into her trap? Bai Su Ran's subordinates were also dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, indeed, Xianshan Duo had discovered us long ago. As the woman of the 8th prince, she's indeed not simple. Xianshan Duo looked down at Yi Wang and said, if everyone is here, then let's begin. The moon is beautiful right now. The scenery is also beautiful. It's suitable for discussing important matters. Everyone, Bai Turan's subordinates, were hiding around Xianshan Duo's room. Hearing this, they became frightened and thought to themselves, what is Xianshan Duo going to say? Is she stalling for time or being confident? But no matter what she wants to say, today she must die, as Bai Ziran has long been indifferent to life and death. Behind them, the prefect was also drawing his knife, looking at Xianshan Duo with malicious thoughts. Xianshan Duo, you underestimate this old man's determination to restore the previous dynasty. Even if you threaten me in every way, I have already prepared to go down fighting. Meanwhile, below the boat, the Yi Wang's people were gaping and thinking to themselves, young miss, could it be that you had foreseen everything so early? The enemy is fierce and strong. How do you plan to break the situation? At this moment, Xianshan Duo spoke up with joy. Everyone, the Xian family gives you this. All the gold contracts, land deeds, shop deeds, and stocks. The total asset value is hundreds of millions. Xianshan Duo is willing to share and enjoy it with you all. As she spoke, she threw gold, silver, and banknotes everywhere. The prefect standing behind fearfully asked what she was saying. Xianshan Duo replied, everything Chanduo says is sincere, not deceitful. From childhood, I've never worried about food and clothing. Never been hungry, never suffered. But I know very well that in this world, it's impossible for everyone to be happy. Fate doesn't give everyone the same starting point. Some people have to struggle just to survive. Wandering homeless, families in decline, loved ones dying young, enduring all kinds of humiliation, struggling to survive. Just to earn food, to find grass on the road. They only want those they care about to live a little better. Dreams, goals, and direction are luxuries that many people pray for but can't obtain, because they've already given their all just to live. So they can only entrust everything to others, striving for the dreams and goals of others. It seems this is the only living faith of their own, just because they fear the future. They don't believe they can have happiness too. They lack courage. They don't dare to pursue. Moreover, all reasons are due to lack of money. The words that Xian Chanduo just spoke touched the hearts of everyone present, making them all startled. Xian Chanduo continued her speech. Without money, one can't even discuss the future. No walls to protect against risks. No foundation. How many people rush about trying to survive, forced to bury the eagerness in their hearts? And I must be here to distribute Xian's money to you all, to help everyone realize their inner ideals, to help everyone achieve all their goals. Even if it seems absurd, but it's not in vain that we've made this journey in life. The leader of Baishunyan subordinates was startled, thinking that the bewitching words of the demon Xianchan duo would only take a few sentences to shake our manly resolve. How back, then if Baishunyan hadn't studied us, we would have been dead long ago. Do you think anyone will believe in your demonic kind? Behind the little emperor, Yi walked up and asked, really? Any ideal is fine. Xianchan duo smiled and replied, of course. As long as it's something that doesn't harm others' interests, then it's allowed. I'll fulfill your dream. This is called a creative partnership investment project. Come on, tell me your ideal and goal. After evaluation, you can directly take your startup fund. Xianchan duo patted the little emperor's shoulder. The little emperor pondered, then said, a mechanical city. I want to build a mechanical city. This city will have an area equivalent to the capital, and all structures, plants inside will be mechanically produced, featuring architecture in both ancient and modern styles. Ancient history with a 1:1 scale. Building museums with streets and farmlands, all residents living according to ancient customs. People here live as if in a fairyland. Outsiders who come to visit can directly understand ancient history, objectively view the rise and fall of dynasties. In the city, there will be accommodations, meals, and tours provided. When leaving, there will be souvenirs. Most importantly, my mechanical technology will be here, building extensive Sudoku classrooms, recruiting talents to discuss and research. My nearest goal is to calculate the number P. The remaining details I've written into a plan. Financial needs and return on investment are all calculated in detail. Please, sister, take a look. Chifu, along with Baishunyan subordinates and Ye's people, were all stunned after hearing this. Chifu looked at the little emperor and thought, this surely isn't an idea that came overnight. How long has she been researching this? If she's always been by the emperor's side, isn't this the emperor's intention? If we can really build an ancient city into used territory, with all the ancient people living according to ancient customs, the city itself can generate profit. No need for bloodshed. Baishunyan subordinates, upon hearing this, smiled and thought, but this the Du emperor certainly can't approve. How could Xianchan duo invest in such a bizarre project? Unexpectedly, Xianchan duo smiled and said, I, Xianchan duo, will invest in this project. Here's the 7 million taels of silver you need. This is just the initial fee. After saying that, she handed over a pile of bank notes along with gold and silver to the little emperor. The little emperor was overjoyed upon receiving the money. The prefect and Baisu Rant's men were shocked and stood there dumbfounded. Xian duo continued holding the bank notes, telling them to build the ancient city together with Di Shuri. It would become a partnership project with Di Shuri, sharing the entrance fee revenue with Di Shuri. Next, who else wants to talk about their dream? At the back, the prefect was scared stiff. The little emperor held the money, so heavy that it fell to the floor of the boat. Qian duo on the deck continued speaking to the others who were still on the boat. Boldly speak out your dreams. I will invest to help you. Everyone on the boat, from Yi Wang and his subordinates, the prefect to Baisu Rant's men, were all startled upon hearing this. The leader of Baisu Rant's men frowned, thinking to himself, is she for real? That girl just now must have been a decoy. This is Qian duo's last-ditch scheme before death. We've followed His Highness Su Ran for years. How could we fall for such a shallow trick? Suddenly, one of Baisu Rant's men raised his hand and asked Qian duo, can we really wish for anything? The other subordinates, hearing him ask, were startled and thought, Zhu Jing Tian Yuan, hiding by the window, whispered, asking what Zhu Jing wanted to do. Zhu Jing signaled to them, meaning, Tian Yuan brother, don't worry. I'll probe first to expose this woman's scheme. So Zhu Jing was stepping forward, hoping to expose her deceit. Qian duo, hearing Zhu Jing's question, smiled and replied to him, of course, anything is possible. young man. Being on this boat today is already a stroke of luck. Go ahead and speak boldly. Zhu Jing smiled slyly and said to Xian Qianduo, my dream is very simple. It's this boat. Xian Qianduo, confused, asked again, this boat. Zhu Jing continued, that's right, including this route. Give it all to me. Yi Wang and his subordinates, hearing Zhu Jing's request, all boiled with anger, cursing, damn it, this is the route we spent so much effort to build. You just say one sentence and want to take it away. Who are you? Xian Qianduo, hearing Zhu Jing's request, immediately asked him, so, after that. He was confused and said, what do you mean after that? Xian Qianduo continued to ask Zhu Jing, after getting the ship and the route, what do you want to do? Zhu Jing continued to make up a story for her. Of course, to continue the journey, transport goods, and make money. Yi Wang, hearing the request, scolded Zhu Jing. You think you alone can do it? Do you even know how to steer a ship? Go jump in the water and meet the sharks. Zhu Jing, being criticized for not knowing how to steer a ship, got angry and turned to Yi Wang, cursing back. Who doesn't know how to sail at sea? My hometown is on the coast. That's the real sea. You inland country bumpkins, you arrogantly sail your boats on this tiny river. What for? Huan Tiandoa listened to Jiak Tin and then asked, in that case, is your conquest journey about sailing across the sea? In the past, there was Zheng He's voyages. Now there's Though and Ha Te Jung. America hasn't been discovered yet. Magellan hasn't accomplished the great feat of global circumnavigation. And you, young strong sailor, don't tell me you just want to own a small boat like this and see the same scenery all your life. Jiak Tin was startled and asked, What do you mean? Huan Tian Doa passionately spoke to Jiak Tin about a grand dream. Aren't you curious about what's on the other side of the sea? Don't you want to know if you follow one direction and sail that way? Where will you end up? What's the scenery like on the other side of the sea? In this infinite space of the world, don't you want to take your boat out to sea, follow the ocean route in search of freedom? The young man listened with eyes as if seeing the sea ahead and asked the sea. That vast sea is freedom, he thought to himself. That's right. Why did I forget? I grew up by the seaside since childhood. A small, worn-out boat was the hope for our family's daily survival. Back then, my parents were still alive. I was still a child with a family. And on that boat, Jiak Tin's mother hugged him, looking at the vast sea, saying, Son, look and see what's on the other side of the sea. Jiak Tin, stirred by Huan Tian Doa's question, recalled his childhood dream. His heart swelled with emotion. Touched, he clutched his heart and said, I want to go and see the ends of the sea, the ends of the world. Actually, I've always wanted to. Hearing this, Huan Tian Doa solemnly presented a thick stack of banknotes. Every dream deserves to be pursued. Here are 100,000 taels in banknotes, enough for you to form a fleet. You must prepare thoroughly before embarking on your journey. If you encounter dangers or difficult obstacles along the way, I suggest you give up. Jiak Tin trembled for a moment, then with eyes burning with determination, said, I absolutely will not give up. No matter what difficulties I face, they cannot stop my heart's desire for freedom. Saying this, he solemnly knelt down to accept the banknotes from Miss Huan. This life-changing favor I will never forget. I will journey to the coast, prepare thoroughly before setting out. Please come there. I will be loyal to you, Mississippi. I will spread the friendship of Miss Huan and Huan to every corner of the world. I will help all those who are lost on the path of pursuing their dreams. Then Jiak Tin stood up, walked out, and said, Everyone, Jiak Tin is leaving now. Jiak Tin then jumped off the side of the boat. Using his lightness skill, he ran away. Tin Nguyen was so shocked after seeing it that his mouth gaped open. A subordinate beside him said, Big brother Tin Nguyen, it seems Jiak Tin has really run away. Tin Nguyen exclaimed after seeing it, Oh my God. He turned to look at someone and asked, Tu Muk, what do you want to do now? Tu Muk gestured and whispered, Don't worry, big brother Tin Nguyen. I'm not like Jiak Tin. Let me probe her first. Tin Nguyen was so angry he could burst into flames. He scolded, Wipe your drool first and get out of my sight. Then he and the two remaining subordinates rushed to Huan Doa's place and said, Huan Doa, no matter how sweet your words are, meeting me is your. The others saw this and fearfully thought to themselves, It's over. Who would have thought Tien Nguyen would make a heart shape and tell her she's stuck to cotton? Chi Fu and Yet Wang's group saw this and fell silent. They thought something big was about to happen. A subordinate saw this and said, So he called me over earlier just because he wanted me to go first. What a coward. No wonder he could become Tien Nguyen. Tien Nguyen scolded, Tu Muk, what nonsense are you talking about? This is about who can run faster. I just have feelings in my heart. I'm conquered by the demeanor of the Huan family's young miss. Before, I was also sincerely devoted to our Lord, willing to follow him, because he's smart and has saved us before. But he has never cared about our inner thoughts, never paid attention to our dreams. It's hard to blame someone so high above for not understanding the sufferings and aspirations of small characters. But the young miss is different. Her vision and heart are unparalleled from ancient times to now. I've been wholeheartedly practicing martial arts. Never had any thoughts about myself. Never thought about what the future would be like. I originally thought I would just die young in a battle. The young miss has awakened me. Tien Nguyen shed tears of happiness and bowed to Huyen Tien Doa. I'm willing to follow the young miss until I find my own future. Moreover, if anyone else wants to confront the young miss, Tien Nguyen will absolutely show no mercy. The remaining subordinates looked at each other and said, we just want to say we feel the same. After saying this, they all knelt down and bowed in unison. Huyen Tien Doa saw this, and although confused, still smiled. Although I don't know why everyone is so excited, I can continue to spend more money now. Very good. Yet Wang and his subordinates saw this scene and cursed, damn it, these white-robed ones are so treacherous. Didn't expect them to betray us, directly stealing the young miss's favor from us. Meanwhile, at the border, Huyen Qian and his soldiers were still fiercely fighting the rebels at the frontier. The Xiongnu army was powerful. Huyen Qian raised his voice to boost the morale of his soldiers. The enemy had been attacking continuously for hours. If we can hold out for a while longer, we can win. Fight to the death. We cannot retreat. Huyen Qian's soldiers, upon hearing their general's encouragement, felt their spirits soar as if their health had increased by 100%, and they shouted, "We cannot retreat. Charge!" After saying this, Huyen Qian grabbed his spear and killed a series of Xiongnu soldiers who were rushing towards them. On the other side, Bak Tu-nin was still sitting on his horse looking towards the battlefield. The Xiongnu princess and her soldiers had left at some point. Seeing the morale of Huyen Qian's army rising, Bak Tu-nin immediately changed tactics and ordered his subordinates, execute the 7 stars killing formation. Deploy it now. Bak Tu-nin's officers immediately followed the order and changed their attack strategy. All the soldiers surrounded Huyen Qian in the center, forming a formation, and charged. Huyen Qian saw the enemy changing formation and was startled, asking, "What's going on?" The attack formation of the Xiongnu soldiers suddenly has a pattern targeting me. Huyen Qian frowned and thought to himself, so from the beginning, they had kept an elite unit in reserve. They're deploying it now, when we're at our most exhausted. They want to use the power of the formation to kill me, the commander. Huyen Qian immediately jumped up using his spear to knock away 3 charging Xiongnu soldiers, opening a bloody path forward, telling his officers under him, "Officers, follow me to kill the enemy. Break their formation. There's a weakness in the southwest corner. Break through the encirclement from there." Bak Tu-nin on one side saw Huyen Qian rushing to the southwest corner and smiled smugly, saying, "On the battlefield, truth and falsehood are intertwined. Huyen Qian, although you're brave, you don't know how to adapt. Seeing a weakness, of course you'll use all your strength to break through, but you don't know that's the real killing move of this formation." When Huyen Qian reached there, he saw the Xiongnu princess in front along with her troops. Huyen Qian was startled and asked, "It's you?" The Xiongnu princess smiled and said yes. Lord Bak said if we just waited here, there would be a gift presented to us, showing his sincerity towards the Xiongnu nation. It seems you are the big gift he's giving to me. Huyen Qian's subordinate immediately ran up and said, "It's the Xiongnu princess, Ho Dain Lam Deep. Great prince, we've fallen into their trap." All the soldiers were worried, but Huyen Qian, who had been through life and death many times, remained very calm. Moreover, he was excited, grabbing his spear and laughing, saying, "If we can deal with this Xiongnu princess, wouldn't this battle end sooner? We should be grateful that Fourth Brother has arranged to bring the enemy leader right to me." The Han princess smiled and said to Huyen Qian, "It seems you've calculated even me. You truly are an ungrateful person, but my royal guards are not to be trifled with either." As soon as she finished speaking, the Han princess's royal guards immediately charged forward. Huyen Qian also led his troops to attack. Both sides began a life-and-death battle. Meanwhile, on the border wall, a subordinate ran to Huyen Hao and said, "Master, The Crown Prince has fallen into the 7 stars formation. Our soldiers are struggling to hold on. I'm afraid they can't persist much longer. Upon hearing this, Huan Hao told his subordinate, "Now is the most crucial moment. You immediately lead our 5,000 elite troops to provide support. Use all your strength to break the formation. You know what to do, right?" His subordinate replied, "Yes." The man accepted the order and left. Huan Hao went down beneath the wall. One of his subordinates followed, puzzled, and asked, "Master, at such a critical moment, why aren't you personally overseeing? Could there be trouble here?" Huan Hao replied to that soldier, "Bok Tunin's specialty is setting up chain strategies. First is poisoning wells, second is causing spy chaos. But these tactics are too obvious. They're easy to detect. Either he deliberately let us discover them to cover up his more secretive plans." As he spoke, he lifted a pile of straw. Sure enough, there was another secret hidden underneath. Below the straw was a cache full of explosives. Huan Hao's subordinate, seeing the amount of explosives, exclaimed in shock, "These are explosives, could it be?" Huan Hao, having seen through Bok Tunin's move, said to his subordinate, "The city wall looks solid and not easy to break. But if every critical point of the structure is blown up, the consequences are unimaginable. Quickly order people to search for explosives." His subordinate immediately gave the order. Huan Hao thought to himself, "Bok Tunin used this tactic to delay time, preventing me from personally going to the battlefield to oversee. Could he have another backup plan?" This was a battle of wits between the two, Huan Hao and Bok Tunin. He also knew much about Bok Tunin. He knew his opponent certainly wouldn't be easy to defeat with just these tactics. At this moment, sure enough, one of his subordinates ran in to report, "Master, it's not good. The Skull Legion at the front has changed." He asked in shock what? His subordinate reported, "We led troops to provide support, but unexpectedly, among the frontline soldiers in the formation, there's a rumor saying we deliberately arrived late to wait for the Crown Prince to be falsely accused, to take his military achievements in life, clearing obstacles for you to ascend the throne. These frontline soldiers are all loyal to the Crown Prince. Now that the Crown Prince has fallen into enemy territory, they refuse to follow our commands. What should we do? If this continues, I'm afraid there won't be any chance of survival." Huan Hao listened and then went outside the city wall. Looking down, he saw one of Huan Qian's subordinates causing trouble to divide the army's loyalty, then frowned and thought to himself, "So that's how it is. One arrow hitting 3 targets. Very good." Bok Tunin sighed on the other side, saying, "At a time like this, my dear brothers still want to fight for the throne, not even sparing their own blood brothers, not even considering the safety of the soldiers. I really don't think you deserve it. Someone within the army is inciting the soldiers so clearly." "Brothers, don't fall for the trap," another subordinate said. "You say you're here to reinforce. Why haven't you joined the battlefield yet? Everyone says the 4th prince is formidable. Why isn't he personally leading the battle? Now the Crown Prince is under enemy attack. You're not going to rescue him, but telling us to break through the siege in the opposite direction. What's there to be at ease about?" Right. At this moment, Huan Hao jumped down and killed the man who just spoke. The other soldiers were startled and said, "You dare. You dare." Huan Hao exuded a murderous aura and said, "The 7 stars absolute killing formation is a secret battle formation of the royal family. The 7-star positions all have variations. The only way to break the formation is to attack from the north. I'm here on the Emperor's orders to reinforce the border. My royal brother also trusted me, so he entrusted me with arranging the defenses inside the city. Now the plot within the city has been foiled. The way to break the formation is known. You disobey orders and cause a commotion in front of everyone, stirring up trouble. You must die." Bok Tunin watched the scene indifferently. Huan Hao gave the order, "All soldiers, listen to my command. Follow my instructions. Rescue Huan Qian and capture the enemy alive. Restore peace and prosperity to the Great Zhou." After saying this, all the soldiers charged forward in unison. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion. Then one person shouted, "Great Zhou must be victorious." After hearing this, the soldiers all raised their swords and charged forward, shouting, "Great Zhou must be victorious. Kill, kill, kill." Bok Tunin, riding his horse behind them, saw the morale rising and smiled, saying, "As expected of my obedient eighth brother. I didn't expect him to boost everyone's spirits in such a simple way." The soldiers charged forward to attack the Xiongnu army. Huan Hao used his lightness skill to fly over and landed in front of Bak Tunin, pointing his sword at him. "Now you can't escape, can you, brother?" Fourth brother Bak Tunin smiled and asked, "Why should I run? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I've been feigning illness for so many years. Who could I share my grand ambitions with?" After saying this, Bak Tunin took off his outer robe, revealing the battle armor underneath. He jumped down from his horse and flew towards Huan Hao to attack. "Then let's use you and Huan Qian's men to declare to the world. He is the true powerhouse." Xuan Hao immediately blocked Bai Shiran's sword strike. Bai Shiran laughed coldly and said, "That's right, eighth brother. Although you've brought 5,000 reinforcements, my forces are still greater in number." At this moment, the Hun King arrived with his troops. The soldiers shouted, "It's the Hun King. The Hun King has led 8,000 wolf cavalry here." Xuan Hao counterattacked. Bai Shiran laughed and said, "Betting all your assets at once. The Hun King is truly foolish. After this battle ends, there will be no more enemies at the border." Bai Shiran smiled and asked upon hearing this, "The remaining soldiers poisoned in the city probably don't even number a few thousand, right? Eighth brother, with such few people, you can't rely on a miracle to resolve this. How will you deal with it?" Bai Shiran thought Xuan Hao's people wouldn't be able to bring medicine. But just then, Zhao Lin and his subordinates arrived on horseback distributing medicine to the soldiers and reported, "Our master has arrived. The antidote has been made and distributed to the officers and soldiers. Everyone can now join the battle. We've also brought many more supplies. The soldiers' equipment has been greatly upgraded. Moreover, there's also..." Before Zhao Lin could finish, the people of Sa City rushed in with sickles and knives. "We're here too. We're the self-organized militia from the neighboring town. We've received the Xian family's kindness, and we can no longer endure the days of oppression by the Huns, hiding here and there. Those Hun people, if they mess with us, they're as good as dead. Other militias are coming here by water. Brothers, let's get through this battle. Afterward, we'll follow Xian and do business. We'll eat well and dress well without worry. Charge!" After saying this, the people immediately charged forward, attacking the Hun soldiers. Xuan Hao, confused, asked Bai Water, "Follow the Xian family to do business." Bai Shiran frowned and said, "The Xian family, Xian Chanduo, is the biggest variable in this battle. I didn't expect it to be her." Hearing this, Xuan Hao pointed at Bai Shiran and mocked. "Didn't expect it, huh? Dare to touch me. My wife won't let you off the hook." Bai Shiran laughed coldly, exuding killing intent, and said, "But fortunately, I've arranged death soldiers early on. Calculating the time, it should be almost done." Xuan Hao, gathering his internal energy, asked him back, "What are you saying? Trying to deceive me? Chanduo is in the palace. With just your methods, you couldn't possibly." Bai Shiran laughed coldly without responding. Xuan Hao, worried, turned to ask his subordinate, "Could it be? Where is Xiaoduo now?" His subordinate, while attacking the Hun army, replied, "Master, we just received a letter delivered by pigeon. The young miss has indeed left the palace." Xuan Hao, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and cursed. Useless old emperor. He couldn't even stop her from leaving the palace when she wanted to. "When we return, we must kick him off the throne. Damn it." Bai Shiran concentrated his energy into his sword and shouted, "You've only been gone for a short while, and she's already followed you all the way to the border. It's quite touching indeed, but on the contrary, it makes our work more convenient." Just then, the chessboard hanging at his waist lit up. He picked it up, saw the pieces moving, and said, "The meteorite chessboard is sending a signal. The celestial convergence. The plan has succeeded. Xin Qianduo has fallen into my hands, eighth brother. In the end, you still miscalculated by one step." After saying this, he pointed his sword at Xian Hao. Xian Hao heard this and muttered in shock, "Impossible, Xiao Duo." Xian Hao quickly dodged a sword strike from Bai Shiran. He gritted his teeth and pointed his sword at him. Bai Shiran said, "As long as I destroy the chessboard, the one on Bai Zi's side will also be destroyed. This is also the signal we agreed upon beforehand. The chessboard breaks, Qian Duo dies." Xian Hao angrily asked, "You dare to harm her?" Bai Shiran coldly said, "Surrender, Xian Hao." You were originally a heartless and ungrateful person. Of course, you wouldn't have any weaknesses. So if I wanted to overthrow you, it would take a lot of effort. But now, you have exposed your weakness because of a woman. It really makes people feel pity for you. Xianhao heard this and dropped his sword, saying, I've lost. Bai Shiran heard this and smiled. Xianhao laughed coldly and said, You thought I would say that. There's still one way to save Xiao Duo. That is to kill you right here. As he finished speaking, Xianhao used his inner force to activate the formation on his body. Bai Shiran was startled and asked, the life-stealing Nine Heavens formation. You're using this formation to activate your inner power. Do you want to perish together with me? This formation is very cruel. It harms the enemy as well as oneself. Even if you kill me, you will die too. Xianhao angrily cursed. Without Xiao Duo, what meaning is there to live? Without Xiao Duo, I'll have to return to that cold, heartless world. So I must kill you for her to continue living. Just thinking that she still exists in this world, I already feel very happy. Let's die together, Bai Shiran. Just as Xianhao rushed towards Bai Shiran, intending to perish together, he heard Xianduo calling him. Xiaohei, don't just stand there, it's me. I'll come to find you. Xiaohei. Xianduo stood on the city wall, waving and calling him. He exclaimed in surprise, Xiaoduo. Seeing Xianduo on the city wall, Xianhao said joyfully, Xiaoduo, you're all right. Bai Shiran, seeing Xianduo appear here without any injuries, said in shock, impossible. The celestial convergence should have. The meteorite chessboard is the treasure that I personally entrusted to the White Ones. They couldn't possibly send a wrong signal. Hearing this, Xianduo was confused and raised the chessboard in her hand to ask, the meteorite chessboard, is this what you're talking about earlier? The little brothers in white clothes gave it to me. Their wishes were all very special. After that, they even said I should thank them for giving me this chessboard. They said I could treat it as a toy too. I accidentally touched it just now. Bai Tu Ran was shocked to hear this and couldn't believe what he was hearing. He broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, the meteorite chessboard has been given to Xianduo by the White Ones. He couldn't believe it and asked, how is this possible? They're all death soldiers that I've secretly trained for over 15 years. How could they betray me? Xianhao sensed a flaw. He took the opportunity to attack Bai Tu Ran with his sword, but he was startled when he struck at empty air. What? The vanishing body technique. Even this he knows. As soon as he met Little Duo, he had already switched between real and fake. Could it be that at this moment, Bai Tu Ran is using his inner force to fly to Xianduo's face and say, Xianduo, it's indeed you who time and again exceed my expectations. If in this world there's a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with me, it could only be you. Now become the pawn to control Xianhao. Control the you for me. He smiled, thinking to himself, calculated 1,000 times, schemed 10,000 times, maneuvered left and right, retreated 100 steps. After 100 steps, with all my heart and effort, there will be results in this game. He smiled and said, I win. Seeing Bai Tu ran about to touch Xianduo, both Xianhao and Yi Wang's group were worried. At this moment, a sword strike attacked Bai Tu ran along with someone shouting, Traitor deserves death. It turns out Bing Yi appeared to protect Xianduo. Xianduo was still unaware of the danger unfolding. Seeing Bing Yi, she happily asked, Is this my obedient eldest son? Bai Tu Ran couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Impossible. In the world, besides Xianhao, I never expected there would be someone who could block this sword strike of mine. Where did this master come from? Why does all fate stand on Xianhao's side? Based on what? At this moment, Xianhao charged with his sword and stabbed Bai Tu Ran in the chest, causing him to be stunned and fall off the city wall. At this time, a beam of light appeared. Xianhao embraced Xianduo and shouted, Be careful. The soldiers covered their eyes from the light. After letting go, they saw the Xiongnu army kneeling down and were startled, asking, why are all the Xiongnu soldiers lying down? The Xiongnu king cursed Bai Tu Ran. I never expected you to dare harm us. Run! The soldiers of the Yu are coming. Don't let them escape. Xianhao stood on the city wall, looking on and thinking to himself. It seems that Bai Tu Ran had put ancient worms into the bodies of the Xiongnu soldiers, so that he could control the Xiongnu after achieving victory, swallowing both countries in one go. A very cruel plot indeed. But he clearly could have chosen not to detonate the ancient worms at the last minute. If he hadn't done so, our soldiers would have had to continue the fierce battle. I suppose he still has some conscience left. At this moment, Xian Duo approached and hugged Xian Hao from behind. I finally met you. Xian Hao turned around and leaned down to give Xian Duo a kiss. 2 months later in the capital, in the palace, the wedding ceremony of Xian Hao and Xian Duo was taking place. The eunuch read the imperial edict. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees that the first daughter Xian Duo, pure and noble, wise and intelligent, knows how to strategize, humble and cautious, virtuous and fortunate, knows how to look far and wide, knows how to care for the people and all living beings. Xian Hao stood up high and said, "Never in my life have I been so moved. Today, I grant amnesty to all and vow before the entire country to grow old together with you, faithful for life. I know you like to spend lavishly. Look, all the wealth of this country, the vast territory from now on, you can spend as extravagantly as you wish." All the guests at the wedding congratulated them on their happiness. Xian Hao started to act coquettishly with Xian Duo. "So marry me, little Duo, I'm begging you." Seeing this, Xian Duo sighed and thought to herself, "What else can I say? I'm quite helpless too. The money I used to spend extravagantly before somehow has become unbelievably abundant. And after all, why is that? Why can't I spend all my money no matter how I try?" Although worried about money, she was still happy to receive a loving kiss from Xian Hao. The story ends here. This episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like. Share it to motivate me to make more videos. Remember to subscribe to watch the next episodes.